Alright, then I'll call you Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou, you want to use the 20 billion battery manufacturing plant as collateral to secure a loan of 10 billion. That shouldn't take too long, right? Zhou Yuchen nodded. It won't take more than a month at the longest. Uncle Chun, I understand that using the special channel for the loan carries significant risks for you and Dahua, but I really need the money urgently and must secure the loan today. If it's indeed difficult, please let me know, and I can look for other local banks. After thinking for a moment, Chun Qingyang replied, that shouldn't be a problem. May I know your intended use for the funds? Just as Zhou Yuchen was about to respond, Chen Dahua interjected, Dad, I know all about old Zhou's situation. This is a business secret, so he can't disclose it to you. As for the risk factor being almost zero, otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him to see you. Your job is to sign off on it, as I'm counting on old Zhou to make a profit from this 10 billion loan. Zhou Yuchen's intended use for the 10 billion loan was for stock trading, which would be considered one of the riskiest activities in any bank's risk assessment. If Chen Qingyang were to find out, it would be uncertain whether he would even approve the loan. You kid. Chen Qingyang shook his head and sighed. If you had half of Xiao Zhou's composure, I would feel at ease. Fine, I approve this loan. You can proceed with the relevant procedures. I only have one requirement. All processes must be reasonable and compliant. Xiao Zhou, loans through the special channel will be subject to strict scrutiny from above, and there is no room for interest concessions, so please don't blame your uncle. Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, Uncle Chun, the interest is a small matter. If I can help Da Huang, then increasing the interest a bit is nothing. Chen Dahua interjected. Old Zhou, you said that. Zhou Yuchen widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, What? You really want to increase the interest? Chen Dahua laughed heartily and said, Look how scared you are. What I mean is that when you make a lot of money and need to save, you must come to me. I have tasks for deposits and loans. Zhou Yuchen replied, No problem. 2 hours later, Zhou Yuchen's account had an additional 10 billion in funds. As Chen Dahua sent him out of the bank, he said with concern, Old Zhou, are you really confident? This is too scary. Zhou Yuchen patted his shoulder and said, Dahua, I have studied the stock market of Xiaoguo for a long time, and I have my eye on 17 stocks, among which the most promising is Wuliangye. If you trust me, you can buy some, and I guarantee you will make a profit. Chen Dahua gritted his teeth and said, I will take all my money out and apply for 5 times leverage to go all in on Wuliangye. If I win, my house will be secured. If I lose, I will come to your house begging. Zhou Yuchen chuckled. When did you become so thick-skinned? Chen Dahua rolled his eyes and said, Not as thick as you. Should we tell Wu Liang about Wuliangye? Zhou Yuchen replied, You can mention it to him. If he wants to play, let him. If not, that's fine too. Chen Dahua nodded, all right. After leaving the Xiaoguo Commercial Bank, Zhou Yuchen drove to Yueqing Game Company. As soon as he entered the RD department, Hua Haiyang came up to him. Chen Gu, leisure elimination is complete. Please test it. Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, When you guys finished the 1-500 levels, I already tested it. And you made modifications. This game should be fine. Hua Haiyang said, Chen Gu, please test it again, especially the PC version. I'm always worried about major bugs. Zhou Yuchen nodded, okay, but I have something urgent to attend to. I'll find you after lunch. Hua Haiyang replied, sure. Once he entered his office, Zhou Yuchen immediately opened his computer, logged into the Xiaotai financial platform, transferred the 10 billion he had just borrowed into his account, and applied for 5 times leverage. After everything was set, Zhou Yuchen called Zhuang Wenbin. Upon hearing that Zhou Yuchen was about to enter the stock market battle, Zhuang Wenbin became extremely excited and said, Mr. Zhou, it seems like you're going big this time. Zhou Yuchen laughed. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the rabbit. Besides, it's only 1.44 billion. 5 times leverage is less than 10 billion. Compared to those large financial institutions, this is really nothing. The stock market has already risen by nearly half. Do you still think it will continue to be booming? Short term, no problem, but long term, it won't work. So are you planning to buy one stock or multiple stocks? A total of 17 stocks, mainly including consumer stocks and technology stocks. You can take a look at my operation records. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I will give you a response right away, trying to finalize it before the afternoon market opens. Thank you very much. Unlike Chen Dahua, Zhuang Wenbin can barely be considered a partner he has never met. Zhou Yuchen definitely won't tell him that his most confident investment is in a certain liquor company. At noon, Zhou Yuchen was having lunch with Zheng Tong and several senior executives of the company at a restaurant. Everyone was not seeking any special treatment, but instead lined up together to get their meals. Chapter 161. Determining the launch time during dinner, Zhou Yuchen asked, Old Zheng, has the launch time for Casual Puzzle been confirmed? Zheng Tong nodded and replied, yes, it has been confirmed for this Friday at 8 p.m., launching simultaneously on mobile and PC. Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, weren't you always worried that Casual Puzzle would affect Ninja Master and Angry Birds? Why aren't you worried now? Zheng Tong explained, Ninja Master and Angry Birds have reached saturation in the mobile gaming market, with stable daily growth of 200,000 to 300,000. Major gaming companies are continuously releasing new games, and if we wait any longer, the pressure on us may increase. Therefore, the launch of Casual Puzzle should be sooner rather than later. It's crucial to quickly capture the player market. Since Ninja Master became a worldwide sensation, countless gaming companies have recognized the low-cost, high-profit nature of mobile games and shifted their focus to this field. In just 2 months, over 1,000 casual mobile games have launched globally, but very few have truly succeeded. Based on a standard of 50 million total downloads, aside from Ninja Master and Angry Birds, only 5 mobile games worldwide have reached this milestone, with 2 from a certain country in the East, 2 from Europe, and 1 from a specific region. As of now, no mobile game has exceeded 100 million downloads. It can be said that in the mobile gaming sector, our company is definitely in the lead. Zhou Yuchen asked, what about Orange Company? Previously, Orange Company had agreed to launch the mobile version of Casual Puzzle, but last Friday, they conveyed that after discussions among their executives, they decided not to launch Casual Puzzle unless our company agreed to cancel the PC version. Zhou Yuchen and Zheng Tong naturally would not agree to this request. Zhou Yuchen meant that they would no longer seek to log onto the Orange gaming platform, while Zheng Tong expressed a desire to make an effort. Now that 3 days have passed, Zheng should have some results. Mr. Zhou, I've investigated. Orange Group has established its own gaming company and has developed 2 mobile games that will launch within the next month. I suspect Orange Group is worried that Casual Puzzle might threaten their own games, which is why they made this decision. Upon hearing Zheng Tong's report, a glint flashed in Zhou Yuchen's eyes. Are Orange's mobile games only launching on their own platform? Zheng Tong nodded, exactly. Zhou Yuchen smiled, I see. Orange Group is not aiming to make money with their gaming development company. They want to create games that are different from those on other mobile platforms to highlight the uniqueness of Orange phones, thereby increasing their sales. If I were the president of Orange Group, I would offer free game downloads to users, giving them a sense of superiority and distinguishing them from ordinary mobile users. Everyone present showed expressions of admiration. The Orange phone is the most high-end smartphone globally, with a price that is exorbitantly high, making it unaffordable for ordinary families. This inherently limits the user base of the Orange phone to a maximum of 50 million. In comparison, the previous generation smartphone in the same time period sold only 13 million units, while the current Orange phone has reached 32 million units sold, which is already impressive. In other words, no matter how well the Orange mobile game performs, it can sell at most 32 million copies. This amount of revenue is negligible for the Orange Group, which would be better spent on enhancing user quality. Zheng Tong shook his head and said, I don't think the Orange Group has the vision and magnanimity you suggest. After all, that's a potential income of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Zhou Yuchen responded, that only shows the short-sightedness of the Orange Group. To be honest, I don't like the Orange operating system at all. Although it has helped the Orange phone reach the pinnacle of high-end smartphones, making it stand out, it also limits its future development. Unless the Orange operating system can consistently maintain its advanced nature, the future of the Orange phone is concerning. Zhou Yu asked, but will there be a smartphone operating system that is better than the Orange operating system? Zhou Yuchen laughed. Why does it have to be better? As long as there is an operating system that is similar or only slightly inferior, can the Orange phone still maintain its superiority? Zhou Yu thought for a moment and replied, that makes sense. Consumers will definitely choose the cheaper phone if the systems are comparable. Zhou Yuchen chuckled. This matter doesn't concern us. Our current goal is to make casual elimination as popular as Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds. After dinner, Zhou Yuchen received a call from Zhuang Wenbin. Upon learning that the leverage had been approved, he immediately returned to his office and logged into the Xiaotai financial platform. With a total investment of 1.44 billion, after deducting 10% for the margin, Zhou Yuchen could control 6.5 billion with 1.3 billion, which was significantly more than he initially anticipated. Previously, Zhou Yuchen primarily invested in the technology and consumer sectors, but now that he had some extra funds, he invested 2 billion into 7 or 8 leading companies in the real estate and pharmaceutical industries. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuchen turned the 6.5 billion into stocks of 17 companies. Seeing that his account had increased by over 30 million in such a short time, Zhou Yuchen smiled slightly and shut down his computer. Casual elimination is the game Zhou Yuchen values the most. During its development, he frequently conducted various tests, addressing dozens of bugs, while other issues could only be discovered and resolved during operation. After completing the tests for casual elimination, Zhou Yuchen was about to pick up his child when Hezhen suddenly said, Brother Chun, I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Yuchen checked Hezhen's loyalty, which was only at 30%, realizing that he had made a decision. He said, let's talk in my office. Hezhen replied, okay. After the two left, Hua Haiyang nudged Zhou Yu and asked, what's going on with Hezhen lately? I always feel like he's a bit restless. Zhou Yu said, it seems to be related to his girlfriend. Hua Haiyang raised an eyebrow and asked, did he break up? Zhou Yu replied, what does a breakup have to do with Qinggu? Hua Haiyang's expression changed as he looked at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu also realized and said, could it be that he's resigning? Hua Haiyang said, I hope it's not. Chapter 162, He Jun resigns in the office. He Jun placed a resignation letter on Zhou Yuqin's desk, then stood there with his head down, saying nothing. Zhou Yuqin picked up the resignation letter, read it, and asked, "Have you thought it through?" He Jun nodded and replied, "I've thought it through. I'm sorry, Brother Chen." Zhou Yuqin waved his hand, took a pen, and signed his agreement on the resignation letter, saying, "Why didn't you wait until payday to say this? Aren't you afraid I won't give you that 1 million bonus?" He Jun pressed his lips together and said, "I can't bring myself to take the money and leave." Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "I also can't bring myself to make people work without paying them. Haha, your girlfriend is starting a business in another city, and you're willing to give up such a good job to help her. He Jun, you're really love-struck." He Jun finally lifted his head and looked at Zhou Yuqin, saying, "Brother Chen, I love her very much and don't want to lose her." Zhou Yuqin replied, "That's why I don't want to be the bad guy who breaks you two apart. He Jun, Fruit Hero was developed by you and your team, and achieving such great results is largely due to your efforts." He Jun said, "Brother Chen, actually you are the core of these 3 games. Without us, you would still succeed." Zhou Yuqin laughed. "What do you mean? You don't want the money anymore?" He Jun felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "If I could get half or a third, I would be very content." Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and said, "He Jun, I will give you 500,000. For the other 500,000, I'll give you an IOU, and you can come back for it in 6 months." He Jun's emotional intelligence wasn't very high, but he understood Zhou Yuqin's good intentions and couldn't help but tremble with gratitude, saying, "Brother Chen Yu." Zhou Yuqin directly interrupted him, saying, "We've been colleagues, and I'm giving you a way out. Besides, I'm not losing out either. 500,000 for half a year will earn me over 10,000 in interest." He Jun deeply bowed to Zhou Yuqin and said, "Brother Chen, thank you. You are the best boss I have ever met." Zhou Yuqin stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, "First, go say goodbye to the brothers. Then go to the finance department to collect your 500,000 bonus and the IOU. And finally go to the HR department to process your resignation." "Okay, Brother Chen, thank you." He Jun bowed to Zhou Yuqin again and turned to leave the office. Zhou Yuqin called the heads of the HR and finance departments to inform them about He Jun's resignation. Seeing that it was almost 4 o'clock, Zhou Yuqin hurried to the kindergarten to pick up his child. "Old He, are you crazy? Even if you really want to leave, at least wait a few days until you get your bonus before you go. Isn't this a huge loss?" "Exactly. Brother He, you're too anxious." After hearing that He Jun was resigning to help his girlfriend start a business, Zhou Yu and Hua Haiyang and others began to chatter. He Jun made a stopping gesture and said, "If I got the money and resigned the next day, what would you think of me?" As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. He Jun said, "Chen Gu is a good boss. He promised to give me 500,000 first, and then gave me an IOU for the same amount, saying I can ask for the money back in half a year." Zhou Yu was puzzled and asked, "Why does Chen Gu do this?" Hua Haiyang replied irritably, "You really have a dog-ass brain." After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yu said, "Just in case?" Hua Haiyang responded, "At least you're not stupid." Zhou Yu remarked, "Chen Gu is truly a good person. This is a guarantee for Lao He." He Jun added, "You all should follow Chen Gu closely. He is not only a boss who knows how to make promises, but also one who delivers. My situation is special, otherwise, I definitely wouldn't leave." After bidding farewell to his brothers, He Jun went to the finance department, received his bonus of 500,000 and an IOU from the company for the same amount. After completing the procedures in the HR department, He Jun left the company. As he descended the elevator, a strong sense of reluctance surged in his heart. Although he had only worked at the gaming company for less than 3 months, He Jun really liked it there. The working and living environments were quite comfortable, and the relationships with colleagues were very good. He Jun wondered if he would ever encounter such a good company again. "Hey, brother, I'm out." On his way to the kindergarten, Zhou Yuqin received a call from Wu Xiongfeng. "Brother Fei, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you would come out today. I just found out 10 minutes ago myself. Please wait for me. I'll head to the police department to find you. Tonight, I'll treat you to a welcome dinner. No need to trouble yourself. I'm already on the way back to Sioux City." The police informed me that the missing son Zhong Yuan is very likely the mastermind behind Zhuang Qing, and he hasn't been caught yet. I'm worried he might pose a threat to your sister-in-law and your niece and nephew, so I have to go back immediately. This indeed posed a significant risk. Hold on, I'll call Director Shun to ask about the situation. Brother, if you need anything, just let me know. I'm always here for you. I owe you my life, brother. I can't thank you enough. Let us get together in a few days. After hanging up, Zhou Yuqin arrived at the kindergarten and picked up Xiao Yeyet to take her home. After dinner, while the family of 3 went for a walk, Zhou Yuqin called Shun Qinggang. From Shun Qinggang, he learned that the core figure of the entire drug crime gang was the seemingly honest son Zhong Yuan, whose true identity was likely Zhuang Qing's older brother. It was precisely because of this connection that Zhuang Qing could become the second in command of the criminal group. Zhou Yuqin asked, "Uncle Shun, does son Zhong Yuan know that I was the one who caught Zhuang Qing?" Shun Qinggang pondered for a moment and said, "It's hard to say. Many people know about this, and if it gets out, Sun Zhongyuan will likely seek revenge on you. Zhou Yuchen frowned and asked, is there really no trace of Sun Zhongyuan at all? Shun Chenggang replied, the only thing we can confirm now is that he has already left Su City, and his specific whereabouts are unknown. Xiaozhou, you shouldn't worry too much. Since this guy has become a top-wanted criminal, it's only a matter of time before we catch him. Zhou Yuchen said, I'm not worried about myself. I'm concerned about how they might deal with Jing Yun and Xiaoya. Zhuang Qing was captured by Zhou Yuchen, and the mastermind behind the whole incident is Shun Chenggang. Once a ruthless individual like Sun Zhongyuan learns about the relationship between Shun Jingyun, Xiaoya, and her mother, we can only imagine how he would react. Shun Chenggang reassured. Don't worry, Yinhai is not a place where these scoundrels can act with impunity. This police chief has spent decades on the force, capturing countless heinous criminals. A number even he cannot count, and he has faced countless threats. Even so, Daiwan, Shun Jingyun, and Shun Shiyan have managed to stay safe until today, which speaks volumes about the public safety situation in Yinhai. Chapter 163. The point of contact what the two of them didn't know was that Sun Zhongyuan was already in Yinhai. He was hiding in a guest house along the Outer Ring Road, discussing plans to rescue Zhuang Qing with two subordinates. The police investigation was correct. Sun Zhongyuan was indeed Zhuang Qing's brother, originally named Zhuang Ming. After discovering that Zhuang Qing's actions had gone awry, he immediately vanished from Su City and arrived in Yinhai. As for the other two missing employees of the transportation group, they had long been dealt with by Zhuang Ming on the road. He had dug a pit and buried them. There was no choice. They had overheard Zhuang Ming's conversation with Zhuang Qing. For safety's sake, Zhuang Ming had to eliminate them. Boss, it's futile for us to confront the police with our strength. It's like an egg hitting a rock. If we want to rescue Qing Go, we can only rely on our wits, not brute force, said a man in his 30s, wearing glasses and looking handsome. If one only looked at his appearance, no one would believe he had any connection to drugs. His name was Zhao Yuxiang, and he, along with the burly man with a full beard sitting next to him named Qian Huan, was Zhuang Ming's right-hand man and an extremely dangerous individual, with countless blood on his hands. Zhuang Ming took out a photo from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying, I've investigated the family situations of several leaders in the police department. The girl in this photo is the granddaughter of the police chief, Shun Chenggang. My idea is to kidnap this child and exchange her for Zhuang Qing. Zhao Yuxiang picked up the photo, glanced at it, and said, the child is quite adorable. Zhuang Ming replied calmly. Her name is Shun Xinyue, and she lives with her mother Shun Jingyun in Unit 301, Building 8, Mingda Community. She is a student at Yunhai Inkai Kindergarten. Zhao Yuxiang said, I'll go to Mingda Community right now to assess the situation. Zhuang Ming nodded, all right. An hour later, Zhao Yuxiang stood in front of Unit 301, Building 8, Mingda Community. He knocked on the door and then listened intently for any sounds inside, but heard nothing. He knocked several more times, yet there was still no response. Who are you looking for? Asked a refined man in his 30s, who was walking by with a young boy. He was Zhao Lei, the neighbor across from Shun Jingyun. Zhao Yuxiang replied, hello, is Ms. Shun Jingyun living here? I'm an old classmate who just returned from abroad. Zhao Lei raised his eyebrows and revealed a knowing look, saying, you must be one of Ms. Shun's admirers, right? Zhao Yuxiang was taken aback, and an embarrassed expression immediately appeared on his face. To be honest, I do have some lingering feelings. Zhao Lei responded, that's normal. Over the years, I've seen too many admirers of Ms. Zhao. Unfortunately, she already has a husband. Zhao Yuxiang asked, did she move away? Zhao Lei replied, yes. She moved to her child's father's place not long ago, to the nearby Lijiang Garden. You'd better not go over there. It would be bad if her husband saw you. Zhao Yuxiang nodded, thank you. Exiting Mingda Community, Zhao Yuxiang walked to Lijiang Garden. Taking advantage of the security guards' inattention, Zhao Xiangyu sneaked inside the community. After wandering around for quite a while, he couldn't help but frown. This community was too large. He couldn't locate Shun Jingyun's residence at all. Just when Zhao Xiangyu didn't know what to do, he suddenly saw a family of 3 walking towards him. A delicate little girl was holding her father's hand on the left and her mother's hand on the right, skipping along the path with a bright smile on her face. The father looked ordinary, but the mother was extremely beautiful. Zhao Xiangyu's eyes lit up. Wasn't this little girl his target? Great. He pretended to pass by them nonchalantly. Zhou Yuchen glanced at him, a glint flashing in his eyes. This person exuded a strong killing intent. He must have taken several lives. With his level of skill, Zhou Yuchen was particularly sensitive to killing and death energy. Though Zhao Xiangyu concealed it well, he still couldn't escape Zhou Yuchen's perception. However, Zhou Yuchen didn't realize that Zhao Xiangyu's target was his daughter, and his expression remained unchanged. It wasn't until he sensed a vague gaze behind him that Zhou Yuchen became aware that the other party was approaching him. Taking advantage of the moment, he looked down at Zhou. Zhou Yuchen quickly glanced at the person out of the corner of his eye before retracting his gaze immediately. Once inside the building, Zhou Yuchen opened the elevator and said, I just remembered I forgot something in the car. You guys go ahead. Shun Jingyun, not suspecting anything, replied. Then hurry up. Okay. As soon as Shen Jingyun and Zhou entered the elevator, Zhou Yuqin swiftly hid behind the door, peeking outside through a crack. Outside the building, a man stood there, looking up at something. After a while, the lights on the 12th floor lit up, and the man counted the floors before turning to leave. Zhou Yuqin silenced his phone and quietly followed the man out of the garden. He confirmed that this guy was indeed targeting Shen Jingyun and Xiaoyu. However, he had made a mistake, thinking they were still in the community, which was why he parked there. Zhou Yuqin took out his phone and snapped a picture of the license plate of the van, then immediately called Shen Chenggang. After briefly explaining the situation, Zhou Yuqin said, Uncle Shen, I suspect this guy is here to scout the area and may be involved with a drug trafficking gang. Shen Chenggang replied solemnly, if your suspicion is correct, then they are likely here to capture Jingyun and Xiaoyu, and then force me to release Zhuangqing. Zhou Yuqin asked, the van has started, should I follow them? Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Despite Zhou Yuqin's master-level skills, he lacked experience dealing with such desperate criminals, and he had no skills in tracking or counter-tracking. If he were discovered, the hard-earned lead could easily be lost. At that point, if they hit again, it would cause him significant trouble in the future. Therefore, the most sensible choice for Zhou Yuqin is to follow Shen Chenggang's instructions. Shen Chenggang said, the main roads in the city have surveillance cameras. Since we know the license plate number of the vehicle, it won't be able to escape. Don't alert the enemy, leave the rest to me. Zhou Yuqin replied, understood. What should I do next? Without hesitation, Shen Chenggang responded, it's no longer safe for you there. If possible, quickly relocate Jingyun and Xiaoyu to my place. Zhou Yuqin said, I will take care of it right away. Chapter 164. Taking action after finishing the call with Shen Chenggang. Zhou Yuqin dialed Shen Jingyun's number while walking back. As expected from someone related to law enforcement, Shen Jingyun was much calmer than Zhou Yuqin had anticipated. After listening to Zhou Yuqin's explanation, Shen Jingyun instructed him to go directly to the underground parking lot, while she took little Yaya down. When Zhou Yuqin arrived at the underground parking garage, he happened to see Shen Jingyun coming out from around the corner of the elevator, holding little Yaya. The three of them got into the car, and little Yaya curiously asked, Daddy, Mommy, where are we going? Shen Jingyun replied, we're going to Grandma's house. Why? Little Yaya inquired. Shen Jingyun thought for a moment, and said, Grandma misses you. Little Yaya exclaimed, then pouted and said, Mommy, can you not treat me like a little kid, okay? Shen Jingyun laughed and said, all right. Our little Yaya has grown up, she's a big kid now. Little Yaya pressed on. So what is the real reason we're going to Grandma's house? Shen Jingyun kicked the driver's seat a few times, and Zhou Yuqin, who was driving, understood the hint. He cleared his throat and said, Sweetheart, it's because Daddy has some colleagues coming over to our house to discuss something very important that will affect your and Mommy's rest. Why do you have to discuss it at home? Little Yaya asked. Zhou Yuqin replied, because it's classified, stored on Daddy's computer, and can't be taken out. Sweetheart, it's a secret, and you mustn't tell anyone. Can I tell Grandpa and Grandma? Little Yaya asked. Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said no. Little Yaya responded with an O and said, don't worry, Daddy. Yaya promises not to tell anyone. Zhou Yuqin happily said, that's my good daughter. Little Yaya giggled and said, you're my good daddy too. After dropping Shen Jingyun and Little Yaya at Shen Chenggang's house, Zhou Yuqin looked around but didn't see Shen Chenggang, so he asked, Aunt Dai, where did Uncle Shen go? Daiwan replied, he went to the police station half an hour ago. Xiaozhou, what is going on? Zhou Yuqin said, let Jingyun tell you. I'll head back first. Shen Jingyun's expression changed, and she grabbed Zhou Yuqin's arm, saying, why are you going back? Zhou Yuqin patted her hand and said, of course, to fight alongside my colleagues. Shen Jingyun knew that the colleagues Zhou Yuqin mentioned were law enforcement personnel and said, you mustn't act recklessly. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, if I were reckless, I wouldn't have called Uncle Shen. Don't worry, I'll come to pick you up for work tomorrow morning and take little Yaya to school. After saying that, Zhou Yuqin turned and walked out. Daiwan felt that something was off and asked Shen Jingyun again. Shen Jingyun glanced at little Yaya and discreetly signaled to her mother. Daiwan understood and didn't press further. It wasn't until little Yaya fell asleep that Shen Jingyun finally told Daiwan the whole story. After hearing it, Daiwan said, Xiaozhou handled this very well. You don't have to worry, he will be fine. Shen Jingyun nodded and said, I believe he and my dad will definitely be able to take down that group of drug dealers. Meanwhile, in a guest house by the 4th Ring Road, Zhuang Ming, who was using the alias Sun Zhongyuan, pondered after hearing Zhao Xiangyu's report and said, to avoid any complications, we should act at 3 o'clock tonight. Zhou Yuqing is quite skilled, so don't engage him directly. Just take him out with a silenced pistol. Zhao Xiangyu said, Boss. Shen Jingyun is the daughter of the commissioner of the Public Security Bureau. We should also capture her as leverage. Zhuang Ming glanced at him and said, are you being lecherous again? Zhao Xiangyu rubbed his hands and chuckled. Boss, you haven't seen how beautiful Shen Jingyun is. Honestly, I've never seen such a stunning woman in my life. She's like a celestial being. Zhuang Ming replied, as long as it doesn't interfere with my plans. You can handle Shen Jingyan as you wish. Zhao Xiangyu happily said, thank you, boss. Zhuang Ming took out a map and detailed their escape and hiding routes. His plan was simple. Zhao Xiangyu and Qian Hun would kidnap Shen Jingyun and her mother and hide in a safe place while he negotiated with the police. If the police did not compromise, they would cut off a finger from each of the mother and daughter every hour and send the images to his phone until Shun Qinggang agreed to release Zhuang Qing and ensure their safe passage out of the country. Since their identities were not exposed, they could leave quietly after the plan succeeded. Of course, Zhuang Ming would not let them work for free. He promised them 50 million in cash. The three were unaware that the guest house they were in was already under police surveillance. However, the specifics of the situation inside the guest house were unclear, so the police had not yet taken action. In a car, Zhang Huan, the deputy head of the narcotics unit, called the headquarters of the Public Security Bureau to report on the arrangements he had made at the scene. In the conference room, Commissioner Shen Qinggang was personally overseeing the operation, with 6 or 7 senior officials of the bureau seated at the conference table. After listening to Zhang Huan's report, Shen Qinggang pondered and said, we still haven't clarified that person's identity. We only suspect he is related to Sun Zhongyuan. There are quite a few guests at this guest house, so don't rush. At 2 o'clock in the morning, have a male and female colleague disguise themselves as a couple to gather information. We need to find out who that person is and whether Sun Zhongyuan is among them. If so, how many of them are there? Zhang Huan replied, understood. Shen Qinggang hung up the phone, and it suddenly rang again. Checking. He saw it was a call from Zhou Yuqing. Have you sent the mother and daughter over? Yes, I have. Uncle Shun, I've returned to the community. Why are you back at the community? A big drug lord like Sun Zhongyuan would definitely be very cautious. If he sees my car missing and cancels the operation, that would be a complete failure, right? We've already located the hotel where that person is staying. If it's Sun Zhongyuan, we will take action. Even better. As long as you succeed over there, my safety will naturally be assured. Shen Qinggang agreed with this reasoning and said, just make sure you don't act without orders. After a while, the head of the monitoring department, Fang Zhanbai, walked in. Director, esteemed leaders, we have tracked down the white van through nearby cameras. Shen Qinggang was overjoyed and said, quick, display it on the big screen. Soon, the big screen in the conference room showed the van, with the timestamp indicating it was early Sunday morning, but unfortunately, the people inside were not clearly visible. Is there no footage of them getting out of the vehicle? Shen Qinggang frowned and asked. Fang Zhanbai replied, no, the guest house didn't have any cameras installed, so we couldn't see anything. However, this morning, the van did go out, and the driver's side window was rolled down 1/3. We noticed there were 2 men inside, and the one driving is the suspect. Chapter 165. More patience. Zhu Jiang carefully identified the 2 individuals captured on the large screen and said, the one in the driver's seat can be confirmed as the person following Zhou Yuchen. The other one has a beard and doesn't look like Sun Zhongyuan based on his physique. Shen Qinggang replied, Sun Zhongyuan is wanted. He shouldn't dare to show up. Zhu Jiang said, Director, the current situation is unclear. I think the best option is to wait and see. Shen Qinggang nodded and said, Zhuang Qing will be sentenced by the court in a couple of days, and it's definitely going to be immediate execution. If the person inside is indeed Zhuang Ming, who is using the alias Sun Zhongyuan, he won't be able to sit still. Zhu Jiang hesitated and asked, Director, could Advisor Zhou have made a mistake? Shen Qinggang remained silent for a moment and replied, if Xiao Zhou made a mistake, I will take responsibility. After Zhou Yuchen returned home, he encountered his old friend Zhang Wei and his 3 colleagues in the parking lot. Zhang Wei said, Advisor Zhou, we are responsible for your safety tonight. Zhou Yuchen nodded and replied, that would be a trouble. The 4 of them followed Zhou Yuchen into his spacious flat. Upon seeing where Zhou Yuchen lived, Zhang Wei expressed his envy, saying, Advisor Zhou, your house is really amazing. Compared to yours, mine is simply a doghouse. The other 3 officers also nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Zhang Wei's statement. Zhou Yuchen poured each of them a cup of tea and chuckled, I bought this house with the first bucket of gold I earned. Zhang Wei asked, I heard that your first bucket of gold came from crude oil futures. Is that true? Zhou Yuchen nodded. Yes, it's true. I took a risk and borrowed over 20 million from outside, using 5 times leverage to buy crude oil futures. Luckily, I made the right judgment. Otherwise, not only would I not have this house, I might have ended up begging on the streets. A young detective named Xiao Yu asked Advisor Zhou, do you invest in stocks? The stock market is booming lately, and they say the index might break 6,000 points. Zhang Wei retorted, Xiao Yu, stop bragging about your achievements. Advisor Zhou, this kid invested 30,000 and made 40% profit. We all advised him to take the profit, but he won't listen. Zhou Yuchen smiled. Actually, I've also invested quite a bit in the stock market. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Advisor Zhou, how much did you invest? Do you think the index can reach 6,000 points? Zhang Wei frowned and said, Xiao Yu, don't pry into his business. It's fine. Zhou Yuqin waved his hand and said straightforwardly, I invested a total of 1.4 billion. Whether the index can reach 6,000 points, I don't know. But based on the current trend, there shouldn't be any issues in the next 2 weeks. Team Zhang, if you have spare money, I think it would be a good opportunity to buy some and earn some extra cash. 1.4 billion? Everyone was shocked, their eyes nearly popping out. Xiao Yu initially thought he was doing well, but compared to this advisor of similar age, he felt quite distant. Zhang Wei asked Advisor Zhou, do you really believe the stock market will skyrocket? Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, I study finance, and every time I make a move, I conduct a thorough analysis of the market. I believe that in the short term, the major index in that country will definitely rise. After half a month, it's hard to say. These law enforcement officers are on the front lines, directly confronting criminals, facing life-threatening situations at any moment. And yet their monthly salaries are not very high. Zhou Yuqin wanted to help them. Not to mention anything else, this stock market presents a good opportunity to make money. Zhang Wei seemed a bit tempted and asked, Advisor Zhou, when will you sell? Zhou Yuqin replied, the stock market is constantly changing. I don't know when I will sell. Team Zhang, if you trust me, I can recommend a few stocks for you to buy some tomorrow. I will definitely notify you in advance before I sell any stocks. Of course, if you don't trust me, just consider it as if I never said anything. Before Zhang Wei could respond, Xiao Yu quickly chimed in, I believe you. Zhang Wei shot him a glance and said, Advisor Zhou, I also believe in your judgment. Zhou Yuqin smiled, took a pen, and casually wrote down 5 stocks on a piece of paper, including a well-known liquor company. I have bought nearly 20 stocks, and these 5 are the ones I am most confident about. Zhang Wei took the paper Zhou Yuqin handed him and snapped a photo with his phone, asking, Can I tell other colleagues? Zhou Yuqin shrugged, Feel free, I don't mind. After chatting for a while, they noticed it was getting late, so they pulled the curtains and turned off the lights. Zhou Yuqin returned to his study and continued reading as usual. The other 4 hid in different rooms. Compared to the brothers outside, their treatment was already quite good. At 2 in the morning, Zhang Huan was about to send 2 officers, 1 male and 1 female, to that guest house to check the situation when he suddenly saw 2 men coming out and getting into a white van. Zhang Huan's expression changed, and he immediately reported the situation to headquarters. Shen Qinggang's spirits lifted. He was not afraid of the opponents moving, just afraid of them not moving. Zhang Huan, don't worry about those 2. Your task is to keep an eye on the guest house. That white van won't escape our sight. Understood. The white van drove around the city for 20 minutes, confirming there were no unusual activities before turning back. After a while, a man came out, opened the door, and got inside. Upon hearing Zhang Huan's report, Shen Qinggang suspected that the person was likely Zhuang Qing's older brother, Zhuang Ming. Did they have their sights set on Xiao Zhou's home? Thinking of this, Shen Qinggang immediately called Zhang Wei to alert him. Zhang Wei did not dare to be negligent and moved 4 officers to Zhou Yuqin's room to ensure ample firepower. Other officers had already been ambushed in buildings 11 and 13, ready to rush out at the first sign of movement. About half an hour later, the brother responsible for monitoring sent a message to Zhang Wei, stating that the white van was parked outside and 3 people had sneaked into the community. 10 minutes later, a faint sound reached Zhang Wei's ears. It seemed that someone was opening the door. After a moment, the door swung open, and a sliver of light streamed in. 3 armed men entered the living room, and one of them turned on the lights. As soon as the lights came on, shouts echoed through the room. Put down your guns. 8 police officers, led by a certain Zhang, emerged from various directions, their guns aimed directly at the 3 men. This was bad. They had fallen into a trap. Zhuang Ming was closest to the door and reacted the fastest. He quickly crouched down, using his tall and strong build to retreat swiftly. This guy clearly had training, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had darted back out. Chapter 166. Mission accomplished. Zhao Xiangyu and Qian Hun were in a dire situation. The 2 stood in the middle of the living room, surrounded by 8 guns, leaving them with no chance to fight back. Zhang Wei ignored the escaping Zhuang Ming and shouted, Put down your guns, hands on your heads, and squat down. Zhao Xiangyu and Qian Hun exchanged glances and had no choice but to drop their weapons. Following Zhang Wei's orders to put their hands on their heads and squat on the ground, Zhang Wei signaled to his 2 subordinates, Xiao Yu and Wu Jingyan. They each took a pair of handcuffs and approached to restrain Zhao Xiangyu and Qian Han. At that moment, Zhao Xiangyu suddenly sprang into action. A dagger appeared in his hand, slicing through Wu Jingyan's right wrist in a flash, causing the handcuffs to fall to the ground. Wu Jingyan let out a muffled groan and was about to react when Zhao Xiangyu's dagger was already pressed against his heart, a trickle of blood oozing out. Meanwhile, Qian Hun also took control of Xiao Yu, using his immense strength to grip Xiao Yu's neck. With just a little more force, Xiao Yu would meet his end. The 2 moved with astonishing speed. Before Zhang Wei and the others could react, their 2 colleagues had already been taken hostage. Put down your guns. Zhao Xiangyu shouted this time. Zhang Wei never anticipated that these two criminals were martial arts experts who could so swiftly overpower his teammates. It was simply outrageous. Footsteps echoed from upstairs as 4 or 5 police officers armed with submachine guns rushed in. Zhao Xiangyu and Qian Hun quickly positioned themselves back to back, using Wu Jingyan and Xiao Yu as shields. Gunfire erupted outside. It seemed Zhuang Ming had engaged the police. There are our people outside. You can't escape, Zhang Wei said coldly. Zhao Xiangyu stabbed Wu Jingyan in the chest and declared, in 10 seconds, I don't want to see anyone else in this room. Otherwise, he dies. Wu Jingyan gritted his teeth through the pain and said, Team Zhang, don't worry about me, just shoot. Zhao Xiangyu placed the dagger against Wu Jingyan's neck and told Zhang Wei, you can give it a try. Let's see if your gun is faster than my dagger. The roles had reversed, and Zhang Wei felt a deep sense of regret. Everyone, go outside. He waved his hand, leading the others out. Old Qian, grab a gun. Zhao Xiangyu instructed. Qian Hun knocked Xiao Yu unconscious with a swift strike to the back of his head and bent down to retrieve a weapon. At that moment, Zhao Xiangyu suddenly felt a gust of wind from his right side, and a figure appeared before him like a phantom, moving with incredible speed that nearly surpassed his reflexes. Zhao Xiangyu felt a jolt in his arm, and the dagger slipped from his grasp. The attacker was Zhou Yuqin, who had not shown up until now. He had thought the mission was complete once the 2 drug dealers were handcuffed, but little did he expect that despite having the upper hand, the situation would turn against him. Zhou Yuqin had no choice but to seize the opportunity and rushed out of the study like lightning. In just 2 steps, he crossed over 3 meters and struck Zhao Xiangyu's arm, knocking the dagger from his hand. Zhang Wei reacted quickly and immediately fired 3 shots at Qian Hun, one of which pierced through his skull. Qian Hun didn't even have time to scream before collapsing in a pool of blood, dead beyond recovery. Zhao Xiangyu, trained in martial arts, remained composed despite the blow from Zhou Yuqin and kicked out at him, underestimating his opponent. Zhou Yuqin sneered and delivered a powerful punch to the bottom of Zhao Xiangyu's foot. The loud bang echoed as Zhao Xiangyu was sent flying 3 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. Zhang Wei let out a sigh of relief and gave Zhou Yuqin a thumbs up, saying, Advisor Zhou, your skills are truly impressive. Zhou Yuqin replied, Team Leader Zhang, let's save the compliments for later. We should hurry to catch Zhuang Ming. The gunfire outside was intense, indicating that Zhuang Ming had already reached the ground floor. If he managed to escape, it would be disastrous. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Okay. As they exited the building, they saw a man lying on the ground, riddled with bullets. Reality was not like the movies. To escape, Zhuang Ming had slid down the external pipes from the 12th floor, only to be surrounded by over 30 police officers. Although he was quite skilled, managing to hold out for 5 minutes against so many guns was already impressive. Trying to break through like a movie hero was simply impossible in real life. Zhang Wei approached the body and confirmed with a smile, it's Zhuang Ming. Zhou Yuqin felt relieved. Finally, we've got him. Zhang Wei immediately reported the situation to headquarters. Shen Qinggang was very pleased and praised him profusely. The loud gunfire disturbed the residents of the neighborhood. Everyone, curious about the commotion, opened their windows to take a look as the shootout unfolded. Once it was confirmed that the criminal had been neutralized, many of them changed clothes and came outside, including Zhao Shenghua. Xiao Zhou, what happened? Seeing Zhou Yuqing at the scene, Zhao Shenghua walked over and asked quietly. Zhou Yuqing replied, the police are apprehending drug dealers. Zhao Shenghua was taken aback. Why are drug dealers in our neighborhood? Zhou Yuqing sighed. They probably came to kidnap my daughter and threaten my future father-in-law to release their accomplices. Zhao Shenghua understood and patted Zhou Yuqing on the shoulder. Dating the daughter of the police chief seems pretty dangerous. You should be careful. Zhou Yuqing nodded, I will. After the police left, Zhou Yuqing returned home. Seeing the living room in disarray, with bloodstains still on the floor, he decided to wait until tomorrow to have someone come and clean up. Something so shocking happened that Zhou Yuqin felt restless. He sat cross-legged on his bed trying to practice Tai Chi visualization. But he couldn't get into the right state and had to give up reluctantly. He lay down and took a nap. The next morning, Zhou Yuqin drove to pick up Shun Jingyun and Ziyu. Just as he arrived downstairs, he saw Shen Qinggang getting out of a police car, his eyes bloodshot, clearly having not slept all night. Zhou Yuqin asked, Uncle Shen, are you alright? Shen Qinggang sighed and replied, in the past, I could manage without sleep for 3 days while handling cases. Now, just one night has taken half my life. I really can't deny my age anymore. Xiao Zhou, I heard from Zhang Wei that it was fortunate you stepped in this time. Otherwise, they would have been in big trouble. Zhou Yuqin replied, it's nothing special. He then asked, is the injured brother okay? Shen Qinggang responded, it's not a life-threatening injury. He just needs to rest for about a month. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, that's good to hear. Chapter 167. Buying stocks. The two of them went upstairs and saw Dai Wan, Shen Jingyun, and Xiao Yeye having breakfast. Shen Jingyun asked in surprise, Dad, how come you all came back together? Shen Qinggang replied, we just happened to run into each other downstairs. Shin Jingyun continued, have you had breakfast? Shin Chingang said, I've already eaten. I'm going to take a nap. Seeing Shin Chinggang's exhausted expression, Daiwan sighed and said, he must have not slept all night again. Zhou Yuqing said, actually, Uncle Shin really doesn't need to be so hands-on. Daiwan replied, I often tell him that, but it doesn't help. Xiaozhou, have you eaten? Zhou Yuqing said, I've also eaten. Shin Jingyun asked, have you finished handling everything? Zhou Yuqing nodded and said, it's all done. Shin Jingyun said, that's good. By the way, I forgot to bring something. You take Xiao Yeye to school first, and then come back to get me. Zhou Yuqing replied, okay. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuqing drove the mother and daughter to the kindergarten. After dropping off Xiao Yeye at school, Zhou Yuqing and Shin Jingyun returned home. Upon seeing the messy living room, Shin Jingyun's expression changed dramatically, and she asked, what on earth happened last night? Zhou Yuqing briefly explained, the drug dealers are 2 dead, 1 injured. It's all fine now. Shin Jingyun grabbed Zhou Yuqing's hand and asked, are you hurt? Zhou Yuqing chuckled, I didn't even show my face. How could I be hurt? I'll call a cleaning company to tidy up, and they can also take care of the sanitation inside and out. Then I'll have them provide a receipt for reimbursement at the police department. Shin Jingyun shot him a glance and said, stop changing the subject in front of me. The money for the cleaning company isn't even enough for your gas to the police department. Forget it, as long as you're fine. In her study, Shin Jingyun took some documents from the drawer, put them in her bag, and left the house. The cleaning company's efficiency was very high. After Zhou Yuqing made a call, within 20 minutes, 12 staff members, 6 men and 6 women, arrived. In less than an hour, Zhou Yuqing's home was completely refreshed. Inside the police department, Zhang Wei took out his phone and looked at the 5 stocks Zhou Yuqing had written to him. After some consideration, he edited the names of these 5 stocks into a text message and sent it to his wife, Xia Yao. After a while, Xia Yao called Zhang Wei. Old Zhang, what does this message mean? These 5 stocks were given to me by a very impressive person. He wants us to buy them as soon as possible. Is this person really impressive? Very impressive. He previously made 1 or 200 million with 20 million in the crude oil futures market. Now he is very optimistic about the domestic stock market and has invested 14 billion. As for when to sell, he will call me in advance. Wife, since you also trade stocks, whether to follow along is up to you. Since you sent me this message, you've already expressed your stance. I just want to ask one thing. Is this person reliable? He isn't a scammer, is he? The person is worth billions, has a close relationship with our director, and can be considered half a colleague of mine. How could he possibly be a fraud? Let's take a gamble then. You handle it as you see fit. It needs to be fast. It might be sold soon. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Zhang Wei let out a long sigh. Despite being the captain of the criminal police team with a decent monthly salary, his family was struggling to make ends meet. Zhang Wei's mother was in poor health, and her medication alone cost 1,000 yuan each month. Not to mention, he had a mortgage of 400,000, along with the tuition and living expenses for his 2 children and daily expenditures, which made it hard for Zhang Wei to breathe. He was pinning all his hopes on Zhou Yuqing to solve his problems. If he could make some money in the stock market this time, it would be a huge relief. The news about Zhou Yuqing writing 5 stocks for Zhang Wei quickly spread throughout the police department. Many people from the department came to ask Zhang Wei, and he naturally didn't hide it, directly telling everyone about the 5 stocks. As for whether they wanted to buy them, it was no longer Zhang Wei's concern. What? Stocks? Shin Chingang, on his way to work in the afternoon, furrowed his brow upon hearing from Zhu Jiang that officers were discussing the recent stock market. Are many people buying? Over 80%, Zhu Jiang replied. Even I invested 300,000. Shin Chinggang's eyes widened. Have you lost your mind? Zhu Jiang said, your future son-in-law dares to spend nearly 1.4 billion on stocks. My 300,000 is nothing. Shin Chingang fumed. This kid is really out of control. I'll give him a call to check the situation. Soon, the call connected. Xiaozhou, what are you busy with? I'm at the Kunpeng laboratory. Uncle Shun, is there something up? Did you write 5 stocks for Zhang Wei? And guarantee that these stocks will definitely make money? Uncle Shun, I did write 5 stocks for Captain Zhang, but I made no guarantees. I just conducted some research and judged that the stock market should continue to rise in the short term. I never said it would definitely make money. I believe no one in the world, not even a stock market guru, would dare to say that. Most people in the police department have bought stocks now. If they make money, fine. If they lose, you'll be the scapegoat. Please, Uncle Shun, tell them to pull out quickly. I don't want to take the blame for this. If I tell them to pull out and the market goes up, won't they blame me instead? Also, I heard from Zhang Wei that you invested 1.4 billion in the stock market. Is that true? Where did you get so much money? I mortgaged my company to get a loan from the bank. Are you crazy? What if you lose it all? First, I have great confidence in my judgment. Second, even if I lose it, it doesn't matter. It's just 1.4 billion, not enough to hurt me seriously. I'm in my 20s. If I fall, I'll just get back up. It's no big deal. Zhou Yuqing said this so casually that Shin Chingang didn't know how to respond. The two people have completely different perspectives on the figure of 1.4 billion. One feels that 4 billion is an extremely high number, while in Zhou Yuqin's eyes, this amount seems insignificant, almost like just 14. After hanging up the phone, Shen Sheng raised his head to look at Zhu Jiang and said with a wry smile, "Have we grown old?" Chapter 168. The carefree brother-in-law Zhu Jiang had already overheard the conversation between the two and remarked, "It's not that we're getting old, but that your future son-in-law is quite impressive. Not even concerned about a billion. What does that indicate? It shows that his mindset, vision, and overall perspective have reached a level that ordinary people can hardly match. I'm even more confident in my judgment of him now. Who knows, in a few days, my 30,000 might turn into 50,000. Haha, when that happens, I'll definitely treat you to drinks." Shen Qinggang said helplessly, "I just hope you and everyone else don't end up losing money." Zhu Jiang replied, "This is our own choice. If we lose, we can't blame Xiao Zhou." He then added, "By the way, I heard your son is coming back." Shen Qinggang's expression immediately shifted from sunny to gloomy. "He is taking an 11 o'clock flight tomorrow morning, and he says he is bringing me a daughter-in-law. Damn. Never mind, I want to talk about it. Just thinking about that brat gives me a headache. If only he had half of Zhou Yuqin's qualities. No, even a tenth would satisfy me." Zhu Jiang thought of his own troublesome son and could relate to Shen Qinggang's words. The next day, Shen Jingyan took a day off and had Zhou Yuqin accompany her to Yunhai International Airport. After waiting for nearly half an hour, a young man wearing sunglasses and jeans, pulling 2 suitcases, walked out. Beside him was a slender woman with dyed red hair, also wearing sunglasses, linking arms with the young man, looking very intimate. Shen Jingyan waved at the young man. He raised an eyebrow and walked straight towards her with the red-haired woman. "Is that really your brother, Shen Shiryan?" Shen Jingyan shot a glare at him and said irritably, "What kind of talk is that?" "Sorry," Zhou Yuqin quickly apologized. He was indeed shocked by Shen Shiryan's outrageous appearance. Shen Shiryan had long hair, with 3 strands dyed red at the front, giving him a rather mismatched look. His t-shirt was somewhat normal, but his jeans were not, being overly baggy and having at least a dozen holes. If one word could describe Shen Shiryan, it would be carefree. Shen Qinggang was a deputy-level officer in the police department of Yunhai City, and Daiwan was a professor at Yunhai University, one of the nationally renowned female writers. Wherever they went, they commanded respect from all walks of life. It was hard to believe that their son turned out to be like this. No wonder their expressions were so grim when discussing Shen Shiryan. "Big sister, I missed you so much." Shen Shiryan took off his sunglasses and opened his arms to embrace Shen Jingyan. Shen Jingyan pushed him away and scolded, "Get away from me. You haven't come back for a year and a half since last spring festival, and you didn't even call Dad once. Now that you finally return, you dress like this. Shen Shiryan, what are you trying to do? Are you deliberately trying to upset our parents?" Shen Shiryan looked down at his outfit and said, "Sister, this is how they dress in Australia, okay?" Shen Jingyan said, "Who are you trying to fool? I have classmates studying abroad." Shen Shiryan chuckled and replied, "Sis, can you leave me some face in front of Yuyu? By the way, let me formally introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Qin Yuyu. Yuyu, this is my sister." Shen Jingyan, "What do you think? Isn't she beautiful?" Qin Yuyu, chewing a piece of gum and not even taking off her sunglasses, extended her hand and said, "Hello. I'm Qin Yuyu." Shen Jingyan felt a bit displeased with Qin Yuyu's lack of manners, but kept a neutral expression, saying, "Hello, Yuyu." The two shook hands, and Shen Jingyan linked arms with Zhou Yuqin, saying, "Shiryan, let me introduce you. This is the father of Xiaoyu and my boyfriend, Zhou Yuqin." Shen Shiryan raised an eyebrow and scrutinized Zhou Yuqin before bluntly stating, "Sis, your taste is really questionable. There are plenty of wealthy suitors after you. So why did you choose him?" Shen Jingyan frowned slightly, about to reprimand Shen Shiryan, when Zhou Yuqin gently nudged her and smiled at Shen Shiryan, saying, "I also think your sister's taste is not great, but there's nothing I can do. She just fell for me. Perhaps this is what they call fate. Honey, it's getting late. We should head home." Shen Jingyan gave Zhou Yuqin an apologetic glance and said, "All right," as she walked ahead without helping with the luggage. Shen Shiryan was quite dissatisfied. "Zhou Yuqin, do you have any manners? Can't you help carry the luggage?" Shen Jingyan slapped Shen Shiryan on the back of his head and said, "You just met and you're already criticizing him. If you want him to carry your luggage, at least call him brother." Shen Shiryan retorted, "Do you even know what courtesy is?" Zhou Yuqin smiled slightly, pleased that Shen Jingyan was defending him. His biggest worry was that Shen Jingyan might be overly supportive of her brother, but now he felt reassured. Shen Shiryan rubbed the back of his head and said, "Sis, why do you always defend him? Am I more important? Or is he?" Shen Jingyan replied, "He is Xiaoyu's father. Who do you think is more important?" Shen Shiryan exclaimed, "Sis, that comment is a bit harsh." Shen Jingyan shot him a glance and said, "It should be harsh. If you had been pricked a few more times before, you wouldn't be dressed like this. Before we go home, we need to stop by the mall and buy you some decent clothes." Shen Shiryan replied, "I'm not changing. I'll be who I am. Authenticity is what matters." Shen Jingyan was left speechless. At the parking lot, Zhou Yuqin opened the trunk of the car and placed Shen Shiyan's and Qin Yuyu's 2 suitcases inside. It was a luxury vehicle. Shen Shiyan took off his sunglasses and walked around the car, asking, "Is this rented or bought?" Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "Bought." Shen Shiyan raised an eyebrow and said, "Didn't he expect your family to be quite wealthy?" Qin Yuyu scoffed, "It's just a 3 million vehicle. What's so impressive about it? My family has 6 or 7 cars worth tens of millions each." Zhou Yuqin and Shen Jingyun exchanged a glance, both feeling a hint of curiosity about Qin Yuyu's identity. Shen Shiyan said, "Yuyu, when will you bring out your luxury car for me to see?" Qin Yuyu snapped her fingers and replied, "No problem." Just then, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove over. Qin Yuyu's expression changed, and she said, "Oh no, it seems my dad knows I've returned." Shen Shiyan asked, "Is that your family's car?" Qin Yuyu nodded and said, "It's my dad's special vehicle." The Rolls-Royce Phantom smoothly stopped in front of Qin Yuyu, and the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s who had a stern expression. An exceptional master. Zhou Yuqin immediately assessed that the middle-aged man was at least his equal in martial arts, likely possessing considerable strength. Chapter 169. She is the daughter of the former richest person in the country. The middle-aged man scanned the room, and when he looked at Shen Jingyun, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. However, when he turned his gaze to Zhou Yuqin, his entire body trembled, and his pupils constricted sharply. It was clear that he recognized Zhou Yuqin as a top martial arts master. As for Shen Shiyan, the middle-aged man didn't even glance at him. Qin Yuyu asked, "Uncle Huang, why are you here?" The middle-aged man gave Zhou Yuqin a deep look and said, Mr. Qin sent me to bring you home." Qin Yuyu replied, "Can I go back in the afternoon instead?" The middle-aged man responded, "That is fine. But from now on, wherever you go, I will follow." Qin Yuyu pouted and said, "Then forget it." "Sure too, I can't go with you anymore." Shen Shiyan nodded and said, "I'll call you in a couple of days to hang out." Qin Yuyu said, "Okay." Shen Shiyan took out Qin Yuyu's suitcase and handed it to the middle-aged man. After the man placed the suitcase in the trunk of the Rolls-Royce, he opened the car door for Qin Yuyu. She got into the car, and the middle-aged man closed the door before focusing his gaze on Zhou Yuqin. "In the name of the 8 Trigram School, Huang Qishan, may I know which master you belong to?" The middle-aged man performed a traditional martial arts salute to Zhou Yuqin and said in a deep voice. Zhou Yuqin immediately returned the gesture and said, "Master Huang, hello. My name is Zhou Yuqin. I have practiced Xingyi and Taiji for a few years, but have no formal master." Huang Qishan praised. "To reach such a level without a master is indeed a rare talent. May I ask when you mastered the transformation technique?" Zhou Yuqin replied, 3 months ago." Huang Qishan nodded and said, "It's hard to find a worthy opponent. I hope to have the opportunity to experience your Xingyi and Taiji someday." After saying that, Huang Qishan did not wait for Zhou Yuqin's response and directly got into the car and left. Shen Shiyan was somewhat confused and said, "Zhou Yuqin, are you two acting? What era is this? Why are you still doing this?" Zhou Yuqin shrugged and replied, "Anyone who has practiced martial arts for a few days would use this kind of greeting. It's nothing unusual. Let us go." The 3 of them got into the car, and Zhou Yuqin drove away from the airport, heading straight for the government housing estate. On the way, Shen Shiyan recounted his studies and life over the past year as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. After listening, Zhou Yuqin's evaluation was that this guy had wasted his time. Shen Jingyan asked, "Sure to. Is that Qin Yuyu really your girlfriend?" Shen Shiyan replied without hesitation, "Of course. Yuyu is my junior. She joined a year after me. It took me a long time to win her over." Shen Jingyan asked, "What does her family do?" Shen Shiyan said, "They should be merchants." Shen Jingyan shot him a glance and said, "What kind of merchant can afford 6 or 7 cars worth over 10 million each?" The car that came to pick her up was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. "Even if we sold everything we have, we couldn't afford it." Zhou Yuqin, who had been silent, said, "That's a customized luxury vehicle, fully equipped with special materials and bulletproof glass, capable of withstanding rocket attacks, worth 30 million in local currency." Shen Jingyun asked in surprise, "How do you know this so well?" Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, "Heard it from someone." He continued, "Only 3 people in the entire country own this level of luxury vehicle, and one of them is in our city." Shen Jingyun and Shen Shiyan asked in unison, "Who?" Zhou Yuqin replied casually, "The former richest person in the country, Qin Kuan, president of the Kunlun Group." The Kunlun Group started with real estate and then expanded into finance, entertainment, consumer goods, clothing, and more, with a market value exceeding 800 billion local currency, making it a giant enterprise. Even in today's internet-driven era, Qin Kuan's wealth still ranks among the top 10. Although Shen Shiyan was just a student, he was well aware of Qin Kuan's name and exclaimed, "You must be mistaken." Zhou Yuqin laughed. "The name Qin is written on the back of that luxury vehicle, a one-of-a-kind. There's no way it could be wrong. Congratulations, Shen Shiyan. You are now the prospective son-in-law of the former richest person." Shen Shiyan fell silent. He knew very well that someone like him, with no wealth, could never catch Qin Kuan's eye. Marrying Qin Yuyo was basically a dream. Shen Jingyun patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be discouraged. If you like Qin Yuyo, then pursue her. Even if you fail in the end, you won't regret it." Shen Shiyan nodded and said, "I will." Zhou Yuqin glanced at Shen Shiyan through the rearview mirror, thinking to himself, unless Qin Kuan is blind or out of his mind, he would never choose someone like him as a son-in-law. If it were me, I wouldn't even let him through the door. After a brief moment of disappointment, Shen Shiyan quickly recovered and turned his attention to Zhou Yuqin's vehicle. "Zhou Yuqin, your car is nice. Can I borrow it for a few days?" Zhou Yuqin replied without hesitation, "No." Shen Shiyan complained, "You are really stingy." Zhou Yuqin said, "If I lend you the car, your sister will have to get up early every morning to take Xiaoya to school. You might be okay with that, but I can't bear it." Hearing Zhou Yuqin's words, Shen Jingyun smiled slightly. Shen Shiyan was taken aback and said, "I'll return it before 7 in the morning. I won't delay Xiaoya's schooling." Zhou Yuqin responded, "Then I definitely can't agree. Why would you need the car at night? Are you planning to race? If something happens, your sister will blame me." Shen Shiyan retorted angrily, "Zhou Yuqin, stop using my sister and Xiaoya against me. I can see it now. You're just stingy and unwilling to lend me the car." Zhou Yuqin replied, "I'm in a relationship with your sister, yet you don't even call me brother. Why should I lend you the car?" Shen Shiyan scoffed, "Don't think you're impressive just because you have a luxury vehicle. I'll tell you, tomorrow I'm going to buy a car too, and it will definitely be better than yours." Zhou Yuqin asked, "And then?" Shen Shiyan paused for a moment and replied, "What do you mean, and then?" Zhou Yuqin said, "As a college student who hasn't graduated yet, buying a car worth over 3 million, besides satisfying your ridiculous vanity, I really can't think of any other use for it." "You?" Shen Shiyan was left speechless by Zhou Yuqin's retort. Shen Jingyun asked, "Shiyan, where are you getting millions to buy a car?" Shen Shiyan raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Of course, I earned it myself. Sister, I'll tell you more about it when I get home." Shen Jingyun gave him a deep look and said, "I feel like you're not far from getting into trouble." Chapter 170. You know quite a bit. Zhou Yuqin couldn't help but laugh. Shen Shiyan slapped his forehead and said, "Sister, you've changed. You've become more sharp-tongued." Shen Jingyun replied, "You've changed too. You've become more frivolous." Shen Shiyan was once again knocked out. Soon, the three returned home. Shen Shiyan dragged his luggage upstairs with a look of resentment. "Mom, I missed you so much." Upon seeing Daiwan, Shen Shiyan immediately rushed over and hugged her, even giving her a kiss on the cheek. Daiwan broke free from his embrace, looked him up and down, and said, "It's been a year and a half since you last came home. You contact me every 2 months on average, and each time it's for money. Stone, I really hope you don't think of me like this in the future. I'm getting older, I can't take it." Zhou Yuqin and Shen Jingyun exchanged strange smiles. Shen Shiyan awkwardly said, "Mom, please don't be angry. I've just been busy with my studies. By the way, I brought gifts for you." After saying that, Shen Shiyan opened his suitcase and took out a large box. Inside were various smaller boxes, all very exquisitely made. "Mom, this is for you, a jade bracelet and a set of top-tier cosmetics from abroad. Sister, this is for you, a platinum diamond necklace, a newly released second-generation orange phone, and a set of cosmetics suitable for young people. Little Yaya's is a small gold lock and a set of toys, and Dad's Swiss mechanical watch, worth over 10,000. Seeing the gifts Shen Shiyan brought out, Daiwan and Shen Jingyun's faces showed no signs of joy. Daiwan opened the box and took a look. Inside were 2 lush green bracelets, each worth no less than 200,000. Shen Jingyun's platinum diamond necklace had a price tag of 50,000, equivalent to over 300,000 in local currency. Daiwan put down the gifts, her expression turning serious. "Speak up, where did you get so much money?" The university Shen Shiyan attended costs around 400,000 per year, totaling 120,000 for 3 years. Daiwan worried that he wouldn't have enough money, so she sent him an extra 5,000 every month. Shen Qinggang was a deputy-level official with a high position, but his monthly salary was not high, totaling less than 10,000. The money Shen Shiyan was able to spend was largely from Daiwan's novel earnings, but the sales of physical books were declining. Daiwan's royalties from her novels were less than 30,000 a year. Given the current situation of the Shen family, they could barely support Shen Shiyan until he graduated. Now, the gifts Shen Shiyan bought for them were worth up to 1 million, nearly equivalent to 2 years of his tuition, which naturally left Daiwan and Shen Jingyun in utter disbelief. Just then, the door opened. Shen Qinggang walked in. Despite his frustrations with Shen Shiyan, sometimes wishing he could just take him out and deal with him, Shen Shiyan was still his only son, and a father's heart is connected to his child. Now, his son, who had been away for a year and a half, had finally returned, and Shen Qinggang couldn't help but go back home. "Dad." Shen Shiyan stood up, smiling brightly as he called out. Seeing Shen Shiyan's outfit, Shen Qinggang's expression immediately darkened as he said, "Shen Shiyan, did you come home to annoy me?" Shen Shiyan asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Shen Qinggang angrily replied, Go to the back room and look in the mirror. You look just like a little thug from the streets. Shen Shiyan rolled his eyes and said, Dad, this is the latest fashion from Australia. You just don't understand. Shen Chenggang replied, this is our country, not Australia. Don't bring back that messy stuff. This afternoon, dye your hair back and change into normal clothes. I can't afford to lose face. Shen Shiyan pouted and said, got it. Shen Chenggang's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Shen Shiyan, leaving him feeling completely deflated. And there was not a trace of a smile on his face. Seeing the situation was not good, Zhou Yuqin quickly stood up and said, Uncle Shen, Aunt Dai, I have something urgent at my factory, so I'll head out now. Shen Chenggang glared and said, what could be so urgent that you don't have time for a meal? Daiwan chimed in, exactly. Xiaozhou, my dishes are ready. You should eat before leaving. Zhou Yuqin rubbed his nose and said, all right then. Shen Jingyun found it amusing and leaned closer to him, whispering, you want to run already? Dream on. Zhou Yuqin rolled his eyes at her and said, I'll go check the kitchen. Shen Jingyun grabbed his arm and softly said, sit still. I'm counting on you to help mediate. Zhou Yuqin was left speechless. Daiwan opened a box and took out a watch, saying, old Shen, this is a gift from Shirtu. Shen Chenggang took the watch, examined it, and frowned, asking, how much is this watch? Shen Shiyan replied, $12,000. Shen Chenggang pressed, where did the money come from? Shen Shiyan raised an eyebrow and proudly said, I earned it from my investments. Shen Chenggang looked around at the other gifts and said, what kind of investment could earn you that much money? Also, where did your capital come from? Shen Shiyan, feeling dissatisfied, said, Dad, can you please stop interrogating me like I'm a criminal? Daiwan calmly said, Shirtu, buying over $1 million in gifts is quite shocking. I hope you can explain. Shen Shiyan replied, even if I explain, you might not understand. Shen Chenggang said in a low voice, less nonsense, just tell me. Shen Shiyan said, have you heard of Telcoin? Shen Chenggang and Daiwan exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing this term. Shen Jingyan was also confused and nudged Zhou Yuqin, saying, have you heard of it? Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, I've heard of it. Shen Chenggang asked, Xiaozhou, can you explain what Telcoin is? Zhou Yuqin replied, Telcoin is a decentralized virtual encrypted digital currency that has been around for several years. So far, its circulation has not exceeded 2 million coins. At the beginning, the price of a certain cryptocurrency was less than $1, but it seems to have risen to 3,500 now. Uncle Shen, Aunt Dai, don't worry. The trading of this cryptocurrency is legal worldwide, and there are no issues. Shen Shiyan looked at Zhou Yuqin in surprise and said, I didn't expect you to know quite a bit about this cryptocurrency. Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, I usually like to read some investment-related information in my spare time. Shen Shiyan said, Dad, Mom, 3 months ago, when the price of this cryptocurrency plummeted, I borrowed 150,000 from a classmate and bought 300 units at 500 each. Just half a month ago, I sold them for 3,200 each, making a total profit of 810,000, which is over 5 million. Chapter 171 Heavy blow. Seeing the shocked expressions on Shen Chenggang and Daiwan's faces, Shen Shiyan felt even more pleased. Shen Chenggang skeptically asked, do you have any transaction records? Of course I do. Shen Shiyan eagerly pulled out his laptop, opened an entirely English website, and found his transaction records, saying, take a look. Shen Chenggang glanced over and said irritably, are you trying to mock me and your mom for not understanding English? Jingyun Xiaozhou, come over here and take a look. Shen Jingyun replied, I'm not very knowledgeable about investment either. Yuqin, why don't you check it out? Okay. Zhou Yuqin leaned in front of the laptop and started to look carefully. Shen Shiyan glanced at him and asked, can you understand it? Zhou Yuqin ignored him, and after reviewing, he said, Uncle Shen, Aunt Dai, Shiyan is really impressive. He bought on April 12th and sold on July 2nd, making a profit of exactly 810,000. Hearing Zhou Yuqin's words, Shen Chenggang and Daiwan both breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Shiyan patted Zhou Yuqin on the shoulder and proudly said, so, what do you think? Want to join me in investing? Just give me 5 million as capital, and within 3 months, I can turn it into 8 million or even 10 million. Before Zhou Yuqin could respond, Shen Chenggang interrupted, saying, shut up. You made a little money and you're acting all proud. What's so great about that? The capital market is full of uncertainties. Do you really think you can win every time? Shen Shiyan's words made Shen Chenggang feel somewhat embarrassed. 810,000 might seem like a lot of money to others. But to Zhou Yuqin, it was hardly significant. For serious investors, they deal in billions. A mere 5 million of capital with a 300,000 profit is nothing. Shen Shiyan exaggeratedly said, 810,000, 6 million. Isn't that a small amount? Zhou Yuqin responded, Uncle Shen, Shiyan is indeed quite capable. From 500 to 3,200. That's a difference of 700. If it were an average person, they would have sold it 100 times by now. Shiyan was able to resist the huge temptation and firmly believed that the cryptocurrency would rise higher. Just that alone puts him ahead of most people in the world. This was Zhou Yuqin's sincere opinion. Shun Shiyan borrowed money to invest in the cryptocurrency, yet under such debt, he could still hold firm, not swayed by the profits gained, which showed he wasn't entirely without merit. If the roles were reversed, Zhou Yuqin admitted he couldn't reach Shun Shiyan's level. Perhaps when the price hit 800, he would have sold the cryptocurrency. Shun Shiyan was surprised and said, "I didn't expect you to praise me." Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "I'm just speaking the truth. In the finance industry, those who truly make big money are few and far between. When it drops, you're anxious for it to rise. When it rises, you're even more anxious, fearing it will suddenly drop. Human nature is fully revealed in this rise and fall. Whether investing in stocks and futures or trading in virtual currencies like cryptocurrencies, at its core, it's a major test of human nature. In this exam, you pass the test of the cryptocurrency surge, maximizing your own interests, which can be considered extremely excellent. If the total score is 100, you are at least above 95. Hearing Zhou Yuqin's praise for Shun Shiyan, Zhou Chenggang and Dai Wan seemed indifferent on the surface, but inside, they were overjoyed. Every parent hopes their son will succeed and their daughter will excel. Shun Shiyan used to be a source of trouble for the couple, causing them much headache. Now, suddenly achieving such great success, they were naturally very happy. Shun Jingyun smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, you wouldn't be deliberately saying nice things, would you?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "Ms. Shun, ask yourself, if I give you $500, faced with a stock that has surged several times, can you wait to sell it for $3,200? Shun Jingyun thought for a moment, shook her head, and said, "I could wait for it to rise to $1,000 at most. No, I might sell it at $600 or $700. So, it seems Stone is really impressive." Zhou Yuqin said, "Quite impressive indeed." Shun Shiyan remarked, "Zhou Yuqin, you seem quite familiar with the financial market. Do you invest as well?" Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, "Occasionally." Shun Shiyan became interested and asked, "Do you prefer long-term or short-term investments?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "It depends on the situation. The length doesn't matter." Shun Shiyan inquired, "So, did you buy the cryptocurrency?" Zhou Yuqin paused and said, "I did." Shun Jingyun asked in surprise, "You bought the cryptocurrency too?" Zhou Chenggang and Dai Wan looked at Zhou Yuqin in astonishment. Zhou Yuqin shrugged and said, "I researched this new virtual currency and found its prospects promising, so I invested some recently." Shun Jingyun asked, "How much is some?" Zhou Yuqin held up one finger and said, 10,000 units. "Impossible," Shun Shiyan scoffed. "There are only about 300,000 to 400,000 units circulating in the market. How could you buy 10,000? Zhou Yuqin explained, "Recently, the cryptocurrency plummeted, and everyone thought it was doomed, so they were selling off. I bought during that time." Shun Shiyan asked, "So how much have you made?" Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, "Not a penny, because I haven't sold it yet." Shun Shiyan pointed to the laptop and said, "I don't believe it. Do you dare to prove it to me?" "All right." Zhou Yuqin opened the international cryptocurrency trading platform and showed his account to Shun Shiyan. "Oh my," Shun Shiyan exclaimed, "bought for around $900. And now it's $22,000. You've made over 200 million with these 10,000 units, and you still hold on to them. Zhou Yuqin, are you crazy?" Zhou Yuqin calmly said, "If you can buy for 500,000 and sell for 3,200, why can't I wait?" Shun Shiyan replied, "The problem is everyone is saying that the cryptocurrency is going to drop." Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "I just mentioned that there are very few opportunities to make big money in this world. Now everyone is saying that Bitcoin is going to drop, which precisely indicates that it will rise in the future." Shun Shiyan's gaze towards Zhou Yuqin changed, and he asked, "So when do you plan to sell it?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "Let's talk about it when it reaches $10,000. I am looking at it from a long-term perspective, not a short-term one." At this moment, Shun Shiyan was left in shock, speechless. He had just been proud of his own achievements, but in an instant, he felt completely defeated by Zhou Yuqin. Chapter 172. Shun Shiyan let it slip. After a while, Shun Shiyan's expression changed, and he angrily said, "Since you're so wealthy, why don't you buy things for my sister? Look at her. She doesn't even have a decent piece of jewelry. Zhou Yuqin, you're being too stingy." Seeing Shun Shiyan stand up for her like this, Shun Jingyun felt very warm inside and said, "It's not that he doesn't want to buy, it's that I don't want him to. Sure too, I'm a public servant. I can't wear valuable jewelry, nor can I accept expensive gifts." Shun Shiyan asked, "Is he your boyfriend?" Shun Jingyun smiled and said, "Yes, he is my boyfriend, but he is not my husband." Shun Chenggang said, "Sure too, your sister is right. If Zhou buys her expensive things, others will say he is trying to bribe me through her. Even if we can explain it clearly, it will still cause a lot of trouble and might negatively impact both me and your sister. Just like this watch you bought, there's no way I can wear it. Just think about it. If the general public sees me, the head of the police department, wearing a watch worth 80 to 90,000, it would probably trend online immediately." Shun Shiyan's expression turned a bit unpleasant as he said, "I earned this money through my own efforts. Why shouldn't I be able to use it? This is too restrictive." Dai Wan said, Freedom without rules is not true freedom. Since you've earned money, don't spend it recklessly. Hurry up and buy a house. Property prices are rising every day. I was worried about this, but now I don't have to be. Shin Shiyan replied, I'm not buying one. I plan to use this money to start a financial investment company to develop my career. Zhou Yuqin, since you're so wealthy, why not invest a little too? I guarantee a return of no less than 20% each year. Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said, I want to invest. Shin Shiyan asked unhappily, why not? Zhou Yuqin replied, your tone is too arrogant, and you didn't study finance. How can I trust you? Shin Shiyan explained, although I studied computer science, my real interest is in financial investment. And I have achievements too. Zhou Yuqin scoffed, what achievements could a college student have? Shin Shiyan defended, since last summer. I've been working as an investment manager at a financial company in Europe, and it's been exactly a year now. I've managed $420 million, with a return rate of 31%. At this point, Shin Shiyan suddenly realized something was off and quickly stopped. Zhou Yuqin, with a half smile, said, go on. Why did you stop? Shin Shiyan angrily retorted, you're trying to pry information out of me. Zhou Yuqin looked at him deeply and said, to dare to use $150,000 to buy 300 coins of a certain cryptocurrency, enduring such price fluctuations, and still remain calm until it reached $200 before selling. Shiyan, do you think an ordinary college student could do that? Shin Chenggang slammed the table and said, you tell me the truth. What have you really been doing for the past year and a half? Shin Shiyan replied, I went out to work. Shin Chenggang became even more furious and said, which financial company would hire a student as an investment manager? Do you think I'm a fool? Shin Shiyan pursed his lips and said softly, I dropped out a year ago. Shin Chenggang thought he had misheard and asked, what did you say? Say it again. Dai Wan and Shin Jingyun also showed shocked expressions. Shin Shiyan raised his voice, I officially withdrew last summer. I couldn't learn anything at that university in Australia. Shin Chenggang's face turned red with anger, and just as he was about to explode, a burst of laughter suddenly reached his ears. You withdrew a bit late. The speaker was Zhou Yuqin. Shin Chenggang temporarily suppressed his anger and asked, Xiao Zhou, what do you mean? Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, Uncle Shun, as the saying goes. A woman fears marrying the wrong man, and a man fears entering the wrong profession. Shiyan achieving a 30 annual return on an investment of $420 million is truly a genius in finance. For such a talent to go study computer science at university is simply stifling his gift. Shin Chenggang replied, without a diploma or degree, where will he find a job? Zhou Yuqin shrugged and said, I don't have a diploma or degree either, and I've even been to prison, yet I'm doing just fine. Uncle Shun, in front of a genius, certificates are worthless. Of course, this is provided that Shiyan isn't lying. I think you could ask someone to investigate in Australia. If he's telling the truth, then whether or not he attends school is really inconsequential. In fact, Zhou Yuqin said these words mainly to prevent a conflict between Shin Chenggang and Shin Shiyan, to avoid unrest in the family. Clearly, his objective was achieved. Shin Chenggang regained his composure, pondered for a moment, then looked sharply at Shin Shiyan and said, tell me, what else are you hiding from us? You'd better come clean now. Shin Shiyan helplessly said, Dad, actually I don't just have over 5 million, but over 15 million. The extra 10 million is a bonus I earned as an investment manager. Zhou Yuqin quickly gave a thumbs up and said, impressive. Earning over 15 million in a year is equivalent to what a public servant earns in over 100 years. Shin Jingyun echoed, isn't that the truth? I work in the tax department, and I only make about 50 to 60,000 a year. To earn 15 million, I'd have to work for over 300 years without eating or drinking. Shiyan, when are you starting your investment company? I want to come work for you. Is that all you've got? Shin Chenggang sneered. Jingyun, you shouldn't be working at an investment company. You should partner with Xiao Zhou to perform a comedy act. You two are just in sync. Zhou Yuqin and Shin Jingyun exchanged glances and simultaneously closed their mouths. Daiwan asked, since you've dropped out, are you still going to Australia in the second half of the year? Shin Shiyan glanced at Shin Chenggang and shook his head. No. I'm planning to come back and start a business. Daiwan adjusted her glasses and said, if you hadn't let it slip, how long were you planning to keep this from us? Shin Shiyan replied, I wanted to tell you gradually, mainly because I was worried you wouldn't accept it. Daiwan asked, then what does your outfit mean? I don't believe that the financial company you work for would allow an investment manager to dress like that. Shin Shiyan said, I did it on purpose, mainly because I haven't figured out how to tell you the truth. Shin Jingyun asked, what about Qin Yuyu? What is your situation with her? At this point, Shin Shiyan could only speak honestly. Qin Yuyu asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend to fend off the boys who were pursuing her. I agreed because I wanted to prove that I had been attending school all along. Daiwan asked, who is Qin Yuyu? Chapter 173. Shin Shiyan's discontent. Shin Jingyun recounted the events that took place at the airport. Shin Chenggang snorted and said, you're just a typical case of wanting something beyond your reach. Shin Shiyan retorted, as long as you give me time, I can achieve what others can. Shen Jingyun sensed something was off and asked, are you planning to turn a pretense into reality? Shen Shiyan replied, yes, I've developed feelings for Qin Yuyu. At the airport, her rudeness was a strategy we agreed upon to deal with you. If you dislike her, you won't ask too many questions about school, and I'll be safe. Shen Jingyun rubbed her forehead and said, I truly admire your determination. Zhou Yuchen secretly gave Shen Shiyan a thumbs up, thinking to himself that this guy would be a waste if he didn't become a director. Shen Qinggang stood up and said, enough talk, let's eat. I have a meeting this afternoon. Daiwan said, all right, I'll go serve the dishes. Shen Jingyun added, Mom, let me help you. The following lunch was quite uncomfortable for Zhou Yuchen. Shen Qinggang said nothing, just continuously scooped rice, hardly touching the dishes. Zhou Yuchen cracked a few jokes, but failed to break the heavy atmosphere, making him feel quite awkward. Daiwan also had no trace of a smile on her face. As a teacher, she was still struggling to accept her son's decision to drop out. Fortunately, her emotions were usually stable. Otherwise, they might not have been able to eat at all today. I'm leaving. Shen Qinggang put down his chopsticks and directly left for work. Once he was gone, the atmosphere lightened a bit. Shen Jingyun cleared her throat and said, Mom, I think Shiyan's decision to drop out was well thought out. Please don't be angry. Daiwan sighed and said, I'm not angry. I just can't wrap my head around it. Give me some time to calm down. Jingyun, for the next few days, let Shiyan stay with you. Your dad held back his anger at lunch because of Xiaozhou. If he weren't here, he might explode when he comes back tonight. Shen Shiyan said, Mom, it's a new era. We can't stick to old traditional thinking. What do you mean by that? Shen Jingyun interrupted him, saying, to support your education. Your parents have been frugal, spending all their savings accumulated over decades, leaving nothing for retirement. And you? You didn't discuss it with us and just dropped out, then worked outside for a year and a half. Regardless of the era, your actions are unacceptable. You should sincerely apologize to your parents. Shen Shiyan knew that Shen Jingyun's words were meant for their mother, so he obediently said, Sister, you're right. Mom, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so willful. Daiwan said, it's no longer important to dwell on these things. What matters is the future. Shiyan, are you really prepared to start a business? Shen Shiyan nodded seriously and said, from the first day I worked at the financial company, I have been preparing to start my own business. I have now accumulated enough experience and have the ability to face all difficulties. I believe that I will definitely succeed. Daiwan said, the family can't help you. Shen Shiyan replied, I understand. Mom, I will prove to you with facts that I am not a useless person. I will make you proud of me. Despite Shen Shiyan's firm declaration, Daiwan still felt a bit worried. However, seeing Zhou Yuchen calmly sitting there eating made her feel that her worries might be unnecessary. With this future son-in-law around, even if Shen Shiyan's entrepreneurial venture fails, it doesn't seem like a big problem. Feeling Daiwan's gaze, Zhou Yuchen looked up and smiled at her. Instantly, Daiwan felt reassured. After finishing the meal, while Shen Shiyan was away, Zhou Yuchen quietly said to Daiwan, Aunt Dai, it's good that Shiyan wants to venture out. Just let him do as he wishes. If he succeeds, that's great. If he fails, I'll support him, and it won't be a big deal. Daiwan nodded and said, Xiaozhou, please pay more attention. Zhou Yuchen smiled and replied, I will. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuchen drove Shen Jingyun and Shen Shiyan to Mingda Community. At home, Shen Shiyan had a lot of complaints about Zhou Yuchen. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have let the cat out of the bag and ended up in such an embarrassing situation. When he heard Shen Jingyun say she and Xiaoya had already moved into Zhou Yuchen's place, Shen Shiyan finally couldn't hold back and asked, Zhou Yuchen, what do you think about this? Zhou Yuchen asked, what do you mean? Shen Shiyan said, stop pretending to be confused. You don't just want to play with my sister, do you? Zhou Yuchen chuckled and said, if you can get your sister to agree to marry me, I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage right now. As for the over 200 million in my account, I can take it out and give it to you directly. Shen Shiyan looked at Shen Jingyun, who said with annoyance, are you trying to sell me off? Shen Shiyan quickly shook his head and replied, how could I dare? Shen Jingyun said, our matters don't concern you. Just focus on your business. Shen Shiyan helplessly said, but I don't have money. 15 million is really too little for a financial investment company. It would be great if someone could lend me some. At this point, Shen Shiyan looked at Zhou Yuchen, who pretended not to hear and remained silent. Shen Shiyan was irritated. Shen Jingyun asked, how much do you need? Shen Shiyan replied, at least 100 million. Shen Jingyun said calmly, that means you need to borrow another 85 million. In that case, you can ask Dad. He has a lot of connections. As long as he speaks up, even 850 million can be borrowed. Shen Shiyan quickly waved his hand and said, then forget it. I don't want him to break my legs. Zhou Yuchen, who was driving, couldn't help but laugh. This future brother-in-law of his was quite humorous. Seeing that Zhou Yuchen refused to engage, Shen Shiyan couldn't take it anymore and said, Zhou Yuchen, can't you lend me a little? Zhou Yuchen said, I lent you the money, but what will I do if you lose it all? Shen Shiyan angrily replied, Do you even want to marry my sister? Zhou Yuqin responded. I do. But what does that have to do with lending you money? Mr. Shun, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You mustn't fantasize about getting something for nothing. If you want to start a business, figuring out how to secure your initial funding is the first hurdle you need to overcome. If you can't get past this first hurdle, it means you're not suited for this industry. Shen Shiyan sneered. I see now, you're just a miser. Zhou Yuqin snapped his fingers and said, correct answer, but unfortunately, there's no prize. Chapter 174. Shen Jingyun's apology. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Shen Jingyun quickly said, all right. Sure too, let's leave the borrowing issue here. I don't want to owe him anything. Shen Shiyan replied, got it. Zhou Yuqin glanced at the two siblings in the rearview mirror, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After dropping Shen Shiyan off at the Mingda community, Shen Jingyun handed him the keys and briefly discussed some matters before getting into Zhou Yuqing's car to go to work. On the way, Shen Jingyun asked, do you think Shida's startup isn't promising? Zhou Yuqing chuckled and replied, what? You don't think I'm stingy, do you? Shen Jingyun shot him a glare and said, just say it. Zhou Yuqing pondered for a moment and said, today was the first time I met Shiyan. My impression is that he has a lively personality and youthful spirit. Shen Jingyun responded, can I interpret that as his character being immature and impulsive, with a strong sense of childlike behavior? Zhou Yuqing gave a thumbs up and said, wife, you are absolutely right about having both high emotional and intellectual intelligence. You guessed exactly what I was thinking. Shen Jingyun said, can you just speak plainly? Zhou Yuqing replied, sure. If everything Shiyan said at noon is true, then he is a genius in the investment world. But genius doesn't always equate to success. Zhuge Liang from the Three Kingdoms was incredibly wise, yet he could only be a strategist. Why? Because he couldn't do what Liu Bei could do. The FLA financial company where Shiyan works ranks in the top 10 of the Australian financial industry, boasting a mature management system with impressive departments like investment management, financing, project evaluation, and risk control, all well respected in the industry. Given Shiyan's qualifications, I find it hard to believe he could become an investment manager at FLA. He might have a chance as a manager assistant. Even if we assume Shiyan is an investment manager who achieves a 30 return, that success would also be due to the contributions of various departments. Without the preliminary investigations from the project evaluation department, the funding support from the financing department, and the risk assessments from the risk control department, an investment manager wouldn't be able to do much. Shen Jingyun asked, can't you help him out? Zhou Yuqing sighed. What help can I provide? Shiyan has three main issues to address. First, he needs one or more financing channels. Second, he needs industry experts to strengthen the various departments in his company. And third, he needs a clear reward and punishment system along with a defined development path. Wife, I am just like Shiyan, a rookie who has been in the business world for less than half a year. I don't even know a single person in the investment field. I can only dabble in stocks and futures. Do you think I can help him with any of those issues? Shen Jingyun said. Then isn't starting a financial company just a dead end for him? Zhou Yuqing thought for a moment and replied, not necessarily. The stock god, Luo Li, started from a small investment company worth millions. His initial focus was on stocks and futures. It was only after making money that he began investing in other industries. Shen Jingyun rolled her eyes and said, do you really think he can compete with Luo Li? It's impossible. Zhou Yuqing chuckled. It does seem unlikely. Honey, I remember reading a book that mentioned this. A common bird needs to experience death a few times before it can become a phoenix reborn from the flames. Similarly, an investor must face the risk of bankruptcy several times in order to achieve greatness in life. For Shen Shiyan right now, what he needs most isn't a resounding success, but a deeply impactful failure. Only by experiencing failure can he truly understand the meaning of respect, and only then could he have the potential for success in the future. Shen Jingyun was silent for a long time before saying, maybe you're right. What about you, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yuqin sighed. Haven't I faced enough setbacks and challenges? If you ask Shen Shiyan to go to a detention center, I bet he wouldn't last even a week. Shen Jingyun laughed. That's true. Zhou Yuqin reassured her, don't worry. No matter what, Shen Shiyan is my future brother-in-law, and I'll make sure he has a safety net. Whether it's 15 million or 150 million, it's not a problem for me. Shen Jingyun frowned. What do you mean by future brother-in-law? That sounds awful. Zhou Yuqin replied. Shen Shiyan's words might not sound pleasant, but he did say one thing right. I'm too stingy. I haven't even bought my girlfriend any clothes or jewelry. Shen Jingyun responded, I don't want that. Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and said, then how about I get you a new car? A Porsche is quite suitable for a lady. I'll buy it and register it under my name, and you can use it for commuting. Shen Jingyun replied, that's just covering your ears while stealing a bell. Zhou Yuqin turned to her and said, honey, do you know? Sometimes, your rejection makes me feel a strong sense of defeat, as if you're preparing to leave me in the future. Shen Jingyun was taken aback. Is that so? Zhou Yuqin said, yes. You seem so distant. Even if I wanted to buy you clothes worth thousands, you'd show a genuine resistance. Honey, only strangers feel no debt to each other. but we are a couple and will be lifelong partners. I hope you can fully open your heart to me and accept me completely. Upon hearing Zhou Yuqin's words, Shen Jingyun fell silent. She realized that she had indeed been somewhat unapproachable towards him. She clearly liked him but had never expressed it actively. She wanted to be close to him but only passively accepted his affection. Even though Zhou Yuqin called her wife, she had never called him husband. Shen Jingyun didn't even know what she was afraid of. After a long while, she finally spoke up. I'm sorry. Zhou Yuqin said. You know I don't just want to hear those 3 words. Shen Jingyun replied. Weren't you going to buy me a car? Let's go now. A smile appeared on Zhou Yuqin's face. We are already on our way to the Porsche dealership. Shen Jingyun smiled back. I've already noticed. Honey, starting today, I will learn to change. When Zhou Yuqin heard the term honey, he raised an eyebrow and said, I'm looking forward to it. Shen Jingyun replied. The first thing I want to change is the car. I don't like the brand. Zhou Yuqin asked, what do you like then? Shen Jingyun said, Range Rover. Zhou Yuqin was taken aback and said, are you that fierce? Shen Jingyun proudly responded, being fierce means safety. For me, a car is just a means of transportation. Safety is the most important thing. Zhou Yuqin gave a thumbs up and said, that's quite rational. Chapter 175. Bought a new car half an hour later. The two arrived at the luxury vehicle dealership. In fact, Shen Jingyun didn't have much knowledge about cars. As long as the color and appearance were nice, she was satisfied. Therefore, she quickly chose a gray model, priced around 780,000. Compared to Zhou Yuqing's luxury vehicle, it was a quarter cheaper. The salesperson was somewhat taken aback. There were 6 different colors of the vehicle available, and he originally thought that someone as stunning as Shen Jingyun would definitely choose a red one. But to his surprise, she ended up selecting gray. Not only the salesperson, but even Zhou Yuqing didn't expect Shen Jingyun's taste to be so unique. While the paperwork was being processed, Shen Jingyun took a few laps in the test drive area to familiarize herself with the car. Once everything was settled, Shen Jingyun drove ahead while Zhou Yuqing followed, both heading straight to the kindergarten. Daddy, Mommy, why are you both here to pick me up? When Xiaoya saw Zhou Yuqing and Shen Jingyun together, her smile blossomed like a flower. Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, Isn't it nice that both Daddy and Mommy are here? Xiaoya took each of their hands and replied, Of course. It would be even better if it could be like this every day. Shen Jingyun said, Your uncle is back today. Mommy took a day off to come pick you up. By the way, Xiaoya, do you remember your uncle? Xiaoya tilted her head, thought for a long time, and shook her head, saying, I don't remember. Shen Shiyan had been away for a year and a half, and Xiaoya was not even 2 years old at that time, so it was no surprise that she couldn't remember, due to Shen Jingyun's stunning beauty. Many male parents around couldn't help but glance at her, greatly satisfying Zhou Yuqing's vanity. After leaving the school, Shen Jingyun smiled and asked, Sweetheart, this is Mommy's car, and this is Daddy's car. Which one do you want to ride in? Xiaoya's eyes widened as she looked at Shen Jingyun's vehicle and exclaimed, Mommy, you got a new car? Shen Jingyun replied, Yes, Daddy bought Mommy a new car. Xiaoya immediately said, I want to ride in Mommy's new car. Zhou Yuqing playfully pinched her little nose and said, You little rascal, you switch sides so easily? Didn't you say Daddy's car is the most comfortable? Xiaoya giggled and said, How can I know which is more comfortable without trying Mommy's car? Zhou Yuqing laughed, saying, You're clever. He lifted Xiaoya into the vehicle, and when Shen Jingyun noticed that the area was filled with parents' cars, she said, Honey, can you help me back out? I'm afraid of hitting other cars. When she first called him honey, Shen Jingyun felt a bit unaccustomed. However, after visiting the dealership and calling Zhou Yuqing honey several times, she became fully accustomed to the term. Sure, Zhou Yuqing replied as he got into the car and backed it out. After adjusting the direction, Shen Jingyun got in, and they slowly drove away. Once they arrived home, Shen Jingyun said, Honey, I need to go to the office to bring the car back. Zhou Yuqing asked, How do you plan to go? Shen Jingyun said, Just take a taxi. Zhou Yuqing smiled and replied, Did you forget about Shen Shiyan? Shen Jingyun paused and said, Look at my memory. I'll take him over and then let him drive back. We're going out for dinner this afternoon. Zhou Yuqing pouted and said, Which restaurant do you think has a chef better than me? Xiaoya immediately chimed in, Daddy's cooking is the best. What a little flatterer. Shen Jingyun smiled at Xiaoya and turned to Zhou Yuqing, saying, I'm just worried you might get tired. Zhou Yuqing replied, It's just another pair of chopsticks. It won't tire me out. Be careful on the road. Don't worry, Shen Jingyun assured, took out her phone, called Shen Shiyan, and then drove away. When she arrived at Building 8 of Mingda Community, she saw Shen Shiyan waiting downstairs. Shen Jingyun honked the horn. Sister, is this your new car? Shen Shiyan asked in surprise as he walked around the car. Shen Jingyun replied, I just bought it this afternoon. Shen Shiyan sat in the passenger seat and asked, Did Zhou Yuqing buy this for you? Shen Jingyun playfully tapped Shen Shiyan on the head and said, Even if you don't want to call him brother-in-law, at least call him Chengu. Shen Shiyan rubbed his head and said, You're not marrying him just for Xiaoya, are you? Sister, please don't be foolish. Shen Jingyun responded, Sure to. You two are meeting for the first time today. I don't understand why you have such a grudge against him. Shen Shiyan replied without hesitation. I just find him a bit unpleasant. Shen Jingyan asked, is it because he didn't lend you money? Shen Shiyan shook his head and said, it's definitely not about money. From the first time I saw him, I just found him displeasing for reasons I can't explain. Shen Jingyan smiled and said, once you get to know him better, I believe your attitude will change. Shen Shiyan asked, so you're definitely going to marry him? Shen Jingyan confirmed. I really like him. Shen Shiyan slapped his forehead and said, then that's it. Shen Jingyun said irritably, you're the one who's done for. Let me ask you, what are your plans for your investment company? Shen Shiyan replied, build up in the early stage, exert effort in the mid-stage, and then explode in the later stage. Recently, the stock market has been doing pretty well, and I invested all my money this afternoon. Shen Jingyan frowned slightly and asked, how confident are you? Did you use leverage? Shen Shiyan laughed and said, even those big players hiding behind the scenes wouldn't dare say they're confident, let alone someone like me who is just speculating. To ensure safety, I only used 3 times leverage. I predict the market will continue to rise in the short term, at least breaking 6,000 points. If Zhou Yuqin were here, he would definitely look at Shen Shiyan with newfound respect. This guy really has some skills and makes quite accurate judgments. But the question is how long this short term really is and whether the market can actually reach 6,000 points, which remains uncertain. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the tax authority, Shen Jingyan took out the keys to her old car and asked, which car are you driving? Shen Shiyan didn't think twice and said, of course it's this new car. Sister, you drive too slowly. Let me help you break it in. Thanks, but no thanks. Shen Jingyan shot him a glare and got out of the car. When she backed out the old car and was ready to leave, she realized that Shen Shiyan had already disappeared. This guy really knows how to make people worry. Thinking of Zhou Yuqin's comment about him, Shen Jingyan sighed. Chapter 176 Stubborn Shen Shiyan. When they arrived at the Lijiang Garden, Shen Jingyan found that Shen Shiyan had not yet returned, so she called him. Soon, the call connected. Sure to. Didn't I tell you to drive to Lijiang Garden and then come up for dinner? Did you get it wrong? Hey sis, I'll be there in half an hour. Where are you? On the Ring Expressway. I'm just helping to get the car warmed up. Shen Jingyan was at a loss for words. When she got home, she put down her bag and changed out of her slippers. Zhou Yuqin, busy in the kitchen, heard the commotion and came out to ask, where's your brother? Shen Jingyan helplessly replied, he's on the Ring Expressway helping me break in the car. Uffed. Zhou Yuqin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Your brother really has it tough. When he gets back, I need to have a drink with him to ease his fatigue. Shen Jingyan rolled her eyes. I'll thank your future brother-in-law for you. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yuqin laughed heartily. Shen Jingyan also chuckled. Shen Shiyan's words didn't seem very reliable. He told Shen Jingyan he would be home in half an hour, but after waiting for over an hour, Zhou Yuqin had already prepared 6 dishes and a soup by the time he returned. Wow, this house is really big. Must have cost quite a bit, right? Shen Shiyan exclaimed as he walked through the door. Shen Jingyan replied, your brother-in-law bought it more than 2 months ago for 45 million, and it seems to have appreciated to 60 million now. Xiaoyu, greet your uncle. Little Ye curiously sized up Shen Shiyan and said, hello uncle. Shen Shiyan handed over the toy he brought from abroad and smiled. Little Ye, your uncle used to carry you when you were little. Do you remember? Little Ye took the toy, shook her head, and said, I don't remember. But now I do. You are my uncle and you bought me a toy. Shen Shiyan laughed and patted her head. Our little Ye is really smart. Shen Jingyan said, hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Little Ye is already hungry. If it weren't for your first visit, we wouldn't have waited for you. Shen Shiyan awkwardly smiled. Sorry, driving was quite thrilling. I lost track of time. Shen Jingyan shot him a look. Don't you think that explanation is a bit excessive? Shen Shiyan chuckled. Seems like it might be a bit excessive. After washing his hands, Shen Shiyan sat down at the table and saw 6 dishes that looked like works of art. Sis, it's just a home-cooked meal. Is it necessary to order from a hotel? Shen Jingyan replied. Even the chefs at 5-star hotels can't make dishes like these. Your brother-in-law cooked these himself because he knew you were coming. Shen Shiyan was surprised and said, I didn't know he was a great cook. Zhou Yuqin walked out of the kitchen holding a plate with 4 bowls of Wincy tofu soup and said, thanks for the compliment. It would be even better if you changed the title from him to brother-in-law. Shen Shiyan curled his lips. Let us talk about that after you marry my sister. Zhou Yuqin smiled slightly. I'm not in a hurry. What are we drinking? Shen Shiyan said without hesitation. Of course, when I return home, I drink white liquor. Shen Jingyan was taken aback and asked, when did you learn to drink? Shen Shiyan replied, I started drinking right after graduating high school. In the past 2 years. Every time I come back for a reunion, I also drink white liquor. All right, let's see how well you can hold your liquor. Zhou Yuqing said as he returned to the kitchen and brought out 4 bottles of liquor, handing 2 to Shen Shiyan. Each person gets 2 bottles. No one should drink too much, or you might not be able to walk. Shen Shiyan felt a bit uneasy and said, Zhou Yuqing, I'm not easily scared. Let's each have 3 bottles. Zhou Yuqing opened a bottle and poured himself a drink, saying, once we finish these 2 bottles, I'll get you more. In this society, being able to drink 3 bottles is enough to handle everything in business. Let us toast. Good. Shun Shiyan, with a strong desire to win, immediately opened a bottle, poured himself a glass, and initiated the toast, saying, thanks for the delicious spread. Zhou Yuqing clinked glasses with him and replied, no need to be polite. After saying that, Zhou Yuqing downed his drink in one go. Shun Shiyan followed suit and gulped his down as well. The strong liquor hit him hard, making his face slightly flush. Zhou Yuqing secretly chuckled and said, quick, eat some dishes and taste my cooking. Shun Shiyan discreetly exhaled, picked up his chopsticks, and took a piece of braised pork rib, popping it into his mouth. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, your cooking is impressive. Little Yaya proudly said, my dad cooks the best. Uncle, do you know what this soup is called? Shun Shiyan looked at the tofu that resembled strands of hair in the soup and said, ISNT at the Wincy tofu soup from the state banquet? Little Yaya replied, correct. Uncle is amazing. Shun Shiyan said, it's your dad who is amazing. He can even make this kind of dish from a state banquet. Sister, you weren't just won over by his cooking, were you? Just as Shin Jingyun was about to respond, Zhou Yuqing interjected, it's mainly because he is handsome and has a good presence. Cooking has nothing to do with it. Shin Jingyun chuckled and said, honey, I think you should take a look in the mirror. Zhou Yuqing replied, whether I look in the mirror or not, I'm still handsome. If you don't believe me, you can ask little Yaya. Sweetheart, is your dad the most handsome dad in the world? Little Yaya nodded and said, Dad is the most handsome dad in the world and also the best cook. Ha ha ha, Zhou Yuqing said happily, my precious daughter has great taste. Shin Jingyun rolled her eyes and said with annoyance, you really have thick skin. Observing the casual interaction of the family, Shin Shiyan suddenly felt that Zhou Yuqing wasn't so annoying after all. Zhou Yuqing pointed to one of the dishes and said to Shin Shiyan, this is a classic dish from Shandong cuisine, the 9-turn fat intestines. Your sister doesn't appreciate it. No matter how I persuade her, she won't eat it. You should give it a try. Shin Shiyan loved eating pig intestines and immediately took a piece, praising, this is simply the best of the best. Sister, why aren't you eating? Shin Jingyun said with a look of disdain, just looking at fatty intestines makes me want to vomit. If you like it, then go ahead and eat more. After saying that, she placed the dish in front of Shun Shiyan. Zhou Yuqing raised his glass and chuckled, Shiyan, let's have another drink to welcome you back from your studies abroad. Shin Shiyan thanked him and clinked glasses. Seeing Zhou Yuqing down his drink in one go, Shin Shiyan felt a bit troubled. However, he had already made the toast, so he had to grit his teeth and go along with it. Shin Jingyun noticed her brother's predicament and said, sure to, drink a little less. If you get drunk, I want to be able to take care of you. Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, what's this? It's only the second glass, and you're already looking out for him? I don't see you being this protective of me. Shun Jingyun retorted, I can't be bothered with you. Chapter 177. Shun Jingyun's discontent. Shin Shiyan is a person who cares about face, and he fears being looked down upon the most. Shun Jingyun's advice only sparked his stubborn temper, and he gulped down the wine in his cup in one go. Zhou Yuqing patted his thigh and gave Shin Shiyan a thumbs up, saying, that's manly. Shin Shiyan's face turned red as he replied, of course. Under the table, Shin Jingyun pinched Zhou Yuqing's leg and shot him a fierce glare. Zhou Yuqing understood that she was worried they would drink too much, so he put away the large wine glasses and replaced them with 2 smaller cups. Shin Shiyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he didn't know was that drinking from small cups was the easiest way to get drunk. Next, Zhou Yuqing and Shin Shiyan went back and forth, drinking enthusiastically. Halfway through, a tipsy Shin Shiyan started calling Zhou Yuqing brother-in-law repeatedly. When Shin Jingyun saw that Shin Shiyan was so drunk he could barely lift his head, she told them to stop drinking, but Shin Shiyan flatly refused. He even intentionally poured a drink for himself and Zhou Yuqing in front of her, which infuriated Shin Jingyun. Not wanting to see any more, Shin Jingyun took her daughter, Xiaoya, out to play. When the mother and daughter returned, Zhou Yuqing had just finished cleaning the kitchen. Where's Shirtu? Shin Jingyun asked. Zhou Yuqing pointed to the guest room and said, he fell asleep just 10 minutes after you left. I helped him to his room and gave him a couple of glasses of water. He should be fine. Shin Jingyun asked, are you okay? Zhou Yuqing smiled and replied, I'm fine. Drinking for me is like drinking water. Having mastered his skills, Zhou Yuqing could easily control the flow of energy and blood in his body. As long as he didn't want to get drunk, the alcohol would just cleanse his stomach and be expelled through sweat or urine. Shin Jingyun said discontentedly, then why did you intentionally make him drink? Zhou Yuqing shrugged and said, how was I supposed to know your brother couldn't handle it? He bragged about drinking 3 bottles with me, but he couldn't even finish one. I was impressed. Shin Jingyun replied, anyway, it's your fault. You're responsible for taking care of him tonight. I can't deal with this big drunk. Zhou Yuqing gave an okay gesture and said, no problem. At that moment, Shin Shiyan's phone rang in his bedroom. Shin Jingyan walked in, picked up the phone, and saw Mom on the screen, immediately answering it. The mother and daughter chatted for a full half-hour before hanging up. At 10 o'clock that night, Shen Chenggang returned home. By today, the major drug trafficking case involving Zhuang Ming and Zhuang Qing had finally been resolved. After learning of Zhuang Ming's death, Zhuang Qing was utterly despondent. With the mentality that it's better to share joy than to be alone in misery, Zhuang Qing confessed everyone involved in the entire chain, totaling 184 people, including several wealthy heirs from Yunhai City and a few entertainment stars. The resolution of this significant drug trafficking case made Shin Chenggang and the Yunhai Police Department's name resonate throughout the entire system. This afternoon, Shin Chenggang received a warm reception from a senior official, and it seems almost certain that he will take a step up. During the conversation, the official specifically mentioned Zhou Yuchen, praising him highly and saying that his future is limitless, urging Shin Chenggang to keep a close eye on him and not let him go astray. What about that kid? Out playing? When Shin Chenggang returned home, he found no one in Shin Shiyan's room, so he asked Daiwan, who was reading. Daiwan put down her book and said, Shirtu is afraid you'll scold him, so he went to stay with Jingyun. Shin Chenggang snorted and said, the monk can run, but the temple can't be escaped. I'll call him. Daiwan replied. No need to call. Half an hour ago, I called Shirtu, and it was Jingyun who answered. Tonight, Xiaozhou cooked a few dishes and treated Shirtu to drinks. Now Shirtu is completely drunk. Shin Chenggang was both angry and amused, saying, this kid can't even study well, and now he can't even handle drinking. He's just useless in everything, always getting into trouble. Daiwan frowned slightly and said, Old Shun, I think we need to have a serious talk. Shin Chenggang sat down next to her and asked, about what? Daiwan replied, Shirtu is already 22 years old. He's an adult now. Adults care about their dignity and have strong self-esteem. You can't scold him like you used to. Shin Chenggang's eyes widened as he said, why should I scold him? It's because this kid is not doing things right. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he dropped out without telling anyone. Can you accept that? Daiwan said. You have to accept it even if you can't. Moreover, Shirtu is already very outstanding. In just a year and a half, he made 15 million through investments, more than you could earn in a lifetime. What more do you want from him? Shin Chenggang angrily said, speaking of this, it makes me even angrier. Just because he achieved a little success, he acts all proud and smug. Xiaozhou made 2 to 3 billion in 3 months and isn't as high profile about it. Daiwan's expression darkened as she said, Old Shun, have you lost your mind? That's your son, not your enemy. Shirtu achieved success through his own efforts. What's unreasonable about him showing off a little in front of us? Shin Chenggang was momentarily at a loss for words. Daiwan softened her tone and said, Old Shun, stop clashing with Shirtu. It will only hurt the relationship between you two and serves no purpose. You've scolded him for over 10 years, and he hasn't changed at all. As the saying goes, society is the best teacher. Let's let him experience the world. Once he faces setbacks and hardships, maybe then he will truly change. Shin Chenggang remained silent for a long time and suddenly asked, you don't have faith in Shitu's investment company, do you? Daiwan sighed and said, you people in law enforcement are always so perceptive. We don't understand the investment field, but Xiaozhou is an expert in that area. Do you know what he said to your precious daughter? Shin Chenggang asked, don't have faith? Daiwan shook her head and repeated what Shin Jingyun had conveyed from Zhou Yuchen, asking, what do you think? Shin Chenggang replied, although I'm an outsider, I can tell that what Zhou said makes a lot of sense. Since he is willing to back up Shirtu, let him do whatever he wants. Daiwan laughed and said, what's this? He's not even your son-in-law yet, and you're already giving him orders? Shin Chenggang responded, my daughter has already had a child with him. Is it too much to ask him to take care of his future brother-in-law? Daiwan said, all right, whatever you say. Shin Chenggang continued, before long, I might need to change my job. Even if I wanted to manage this rascal, I probably won't have the time. Chapter 178. Genuine shock. Daiwan was taken aback and said, fifth brother? Shin Chenggang nodded and replied, Zhao had a personal talk with me, and he specifically praised Xiaozhou, saying he is a rare, ambitious young man in our country. It made me think they might be related. Daiwan said, I heard Jingyun mention that Xiaozhou taught Zhao Tai Chi a couple of weeks ago. They must have gotten along well. Shin Chenggang remarked, how do you think Xiaozhou's father educates his children? How could he raise Xiaozhou so well? Honestly, if Shirtu had half of Xiaozhou's qualities, I would be willing to give up 10 years of my life. Daiwan rolled her eyes at him, saying, there are hardly a few people like Xiaozhou in the entire country. Having him help us look after Shirtu is much better than us doing it ourselves. Shin Chenggang agreed, that's true. At 4 in the morning, Shin Shiyan, still recovering from a night of drinking, opened his eyes and groggily sat up in bed. He turned on the light, checked the time on his phone, and got out of bed to visit the bathroom. On his way back, he noticed a faint light coming from under the door of one room. Did someone forget to turn off the light? Shin Shiyan approached and opened the door. He saw Zhou Yuchen sitting in a chair, seriously reading a book. Hearing the noise, Zhou Yuchen turned his head and smiled. You're awake? Do you want me to make you a bowl of hangover soup? No need. I'm fine now. Shen Shiyan walked over to the bookshelf, casually picked up a book on chips, flipped through a few pages, and was surprised to see many parts highlighted in red. Unable to resist, he took out more than 10 books, finding the same situation. You've read all these books? Shen Shiyan asked in astonishment. Zhou Yuchen pointed to his head, smiling. It's all in here. Shen Shiyan's expression showed disbelief as he said, I don't believe it. Zhou Yuchen replied, you can pick a few passages, and I should be able to explain them. Shen Shiyan chose a hefty book titled How Chips Are Made, flipped through a few pages, and asked Zhou Yuchen several questions. Zhou Yuchen not only answered accurately, but also pointed out an error. Not wanting to be outdone, Shen Shiyan picked several more books, and Zhou Yuchen responded fluently, even providing unique insights. Are you even human? Shen Shiyan's eyes were filled with shock. He had seen many geniuses, but none like Zhou Yuchen. Zhou Yuchen smiled and asked, Shiyan, do you have a long-term plan? Without hesitation, Shen Shiyan replied, to establish a financial investment company and within 10 years, manage funds of at least 100 billion. And my net worth should exceed 10 billion. Zhou Yuchen asked, and then? Shen Shiyan was momentarily stunned. Keep working hard and become a billionaire in my lifetime. Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, is that all? Shen Shiyan was somewhat confused and replied, that's it. What about you? Do you have a long-term plan? Zhou Yuchen said, last time I went home, my dad asked me this question. I told him I have two goals, a small one to become the richest person in the world, and a big one to leave a few lines in the future history textbooks of our country. Shen Shiyan was amused by Zhou Yuchen's words and replied, you really dare to say that? Isn't it quite funny? Zhou Yuchen pointed to the books on the shelf and said seriously, but I have been working hard towards these two goals. For me, becoming the richest person in the world is not difficult. The challenge lies in how to leave my name in the history of our country. After some research, I found that our country has always been hindered by Western tech companies in the chip sector. If I could help the country solve this problem, I might actually succeed. Shen Shiyan said, that's a pipe dream. Although I'm not familiar with the chip industry, I know that developing and manufacturing chips is incredibly difficult. It's not something a single country can achieve, let alone one company. Zhou Yuchen chuckled, filled with ambition, and said, if it were easy, I wouldn't bother. You're just a madman, Shen Shiyan scolded, turning to leave. No one knew the profound impact Zhou Yuchen's grand dream had on him at that moment. Compared to Zhou Yuchen's lofty aspirations, Shen Shiyan felt pitifully small. At that moment, Shen Jingyun was awakened by Shen Shiyan's last scolding and hurriedly put on her slippers to come out. Shen Shiyan said, we weren't arguing. Sis, does he work this hard every day? Shen Jingyun nodded and replied, yes. Your brother-in-law has two hobbies, practicing martial arts and reading. Shen Shiyan remarked. Then his world must be pretty dull. Shen Jingyun laughed and said, that's just your perspective. He's immersed in it. Shen Shiyan asked, but it's only 4 o'clock now. Isn't he tired? Shen Jingyun explained, your brother-in-law practices a magical technique called Tai Chi visualization, which allows him to enter the deepest sleep. He only needs to practice for 2 hours a day to be full of energy. Shen Shiyan's eyes lit up. Can I learn it? Shen Jingyun replied, of course. This Tai Chi visualization comes from the founder of Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng. It's very unique, and your brother-in-law learned it from a martial arts forum. The person who posted about it managed to achieve a deep state once, but never succeeded again. Your brother-in-law might be exceptionally gifted, as he can easily enter that state every time, while I can't even do it once. Tomorrow, I'll have him teach you. Shen Shiyan nodded eagerly. Okay. The conversation between the siblings naturally did not escape Zhou Yuchen's ears. He smiled slightly, said nothing, and continued reading. After reaching a master level in chip research and development skills, Zhou Yuchen chose to study software engineering. The importance of software in the internet industry is self-evident. As one of the world's top master hackers, Zhou Yuchen already had an incredibly solid foundation in software. The system rated his proficiency at 63% mastery level. Zhou Yuchen thought he would get a chance to enter a lottery, but the system gave him nothing, which left him quite frustrated. In the morning, he went downstairs to practice boxing for an hour. After finishing, he started chatting with the old man Zhao Shenghua. He heard that your future father-in-law is going to be promoted, and the announcement will be made today. Zhou Yuchen was taken aback and asked, did you help with that? Zhao Shenghua chuckled, I don't have that kind of ability. It's your father-in-law's achievements in his position as the director of the police department over the years that have given him this opportunity. Zhou Yuchen replied, there are many officials who have made achievements. I believe without the support from Director Zhao, my future father-in-law would find it difficult to get promoted as well. It's a pity that I have little influence. Otherwise, I would buy some fruit to thank Director Zhao. Chapter 179. Shen Shiyan's request. Zhao Shenghua was clearly very pleased with Zhou Yuchen's response, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes as he joked. You haven't even become her son-in-law yet, and you're already so attentive to your future father-in-law. Aren't you a bit too eager? Zhou Yuchen raised an eyebrow and proudly replied. My relationship with Jingyun is progressing rapidly, We're just one step away from getting the marriage certificate. Just wait to celebrate and give a speech at the wedding. Zhao Sheng was smirked and said, talking is useless. You need to actually get that marriage certificate. Zhou Yuqin raised a finger and declared, I'll sort this out within a year. Zhao Shengguo laughed and said, then I wish you success. Upon returning home, Zhou Yuqin felt it was necessary to contact Shen Chenggang, so he called him. After listening, Shen Chenggang asked, Xiao Zhou, what is your relationship with Zhao Lao? Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and replied, we can be considered friends across generations. I interact with Zhao Lao as a friend, and aside from asking him to be the witness for my wedding with Jing Yun, I haven't asked him for anything else. Shen Chenggang inquired, what about Zhao Zongling? He praised you a lot during our conversation yesterday afternoon. Zhou Yuqin wasn't quite sure about the nuances, so he recounted the gist of his conversation with Zhao Zongling that night for Shen Chenggang to interpret. After pondering for a moment, Shen Chenggang said, from now on, just interact with Zhao Lao however you like. Don't change your attitude because of me. There are rumors that Zhao Zongling is going to Yindu. It's normal for him to make some arrangements before leaving, but I didn't expect it to include me. Perhaps I really did benefit from you. Which brought me to Zhao Zongling's attention. Zhou Yuqin replied, Uncle Shen, please don't say that. I wouldn't dare take credit for others' achievements. If there is no capability and performance to back it up, even if you catch Zhao Zongling's eye, you still wouldn't get promoted. Shen Chenggang said, you're quite the smooth talker. Xiao Zhou, I'll leave Shida's matters in your hands from now on. Your aunt and I truly don't understand investment and entrepreneurship. Zhou Yuqin smiled and assured him, Uncle Shen, don't worry. I'll have someone look into Shiyan's work situation in Australia. If it's really as he says, then after a couple of years of experience in the business world, I believe he can become a very successful investor. It's just that these couple of years might be tough, and he may face a lot of challenges from various sides. So, when the time comes, don't feel too sorry for him. Shen Chenggang replied, Shida's biggest problem is that he has had it too easy all his life. Those who achieve great things are all people who have endured countless failures and hardships. Your words suggest you understand this well, so I feel reassured. After hanging up, Zhou Yuqin went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. A little while later, Shen Shiyan walked into the kitchen and asked, do you need help? Zhou Yuqin, while making soup dumplings, turned around in surprise, not expecting him to offer assistance. No, I'll have it done soon. You must have something to do, right? Shen Shiyan said, I want to borrow some money from you. Zhou Yuqin asked, how much do you need? Shen Shiyan replied, 50 million. Zhou Yuqin's eyes flickered. What do you want to do with it? Shen Shiyan said seriously, I have great confidence in the stock market of a certain country. Yesterday afternoon, I invested all my money, about 14 million, into a tech stock, using 3 times leverage. Zhou Yuqin placed the dumplings on the stove, turned on the heat, set it for 15 minutes, and then asked, what is your view on the stock market there? Seeing an opportunity, Shen Shiyan became energized. There is a lot of potential for short-term gains. Zhou Yuqin appreciated this internally but kept a calm expression, saying lightly, the market is booming. And even an average investor can see that this growth won't last long, it will eventually decline. The key is to identify the turning point. Shen Shiyan replied, the market can change at any moment. No one can make an accurate judgment in the present. I've set my profit target at 30%, and I'll sell as soon as I reach it. Zhou Yuqin thought to himself that this guy might actually have some talent. Let us talk business. If I invest 50 million, what returns can you guarantee me? Shen Shiyan pondered for a moment and said, within a month, 5%. I'll return you 52,500,000. Zhou Yuqin said without hesitation, that is too low. I want 30% of the profit. Shen Shiyan exclaimed, are you crazy? Keep your voice down, don't wake up the baby. Zhou Yuqin was dissatisfied with him for a moment, then closed the kitchen sliding door and said, 50 million is not a small amount. Do you have any collateral? You say you can achieve a 30% return. But what if you're wrong and lose the money? What do I do then? If you win, you'll make a fortune. If you lose, I bear the loss. There is no such good deal in the world. Shen Shiyan said, a 30% return is already a very conservative estimate. I'm absolutely confident in achieving it. Zhou Yuqin laughed. I've read many books on stocks and futures. There are plenty of investment gurus, and even they wouldn't claim absolute certainty. You're quite bold to say that. Shen Shiyan gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Yuqin, you're really greedy. Zhou Yuqin replied, let's talk. In business, there are no familial ties, let alone our current relationship. 50 million, with a 30% return. If you agree, I'll sell part of my cryptocurrency and draft a contract to transfer the money to you. Shen Shiyan silently calculated in his mind. With 3 times leverage and a 30% return, after deducting various fees, he could earn at least 30 million. Giving Zhou Yuqin 9 million would still leave him with over 21 million, which wouldn't be a bad deal. With that in mind, Shen Shiyan said, all right, I agree. Zhou Yuqin said, let us make things clear from the start. If we make money, it's good for both of us. If you end up losing, then I'm afraid you'll have to provide me with an IOU, with an interest rate of 24% per year, which just happens to meet the legal standard. Shiyan, we are like brothers. Let's be clear about the accounts. You wouldn't want to owe me anything, right? Shen Shiyan, furious yet smiling, replied, Zhou Yuchen, you really know how to calculate. How did my sister end up liking you? Zhou Yuchen shrugged and said, it's mainly about personal charm. Shen Shiyan, still fuming, said, all right, I accept your terms. Chapter 180. Signing an agreement with my brother-in-law Zhou Yuchen went out to get an alarm clock, set the time, and placed it on the stove. He said, I'll go print the agreement. You keep an eye on the fire in the kitchen. Just turn off the gas stove when the alarm goes off. Got it. Shen Shiyan replied with a gloomy face, understood. Zhou Yuchen chuckled to himself and walked into his study. After 10 minutes, he completed a loan agreement, printed 2 copies, signed his name, and stamped it with his fingerprint. He handed the pen, ink pad, and the 2 agreements to Shen Shiyan, saying, take a good look. If everything is fine, sign it. Shen Shiyan took the agreement and began to read it seriously. At that moment, Shen Jingyun walked out of the bedroom holding Xiao Yeye. Sure to, what are you looking at? Shen Jingyun asked. Without lifting his head, Shen Shiyan replied, loan agreement. Shen Jingyun was taken aback, walked in front of Shen Shiyan, glanced at the other copy of the agreement, and exclaimed, you're borrowing 50 million from your brother-in-law to speculate in stocks? Are you crazy? She was unaware that Zhou Yuchen had invested 14 billion in the stock market. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have said that to Shen Shiyan. Shen Shiyan said, sister, I'm very calm. Shen Jingyun told Xiao Yeye to wash her hands and walked into the kitchen. Honey, why do you want to lend him money? Zhou Yuchen shrugged and said, I also think the stock market will rise in the short term. Since Shiyan wants to make money from stocks, he should go for it. Shen Jingyun asked, what if he loses? Zhou Yuchen smiled and replied, then he can write an IOU and find a way to pay it back. Dear, I think it's best if you don't get involved in this. Just think, if the stock market really soars and he misses out because of you, you'll be the one to blame. This left Shen Jingyun speechless. Shen Shiyan, holding the loan agreement, questioned Zhou Yuchen, what's up with Clause 6? Zhou Yuchen said confidently, Clause 6 is the most important part of the entire agreement. If you don't agree to it, the agreement is void. Shen Jingyun tiptoed to take a look out of curiosity, revealing an expression of helpless amusement. Clause 6 simply stated, from this day forward, Party B, Shen Shiyan, must refer to Party A, Zhou Yuchen, as brother-in-law. A loan agreement had somehow turned into a humorous contract, leaving Shen Jingyun speechless. Shen Shiyan said, you're settling personal scores. Zhou Yuchen said seriously, Mr. Shen Shiyan, you need to understand one thing. If you weren't Jingyun's brother, I would never lend you money. I believe no one in this world would lend you 50 million without any collateral. Shen Shiyan angrily responded, you're going too far. Zhou Yuchen said, let's talk. Are you signing or not? Shen Shiyan was so furious he almost tore up the agreement in front of Zhou Yuchen, but reason held him back. Fine, you win. I'll sign. Shen Shiyan returned to the living room, signed his name, pressed his fingerprint, and shouted to Zhou Yuchen in the kitchen. When will you be able to give me the money? Zhou Yuchen said, send me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money to you before noon. Shen Shiyan replied, okay, I'm leaving now. Shen Jingyun added, your brother-in-law has already made breakfast. You should eat before you go. Shen Shiyan shot a fierce glance at Zhou Yuchen, who had just come out of the kitchen, and said, I'm already too mad to eat anything. With that, he took a copy of the agreement and stormed off. Zhou Yuchen placed the seaweed and egg soup on the table and chuckled, this kid has quite a temper. Shen Jingyun asked, 50 million is not a small amount. Why did you suddenly agree to give it to him? Zhou Yuchen explained, I have to admit, your brother is a decent stock market analyst. His judgments are similar to mine. As long as he sticks to his judgments and doesn't get blinded by profit, he should be able to make a profit. If he loses, it's fine. You can just help him pay off the debts. Shen Jingyun said, I'm not worth that much money. Zhou Yuchen immediately replied, wrong. In my heart, you are truly priceless. Don't say 50 million. Even if it were 500 billion or 5 trillion, I wouldn't sell. Shen Jingyun rolled her eyes and playfully said, now I understand. It turns out that Xiaoya's sweet-talking habit comes from you. Zhou Yuchen replied, first of all, sweet-talking is not a bad habit. Secondly, Xiaoya is my precious daughter. So it's only right that she takes after me. Little Xiaoya, already seated at the table, chimed in, Daddy is also my precious daddy. Can I eat my bag now? Yes. Zhou Yuchen and Shen Jingyun exchanged a glance and laughed together. After dropping Xiaoya off at school, Zhou Yuchen had the finance department of Yuechen Game Company transfer 50 million to his account. After the launch of Explosive Birds, it became the second most popular mobile game globally, only behind Fruit Hero, with total downloads surpassing 350 million, getting closer to Fruit Hero. Zhou Yuchen was the sole owner of Yuechen Game Company, and the company's funds were effectively his own. To buy stocks, Zhou Yuchen used 250 million from the game company, leaving 150 million for emergencies. The reason he told Shin Shuryin that he was selling Tuer coin to raise 50 million was mainly to let this guy know that the money wasn't just casually given, but was a significant investment. However, in reality, Zhou Yuqin had no intention of selling Tuer coin. Based on the current development trend, Tuer coin was highly likely to create a financial miracle similar to Bitcoin in the past. Unless it reached a critical point, Zhou Yuqin would only buy and not sell. In the past 2 months, the total number of Tuer coins had already reached 2.4 million, and the growth rate was much stronger than that of Bitcoin. However, Zhou Yuqin felt that Tuer coin was approaching a turning point. When Tuer coin drops, he plans to buy another 14,000 coins to maintain his holdings at 1% of the total supply. As for why he didn't buy high and sell low, it's because Zhou Yuqin was concerned that if he sold, it would be difficult to buy back later. Moreover, the market for this particular cryptocurrency is completely different from the stock and futures markets. The latter at least has some discernible patterns, while the former's fluctuations are entirely at the whim of the market manipulators. Even if an individual possesses master-level investment skills, they cannot predict the turning points in this cryptocurrency's value. In reality, this so-called virtual currency is merely a tool used by certain entities to siphon off global funds. However, the time for harvesting has not yet arrived. Once the quantity and price of this cryptocurrency increase to a certain level, reaching hundreds of billions or even over 100 million in total value, market manipulators only need to trigger a significant drop or surge at the right moment to reap substantial profits. Chapter 181. Competition. Zhou Yuqin knew very well that this thing was dangerous, but he still wanted to buy it because he had the ability to leverage the opponent's game rules to take a big bite out of it. Therefore, when it came to trading Bitcoin, he would never use leverage. Before Zhou Yuqin traveled to this world, the highest price of Bitcoin was $90,000. If the development trend of this new currency was similar, Zhou Yuqin would be able to earn hundreds of billions of dollars in the future, which was simply terrifying. Of course, that was a matter for the future. The finance department of the Yueqin Game Company was highly efficient. Within just 10 minutes, Zhou Yuqin received a text message confirming the transfer of 50 million on his way to the Kunpeng mobile battery manufacturing plant. Zhou Yuqin stopped by the bank to transfer the 50 million to Shin Shuryin. Once Shin Shuryin received the money, he immediately got busy in the stock market without saying a word. Mr. Zhou, I have a question I need to consult you about. Zhao Ku immediately approached Zhou Yuqin as soon as he entered the mobile battery laboratory. What is the problem? It's about the lithium battery cells. After listening to the difficulties faced by Zhao Ku's team, Zhou Yuqin resolved the issue cleanly in just 3 minutes. A genius idea. Zhao Ku couldn't help but admire, saying, Mr. Zhou, you are simply a genius in battery research and development. The other team members looked at Zhou Yuqin with admiration as well. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, I can't take that title. Teacher Zhao, gather all the group leaders for a meeting and let them discuss the problems they are facing. Everyone can brainstorm together. Perhaps we can solve these issues. Okay, Zhao Ku agreed and went to gather the people. In fact, Zhao Ku knew very well that the so-called brainstorming was more about Zhou Yuqin teaching everyone. Sure enough, the subsequent meeting became Zhou Yuqin's stage. No matter what problem a group leader raised, Zhou Yuqin could provide a perfect solution in the shortest time possible. In the conference room, aside from Zhou Yuqin's explanations, the only sound was the rustling of notes being taken. Finally, amidst the respectful gazes of everyone, Zhou Yuqin left the conference room and arrived at the training ground for security personnel. The security team formed by Xin Yanhai consisted of 45 members, divided into 3 teams of 15, working 24 hours followed by 24 hours off, and then training for 7 hours on the 3rd day, to ensure everyone was in top condition. This group was relatively older, mostly around 35 years old, but each had undergone military training, with more than a dozen even coming from special forces. Their skills and work attitudes certainly exceeded those of young people in their 20s in society. When Zhou Yuqin arrived at the training ground, the second team was practicing combat, and it was quite intense. Upon seeing Zhou Yuqin, Xin Yanhai immediately blew the whistle and said, All personnel, assemble. The 15 members of the second team quickly gathered together. Xin Yanhai said, Let's give a round of applause to welcome Mr. Zhou for inspecting our training. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone immediately began to applaud, leaving Zhou Yuqin speechless. You don't need to listen to Lao Xian. I'm just here to see how you train. There's no need for such enthusiasm. Xin Yanhai said, That won't do. You might not know, but our General Zhou is a true master of martial arts. 10 of me combined might not even be his match. Do you all want to see a demonstration? The crowd shouted in unison, yes. Xin Yanhai turned to Zhou Yuqin and said, General Zhou, how about you show us a thing or two? Zhou Yuqin pointed at Xin Yanhai and said with annoyance, You've already raised everyone's interest. Do I still have a choice? Xin Yanhai laughed. Thank you, General Zhou, for being willing to teach us. Ever since the comrades from the military arrived, Xin Yanhai had become much more cheerful, with a smile often on his face. Zhou Yuqin asked, how are we going to do this? Set some rules. Xi and Yanhai replied, Kong Yiming. Haven't you been bragging about your skills? You can represent the second team and spar with General Zhou. Remember to give it your all. Understood. The captain of the second team, Kong Yiming, stepped forward. He was 37 years old, had once been a special reconnaissance soldier, had a crew cut, stood at 172 meters tall, had dark skin, sharp eyes, and possessed remarkable strength. Zhou Yuqin asked, what style of martial arts do you practice, Captain Kong? Kong Yiming replied, I'm from Dongshan and learned praying mantis boxing from an elder in my village for a few years. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, no wonder your movements are quick and agile. You've practiced praying mantis boxing. Kong Yiming stepped forward with his left foot, lowered his body, and formed the stance of praying mantis boxing, saying, General Zhou, please. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, bring it on. Kill. Kong Yiming shouted, and like the wind, he charged toward Zhou Yuqin, his body slightly leaning forward. His right hand, fingers like steel pincers, struck toward Zhou Yuqin's temple, resembling a mantis catching a cicada. The air was filled with a whooshing sound, showcasing Kong Yiming's extraordinary strength. Zhou Yuqin smiled slightly, seemingly ignoring Kong Yiming's attack. He stepped forward and executed a Xingyi punch aimed at Kong Yiming's chest. Wow! Kong Yiming was shocked to discover how fast Zhou Yuqin was. Even though he had struck first, Zhou Yuqin had actually launched his attack faster. If he didn't T-switch from offense to defense, he would likely be knocked out before landing a hit on Zhou Yuqin's temple. With no other choice, Kong Yiming had to change his move. His arms swung left and right like two large iron hooks, aiming to catch Zhou Yuqin's attacking arm. As long as he could hook Zhou Yuqin's arms, he could pull them apart, and Zhou Yuqin would be done for. Unfortunately, Kong Yiming underestimated Zhou Yuqin's strength. He managed to hook Zhou Yuqin's upper arm with his left hand and the lower arm with his right, but Zhou Yuqin's arms felt like they were made of steel. He couldn't budge him even a little and felt a painful shock in his hands. Zhou Yuqin let out a low shout, and with a powerful burst of energy, he broke free from Kong Yiming's grip, delivering a punch to his chest. Kong Yiming staggered backward for more than 10 steps before sitting down on the ground. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at Zhou Yuqin. The others in Team 2 were also greatly astonished. They never expected their boss to be so formidable that even Kong Yiming was no match for him. Among the 3 security teams, apart from Team XIN, no one could rival Kong Yiming, and this time he had truly met his match. Team XIN had previously mentioned that even 10 of them wouldn't stand a chance against their boss, and I initially thought it was just to flatter him, but it turned out to be true. Could it be that Zhou Yuqin's martial arts skills have reached the legendary level of transformation? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Chapter 182. Problem solving, is everything okay? Zhou Yuqin walked up to him and extended his hand. Kong Yiming grasped Zhou Yuqin's hand and stood up, realizing he wasn't injured and knowing Zhou Yuqin had held back. He felt very grateful and said, thank you for being lenient, Mr. Zhou. May I ask what your level of skill is? Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, what do you think? Kong Yiming thought for a moment and said, your control over your strength has reached a remarkable level, and your explosive power is even more formidable than that of the instructor. I believe you must have reached the highest realm of martial arts, known as Huajin. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, 3 months ago, I coincidentally achieved Huajin. Kong Yiming exclaimed, breaking through to Huajin in your 20s is truly impressive. Xin Yanhai chimed in, Kong Yiming, are you convinced now? Kong Yiming gave Zhou Yuqin a thumbs up and said, a master of Huajin during the Republic era would have been regarded as a national martial arts master, certainly among the top 5. I fully respect Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yuqin waved his hand and said, I practice martial arts mainly for health. How are you all settling in here? Is there anything that needs improvement? Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. Zhou Yuqin chuckled and said, it seems there are indeed some issues. Lao Xian, please compile the problems the brothers are facing in their daily lives and work, and let's find a way to resolve them. Xin Yanhai said, give me half an hour, and I'll take care of it. Zhou Yuqin was pleased with this efficient working style and said, all right, I'll head back to my office. Once you have the summary ready, come find me with the 3 team leaders. Xin Yanhai replied, okay. After Zhou Yuqin left, Kong Yiming asked, instructor, can we write about the issue of vehicles? Xin Yanhai shot him a glare and said, of course. As long as the brothers feel there are issues, they can write about them without any reservations. Kong Yiming happily replied, no problem. Half an hour later, Xin Yanhai brought Kong Yiming and 2 other security team leaders into Zhou Yuqin's office. The leader of the first team, Wei Yongjun, was in his 40s, with a stout build and standing under 7 meters tall. He was muscular and had trained in hard qigong in the military, making it difficult for 5 or 6 ordinary men to approach him. The leader of the third team, Yunnan, was from northeast China, tall and strong, having spent years at Shaolin, where he honed his skills, being on par with Kong Yiming. Zhou Yuqin personally poured tea for the 4 of them, and then took the list of questions from Xin Yanhai to look over. The list contained only 6 items. with the first being a request for vehicles, including 2 vans and 2 military pickups. Since the products had not yet been developed and the fleet had not been established, Zhou Yuqin had not purchased any vehicles. The second item addressed the issue of the night canteen, as security personnel worked 24-hour shifts and often found themselves hungry at night. The third item was a request for a sports field, where they could play basketball or table tennis during their free time. After finishing, Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and said, except for the second item, the other 5 can be resolved with money. Lao Xian, please compile a list of these matters and submit it to the finance department for approval and allocation. Xian Yanhai nodded and replied, okay, thank you, General Zhou. Zhou Yuqin continued, regarding the dinner issue tonight, setting up a night canteen is not very realistic. Wei Yongjun asked, General Zhou, can we set up a small canteen? Zhou Yuqin raised an eyebrow and smiled. It seems you have already thought of a solution, so let's go with your approach. Hearing Zhou Yuqin's words, the 3 team leaders were very pleased, feeling they had come to the right place. Zhou Yuqin said, I initially thought it would take at least 3 months to develop a new type of mobile phone battery, but now it seems I was a bit conservative. With the current progress of the RD team, it should be ready in about 3 weeks. If everything goes well, in a month, at most 40 days, the factory will start trial production. I will have the HR department recruit 1,000 employees to undergo training half a month in advance. Once they come in, your security work will officially begin. Since it involves the new battery technology and fast-charging technology, the RD department will be your key protection area. No outsiders are allowed to enter without my or Professor Sun's permission. Xian Yanhai responded, no problem. I will have 2 brothers stationed at the entrance of the RD department 24 hours a day. Zhou Yuqin replied, how you do it is up to you. But I have one requirement. Ensure the absolute safety of the RD laboratory. Xian Yanhai and the 3 team leaders stood up and replied in unison, understood. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, you all get busy. I'll head to the HR department, personally escorting the 4 out of the office. Zhou Yuqin went to the HR department. After briefing them on the recruitment of employees, Zhou Yuqin called Chu Yuan, who had previously applied for a job. Hearing that Zhou Yuqin wanted him to compile a list of potential employees for the Kunping mobile phone battery manufacturing plant to submit to the HR department tomorrow, Chu Yuan's voice trembled with excitement as he continuously expressed his gratitude. For a task like recruiting workers, it was naturally unnecessary for Zhou Yuqin, the chairman, to handle it personally. After having lunch in the company canteen with a few senior executives, Zhou Yuqin left. He went to a recording studio to record the popular emotional internet song Lilac from his previous life. The arrangement for Lilac had already been completed, but Zhou Yuqin had been too busy to record it until now. Today, he finally had a moment of free time. Just like last time, with his exceptional singing skills, Zhou Yuqin completed the recording in just half an hour and directly uploaded the song to the free section of 3 major websites using the studio's computer. After finishing Lilac, Zhou Yuqin immediately drove to the kindergarten to pick up Xiao. What he didn't know was that once Lilac was uploaded, it caught the attention of countless fans. After the huge success of The Mouse Loves the Millet and 3 Butterflies, both songs surpassed 20 million downloads, topping the charts and leaving the third-place artist trailing by over 5 million. This overwhelming lead made it difficult for countless celebrities to rise to the occasion. Zhou Yuqin, who casually chose the name Wuji, became a legendary figure on the 3 major music platforms. Many singers and fans believed that Wuji would surely debut or release a paid song capitalizing on this momentum, but to everyone's surprise, he released another free song. The editors of the 3 major music websites, upon seeing Wuji's return, immediately featured his new song Lilac prominently in the free music section without any hesitation. Chapter 183. Professor Wu falls ill. When Zhou Yuqin checked the scores of Dingxiang at 10 o'clock that night, he almost thought there was something wrong with his eyes. The number of listeners reached 14.27 million, with downloads totaling 3.623 million. In just 6 short hours, over 3.6 million people had downloaded Dingxiang. Although it was free, achieving such results was already impressive. The comments section was flooded with positive reviews. After listening to Dingxiang, I was moved to tears. The lyrics may be simple, but they can evoke deep emotions. Many professional singers look down on online artists, but I believe that Wuji's songs are far better than theirs. With Mouse Loves Rice and 3 Butterflies, Wuji has already garnered a massive fan base. And it surprised me that this song was still free. I think Teacher Wu must be quite wealthy and just doing this for fun. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to offer it for free. I hope to hear more songs from Teacher Wu. After reviewing the situation with Dingxiang, Zhou Yuqin had a thought, and the system attribute bar appeared before him. Player, Zhou Yuqin Physique, 14, Normal Person 10, Spirit, 10, 9, Normal Person 10, Popularity, 3, 26 million Attribute Points, 33 Skills, National Art, Master Level 7, Hacking Skills, Master Level 2, Chip Development Technology, Master Level 1, Investment Skills, Master Level 2, Tai Chi visualization, mental skill, loyalty monitoring skill, special skill, culinary skills, proficient level 99. Singing skills, proficient level 99, items. None before uploading the song to the 3 major music websites. Zhou Yuqin specifically checked his popularity. He clearly remembered that his popularity was 242 million, and it had directly increased by 840,000. It was obvious that Ding Xiang was the cause. In other words, new songs could bring Zhou Yuqin popularity, but once a certain limit was reached, the growth rate would sharply decline. He guessed that this limit was likely 1 million. Originally, he wanted to discard the identity of Wu Ji, but it seemed that he couldn't just yet. Zhou Yuqin had at least 100 well-known online songs in his mind, which he could exchange for attribute points and then redeem good items from the system store. There were definitely other ways to increase popularity, but Zhou Yuqin hadn't thought of them yet. When 4G networks become prevalent and short video apps emerge, he could follow the path of a certain internet celebrity from his past life, becoming an influencer who promotes his own company's products. Perhaps this method could also significantly boost his popularity. Just then, Zhou Yuqin's phone rang. It was a call from Wu Liang. Hey, Lao Zhou, have you heard? Professor Wu is hospitalized. Our classmates are planning to visit him tomorrow. Are you going? Zhou Yuqin was taken aback and asked, which Professor Wu? Wu Liang replied, of course. It's Professor Wu Zhenhua. Who else could it be? Zhou Yuqin's expression changed as he asked, what happened to Professor Wu's health? Back in college, Professor Wu Zhenhua had shown him considerable favor. If it weren't for that incident, Zhou Yuqin might have already graduated with a master's degree and become a teacher at Yunhai University. The specific situation was unclear. Wu Liang, how did you find out about this? Sun Zhong mentioned it in the class group. Professor Wu is a prominent economist receiving state subsidies, and his son is a high-ranking official. Whenever he is hospitalized, many senior officials from the Yunhai city government will visit him. It's no surprise that Sun Zhong knows about this. Will everyone go? There should be at least 20 of us, right? All of us are doing well. When are you going? At 9:30 in the morning. Lao Zhou, you're not going to skip it, are you? Professor Wu treated you like his own son back then. You can't be heartless. I definitely want to see him, but I want to go with all of you. Wu Liang, after you finish visiting, send me a text to let me know which ward he is in. No problem. It makes sense. Your relationship with Professor Wu is different from that of ordinary students and teachers, so you should visit him separately. After hanging up, waves of emotion surged in Zhou Yuqin's mind. His gratitude towards Professor Wu and their deep teacher-student bond made him feel a strong connection, and he could almost see scenes from their past interactions. Are you okay, honey? Zhou Yuqin snapped back to reality and noticed Shen Jingyun had come over, looking at him with concern. She had called his name several times without receiving a response, which startled her. I'm fine, Zhou Yuqin said, shaking his head. Do you think I would believe you? Tell me, what is really going on? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuqin wrapped his arms around Shen Jingyun's slim waist and pulled her onto his lap. I really am fine. I just received a call from a college friend saying that my mentor, Professor Wu Zhenhua from Yunhai University, is ill and hospitalized, and I plan to visit him tomorrow. I was just lost in thought earlier, which is why I didn't respond. I've heard of Professor Wu during my time at Xinjiang University. He is a remarkable economist. Did he treat you well? Very well. If it weren't for being wrongfully imprisoned, I should have already been his doctoral student. No wonder you look like that. What illness does Professor Wu have? Is it serious? It's still unclear. I mainly feel a bit apprehensive about seeing him. Why? I can't quite explain it. Shen Jingyun wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuqin's neck and kissed him on the cheek, saying, Honey, you've already achieved so much. I believe Professor Wu will be very proud of your accomplishments. Zhou Yuqin nodded and replied, I hope so. They embraced for a while, until Zhou Yuqin finally reacted, prompting Shen Jingyun to blush and want to get up. Zhou Yuqin grabbed her hand, with a sorrowful expression, and said, Wife, we can't be like this. You're just passing the buck. You need to figure it out yourself. I've said it before, we can only talk about this after marriage. After saying that, Shen Jingyun broke free from Zhou Yuqin's grasp and hurried away. Zhou Yuqin looked down for a moment and said, What a mischievous one. Chapter 184. Visiting the teacher. The next day, Zhou Yuqin took Xiaoyu to kindergarten, then went to a fruit store to buy some fruits before driving to the First People's Hospital of Yunhai City. After parking in the hospital lot, Zhou Yuqin took out his phone and started looking at stock market news. Since he purchased stocks from various companies 3 days ago, the market had risen by 14, surpassing 200 points, and his holdings had reached 8.3 billion with a growth rate of 27. The key issue was that not only was he making money, but almost all investors were as well. Even those who had never traded stocks were diving into the market with cash in hand. There were even calls online for the market to align with international standards, aiming for 8,000 points. If one word could describe them, it would be madness. When others are greedy, I am fearful. When others are fearful, I am greedy. Some experienced investors were frightened by the situation and began to withdraw. However, after a few days, seeing the market still performing well, they jumped back in. Zhou Yuqin was very clear that after the madness comes chaos. The more it rises now, the more it will plummet later. Around 10 o'clock, Wu Liang finally sent a text message. Zhou Yuqin grabbed the fruits and got out of the car. Following the instructions in the text, he arrived at room 7 on the 16th floor of the inpatient department. Just as he was about to knock, a young, handsome man in his 20s walked out. Seeing Zhou Yuqin, the young man asked, "Who are you looking for? Is teacher Wu Jianhua in this room?" "I am his student." Zhou Yuqin. The young man replied helplessly, "Mr. Zhou, I appreciate your concern for my grandfather. However, he has already seen 3 groups of visitors today and is very tired." "You see?" Zhou Yuqin asked, "May I inquire about the teacher's health?" The young man explained, "My grandfather only had surgery to remove a lung nodule. Although it was detected as malignant, it was found early, so there are no risks. He just needs some time to recover." Zhou Yuqin let out a long sigh of relief, saying, "That's good to hear." At that moment, a frail, elderly voice came from inside. "Yong'an, who are you talking to?" Wu Yong'an replied, "Grandpa, one of your students is here to visit you." Wu Jianhua said, "Then why aren't you letting him in?" "I understand." Wu Yong'an acknowledged and gestured for Zhou Yuqin to enter, saying, "Please come in." "Thank you." Zhou Yuqin walked into the hospital room, placed the fruit basket down, and looked at the thin, elderly man lying in bed. His eyes couldn't help but turn red as he said, "Teacher, I'm sorry for not visiting you all these years." Beside him, Wu Yong'an looked at Zhou Yuqin in surprise, feeling that this student seemed different from the others. Wu Jianhua, not wearing his glasses and unable to see Zhou Yuqin clearly, asked, "Who are you? Your voice sounds familiar." "Yong'an, bring me my glasses." Wu Yong'an had not yet moved, but Zhou Yuqin had already walked to the bedside, carefully picking up the glasses from the cabinet and putting them on Wu Jianhua. "You are Yuqin?" Wu Jianhua recognized Zhou Yuqin almost immediately, his face filled with joy. Hearing Wu Jianhua call his name so instantly, Zhou Yuqin felt a surge of emotions, tears welling up in his eyes as he choked out, "Teacher, it's me, Yuqin. I'm back." Wu Jianhua held Zhou Yuqin's hand and said happily, "It's good that you're back. Where have you been all these years? I've asked many people, but no one had news of you." Zhou Yuqin replied, "After I got out, I was hiding in Sioux City." Wu Jianhua raised an eyebrow and asked, "Hiding in Sioux City? What do you mean?" Zhou Yuqin briefly explained his situation with Luo Hao. After listening, Wu Jianhua said angrily, "That Luo Hao is really a scoundrel. And you? Why didn't you come to find me after such things happened? Did you ever consider me your teacher?" Zhou Yuqin quickly poured him a glass of water, helped Wu Jianhua take a sip, and said, "Teacher, these gangsters have no bottom line. I was worried it might implicate you. Even my parents, I only went back to see them a while ago." Wu Jianhua sighed and said, "You've really suffered. Fortunately, the Luo father and son got what they deserved, and the girl who wronged you has also been punished. Though it's a pity that justice came a bit late. You are the most talented student I have ever taught. If I hadn't retired, I would have let you re-enter Yunhai University." Zhou Yuqin said, "Teacher, you once said that the theories in books are dead. Only by combining theory with practice can one truly master knowledge. Although I've not been at Yunhai University these years, I haven't forgotten to study. The difference is that I didn't continue to delve into macroeconomics, but focused on financial investment." Wu Jianhua nodded, saying, "I understand your choice. So what are you doing now?" Zhou Yuqin did not hide anything and explained how he made his first pot of gold through the futures market and then established Yuechen Game Company. Hearing that the games he often played on his phone, like Fruit Hero and Angry Birds, were created by Zhou Yuqin, Wu Yong'an showed a surprised expression. Wu Jianhua was very pleased and jokingly said, "I didn't expect you to be a billionaire. Should I start calling you Director Zhou?" Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "Teacher, please don't tease me. This is just a small achievement." Wu Jianhua said, "Since you chose to start a business, it shouldn't just be about setting up a game company, right? Let me quiz you. What do you think will be the most profitable industry in the future?" Zhou Yuqin answered without hesitation, "It must be real estate. In countries where there are many people and little land, and the economy has developed to a certain stage, housing prices will definitely soar, and the real estate industry will rise accordingly." Wu Jianhua frowned and asked, "Are you planning to establish a real estate company?" Zhou Yuqin said, "No, I won't go into real estate. Although this industry can make a lot of money, it lacks technical content and cannot last long. At most, it will be booming for 10 or 20 years, and once there are more houses than buyers, it will be completely finished." Wu Jianhua nodded and asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "I want to establish a financial investment company and a technology company." Wu Jianhua immediately became interested and was about to ask more when there was a knock at the door. Just as they were in the crucial moment of the conversation, Wu Yong'an frowned and got up to open the door. After a while, he brought in a beautiful woman dressed in office attire, slim and stunning. "Teacher, you scared me to death," she said, clearly very close to Wu Jianhua and speaking casually with a hint of a playful tone. Wu Jianhua chuckled. "It's just a minor surgery. I'll be discharged next Monday. Yuqin, let me introduce you. This is your junior, Jiang Wanyue, who studied with me for 2 years in graduate school. Wanyue, this is Zhou Yuqin, whom I often mention to you. Chapter 185. Checking assignments. Jiang Wanhua looked at Zhou Yuqing, smiled, and extended her hand, saying, Senior Zhou, I often heard our teacher praise you as the most outstanding student he has ever taught. It's a pleasure to finally meet you today. Zhou Yuqing lightly touched her hand before quickly pulling back and replied, The teacher is just flattering me. I'm definitely not his best student. But I might be the one with the lowest academic qualifications and the worst luck among those he has taught. Uffed. Hearing Zhou Yuqing's words, Jiang Wanhua couldn't help but laugh. Wu Jinhua also chuckled and said, Yuqing, it's truly rare to maintain such a sunny disposition despite facing great difficulties. Please, have a seat. The two sat down, one on each side. Wu Jinhua continued, Yuqing, Wanhua's father is a real estate businessman. She serves as the vice president in her family company. And I heard it's doing quite well. Zhou Yuqing thought for a moment about the top 10 real estate companies in Yunhai and said, I remember the president of Longjiang Group is Mr. Jiang Ming. Jiang Wanhua replied, He is my father. Zhou Yuqing was taken aback and said, No wonder I found your demeanor exceptional. It turns out you come from a prominent family. Longjiang Group is a large real estate company with a market value of up to 200 billion. Jiang Ming holds 42 of the shares, which places him among the wealthy in the country. Wu Jinhua laughed and said, We were just discussing the real estate industry. Wanhua, what are your thoughts? Jiang Wanhua confidently stated, It has immense potential. I have worked at Longjiang Group for a year and a half and have great confidence in the future of real estate. I believe that within 2 years, property prices will at least double in various places, and in major cities like Yunhai and Yindu. Prime locations might even see prices increase several times. The real estate sector will flourish. Wu Jinhua asked, If you were the president of Longjiang Group, where would you steer the ship? Jiang Wanhua thought for a moment and said, I would take advantage of the fact that land prices have not yet peaked, gather funds, and purchase as much land as possible nationwide, building commercial buildings and residential complexes widely. My goal would be to make Longjiang Group the largest real estate company in the country within 10 years. Zhou Yuqing looked at Jiang Wanhua in surprise. He didn't expect this seemingly gentle and delicate woman to have such grand ambitions. Wu Jinhua felt a sense of satisfaction and praised, ambitious. Yuqing, what about you? What would you do? Zhou Yuqing replied, Compared to junior sister Jiang, I might take a more conservative approach. Jiang Wanhua gazed intently at Zhou Yuqing and said, I would like to hear more. Zhou Yuqing recalled the Wanda Group from his previous life and said, The boom in the real estate industry is foreseeable. Given the population and purchasing power, it could sustain a heated market for about 10 years. If I were the president of a real estate company, I would also expand nationwide in the early and mid stages like junior sister Jiang, but in the later stages, I might focus on clearing inventory and reducing the debt ratio, striving to transform from a heavy asset company into a light asset company. In the coming decade, I plan to establish a technology company, shifting the focus to the high-tech field. Jiang Wanhua asked why. Zhou Yuqing smiled and replied, I believe the prosperity of the real estate industry is just a fleeting moment, while the tech industry has the potential to be evergreen. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Who can predict the future? Wu Jinhua glanced at Jiang Wanhua, who seemed deep in thought, then looked at Zhou Yuqing with admiration, saying, One should consider defeat before victory. It seems you have really grown over the years. Jiang Wanhua came to her senses and said, Listening to you speak is better than reading for 10 years. Senior Zhou, I will relay your words to my father when I get home. Zhou Yuqing waved his hand, saying, It's easier said than done. I'm just theorizing. Wu Jinhua said, Yuqing, you mentioned wanting to establish a financial investment company and a tech company. I'm very interested to hear about the future development directions of these two companies. Jiang Wanhua's eyes lit up, immediately paying close attention. Zhou Yuqing chuckled. Teacher, I feel like I'm back in school, being checked by you. Ha ha, Wu Jinhua laughed heartily. The laughter triggered a small injury in his lungs, causing him to cough violently. Jiang Wanhua quickly picked up a cup and offered Wu Jinhua some water. Wu Yongyan, dissatisfied, said, Grandpa, the doctor said you need to rest well for the next week and avoid emotional ups and downs. Zhou Yuqing understood that Wu Yongyan's words were directed at him, showing an embarrassed expression as he said, Teacher, we have plenty of time. Let us discuss this later. Wu Jinhua shot Wu Yongyan a glare, saying, Don't listen to him. Since we're already on this topic, if you don't clarify, I'll be anxious. Zhou Yuqing replied, The investment direction of my future investment company will focus on internet applications. Wu Jinhua's eyes flashed. Games should fall under internet applications, right? Zhou Yuqing nodded. Yes. Communication technology is developing rapidly. Within 3 years at most, the 4G communication era will arrive. Smartphones will become the primary carriers of this era. And various applications will emerge, fundamentally changing people's lifestyles. I want to invest in these software companies. Wu Jinhua's expression became serious. Then what will your tech company do? Zhou Yuqing organized his thoughts, saying, Technology changes the world. The reason for our country's backwardness in the past was because we missed the first two industrial revolutions. Fortunately, we caught the tail end of the third industrial revolution and became part of the second tier in the tech field. Jiang Wanyue curiously asked, "Who was in the first tier?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "One country stands alone at the forefront of the third industrial revolution, serving as a teacher in technology for all nations. The existing internet companies, if you look closely, are just imitating the major internet companies from that country." Wu Jinhua encouraged, "Go on." Zhou Yuqin said, "In this revolution, technology in a certain country seems to be developing rapidly, but in reality, it is built on the technological foundation of another nation. For example, smartphones. Domestically produced phones use foreign operating systems, and if they are shut down, these phones will become nothing more than useless bricks. Another example is chips. We are significantly lagging in chip research and manufacturing. I predict that the fourth industrial revolution will arrive soon, and if we cannot address these shortcomings, we will fall behind once again." The fourth industrial revolution? Wu Jinhua felt a great shock and asked, "How do you define the fourth industrial revolution?" Chapter 186 Appreciation of Jiang Wanyue. Zhou Yuqin said, "I believe the fourth industrial revolution is marked by big data, big computing power, artificial intelligence, clean energy, and biotechnology. Based on this, my company's main focus will be on chips and cloud computing." Wu Jinhua pondered for a moment and replied, "Yuqin, are you trying to fill the technological gap in our country?" Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "By next year at the latest, I will invest 10 billion to establish a technology company to develop GPUs, aiming to capture half of the market share within 3 years." As soon as he said this, the three people in the room were taken aback. Wu Jinhua asked, "Can your gaming company make that much money?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "The gaming company will bring me just over 10 billion in revenue at most. Recently, I spent nearly 20 billion to purchase a factory for developing mobile phone batteries. We have already made breakthrough progress, and in 2 months, I will be able to mass-produce the largest capacity batteries and the fastest chargers in the world. Just this project alone should bring in billions in profit each year." Wu Jinhua remarked, "At such a young age, you can earn tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Why are you still working so hard?" Zhou Yuqin said, "Teacher, you once said that money is a means, not an end. When a person is above money, they are a master. When they are below money, they are a slave. We must be masters, not slaves." Wu Jinhua chuckled, "You remember that quite well." Zhou Yuqin replied, "Such a classic saying. How could I forget? For me, earning a few billion or even tens of billions is not difficult. If I were to start a business just for money, it would be too unchallenging. What I want to do is technological research and development, fully helping our country fill the gaps in the domestic technology field, and ensuring that my name and that of my company are recorded in the history of national technological development." At this point, Zhou Yuqin paused and shyly said, "I seem to be a bit overdramatic." Wu Jinhua's eyes were filled with satisfaction as he said, "The biggest problem in our country is that there are too few passionate entrepreneurs. Everyone is solely focused on money. Yuqin, I hope you never forget what you said today." Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, "Teacher, don't worry, I will stay passionate to the end." Laughter filled the room. Jiang Wanyue looked at Zhou Yuqin with a completely different gaze than before. During their school days, Wu Jinhua often praised Zhou Yuqin. Although Jiang Wanyue, as another top student, didn't express it verbally, she felt very unconvinced deep down. Seeing Zhou Yuqin today and hearing his insights and ambitions made her feel that her level was far behind his. At that moment, there was another knock on the door. Zhou Yuqin stood up and said, "Teacher, you're quite busy here, so I'll take my leave." Jiang Wanyue also stood up and said, "Teacher, I'm leaving too." Wu Jinhua nodded and said, "Wanyue, please give my contact information to Yuqin." Jiang Wanyue replied, "Okay." The two of them walked outside and ran into a group of leaders from government departments at the entrance, with the prominent figure being Shin Qinggang, who had just been promoted and happened to be the future father-in-law of Zhou Yuqin. "What are you doing here?" Shin Qinggang stopped and asked in surprise. The people behind him all turned to look at Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin replied, "Professor Wu is my university teacher and has taken good care of me." Shin Qinggang acknowledged with an O and led everyone inside. When they got off the elevator, Zhou Yuqin received the phone numbers of Jiang Wanyue and Wu Jinhua. Zhou Yuqin also shared his contact information with Jiang Wanyue and then sent a text message to Wu Jinhua, letting him know his phone number. After exiting the elevator, Jiang Wanyue asked, "Do you know why the leaders from the government departments came to visit our teacher?" Zhou Yuqin shook his head and replied, "Not really." Jiang Wanyue explained, "Because our teacher's son, Governor Wu, is coming to Yunhai City to oversee the work of the government departments." Zhou Yuqin casually responded, "I see." Jiang Wanyue had been observing Zhou Yuqin's expression and noticed he seemed indifferent to the news. She asked, "Aren't you interested in meeting Governor Wu?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "It would be great to meet him, but if not, it's no big deal. If there's really something I need from Governor Wu, as long as it doesn't violate ethics or regulations, I believe my teacher would help." Jiang Wanyue nodded That makes sense. Senior Zhou, it's almost noon. How about I treat you to lunch? Zhou Yuqin replied, I'll treat you another day. Today, our company's third game is launching, and I need to head over. Curious. Jiang Wanyue asked, what is the name of your game company? How can it make over $1 billion? Zhou Yuqin said, Yueqing Game Company. Jiang Wanyue felt the name sounded familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. When they reached his car, Zhou Yuqin asked, Jiang Shimi, did you drive? Do you need a ride? Jiang Wanyue came back to her senses and replied, no need, my car is not far ahead. Then I'll head off first. Let us keep in touch, Zhou Yuqin said as he got into his car and started the engine. Watching the car slowly leave, Jiang Wanyue finally remembered. The mobile game she loved the most, Fruit Hero, was produced by Yueqing Game Company. Zhou Yuqin, an interesting man. A playful smile appeared on Jiang Wanyue's lips. Back at the company, Jiang Wanyue directly walked into her father Jiang Ming's office. Jiang Ming, around 50 years old, had a dignified appearance, gentle eyes, and an elegant demeanor. He looked more like a university professor than a businessman. Wanyue, how is Professor Wu's health? He asked. No major issues. Dad, I met a very interesting person today. P.S. my senior, Zhou Yuqin. Jiang Wanyue recounted Zhou Yuqin's views on the real estate industry during their conversation in the hospital room. After listening, Jiang Ming's expression became exceptionally serious. After thinking for a long time, he said, your senior is quite remarkable. We only see the booming real estate market before us. But he sees the dangers lurking within. 10 years later, when the market is saturated, if one cannot withdraw in time, anyone could end up with nowhere to go. Jiang Wanyue said, I also think what senior brother Chen said makes a lot of sense. Jiang Ming asked, Wanyue, can we invite him to work at our company? Jiang Wanyue laughed and said, Dad, he became a billionaire in just over 3 months. Next year, he plans to invest $100 billion to start a tech company. How could someone like him possibly lower himself to join our company? Jiang Ming exclaimed, made tens of billions in just over 3 months. Are you joking? Chapter 187. Zhou Qing's thoughts. Jiang Wanyue said, I don't believe it either, but it's a fact. He even boasted in front of my teacher that making tens or hundreds of billions would be easy for him. If starting a business was just about money, it would be no challenge for him. What Senior Zhou wants to do is a high-tech company to help fill the gaps in the domestic technology sector, aiming to leave a brilliant mark in the history of national technological development. At that time, I was completely taken aback. Jiang Ming sighed. This person is either a madman or a genius. By the way, how old is he this year? Jiang Wanyue replied, about the same age as me. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow and asked, does he have a girlfriend? Hearing this, Jiang Wanyue knew her father was about to meddle again and helplessly said, Dad, you're a super wealthy tycoon worth billions. Can't you be less nosy? Jiang Ming responded, because your mother has been bugging me about your boyfriend's situation. That Senior Zhou seems ambitious and capable, which is quite good. Jiang Wanyue candidly said, to be honest, I have a decent impression of Senior Zhou. However, it seems he is not very interested in me. I invited him to lunch, and without a second thought, he refused, as if I were some kind of menace. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Jiang Ming felt there was a chance and immediately perked up, saying, your senior's name is Zhou Yuqin, right? I'll look into his background. Jiang Wanyue quickly said, no, I can handle it myself. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to work. After saying that, she turned and left Jiang Ming's office. Jiang Ming immediately picked up his phone and made a call. Just half an hour later, an email appeared in his inbox. Jiang Ming opened the email, which contained a brief introduction about Zhou Yuqin. Upon seeing that he had a girlfriend and a daughter, Jiang Ming's heart sank. His daughter had finally shown some interest in a man, but it turned out he was a family man. Huh, this guy has even been in prison? Incredible. He borrowed money at high interest rates to trade in crude oil futures and successfully made over $1 billion. He bought a gaming company. And with 2 mobile casual games they developed, he struck gold globally, making a fortune. He participated in a jade auction and sold a top-quality jade for over $2 billion, then bought a smartphone battery manufacturing plant. In just over 3 months, he went from having nothing to being worth over $30 billion. Zhou Yuqin's experience is so legendary that even movies wouldn't dare to portray it like this. Jiang Ming suddenly felt a desire to meet this legendary young man. Bro, I'm on summer vacation and coming home tomorrow. Zhou Yuqin received a call from his sister, Zhou Qing, while he was finalizing game adjustments at Yueqing Gaming Company. Zhou Yuqin asked, aren't you planning to play in Yanhai for a few days? Zhou Qing replied, what is there to play? Zhou Yuqin said, work. Zhou Qing, aren't you majoring in computer science? How's your learning in game programming going? Want to come to the company for an internship for a few days? Zhou Qing confidently responded, I'm a genius girl. Making a small game is a piece of cake for me. I'll go home to spend a few days with my parents first. If I get bored, I'll come back to your company to check it out. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, do as you wish. My third game, Casual Elimination, goes live at 8 tonight. This game is different from the previous 2 casual games. I'll need to work late at the office. Why don't you call your sister-in-law and tell her to stay at my place tonight? Zhou Qing asked, brother, are you and sister-in-law taking Xiao Ye back with me tomorrow? Our parents have mentioned it many times. Zhou Yuchen replied, of course I want to go back. But it depends on your sister-in-law. So, I'm giving you a tough task. Convince your sister-in-law to come home tomorrow. Zhou Qing readily agreed. No problem. Brother, if I succeed in this, will there be a reward? Zhou Yuchen, feeling generous, said, sure. I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to your card. Buy whatever you want. Zhou Qing happily exclaimed, that's great. Brother, I love you. Just wait for my good news for that 50,000. After hanging up, Zhou Yuchen smiled slightly. He had long wanted to go home, but he had been too busy lately, dealing with factory issues and catching drug dealers, leaving him no time at all. Now that the drug dealers were caught, casual elimination was launching, and the development of the phone battery was on track, Zhou Yuchen could finally take a trip back home. In the afternoon, Shun Jingyun asked her supervisor for a leave of absence to pick up her child from kindergarten. Just as she returned home, there was a knock at the door. Shun Jingyun thought it was Shun Shiyan. When she opened the door, she saw Zhou Qing standing there with a suitcase, looking lively. Zhou Qing, are you on break? Yes, I'm going back tomorrow. Come in quickly. Zhou Qing stepped inside, and Shun Jingyun closed the door, calling out, Xiao Ye? Guess who is here? Xiao Ye peeked out from the bedroom, saw Zhou Qing, and shouted Annie, before running over with her little legs. Zhou Qing immediately picked up Xiao Ye and gave her a big kiss on her little face, asking, did you miss your Annie? Xiao Ye nodded vigorously, saying, I did. Auntie, did you miss me? Zhou Qing replied, is that even a question? I've missed our little Ye so much I could go crazy. Shun Jingyun smiled as she watched the two beauties, one big and one small, enjoy their moment together. Zhou Qing, why are you on break so late? Zhou Qing explained, our school held a national robotics competition, and I was in charge of designing the software. Shun Jingyun gave a thumbs up, saying, a top student is truly impressive. Zhou Qing sighed and added, but unfortunately, we only got second place. The first was taken by Yendu University. Jingyun, please don't tell my brother about this. Shun Jingyun was surprised and asked, you got second place. Why can't you say it? Zhou Qing pouted and said, in his mind, anything less than first place doesn't count. Shun Jingyun laughed, that's true. Zhou Qing then asked, Jingyun, do you have anything planned for tomorrow? Shun Jingyun shook her head, nothing much. Are you inviting me to go shopping? Zhou Qing cleared her throat and said, I'm here to invite you and Xiao Ye to Zhenjiang for a couple of days on behalf of my parents. Huh. Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyun visibly tensed up. Your uncle and Anne invited me to play? Zhou Qing, you're not joking, are you? Zhou Qing replied, how could I? My parents have been looking forward to you coming for ages. They've mentioned it to my brother countless times. It's just that my brother has been really busy, which is why it's taken so long. If you don't believe me, I can call my mom and let her talk to you. In fact, after confirming that Zhou Yuchen was available, Zhou Qing had already called her mother, Su Xiaowan, saying that she would invite Shun Jingyun to Luojing in their parents' name. Su Xiaowan was naturally thrilled and agreed without a second thought. Zhou Qing then employed the same strategy to ask Su Xiaowan for a favor. Su Xiaowan promised to increase her living allowance by 10,000 yuan for the next semester. Chapter 188. Game launch, of course. Shun Jingyun would not let Zhou Qing make that call and quickly intervened, asking, does your brother know about this? Zhou Qing replied, I asked him, and he said he would be free tomorrow. Jingyun, what do you think? If you feel it's too early, that's fine. There's plenty of time ahead. Shun Jingyun shot her a glance and said, Uncle and Aunt personally invited us. If I don't go, wouldn't that be too rude? Zhou Qing, let's go to the mall for dinner tonight, and then you can help me pick out some gifts for Uncle and Aunt. Zhou Qing snapped her fingers and said happily, great, leave the gifts to me. I'll let my mom know and notify my brother. Shun Jingyun took out her phone and said, I'll talk to your brother soon. The call was connected. Honey, are you available to talk right now? Hearing Shun Jingyun refer to Zhou Yuchen this way, Zhou Qing's face lit up with joy. It seemed she was not far from being able to change how she addressed him. Carrying little Ye into the bedroom, Zhou Qing shared this news with Su Xiaowan. Su Xiaowan exclaimed excitedly, that's wonderful. I'll go buy groceries first thing in the morning. Mom, don't hang up just yet. Zhou Qing said to little Ye, sweetie. Do you remember Grandma? Do you want to say something to her? Little Ye nodded, and, speaking in a soft voice into the phone, said, guess who I am? Su Xiaowan felt her heart melt and replied, of course, it's our most adorable little Ye. Little Ye giggled and said, you got it right. Grandma, I want to ride the cable car tomorrow. Su Xiaowan responded, okay. After lunch tomorrow, Grandma will take you. Little Ye's eyes squinted with joy as she said, thank you. Grandma, love you. Su Xiaowan smiled and replied, I love you too. That afternoon, Shun Shiyan temporarily served as the driver and bodyguard for the three beautiful ladies, Shun Jingyun, Zhou Qing, and little Ye. The four of them went to the mall for a meal and then entered a shopping frenzy, with Shun Shiyan naturally becoming a proud mover. Zhou Qing had a very poor impression of Shun Shiyan, finding him too frivolous and not serious at all. Fortunately, Shun Shiyan had tidied up his hair and outfit. Otherwise, Zhou Qing would have considered him an oddball. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, the game Casual Match developed by Yuechen Game Company officially launched on both PC and mobile platforms. According to Zhou Yuchen's plan, Casual Match would be free to download, with charges applied through advertisements and in-game items. The two major mobile carriers would charge a platform usage fee of $2 million and 15% of the total profit, which was still a favor considering the success of the hit games Fruit Hero and Angry Birds. Other games had already adopted this free download model, charging 20%, which was quite exorbitant. The PC version was slightly cheaper, with domestic platforms charging 10% in intermediary fees and foreign platforms charging 12%. Inside the Moonlight Game Company, Zhou Yuchen gathered with the leaders of the company, all eyes fixed on the large screen. The screen was divided into two parts, one showing the download numbers for the PC version and the other for the mobile version. As soon as Casual Elimination was launched, the download figures skyrocketed like a rocket. In the minds of the players, the games released by Moonlight Game Company were synonymous with quality. The previous two games had already proven their strength. Now that they had a free game available for download, they certainly wouldn't let it pass. 54 minutes later, the mobile downloads surpassed 10 million globally, while the PC downloads exceeded 20 million. The company erupted in cheers and applause. Zheng Tong swung his arm vigorously and said, "We did it. Lao Zhao, immediately announce our achievements to the public." "Okay," replied Zhao Liang, who took over as the publicity head and left promptly. Zhou Yuchen then asked, "No issues with game operations, right?" Hua Haiyang responded, "Everything is normal." Zhou Yuchen nodded and tempered everyone's excitement, saying, "Although we broke the record for the fastest downloads to 10 million, it's not time to celebrate yet. The reasons for our success are twofold. First, the reputation of Moonlight Game Company, and second, we provided free downloads. Now that download numbers are solid, the next crucial metric is player feedback. Feedback affects the number of active players, and the number of active players relates to how many are willing to spend money on in-game items, which is our most critical indicator." Upon hearing this, Hua Haiyang immediately tapped a few keys and entered the largest gaming forum in the region. Noticing that 2 of the top 10 posts were about Casual Elimination, he imported them onto the big screen. Opening the first post, he found it had already accumulated over 10,000 replies, all discussing and reviewing Casual Elimination. "I just played Casual Elimination for half an hour, and it's so fun. I really want to see what kind of creative minds came up with such an interesting concept at Moonlight Game Company. I'm a girl, and I absolutely love this game. Moonlight Game Company is amazing. They developed another classic game. Wow, even my idol Yang Lei has pinned Casual Elimination in her microblog. Unlike in the past, this world had never seen such a puzzle game, and Casual Elimination was pioneering a new trend. The vast majority of players gave this game high praise, though a small number expressed negative reviews, claiming that Casual Elimination wasn't stimulating at all. Zhou Yuchen paid no mind to these differing opinions. He was very clear that a perfect game would never exist in this world. Even in the past, while Honor of Kings was immensely popular, there were still many players who had no interest in it whatsoever. Seeing that Yang Lei had helped promote the game Leisure Puzzle without notifying him, Zhou Yuchen immediately called her to express his gratitude. Yang Lei replied, "You're welcome, I owe you this." Zhou Yuchen asked, "Have you really played this game?" Yang Lei said, "Of course. I definitely played it before making any comments. To be honest, this game is really good and quite suitable for us girls." Zhou Yuchen laughed and said, "If even a big star like you enjoys this game, I believe those players will like it too." Chapter 189. The daughter-in-law visits. It is uncertain whether it was due to the recognition from the superstar, but the downloads for the game Casual Match had significantly increased in the country. By 11 o'clock at night, the total downloads had already surpassed 80 million. Seeing this, Zhou Tong immediately had someone prepare a press release for when the total downloads exceeded 100 million. With 5 minutes left until midnight, Casual Match successfully broke the 100 million download mark, causing a strong ripple in the gaming industry. When Zhou Yuchen returned home, it was already 3 in the morning. After the downloads for Casual Match surpassed 100 million, he sent someone out to buy skewers and beer to celebrate with his colleagues. The revenue from the game items would only be known after 24 hours, regardless of what the final revenue would be. Having over 100 million downloads had already proven that Casual Match was a successful game. "Honey, how's your game's performance?" Shen Jingyun, wearing her favorite pink pajamas, came out from the bedroom. Zhou Yuchen's eyesight was more acute than that of an average person, allowing him to see clearly objects 10 meters away even in complete darkness. Shen Jingyun's incredibly alluring figure almost made him lose his composure. "The performance is good. Total downloads have reached 110 million. Zhou Yuchen said as he wrapped his arms around Shen Jingyun's slender waist, whispering in her ear. Shen Jingyun exclaimed, "Over 110 million already after just one night? That's incredible." Zhou Yuchen replied, "We're offering a free download with paid in-game items. We still don't know how many of those over 100 million players are willing to spend money on the game." Shen Jingyun said, "That's already impressive." Zhou Yuchen teased, Wife, you weren't waiting up for me, were you? Sensing Zhou Yuqing's teasing tone, Shen Jingyun's face flushed slightly. She broke free from his embrace and took a step back, saying, I certainly don't have the leisure to wait for you. Hurry and freshen up, then get some rest. Zhou Yuqing leaned in and kissed her beautiful face, smiling. You should go rest too. If you have dark circles tomorrow, how will you face the future in-laws? Shut up. Shen Jingyun lightly tapped Zhou Yuqing and turned back to the bedroom. After freshening up, Zhou Yuqing sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing Tai Chi visualization. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Zhou Yuqing drove his Maybach, carrying Shen Jingyun, Zhou Qing, and Xiao Yeye straight to Luoxian. Along the way, the three women sang and danced, creating a lively atmosphere. Over an hour later, Zhou Yuqing's car entered the underground parking lot of Gueha Community. Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiaowan had been waiting nearby. Upon seeing Zhou Yuqing's car arrive, Zhou Qingjian waved from a distance. After parking the car, Shen Jingyun was the first to get out, smiling as she introduced herself. Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Shen Jingyun. Su Xiaowan stared at Shen Jingyun's stunningly beautiful face. Momentarily taken aback, she had seen Shen Jingyun's photos before and thought she was breathtaking, but seeing her in person, she realized Shen Jingyun was even more beautiful than in the pictures. Zhou Qingjian nudged Su Xiaowan and said, Are you daydreaming? She's talking to you. Su Xiaowan then came to her senses, grabbed Shen Jingyun's hand, and said, Oh my, you are simply a fairy descended to earth. How much good did Xiaoqian do in his past life to earn your favor? Hearing Su Xiaowan's unabashed praise, a blush crept onto Shen Jingyun's face as she replied, Aunt, please don't flatter me anymore. I'm getting shy. Su Xiaowan laughed and said, I'm just speaking the truth. Zhou Yuqing, feeling dissatisfied, chimed in, Mom. You don't need to exaggerate one and downplay another. I think I'm pretty good too. Su Xiaowan rolled her eyes and said, People who have a good self-assessment usually aren't that great. I think so too. Zhou Qing echoed as he carried Xiao Yeye out of the car. Hello, grandparents. Xiao Yeye sweetly called out to Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiaowan. Today, Shen Jingyun had tied 6 little braids on her head, making the already adorable little girl even cuter. Ha ha ha. Our little princess is here. Come let grandpa hold you, Zhou Qingjian said, extending his arms to embrace Xiao Yeye. Su Xiaowan said, Old Zhou, let me hold Xiao Yeye. You help Xiaoqian with the things. Zhou Qingjian frowned and replied, That's not fair. I haven't had enough time to hold her yet. Su Xiaowan said with annoyance. So you want Jingyun to go get the things instead? That's definitely not okay. Zhou Qingjian showed a helpless expression and reluctantly handed Xiao Yeye over to Su Xiaowan. Su Xiaowan immediately brightened up and said, Sweetheart, Grandma missed you so much. Come on, let's go home with Mommy. Okay, Xiao Yeye replied, wrapping her arms around Su Xiaowan's neck and said, Grandma, you must not forget to take me on the cable car. Su Xiaowan smiled and said, I won't forget. Seeing how much the elderly couple adored Xiao Yeye, a smile appeared on Shen Jingyun's lips. Once everyone went upstairs, Zhou Qing mentioned the gifts Shen Jingyun had brought, besides cigarettes, alcohol, and health products. Shen Jingyun also bought Su Xiaowan a gold bracelet and Zhou Qingjian a set of valuable tea utensils. Su Xiaowan held Shen Jingyun's hand and said, Jingyun, your coming here is the best gift for us. You didn't have to buy so many things. Just as Shen Jingyun was about to speak, Zhou Yuqing interjected, Mom, please don't be polite. Jingyun is your future daughter-in-law, and it's her first visit. It would be inappropriate if she came empty-handed. Really? Seeing Shen Jingyun's shy blushing without any objections, Su Xiaowan's face lit up with joy, saying, That's wonderful. We must accept the gifts from our daughter-in-law. Zhou Qingjian's face was beaming with joy as he said, Jingyun, if this brat ever does something to let you down, you must tell me, and I will break his legs. Shen Jingyun quickly replied, Uncle, Yuchen has always been very good to me and Xiaoya. He is also very outstanding. Many times. I feel that I am not worthy of him. Not worthy of him. Su Xiaowan showed a look of disdain and said, Jingyun, you shouldn't flatter him. Although this is our first meeting, I can guess that there must be countless suitors for you. For you to choose this brat from so many excellent young men is definitely something he has accumulated over several lifetimes. Chapter 190. The inheritance of the daughter-in-law. With Shen Jingyun's extraordinary beauty and family background, finding a man from a prominent family would be a piece of cake. However, she chose her own family's son, which clearly indicates that Shen Jingyun is not a woman who is infatuated with power or wealth. It also demonstrates that the Shen family is an extremely open-minded family, prioritizing their daughter's happiness above all else. Zhou Yuqing stood up and said, I think the kitchen suits me better. Su Xiaowan replied, I've prepared the meat and vegetables for you in the kitchen. You go ahead and cook. Jingyun and I will have a good chat for a while. Hearing this, Zhou Yuqing couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless, saying, You really are my dear mother. Thank you. Su Xiaowan waved her hand and said, Those who are capable should take on more work. Seeing Zhou Yuqing's a face of distress, Shen Jingyun couldn't help but laugh. During the subsequent conversation, Su Xiaowan quickly discovered that Shun Jingyun was a girl who was both beautiful and intelligent, with a gentle demeanor and appropriate speech, lacking any of the arrogance typical of a privileged young lady, which made Su Xiaowan like her even more. Zhou Qingjian was playing with little Ye while listening attentively to the conversation between the two women. He had been worried that the gap between the Zhou and Shun families was too great and that his son would suffer after marriage, but now he felt completely reassured. Having worked in government for his entire life, Zhou Qingjian may not have held a high position, but he had developed keen insight and could easily perceive a person's character from their words and actions. A girl like Shin Jingyun would have been considered a proper young lady in ancient times. His superior was right. Being favored by such a girl was truly a blessing that his son had earned over several lifetimes. Zhou Qingjian asked Zhou Qing to play with little Ye for a while and quietly entered the kitchen, softly saying to Zhou Yuchen, "You have good taste. Jingyun is definitely a rare good girl in today's society. You must not let her slip away." Zhou Yuchen replied, "Dad, don't worry. We moved in together half a month ago. Once my business is successful, I will propose to Jingyun." Zhou Qingjian said, "Then I need to make it clear to you in advance. You absolutely cannot be a son-in-law who moves in. Any children you and Jingyun have must carry the Zhou surname." Zhou Yuchen nodded, saying, "That's a must. My future father-in-law hasn't considered a son-in-law who moves in. He has a son." Zhou Qingjian said, "That's good." At noon, everyone gathered around the table for a meal. Zhou Yuchen's cooking skills were naturally impressive. With a table full of dishes that were delicious in color, aroma, and taste, there was hardly anything left after the meal. After eating, little Ye insisted on going for a cable car ride. Zhou Yuchen said, "Sweetheart, let's wait a bit before we go." Little Ye asked why. Zhou Yuchen replied, "The sun outside is too harsh. It will tan our little princess's fair skin." Little Ye was startled and quickly said, "Then let's go a little later." Zhou Qing asked, "Little Ye, can you draw?" Little Ye shook her head and said no. Zhou Qing smiled and said, "Annie has brushes and a drawing board. Let's go. Annie will teach you how to draw a little white rabbit." Xiaoya's eyes lit up as she said, "Okay, I want to draw a little white rabbit." Zhou Qing took Xiaoya to her bedroom, and Zhou Qingjian chuckled, "I didn't expect this girl to be quite good at entertaining children." Shin Jingyan commented, "Zhou Qing is a smart girl. My parents have only met her once, and they praised her endlessly." Su Xiaowan added, "This girl is quite crazy and very stubborn. Just like Xiaocheng, once she sets her mind on someone or something, nothing can change it." If Xiaocheng hadn't been so fixated on that. Xiaowan. Zhou Qingjian noticed his wife had lost her train of thought and brought up Su Xiaoya in front of Shin Jingyun, so he quickly interrupted her. Su Xiaowan realized she had misspoken and awkwardly said, "Look at my mouth. I really speak without thinking, rambling nonsense." Shin Jingyun replied, "Auntie, I know about Yuqing and Su Xiaoya. My parents know too. There's nothing to hide. If there's blame, it can only be on Yuqing for liking the wrong person. I can't change the past, but I can ensure he doesn't make the same mistake again." Su Xiaowan felt deeply moved and held Shin Jingyun's hand, saying, "Good child. With your words, I can rest assured. By the way, I have a gift for you." After saying that, Su Xiaowan got up and went to her bedroom, then returned with a small square wooden box. Zhou Yuqing asked in surprise, "Mom, this can't be an antique, can it?" "It really is an antique." Su Xiaowan opened the wooden box to reveal a jade bracelet. Judging by its quality, it should be worth no less than 300,000 now. Zhou Yuqing said, "Mom, please don't say this is a gift from Grandma to you, her daughter-in-law." Su Xiaowan said proudly, "You're right. This is what your grandmother gave to me before she passed. Your aunt and second aunt don't know about this." Zhou Yuqing frowned. "Doesn't Grandpa know?" Su Xiaowan replied, "He must know." Zhou Yuqing said, "This bracelet is worth over 300,000. Once Grandpa tells your aunt and second aunt's family, given their character, they will definitely come to ask you for it." Su Xiaowan said, "Your grandmother thought about this long ago, so she quietly went to get it notarized. Among the 3 daughters-in-law, your grandmother specifically gave this symbol of the Zhou family's daughter-in-law to me. This is the greatest recognition for me." Zhou Yuqing said, "You've worked hard taking care of Grandma for 5 years, while my 2 aunts haven't even shown their faces all year. Who is deserving and who isn't is clear at a glance." Although Grandma was old, she wasn't confused. The fact that she thought to get it notarized to avoid future troubles shows her wisdom. Zhou Qingjian asked, "Xiaocheng, do you still remember Grandma?" Zhou Yuqing nodded, "Of course. I will never forget what Grandma looked like." Zhou Qingjian hesitated for a moment. "Next Saturday is your grandfather's birthday, you." "Dad." Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, "I have 2 companies now, and I'm really busy. Even coming back today was a squeezed-out time, so please don't make it difficult for me." Zhou Qingjian's expression was somewhat gloomy as he pursed his lips and said, "All right." Shin Jingyun, being exceptionally bright, sensed that there seemed to be an issue, particularly regarding Zhou Yuchan's extreme dissatisfaction with his grandfather, to the extent that he didn't attend his birthday celebration. Zhou Qingjian wasn't angry, just a bit sad, which indicated that the old gentleman likely did something to let Zhou Yuchan down. Otherwise, Zhou Qingjian would definitely not have this attitude. Su Xiaowan shot a fierce glare at Zhou Qingjian and said to Shun Jingyun, Jingyun, this jade bracelet may not be particularly valuable, but it represents a tradition for the daughters-in-law of the Zhou family. If you are willing to be with Xiaochan, please accept it. Shun Jingyun did not refuse and took the box without hesitation, saying, thank you, auntie. This attitude undoubtedly indicated that Shun Jingyun was willing to become a member of the Zhou family, which made Su Xiaowan's eyes turn red with joy, and she kept saying, good, good, good. Zhou Qingjian also felt a sense of relief. Shun Jingyun looked at Zhou Yuchan and found that he was also looking at her. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with tenderness. Chapter 191. The past of the Zhou family at 3 in the afternoon. Zhou Yuqin and Zhou Qingjian each drove a car straight to Tianyang Mountain in the suburbs. Perhaps due to the scorching weather, there weren't many visitors. Finally, with the company of Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiaowan, Xiaoye got to ride the cable car she had been longing for. Zhou Qing said, Sister Jingyun, aren't you going to try the cable car? Shun Jingyun shook her head and replied, I have a bit of a fear of heights. Zhou Qing pointed to a nearby cold drink shop and said, then let's go there for some refreshments and take a break. Shun Jingyun said, Zhou Qing, you go have fun, you don't need to worry about me. Zhou Qing laughed and said, I've ridden this cable car countless times, it's not that interesting. Let's go. Shun Jingyun glanced at Zhou Yuqin, who was still on the phone in the car, and asked, should we let your brother know? Zhou Qing replied, no need. It seems like he's discussing some scientific experiment, and who knows when it will end. He'll come find us once he's done. Shun Jingyun nodded and followed Zhou Qing to the cold drink shop. They each ordered a drink and found a seat by the window. Remembering the incident when Zhou Yuqin refused to celebrate his grandfather's birthday, Shun Jingyun couldn't help but ask, Zhou Qing, is there some misunderstanding between your brother and your grandfather? As soon as the question was raised, Zhou Qing's expression shifted from sunny to cloudy. She said, Sister Jingyun, is my dad asking you to celebrate that old man's birthday? That old man. Hearing this term, Shun Jingyun immediately understood Zhou Qing's attitude and quickly said, it was just that your uncle mentioned that next Saturday is the old man's birthday, and then your brother shut him down. I was just curious. That's why I wanted to ask. Zhou Qing said, my dad is confused. Not to mention my brother, I wouldn't go either. Shun Jingyun asked, why not? Zhou Qing scoffed. 5 years ago, that old man removed my brother's name from the Zhou family genealogy. Naturally, my brother wouldn't celebrate his birthday. I'm on my brother's side, so I definitely won't go. Shun Jingyun's heart stirred. 5 years ago, when your brother was imprisoned? Zhou Qing replied, to be precise, it was during the sentencing. Even the police and the judge knew my brother was wronged, but unfortunately, without evidence, they had to convict him. I was present that day. And do you know what that old man did after the verdict was announced? He stood up in front of everyone and declared that the Zhou family had no descendants like my brother, and he had no grandson like him, erasing my brother's name from the genealogy. Sister Jingyun, do you know? During the period from when my brother got into trouble to the sentencing, even my grandpa from the Northeast and my 2 uncles came, providing both financial and physical support. But from the Zhou family, which is less than 200 kilometers away. Aside from my little aunt, no one came. That trial was the first time they showed up, yet it dealt a heavy blow to my brother, pushing him into the abyss. As she spoke, Zhou Qing's eyes reddened. My brother has always been a strong person. Even when he was sentenced, he didn't shed a single tear. But in this world, the deepest wounds are never inflicted by enemies, but by one's own flesh and blood. After that old man made the announcement, it was the first time I saw my brother cry, his eyes filled with desolation, despair, and disbelief. From that day on, my grandfather's family and the Zhou family completely severed ties, living the rest of their lives without any interaction. My mother fell ill and spent a week in the hospital. My father also fell into a long period of despair, losing a full 30 pounds in a month. During that time, if it weren't for my uncle and aunt busying themselves, I don't know if I could have made it through. Jingyun Jia, tell me, what is the point of having such relatives? After listening to Zhou Qing's story, Shun Jingyun felt a storm brewing inside her, unable to calm down for a long time. 5 years ago, Zhou Yuqing was only 20, having just transformed from a promising student at a prestigious university to a prisoner serving a year. And before he could even be incarcerated, he was betrayed by his own blood. Shun Jingyun couldn't imagine the sorrow Zhou Yuqing must have felt at that moment. If it were her, she would have probably completely broken down. Shun Jingyun took a deep breath to steady her emotions and asked in confusion. There's one thing I can't understand. Why did they do this? Zhou Qing shrugged and replied, we still don't understand, and honestly, we don't want to. Aside from my aunt's family, my mother, my brother, and I will have no further ties with the Zhou family. My dad has no choice, after all. He is that old man as son and needs to fulfill his filial duty. Every month, my dad transfers 1,000 yuan to his bank account and goes back for holidays. Heh, Jingyun Jia. Do you believe that if they knew my brother had come out and become a super rich person, they might even consider putting his name back in the family genealogy? Just then, Zhou Yuqing's voice reached their ears. What nonsense genealogy. Whoever wants to join can join, I don't care. Shen Jingyun and Zhou Qing turned to see Zhou Yuqing approaching with a glass of watermelon juice. After sitting down, Zhou Yuqing said to Zhou Qing with irritation, "Why are you discussing this nonsense with your Jingyunjia? Talk about something else." Shen Jingyun replied, "It was my initiative to ask. It has nothing to do with Zhou Qing." Zhou Qing added, "Anyway, Jingyunjia will find out sooner or later. It makes no difference whether I say it now or later." Zhou Yuqing said, "From now on, don't mention that old man to Dad. And don't mock or ridicule the Zhou family in front of him. Just treat them like strangers. Otherwise, Dad will be very uncomfortable being caught in the middle." Zhou Qing nodded, "I understand. Brother, what if the Zhou family comes looking for you in the future?" Zhou Yuqing replied, "It depends on who it is. If it's my aunt and uncle, I'll certainly help them with money or effort. As for the others, out of respect for Dad, I won't clash with them. I'll politely ask them to leave." Zhou Qing gave a thumbs up, very rational. Zhou Yuqing sighed and said, "Not everything can go as one wishes. I just hope to have a clear conscience. Sorry for making you witness this, my dear." Shen Jingyan said, "I don't find it funny, just a bit painful. How did you get through that time?" Zhou Yuqing, who possessed all the emotions and memories of his former self, felt deeply about that period and replied, "Not long after I got in, that bastard Luo Hao sent someone to deal with me. At that time, all I could think about was how to survive. I didn't have time to wallow in self-pity. Now, I only care about the people I love and who love me. Others are not in my consideration." Zhou Qing said, "I heard that old man is not in good health. Brother, if he passes away, will you go?" Zhou Yuqing lifted his eyelids and replied, "Aren't you done yet?" Zhou Qing stuck out her tongue and quickly closed her mouth. Chapter 192. Terrifying Gain. Xiao Ye took the cable car back and forth 6 times before reluctantly coming down. In the evening, the family went to a nice farmhouse restaurant and ordered several authentic country dishes to enjoy. Zhou Yuqing asked, "Mom, aren't you on summer vacation? How about going to Yanhai for a while?" Shen Jingyan chimed in, "Yes, Auntie, since you have nothing to do at home, I can take you around Yanhai." Su Xiaowan shook her head and said, "Forget it, I don't want to be a burden to you." Zhou Yuqing laughed, "Mom, do you think it's inconvenient to stay with us? It's fine, I can just buy another apartment in Lijiang Garden. The owner's name will be Zhou Qing. It's a gift from me as her brother. Whenever you miss Xiao Ye, Dad can take you over anytime." Su Xiaowan exclaimed, "Are you crazy? The houses in Lijiang Garden are extremely expensive. Even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like this." Zhou Yuqing replied, "How do you know the future housing prices in Yanhai won't be even higher? Besides, I'm buying it for Zhou Qing. As long as she agrees. Your opinion doesn't matter." Without thinking, Zhou Qing said, "I agree. Brother, you have to take me when you buy the house. I want to pick the best one." Su Xiaowan widened her eyes and said, "You aren't being polite at all." Zhou Qing confidently responded, "Why should I be polite when my own brother is buying me a house? It would be great if you could also get me a car." Zhou Yuqing asked, "When did you learn to drive?" Zhou Qing giggled, "Brother, if you buy me a car, I'll start learning tomorrow." Zhou Yuqing said, "Then go ahead and learn." Zhou Qing happily shouted, "Long live my brother." Su Xiaowan remarked, "You two really have grown wings." Zhou Yuqing said, "Mom, Zhou Qing will definitely stay in Yunhai after graduation. I'm worried about her renting a place alone. Living in the same community, if anything happens, I can look after her." Su Xiaowan responded, "But is it necessary to buy such a nice house?" Zhou Yuqing said, "As a billionaire, I can't just buy my sister a rundown apartment worth only 200,000 or 300,000. I'd be laughed at." Zhou Qing added, "Exactly. Brother, you don't need to buy me a 300 square meter flat. 200 square meters is enough." Zhou Yuqing chuckled, "Are you not afraid of living alone in a 300 square meter house?" Zhou Qing, "What if it's haunted at night?" Hearing Zhou Yuqing's words, Su Xiaowan, Zhou Qingjian, Shen Jingyun, and even Zhou Qing herself couldn't help but laugh. After finishing the meal, Zhou Yuqing took Shen Jingyun and Xiao Ye back to Yunhai. On the way, Zheng Tong's call came in. Looking at the time, it was 8:15 in the evening. Zhou Yuqing guessed that the results of Leisure Puzzle were out. "Hey, old Zheng, how is it going?" "Zhou, the game Leisure Elimination has been a success, with total sales reaching $8.22 million summer dollars, and the company's revenue on the first day nearly hit 7 million. As the number of downloads increases, profits will definitely continue to grow. What is the feedback like?" "It's overwhelmingly positive. The largest gaming review site in Europe gave Leisure Elimination an impressive score of 9.7, and the domestic response is even better. Zhou, you had the foresight to adopt a free download with in-app purchases model. Now, Leisure Elimination will become our company's first continuously profitable project. But don't celebrate too early. After the success of Leisure Elimination, it will inevitably prompt other gaming companies to follow suit. The biggest issue with this type of puzzle game is that it can be easily replicated. You just need to change the skin. So what should we do? As long as they make it different from ours, it won't be considered infringement. Our only task is to provide excellent service and maximize our first mover advantage. Furthermore, Development cannot stop. 2,000 levels are too few. We must exceed 4,000. Understood. Lao Zheng, the day after tomorrow is Monday. Gather the RD team for a meeting. I want to develop 3 new games. All right, Chun. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuqin let out a long sigh of relief. Despite appearing confident in front of others, he had been worried about the revenue from Leisure Elimination. After all, times and contexts are different. The previous success of Leisure Elimination does not guarantee success in this world. After the game launched yesterday, Zhou Yuqin silently set a benchmark in his mind. 2 million. As long as there is a net profit of 2 million, he would consider Leisure Elimination a success. He never expected the players to be so supportive. The net profit reached nearly 7 million, far exceeding his expectations. This is just the beginning. Once the download numbers peak, breaking 10 million in a day shouldn't be a big problem. Zhou Yuqin believes that Leisure Elimination achieved such great results largely because it pioneered this genre of puzzle games, offering players something fresh. Once the novelty wears off and various puzzle games start to spring up like bamboo shoots after rain, that will be the biggest challenge for Leisure Elimination. However, Zhou Yuqin is confident. Since the previous Leisure Elimination won in competition as the pioneer of puzzle games, it should not lose in this world either. In the same car, Shen Jingyun naturally heard Zhou Yuqin and Zheng's conversation clearly. Honey, is a daily revenue of 7 million considered very good? It's much better than I expected. But I noticed you didn't seem very happy while talking to Zheng. I was just putting on a show. As a company leader, I must maintain my composure. I just had to suppress my overwhelming joy and mention potential future troubles and issues. The purpose is simple: to leave subordinates with an impression that everything is under control and that I am prepared for any situation. Shen Jingyun couldn't help but laugh and said, "You really are something." Zhou Yuqin replied, "Tomorrow, go home and ask Uncle Shen. He can pretend even better than I can." When faced with a tricky situation, even if he has no solutions, he must still give people the impression that he has everything figured out. Just think, if Uncle Shen, the commissioner of police, panics, how can the thousands of officers below him have the confidence to do their jobs well? Similarly, I am in the same position now. Shen Jingyun remarked, "It seems that nothing is easy." Zhou Yuqin sighed and said, "The higher the position, the more subordinates there are, and the greater the pressure on the leader. It's just the way it is." Chapter 193. Stock Market Windfall. After the successful launch of Casual Puzzle Game, its total download count skyrocketed to over 500 million in a short period, capturing nearly half of the global smartphone user base. The revenue for Yuechen Gaming Company surged accordingly, rising from 7 million to 15 million, then stabilizing around 10 million in the following days. A game earning 10 million a day with maintenance costs less than 1/10 of a large-scale online game is a significant disruption in the gaming industry. The most regretful entity was the Orange Company, which failed to operate this game. Their launch games were thoroughly outperformed by Casual Puzzle Game, causing strong dissatisfaction among Orange's smartphone customers. It was easy to imagine their frustration when they could not play a game that others could. Consequently, the Orange Company had to approach Yuechen Gaming Company, hoping to operate Casual Puzzle Game. Zhou Yuqin naturally wouldn't refuse, as he would benefit from the Orange smartphone platform in the future, making it essential to maintain a good relationship. Moreover, customers who could afford Orange smartphones were typically well-off and constituted a major group of spenders in gaming, which would only benefit Casual Puzzle Game. As for the inability to synchronize between mobile and computer, that was no longer Zhou Yuqin's concern. Mr. Zhou, it's understood that major gaming companies across the country are focusing on researching Casual Puzzle Game. 6 or 7 companies have already started developing similar games. I estimate that within 2 months, we will see puzzle games launched that could potentially impact Casual Puzzle Game, Zheng Tong said, handing Zhou Yuqin a chart with a worried expression. Zhou Yuqin glanced at the chart, which listed the names of 7 gaming companies along with their developed games. Old Zheng, where did you get this information? I've been in the gaming industry for over 20 years, and I have friends in various game companies. Moreover, this isn't classified information. It's easy to find out. Zheng replied, "No need to rush or panic. Once gaming habits are formed, they are hard to change. The popularity of Casual Puzzle Game has reached a level that other similar games cannot easily shake. As long as we maintain our position and avoid unnecessary risks, there won't be any issues with our user base." I understand. Rest assured, I will manage the operation of Casual Puzzle Game well. Also, regarding the development of Plants vs. Zombies, Temple Run, and Honor of Kings, the development team has reported that the first 2 games are fine, but Honor of Kings has some challenges. If it becomes a hit in the future, our servers will likely struggle to support it. I never intended to operate Honor of Kings independently. Old Zhou, no matter the industry, going solo rarely ends well. My plan is to hand over Honor of Kings to a gaming operator while we focus on addressing technical issues. Once the 4G network takes off, we'll bring it to the mobile side. Do you believe it? Once the game launches, there are only 2 outcomes. Either it flops completely, or it skyrockets to become the most popular game nationwide. perhaps even without competition. Zheng Tong said in surprise, Mr. Zhou, you have such high hopes for it? Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, of course. In the year when the game was the most popular in my previous life, the net profit exceeded 15 billion, which was simply astonishing. If Zhou Yuqin could replicate the success of his past life, he would never have to worry about money in the future. After Zheng Tong left, Zhou Yuqin opened his stock trading software on the computer to check his account. Including the Dongxi Network Company, the numbers in his account had reached 12,847 billion. Today is Wednesday, and there are less than 2 days left before the sharp decline of the Wolyanya Company. At this time, the stock market index had risen to 500 points, fiercely pushing towards 6,000 points. After analyzing the chart of Wolyanya, Zhou Yuqin concluded that the timing of its drop coincided with the market crash. However, he was not completely sure about this judgment before. Looking at the current situation, it seemed to be largely correct. Today is Thursday, typically a day for significant gains. But Zhou Yuqin did not dare to take that risk. He worried that after a surge, people might hesitate, leading to no one taking over the shares, which would leave him stuck with over 100 billion worth of stocks. Therefore, Zhou Yuqin decided to begin a complete liquidation immediately. Without considering the impact his decision would have on the market, he directly listed all his stocks for sale, then called Chen Dahua, Zhang Wei, and Zhuang Wenbin to inform them of his intention to sell. 2 weeks ago, Zhou Yuqin had only mentioned the stock purchase to the three of them. As for whether they had shared this with others, it was no longer Zhou Yuqin's concern. Among the three, Zhuang Wenbin quietly made a fortune without telling anyone, having his wife invest 4 million with 5 times leverage, ultimately earning 14 million. Chen Dahua withdrew all his money, totaling 1.8 million, also using 5 times leverage, and had made 6.8 million by now, which would easily allow him to buy a house after selling. He only shared this with Wu Liang, who later called Zhou Yuqin. Out of caution, this guy only used 3 times leverage on his 5 million principal, earning over 11 million. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, was more informed. The company Zhou Yuqin had written about had spread throughout the police department, with at least 80 of the personnel, from Deputy Director Zhu Jiang to ordinary officers, having purchased stocks. Upon hearing that Zhou Yuqin was selling his stocks, Zhang Wei immediately called all departments in the police department, and everyone began to take action. Old Zhang, I've sold the stocks. On the phone, Xia Yao's voice carried a hint of tears. Zhang Wei was startled and quickly asked, Xia Yao, what's wrong? Didn't we make money? I'm so happy, sob. Zhang took a long breath and laughed. You cried when we were broke. And now you're crying from happiness after making money. I really admire you. So tell me, how much have we actually earned? Xia Yao replied, 620,000. How much? Zhang exclaimed, are you sure? Didn't we only invest 380,000? In fact, even that 380,000 was made up of 240,000 borrowed from relatives and friends. Xia Yao said, I thought this opportunity was rare, so I applied for a 3-fold leverage from the brokerage firm, allowing us to operate over 1 million. Zhang happily responded, that's great. Honey, you're amazing. Xia Yao continued, after paying off the loans and the mortgage, we'll still have 120,000 left. Lao Zhang, we finally have a house that truly belongs to us. Zhang felt the pressure on his shoulders suddenly lightened by more than half, saying, yes. We've finally crawled out of the mud. At that moment, cheers erupted from the various offices of the police department. It was obvious that everyone had sold their stocks and made a considerable profit. Chapter 194 made 5.8 billion in Shun Qinggang's office. Zhu Jiang, who had just been promoted to the director of the police department, finished reporting his work and said with a smile, Old Shun, I have good news for you. Shin Chenggang raised an eyebrow and replied, with that smile of yours, what is up? Did you find some money? Zhu Jiang gave a thumbs up and praised. You're really something, old leader. It's like you have a sixth sense. Did you really find money? Shin Qinggang's heart stirred, and he blurted out, stocks? Exactly. Zhu Jiang confirmed. I invested 300,000. Do you know how much I made? Shin Qinggang said with annoyance, stop with the riddles. I'm not in the mood for your games. If you're capable, just hold it in and don't tell me. Zhu Jiang complained. Your biggest flaw is lacking a sense of fun in life. With 300,000 as the principal, I made 180,000 and sold it all this afternoon. Shin Qinggang asked, did Xiao Zhou tell you to sell? Zhu Jiang nodded and replied, yes. Xiao Zhou informed Zhang Wei that stocks were to be sold today. I was a bit anxious before, but once Xiao Zhou said it, I immediately called my wife and sold all the stocks. Shin Qinggang said, so everyone made money and exited? Right, Zhu Jiang confirmed. The one who made the most was Zhang Wei. You know his family situation. His wife was determined and raised 380,000, using 3 times leverage to make 620,000. Now all his problems are solved. When I came over, I saw him with red eyes. He probably cried a bit. Shin Qinggang let out a sigh and said, that's good. I was worried Xiao Zhou would trick you all. It seems he really knows what he is doing. Zhu Jiang added, not just that. He told Zhang Wei that there's a good chance it will surge again tomorrow, but after the surge, there's a risk of being stuck, which is why he chose to sell today. If the market really performs as he said tomorrow, he'd be like a stock god in our midst. I really want to know how much your future son-in-law can earn. I bet he used leverage and will definitely make at least 2 to 3 billion. Shen Qinggang replied. I see you're almost drowning in thoughts of money. Zhu Jiang laughed and said, come on. If your future son-in-law makes several billion, that's like your daughter and granddaughter making several billion. I don't believe you wouldn't be happy. Shen Qinggang remarked. That's not the same concept. All right. I have a meeting to attend, so hurry up and leave. Then I'll be off. As he reached the door, Zhu Jiang suddenly turned back and said, Old Shun, when you see Xiao Zhou, don't forget to thank him on behalf of all of us at the police department. Shen Qinggang scolded. Are you done yet? Zhu Jiang laughed heartily and left. Once he was gone, a smile couldn't help but appear on Shen Qinggang's face. He was very pleased that his son-in-law could help his colleagues earn some extra money through legal means. He just wondered if the kid had informed Shi too. With that thought, Shen Qinggang took out his phone, intending to call Zhou Yuchen. But after considering it, he felt it wasn't appropriate and put the phone away. Shen Qinggang was unaware that at that very moment, Shen Jingyun was on the phone with Shen Shiyan. Zhou Yuchen, being able to inform others, certainly would not forget about Shen Shiyan. However, he did not speak directly to Shen Shiyan, as their relationship was that of a creditor and debtor. Zhou Yuchen advised Shen Shiyan to sell his stocks. If the market surged tomorrow, he would surely be blamed by Shen Shiyan. Therefore, Zhou Yuchen called Shen Jingyun, informing her that the stock market might plummet the day after tomorrow or next Monday, urging her to persuade Shen Shiyan to secure his profits. Compared to her seemingly unreliable younger brother, Shen Jingyun naturally trusted Zhou Yuchen more. She quickly dialed Shen Shiyan's number and informed him about the potential market drop. Sis, this is Zhou Yuchen's judgment, right? It doesn't matter whose judgment it is. What matters is that you should not get trapped in it. Don't worry, I'm not foolish. I've already sold half of my stocks today, and I've recouped my investment on that half. Tomorrow, I'll sell the other half, and everything will be fine. That's great. Sure too. I didn't expect you to be so skilled in the stock market. Of course, my time at the investment company wasn't wasted. It's a pity that Zhou Yuchen, that conservative, refuses to lend me more money. Otherwise, I could have earned even more. Being cautious is good. The stock market has risks. Investments require careful consideration. That's not caution. That's just being too timid. In stock trading, besides having sharp insight, it's even more important to be bold and to find opportunities amidst risks. Sis, I'm going to our parents' place tomorrow afternoon. I'll treat you to dinner. Remember to bring Zhou Yuchen along. Are you trying to show off in front of him? He my creditor. How can I dare to show off? I'm proving my strength with facts to give him confidence and then borrow some money from him. Aren't you making a lot already? Just 100 million, which is nothing in the capital market. Sis, just don't forget to invite him along, and we can discuss the details later. After saying that, Shen Shiyan directly hung up the phone. Shen Jingyun put down her phone, suddenly recalling Zhou Yuchen's words. For Shen Shiyan at this moment, what he needed most was not a thrilling success, but a profound failure. Only by experiencing failure could he truly understand the meaning of respect. From just a few words from Shen Shiyan, Shen Jingyun could tell that her younger brother seemed to be blinded by victory. He didn't even consider 100 million as significant, showing a reckless boldness that was alarming. What Shen Jingyun did not know was that her husband was actually the one with the greatest boldness. With a capital of 144 billion and a 5-fold leverage, along with the previous Dongxi Network Company, Zhou Yuchen had earned a staggering 5.8 billion from the stock market. Now, his available funds had reached 6.3 billion, and his wealth could easily place him among the top 20 on the list of the richest in Yunhai. Hey, Lao Zhou, let's go out for skewers tonight. It's on me, Wu Liang shouted on the phone. This guy made over 10 million. Not only recovering the money he lost in the stock market, but also making a profit of 7 to 8 million, instantly boosting his confidence. Zhou Yuchen laughed and said, Are you out of your mind? You're a big hotel owner, but instead of eating at your own place, you're going to eat barbecue by the roadside? What are you thinking? Wu Liang replied, I made over 10 million. I can eat wherever I want. No one can tell me otherwise. Stop talking nonsense. Are we going or not? Zhou Yuchen said, Sure. I'll risk it all to accompany you today. Wu Liang continued. Remember that barbecue place next to Yunhai University that we often go to, the one run by the chubby guy? It's still there, right? Zhou Yuchen exclaimed in surprise. The chubby barbecue place is still around? Wu Liang laughed. They've upgraded. They rented 2 floors. In the summer, it's a roadside barbecue stall, and in the winter, it's a hot pot restaurant. They've really made it big. Zhou Yuchen said, All right, I'll be there before 6 this afternoon. Chapter 195, Do you need a warm bed? After finishing the conversation with Wu Liangtong, Zhou Yuchen informed Shen Jingyun and then drove to pick up Ziyu. The biggest advantage of this kindergarten is that there are no summer vacations, only winter vacations. Although the tuition is quite expensive, it is very friendly for busy parents who have no elderly relatives to take care of their children. Back home, Zhou Yuqin asked Xiaoyu to play with her toys while he got busy in the kitchen. By the time Shen Jingyun returned, he had prepared 2 dishes and a soup and served them on the table. Aren't I the one who told you not to cook? She remarked. I enjoy cooking for you 2 beauties, he replied. Your daughter's sweet talk is just like you. Wife, aren't you going to reward me? Without saying a word, Shen Jingyun immediately wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuqin's neck and kissed him on the cheek. That won't do, Zhou Yuqin said, turning around to embrace her and giving her a long French kiss. He only let her go after hearing Xiaoyu's footsteps coming out of the bedroom. If this were before, Shen Jingyun would have blushed. Now, she seemed used to it, merely giving him a charming roll of her eyes before going to hug the child. As Zhou Yuqin changed his shoes, he said, Wife, if you can't finish your meal, you can invite that comrade over to help. Shen Jingyun replied, I've already told him. He'll be over soon. Zhou Yuqin asked, that guy must have made quite a bit of money, right? Shen Jingyun answered, more than 100 million. But he has no plans to stop, saying he found another profitable opportunity. Zhou Yuqin was taken aback and looked at Shen Jingyun, asking, what opportunity? Recently, Zhou Yuqin had been paying close attention to various markets, including gold, oil, and exchange rates, due to his investments in the stock market. Changes in these markets could potentially affect the stock market. He really couldn't see any profitable opportunities. Shen Jingyun said. He only mentioned the gold futures market. Zhou Yuqin raised an eyebrow. This guy has some skills. In the short term, gold should rise, but the increase won't be too much. And it can be easily influenced by the capital market of a certain country. Even someone with master-level investment skills like me finds it hard to predict the future situation. Shen Jingyun asked, do you think gold futures are worth investing in? Zhou Yuqin shook his head. Gold prices should rise in the short term. But I can't determine how much or where the turning point is due to limited information. Your brother could make some money with very short-term trades. But long-term is a no-go. Shen Jingyun asked in confusion, then why don't you invest? Zhou Yuqin replied, if I don't have over 80 certainty and over 20 return rate, I absolutely won't take action. If you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet. You should advise Shiyin to establish a sense of bottom-line awareness and not always go all in. At the very least, he should leave himself some money for living expenses. Shen Jingyun nodded. What you said makes sense. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, the words of super rich people usually make a lot of sense. Baby, goodbye. Xiaoya said, Dad, come back early. Zhou Yuqin made an okay gesture and replied, no problem. Instead of driving, he rode a bicycle to Yunhai University. The advantage of riding a bike is that you won't encounter traffic jams. Sure enough, after riding for 45 minutes, Zhou Yuqin saw 3 sections of the road blocked by cars. Although they were still moving slowly, their speed was hardly better than that of a snail. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Zhou Yuqin found Wu Liang and Chun Dahua already seated by the roadside. The 3 were dressed similarly, in t-shirts, shorts, and sandals. Oh, our has arrived. Welcome, Zhou Kaishin. Wu Liang and Chun Dahua immediately stood up and started joking around. Zhou Yuqin laughed and said, since I'm already Kaishin, shouldn't you bow to me? Wu Liang replied, bow 3 times and offer you incense. What do you say? Zhou Yuqin raised an eyebrow and said, if you dare to bow, I'll dare to accept it. Wu Liang chuckled and said, Dahua, did you see that? Some people become more shameless as they grow older. Chen Dahua said, if you don't want to follow Zhou Kaishin to make money, feel free to keep mocking him. Anyway, I only have good things to say about Zhou Kaishin here, not a single bad word. Wu Liang pointed at Chen Dahua and jokingly scolded. So you're the most shameless one here. Chen Dahua patted Wu Liang on the shoulder and said, brother, you figured it out too late. Ha ha. The 3 laughed, as if they had returned to their youthful days. Perhaps because they arrived early, there were still no other customers at the other tables. The plump boss cooked quickly, finishing everything in less than 15 minutes. Looking at the plate with at least 30 skewers of kidney, Zhou Yuqin asked, who ordered this? Chen Dahua looked at it with disdain and said, of course, it's Mr. Wu Liang. Who believes in what's missing must be supplemented. Zhou Yuqin placed the plate of kidneys in front of Wu Liang and said, I'm practicing martial arts now. I don't need this stuff to help me. Chen Dahua picked up a lamb skewer and said, I only have one girlfriend, and I can handle it. So I don't need it either. Wu Liang said impatiently, can you 2 stop bragging for once? Zhou Yuqin sighed and said, you can't talk to summer insects about ice. Just eat your own. Don't mind us. Wu Liang curled his lips and said, if you don't want to eat, fine by me. I have enough for myself. Chen Dahua said, regardless, today is a great victory day. Come on, Zhou Kaishin, let us toast to you. Thanking you for giving us a chance to start over. Wu Liang echoed, I feel the same. The last time I faced a huge loss in gold futures, I couldn't lift my head in front of my dad, but now I can finally sing a different tune. Cheers. Cheers. Zhou Yuqin raised a glass of draft beer and clinked it with the 2. The 3 tilted their heads back and downed more than half a liter of draft beer in one go. Wu Liang picked up a skewer of kidney and took a bite, saying, Lao Zhou, tell me the truth, how much did you actually make? Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, guess. Chen Dahua extended a hand, saying, at least this much. Wu Liang's eyes nearly popped out as he exclaimed, 500 million? Get lost. Chen Dahua replied irritably. Over 10 billion, with 5 times leverage, earning 5 billion. What were you thinking? Wu Liang said in disbelief. Isn't that 50 billion? Zhou Yuchen nodded, saying. Dahua calculated it very accurately. It indeed earned over 50 billion. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Liang almost choked on the kidney and quickly drank some water, finally managing to swallow it down. Lao Zhou, do you need someone to warm your bed? I'm not afraid of the cold. Absolutely no problem. Lao Zhou doesn't need you, Chen Dahua chuckled, as long as the news gets out, not to mention those beauties. Even female celebrities from the entertainment industry will be scrambling to warm Lao Zhou's bed. Chapter 196. The issue of changing a child's surname. Zhou Yuchen said. I have 2 beauties at home, one big and one small. That's enough for me. I don't need so many people. Wu Liang replied, dude. You're even richer than my dad now. If he ever says I'm not successful again, I'll just bring you out. After a lifetime in the hotel business, he earns less than what my brother and I make in 2 weeks. How can he even say that about me? Chen Dahua chimed in, old Zhou. With so much money, haven't you thought about buying a few sports cars to have some fun? Wu Liang's eyes lit up at once. Zhou Yuchen shook his head and said, I don't like sports cars. Wu Liang asked, then what do you like? Zhou Yuchen replied, I like reading books. Clap, clap. Both Wu Liang and Chen Dahua slapped their foreheads in disbelief. Old Zhou, you really have no sense of life at all, Wu Liang teased. Suddenly, he turned the conversation around and said, but I really admire you. Come on, let's toast. Cheers. As the 3 of them enjoyed skewers and chatted happily. The customers in the barbecue shop also began to increase. 2 hours later, Wu Liang was the first to pass out, leaning on Zhou Yuchen and sound asleep. Chen Dahua, with a red face from drinking, pointed at Wu Liang and laughed. Wu Liang, you're the vice president of a hotel, but your drinking capacity is terrible. Aren't you embarrassed? Wu Liang seemed to have a bit of awareness left and replied, you're the one who should be embarrassed. Zhou Yuchen asked, Dahua, how did you get here? Chen Dahua pulled out his phone and said, I drove here. I just need to find a designated driver for Wu Liang. After making the call, Zhou Yuchen gave Chen Dahua a thumbs up and said, you used to have the worst drinking capacity, but now you're the best. Chen Dahua sighed and said, no choice. Life forces you to adapt. By the way, old Zhou, have you heard? Sun Zhong is no longer the secretary to the commissioner of taxation. Zhou Yuchen nodded. I've heard. Chen Dahua continued. Last week, he got drunk and called me all night, saying it was because of you that he got demoted from his position. Zhou Yuchen laughed. It's ridiculous that he can't reflect on himself and has to push the blame onto others. If I were the leader, I wouldn't choose him as my secretary. Just the fact that he can't handle people properly would cause me so many problems. Chen Dahua agreed. Exactly. I heard from Sun Zhong that your girlfriend is the daughter of a high-ranking official and also works in the tax department. Is that true? Zhou Yuchen didn't hide anything and said, it's true. Her name is Shun Jingyun, and her father just got promoted to a senior position. We have a daughter named Xiaoya, which is also the origin of the name for our gaming company, Yuechen. Comrade Dahua, is that detailed enough? Chen Dahua nodded vigorously. That's detailed enough. My goodness, old Zhou, you're now wealthy and influential. From now on, I'll rely on you to take care of me. Zhou Yuchen laughed. Take care of you? You think this is the underworld? After a while, the designated driver arrived. Zhou Yuchen and Chen Dahua helped Wu Liang into the car. After the car left, Zhou Yuchen was about to ride his bicycle home when the owner of the barbecue shop rushed out, shouting, Brother, you haven't paid yet. Zhou Yuchen was taken aback and quickly replied, I'm sorry, I thought those 2 had already paid. He searched his pockets and found only a credit card and 10 yuan in cash, feeling quite distressed. Just as he was about to call Chen Dahua, the owner said, I can accept card payments here. Zhou Yuchen happily exclaimed, that's great. After paying, he rode his bike back, muttering, these 2 guys are really unreliable. At that moment, Chen Dahua, who was in the taxi, sneezed and thought to himself, who is cursing me? When Zhou Yuchen returned home, Xiaoya had just fallen asleep. Shen Jingyun said, Shiyin is inviting us to my parents' place for dinner tomorrow afternoon. Zhou Yuchen was surprised and asked, can he cook? Shen Jingyun replied helplessly, he hired a 5-star chef who will deliver the food after preparing it at the hotel. Zhou Yuchen chuckled, your brother really knows how to stir things up. Shen Jingyun asked, do you have time? Zhou Yuchen replied, even if I don't have time, I have to go. He still owes me 50 million, no, 65 million. Shen Jingyun originally wanted to mention that Shun Shiyin was planning to borrow another 100 million to invest in gold futures, but upon hearing his words, she immediately shut her mouth and said, you 2 can sort it out yourselves. Zhou Yuchen said, honey, tomorrow I want to discuss changing Xiaoya's surname with your dad. What do you think? He had previously mentioned setting up a trust fund for Xiaoya, with an original amount of 100 million. Now that Zhou Yuchen had money, he planned to increase the amount to 1 billion. He thought it would take some persuasion to get Shun Jingyun's approval, But to his surprise, she agreed without a second thought. You don't need to discuss it with my dad. Xiaoya is under my name. We can just go to the registry office to change it directly. Zhou Yuqin was pleasantly surprised and asked, You agreed? Shen Jingyan smiled and said, I agreed. Zhou Yuqin picked her up in excitement and said, Honey, I love you so much. Shen Jingyan struggled out of his embrace, pinching her nose and said, How much have you drunk? You smell like beer. Zhou Yuqin sniffed and chuckled. I'll go take a shower right now. 20 minutes later, when Zhou Yuqin came out of the bathroom, Shen Jingyan was in her study writing Harry Potter. Zhou Yuqin went to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and brought it to her, asking, Honey, when will you finish the first book? Shen Jingyan replied, Today. What? So soon? Zhou Yuqin was taken aback. Shen Jingyan stopped typing, turned to Zhou Yuqin, and said, I finished the first draft a long time ago. I had my mom help me polish it a bit and revised it. Now I'm on the second round. Zhou Yuqin gave a thumbs up and said, Impressive. Shen Jingyan replied, My mom said that Harry Potter is a novel with strong Western characteristics, and it would be best to translate it into English and publish it in the Western world first. What do you think, dear? Zhou Yuqin praised. The great professor is indeed great, hitting the nail on the head. I came up with this story after reading a Western fantasy novel, and my opinion aligns with Aunt Di's. Publish it abroad first, then domestically. Shen Jingyan looked at Zhou Yuqin and said, The problem is, where do we find a translator? My English level is only sufficient for daily communication. I definitely can't handle written translation. Chapter 197 I want to buy a villa. Zhou Yuqin shrugged and said, Don't count on me. I'm even less capable. The publishers in the country have top-notch translators, and Aunt Di will definitely be able to help you find a reliable one. Money is not an issue. The main thing is that the translation must be precise. It should give readers an immersive experience and make them believe that by following the content in the book, they too can become magicians. Shen Jingyan replied, Your requirements are a bit too high. Zhou Yuqin said, If the requirements aren't high, how could Harry Potter become a bestseller in the West? My dear, I have a feeling you might become the most famous female writer in the world because of this book. Shen Jingyan smiled and said, I stopped dreaming about such things a long time ago. After chatting for a while, Zhou Yuqin stepped out and gently closed the door for her. Shen Jingyan glanced back and smiled slightly. Since returning from Zhenjiang, their relationship had become closer. They had done everything a couple could do, except for that last step. Just now, it was clear that Zhou Yuqin wanted to get close to her, but upon seeing her engrossed in writing, he quietly gave up. This was one of the things Shen Jingyan liked most about Zhou Yuqin. He always maintained the utmost respect for her. The next morning, after finishing his boxing practice, Zhou Yuqin was about to head home to make breakfast when Zhao Shengwu called out to him. Are you planning to settle in Yindu? Why? Yinjiang has been transferred to work in Yindu, and I have no family left in Yunhai. The kids are worried, so they will come to pick me up today. Then why did you stay in Yunhai before? I'm a Yunhai native and have worked here for most of my life. Of course, I didn't want to move elsewhere. At least I had Yinjiang before, and the kids felt reassured. Now that Yinjiang is leaving, I have to go too. What about your house here? They will come this afternoon to move things out, and then sell the house. Actually, it's my daughter's house. I'm just staying temporarily. Then why not sell it to me? That way, it saves trouble. Don't you already have one? Why buy another? I plan to buy it for my parents. They don't want to live with us young folks for fear of disturbing our lives, so I might as well buy another one in the same community. Last week, I checked with an agent and found that there are no listings for sale in our community. Yours should be the only one available now. Since you want to buy it, when my daughter comes over, I'll have her sell it to you at a lower price. Please don't. Let's stick to the market price. You don't want to take advantage of me, and I don't want to take advantage of you either. Let's just do it fairly. All right, let's do it your way. Old Zhao, I wish you good health and a carefree life in Yindu. And I wish you success in your business and to marry a beautiful wife soon. Ha ha. The old and the young exchanged glances and laughed together. Once back home, Zhou Yuqin immediately started cooking. Soon, breakfast was ready, and Shen Jingyan also brought Xiao Yeye out of the bedroom. During the meal, Zhou Yuqin told Shen Jingyan about his plan to buy an old house from a certain elder. Shen Jingyan asked, How much are you planning to spend? Zhou Yuqin took a sip of milk and replied, I visited the elder's house last week. It's around 42 million. The key is that it's a seller's market. As long as it doesn't exceed 45 million, I will buy it. Shen Jingyan said, Didn't you say the elder's decoration was very simple and elegant? I'm afraid that Zhou Qing won't like it. Or are you planning to redecorate? Zhou Yuqin replied without hesitation. The simple decoration is indeed not suitable for young people like Zhou Qing, but it's perfect for my parents. The purpose of buying the house is to provide them with a place to stay in Yunhai. Zhou Qing's opinion is not important. Shen Jingyan couldn't help but laugh. If Zhou Qing hears this, she'll definitely be upset with you. Zhou Yuqin said, It's fine. I've already thought it through. That house will still be under my parents' name. Once Xiao Yeye graduates from kindergarten, I will give this current place to Zhou Qing, and we can buy a standalone villa. Shen Jingyan rolled her eyes at him. And he was right. You are just burning money. Zhou Yuqin replied. Do you know why wealthy individuals worth hundreds of billions prefer to live in large villas? First, it's for privacy. Once you become wealthy, many people will try to get to know you. If you continue living in a small community, the property management and security will probably go crazy. Second, it's for safety. Large villas have more rooms, allowing space for drivers, bodyguards, and nannies. Even if attacked, it allows for effective counterattacks. Shen Jingyan smiled. So you mean you can become a billionaire? Zhou Yuchen said. It's not hard to have several hundred billion within a few years. My requirements for a villa aren't high. First, it must be in a good location. Second, the area should be no less than 5,000 square meters. And most importantly, it must have a large lawn. In our free time, we can accompany Xiao Yeye to draw, play soccer, and have barbecues on the lawn. Xiao Yeye's eyes lit up. Daddy, I like large lawns. Zhou Yuchen gently stroked the little girl's hair and said, Sweetheart, I promise you will have a big lawn to play on soon. Xiao Yeye immediately smiled brightly. Shen Jingyan frowned slightly. Do you know how much such a villa costs in Yanhai? Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, It definitely won't exceed 1 billion. As soon as he said this, Shen Jingyan was left speechless. Indeed, apart from a few unsellable garden houses, there haven't been any villas in Yunhai that exceed 1 billion so far. After dropping Xiao Yeye off at kindergarten, Zhou Yuchen went to visit a mobile phone battery manufacturing plant and a gaming company. The research and development of the large-capacity phone battery had entered the final stage, and it was estimated to be ready in about a week. Once the first battery is produced, the research and development team will conduct safety and stability tests on it. As for the fast-charging technology, it was finalized last week. There are theoretically no issues, but experiments can only be conducted after the battery is successfully developed. In the meantime, the group has applied for over 30 patent technologies to domestic and international patent review departments, with 12 technologies already approved and the remaining 18 still requiring time. Zhou Yuchen only checked the progress of the experiments, confirmed that everything was fine, and then left. However, he spent a longer time at the game development company. 3 game development teams are working on projects titled Plants vs. Zombies, Temple Run, and Honor of Kings. Zhou Yuchen needs to stay closely involved in the early stages to promptly address any issues and provide directional guidance to ensure that these 3 games, which were wildly popular in the past, do not end up being poorly executed. Chapter 198 discussing the house purchase in addition to these 3 games. Zhou Yuchen also had Hua Haiyang lead a team of 60 people to continue developing the game Leisure Match. The goal was to increase the number of levels from 2,000 to 6,000 within a year. To achieve this, Zhou Yuchen appointed Hua Haiyang as the general manager of Leisure Match, responsible for game development, bug fixes, back-end operations, and so on, and raised his monthly salary by 15,000, which made Zhou Yu envious. At 2 in the afternoon, Zhou Yuchen drove to Mr. Zhao's home and met his daughter, Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, now in her mid-40s, had a sharp gaze and a strong presence. If one had to describe her in a word, it would be a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men, clearly a business elite. Mr. Zhou, I've heard from my father about you. Thank you very much for teaching him martial arts and for getting my rebellious son into the Yunhai military district for training, Zhao Xian said, her tone polite, yet powerful, carrying an undeniable assertiveness. What a character reminiscent of a powerful historical figure, Zhou Yuchen thought to himself, smiling as he replied, No need to be polite, Ms. Zhao. I know your time is limited, so I won't beat around the bush. I assume Mr. Zhao has already informed you that I am interested in buying this property. What are your thoughts? Zhao Xian appreciated Zhou Yuchen's confident demeanor and replied, A month ago, the price for the 9th floor of our building was 39 million. Considering the current market prices and the scarcity of resources, asking for 40 million shouldn't be an issue. Additionally, you will need to cover the transfer fees and other charges. Ms. Zhao Yu. Mr. Zhao began, but Zhou Yuchen directly interrupted him, saying, We agreed on the rules this morning. It's best not to voice any objections to avoid affecting our relationship over a small amount of money. All right, I'll keep quiet, Mr. Zhao replied. Seeing her usually domineering father so compliant with Zhou Yuchen surprised Zhao Xian. Zhou Yuchen continued, Ms. Zhao, the market price for your property could easily be between 42 million and 45 million. If you wait another 2 years, it might even reach 60 to 70 million. Are you sure you want to sell it to me for 40 million? Zhao Xian appreciated Zhou Yuchen's honesty and said, Give me 2 years, and I'm confident I can turn this 40 million into 80 million or even 100 million. Zhou Yuchen smiled, understood. If you trust me, I can have my classmate come over to assist with the paperwork. That works, Zhao Xian agreed. Zhou Yuchen had already discussed this matter with Zhang Xia earlier that morning. The relevant agreements were prepared in advance, and as soon as Zhou Yuchen called, she arrived in just 15 minutes. Upon seeing Zhao Xian, Zhang Xia's eyes widened in surprise, and she excitedly said, Are you Ms. Zhao from Xingyue Electric Company? Zhao Xian nodded and replied, I am Zhao Xian. Zhang Xia extended her hand, thrilled, and said, Ms. Zhao, hello. I'm Zhang Xia, a huge fan of yours. Star and Moon Appliances Company is the largest appliance company in a certain country. It was founded by Zhao Xian during the early stages of the country's economic opening. After more than 20 years of development, it has grown from a small business selling electric kettles to a super company with a market value of over 300 billion, almost covering all home appliances. The product quality is top-notch, capturing 30% of the domestic market and also exporting to Europe and other regions, achieving remarkable success. Zhou Yuqin found Zhao Xian somewhat familiar and only recognized her after hearing Zhang Xia's words. It's no wonder she doesn't care about millions. Indeed, for a wealthy person like Zhao Xian, the most valuable thing has never been money, but time. Zhao Xian didn't expect to meet a fan of hers, and her expression visibly relaxed. She shook hands with Zhang Xia and said kindly, "Hello, Zhang Xia. I appreciate your help this time." Zhang Xia quickly responded, "It's my honor." Zhou Yuqin coughed and said, "Zhang Xia, Ms. Zhao's time is limited, so it's best to be quick. I'll be right on it." Zhang Xia took out 2 copies of the property sale agreement that she had prepared in advance and handed them to Zhou Yuqin and Zhao Xian. After both checked and confirmed there were no issues, Zhao Xian signed her name. Seeing that Zhou Yuqin hadn't signed, Zhang Xia asked, "What's the matter?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "I want the property deed to be in my parents' names." "Ms. Zhao, how long will you be staying in Yanhai?" Zhao Xian said, "I'll be leaving this afternoon. However, I will leave my identification documents so that the head of the Star and Moon Group's branch can handle the transfer procedures for me." "That's great," Zhou Yuqin said. "I'll give you the money now, and tomorrow I will have my parents come by." Zhao Xian nodded, "No problem." Zhou Yuqin took out a check for 40 million from his bag and said, "Ms. Zhao, here is 40 million. Please keep it safe." Zhao Xian accepted the check, glanced at it, and asked in surprise, "What do you do?" To be able to take out 40 million at once is definitely not something an ordinary young person can achieve. She felt a hint of curiosity about Zhou Yuqin's background. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "I just started a business, opening a game company and a mobile battery manufacturing company." Zhao Shenhua added, "Xiaoxin, Xiao Zhou is much stronger than you were back in the day. He turned from a poor guy to a billionaire in just 3 months. Impressive." Zhou Yuqin helplessly said, "Mr. Zhao, if you're going to praise me, could you please be a bit more careful with your words? Although I was poor before, I wasn't that destitute. As for being called a big wealthy person, that's an insult to someone like me who is an aspiring young individual. I won't wear that label." Hearing Zhou Yuqin's words, Zhao Shenhua laughed heartily. Zhao Xian couldn't help but smile as well. She realized that the reason her father, who has high standards, viewed Zhou Yuqin differently was not only because this young man is indeed capable and talented, but perhaps even more so because he treats him like a friend. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel a bit more favorable towards Zhou Yuqin. Zhang Min said, "If that's the case, I need to make a quick trip to the real estate company to bring over those documents that require a signature. I'll have President Zhao sign them first." Zhou Yuqin replied, "Then I'll drive you there." Zhang Min waved her hand and said, "No need, my car is right downstairs. By the way, President Zhao, I really admire you. Could you please sign your name in my notebook?" Zhao Xian smiled and said, "No problem." Chapter 199. Zhao Xian's admiration. Zhang Min quickly handed her pen and notebook to Zhao Xian, who wrote the words "work hard, move forward," and then signed her name. "Thank you, General Zhao." Zhang Min happily put away the notebook and left. Zhou Yuqin said, "Mr. Zhao, Ms. Zhao, is there anything I can help you with?" "There's nothing to tidy up." Zhao Shenhua pointed to a box on the table and said, "Xiao Zhou, since we've met, let me give you 2 bottles of special wine as a farewell gift." "Special wine." Zhou Yuqin walked to the table and picked up a bottle of unmarked liquor. "Mr. Zhao, this wine is too precious. You can't even buy it with money. But the problem is, I don't seem to have anything to give you in return." Zhao Shenhua chuckled, "The Tai Chi 13 forms are the best gift for me. Health is the true treasure that is hard to come by." "Then I want to be polite," Zhou Yuqin replied. Zhao Xian found Zhou Yuqin to be quite special and initiated a conversation with him. At first, her tone had a hint of evaluation, but before she knew it, she was captivated by Zhou Yuqin's insights. It's no joke, with memories from a past life. Zhou Yuqin's predictions about future business trends were incomparable. Especially in the tech field, 100 Zhao Zins couldn't match up to one Zhou Yuqin. By the end, Zhao Xian had completely turned into a listener, only occasionally sharing her views while Zhou Yuqin dominated the conversation. It wasn't until Zhang Min returned with the relevant paperwork that Zhao Xian snapped back to reality. She was astonished to realize that they had been talking for 2 hours, and she hadn't felt the passage of time at all. After signing, Zhao Xian exclaimed, as the ancients said, "Listening to someone speak for an hour is better than reading for 10 years. Xiao Zhou, you made me feel this for the first time today." Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "Sister Xian, what I just shared were mere musings during my boredom. If it can provide you with even a tiny bit of inspiration, that would be wonderful." During the conversation, they had shifted from Mr. Zhao and Mr. Zhou to addressing each other as brother and sister. Zhao Xian said, "Your insights are very practical. What you envision for the future is very likely to happen. Xiao Zhou, how about coming to work at the Xingyue Group? I can offer you shares and make you the vice president. Thank you for your consideration. I can hardly manage my own company, let alone take a vice president role at yours." Zhou Yuqin replied, "Mr. Zhao, Sister Xian, my precious daughter is about to get out of school. I need to pick her up, so I'll take my leave now." Zhang Min said, "Let's go down together. General Zhao, the transfer of the house will be completed by tomorrow morning, so you can rest assured." Zhao Xian waved her hand and said, "There's nothing to worry about. I'll see you off." She personally escorted them to the elevator before returning. "How about that? My young friend is quite impressive, right?" Zhao Shenhua said proudly. Impressive is an understatement. This Xiao Zhou has exceptional abilities, talent, character, wisdom, vision, and a broad perspective. His future is absolutely limitless. At this point, Zhao Xian paused for a moment, a hint of bitterness appearing at the corner of her mouth. She said, "Dad, do you know? Just now, seeing Xiao Zhou talking eloquently and full of spirit, I felt particularly like a failure. You said, we're both in our 20s. How come the child I raised is so different from others?" Zhao Shenhua comforted her. "As long as that kid hones his skills in the army for a few years, I believe he won't be much worse than Xiao Zhou." Zhao Xian rolled her eyes and replied, "Dad, do you really believe that?" Zhao Shenhua gave an awkward smile. Zhou Yuqin carefully placed the 2 bottles of special wine given by Zhao Shenhua into the trunk, then turned to Zhang Min and asked, "Zhang Min, is Sister Xian really your idol? Or are you just trying to get close?" Without thinking, Zhang Min said, "Of course she is my idol. Zhao is a typical strong woman. I've admired her since my sophomore year. No, I should say I worship her." Zhou Yuqin shrugged and said, "All right then. I'll bring my parents to the store to find you tomorrow, around 10 o'clock. After we sort out the paperwork, I'll give you the agency fee." Zhang Min replied, "No, you reached a private agreement, which is completely different from the nature of the previous house. I'm helping out as a classmate. If you give me money, it would be looking down on me." Zhou Yuqin could tell that Zhang Min was sincere and not just being polite, so he said, "Okay, then I'll take your kindness. Zhang Min, your social skills are quite good. Have you considered changing jobs?" Zhang Min sighed and said, "It's not that easy." Zhou Yuqin laughed. "Is it because your expectations are too high?" Zhang Min explained, "As a small agent, I can earn at least 200,000 to 300,000 a year. If I go to a big company, it would only be about 120,000 to 130,000 at most. The key is that I wouldn't have my own time and would be controlled everywhere." Zhou Yuqin said, "The real estate industry can't be booming forever. If you don't take the chance to improve your skills in your prime years, when the industry declines in 12 to 13 years, it might be hard for you to change jobs." A hint of bitterness appeared on Zhang Min's face as she said, "If you had told me this half a month ago, I might not have taken it seriously. Now I feel you are right. I really should look for a proper job." Zhou Yuqin asked, "What caused such a big change?" Zhang Min replied, "My boyfriend of 4 years cheated on me, saying I was not striving for progress and couldn't keep up with him. Haha, it's funny when I think about it. He just started working and was earning far less than I was. This year, he got promoted and his salary tripled, and then he started to look down on me. Later, I found out this jerk got involved with the daughter of a vice president." Zhou Yuqin comforted her. Seeing through a person's true nature before marriage is definitely a good thing. Zhang Min was slightly taken aback, instantly recalling Zhou Yuqin's experience from 5 years ago. She said, "I'm actually much better off than you. At least that guy didn't put me in prison." Zhou Yuqin rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Your words are really sharp. Zhang Min, I bought a mobile phone battery manufacturing factory, and I estimate that we can start mass production of the latest battery in about a month. If you're interested, you can come to my company as the deputy head of the sales department, with a monthly salary of at least 20,000, plus social insurance and housing fund, and bonuses on top of that." Zhang Min was surprised and said, "Old classmate, you're not joking, are you?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "I'm not joking. You have the education, eloquence, and ability. You're naturally suited for sales work. No need to rush your answer. You can go home and think it over." Zhang Min knew that this opportunity was rare, nodded, and said, "I will." Chapter 200. The admiration of others. Zhou Yuqin glanced at the time and said, "Enough talk. I have to go pick up my precious daughter. See you tomorrow." After saying that, he quickly got into the car, drove out of the community, and headed straight for the kindergarten. In a hurry, Zhou Yuqin still arrived 10 minutes later than usual. Xiao Yu pouted, not speaking to Zhou Yuqin all the way from the classroom to the school gate, clearly expressing her dissatisfaction. Zhou Yuqin picked Xiao Yu up and said, "All right. Today it's Dad's fault for not coming to pick you up on time. How about this? You can have anything you want, and I'll buy it for you as an apology, okay?" Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "I want ice cream." Zhou Yuqin chuckled. "Isn't that something your mom forbids you from having?" Xiao Yu twisted her body and started to act cute. "Daddy, my good daddy, can I just have one? All my classmates have had it, and I don't even know what it tastes like." Zhou Yuqin replied, "All right, but you can't tell your mom. I know. Daddy, I love you so much. Xiaoyu was extremely excited, hugging Zhou Yuchen's head and kissing his face several times, making him laugh heartily. Once in the car, Zhou Yuchen took Xiaoyu to a high-end ice cream shop. Xiaoyu chose a strawberry ice cream, while Zhou Yuchen chose a mango one. The father and daughter sat by the window, enjoying their treats. Daddy, can I swap with you? Xiaoyu asked eagerly halfway through their ice cream. Zhou Yuchen replied, sure. Xiaoyu's face instantly lit up with joy. After finishing their ice cream, Zhou Yuchen took Xiaoyu back to the community, where they swung on the swings while waiting for Shen Jingyan. Tonight, Shen Shiyan was hosting a gathering at home and would definitely be drinking. So Shen Jingyun asked Zhou Yuchen not to drive and to let her pick them up. While Xiaoyu enjoyed swinging, Zhou Yuchen called his dad, Zhou Qingjian, to ask him to bring his mom over tomorrow to handle the property transfer. When Zhou Qingjian learned that the price of the house was 40 million, he was taken aback and said, you need to get rid of this house quickly. Your mom and I can't afford it. Zhou Yuchen remained calm and said, Dad, I've already paid 40 million. How can I get a refund? Zhou Qingjian responded, that's not right. Didn't you say this house was for your sister? How did it suddenly become for your mom and me? Zhou Yuchen explained, the decoration of the house is a bit outdated and not suitable for Zhou Qing. In a couple of years, I'll buy a villa in Yunhai. By then, I can transfer this house to Zhou Qing's name, and she can decorate it however she likes. Zhou Qingjian exclaimed, you're going to buy a villa? Are you crazy? Zhou Yuchen replied, Dad, when my worth reaches hundreds of billions, or even trillions, I won't fit in a bustling community anymore. Many times, super rich people live in standalone villas because they have no other choice. Zhou Qingjian was amused by Zhou Yuchen's words and said, you're getting more and more arrogant. Zhou Yuchen said lightly, recently, the stock market has skyrocketed, and I've made 8 billion. With my two companies, I'm not far from 100 billion in net worth. By the end of the year, I will definitely become a billionaire. Zhou Qingjian could hardly believe his ears and asked, really? Zhou Yuchen replied, more real than pearls. Zhou Qingjian seemed to be processing this astonishing news, and after a while, he said, I'll take your mother over tomorrow. If you dare to lie to me, don't blame me for hitting you. Zhou Yuchen chuckled and said, no problem. I have an appointment with my classmate who works in real estate before 10 a.m. Zhou Qingjian replied, got it. In the office of the Education Department of Zhenjiang City, Zhou Qingjian put away his phone, still in a daze. His son made 8 billion. This was truly beyond his psychological endurance. Old Zhou, you didn't buy another house, did you? Asked Gui Yinshin, the deputy section chief sitting across from him, curiously. Zhou Qingjian came back to his senses and noticed that several colleagues in the office were looking at him in shock. What he just said on the phone about 40 million and some villa had genuinely startled everyone. Zhou Qingjian helplessly explained, it's not me buying a house. It's my son who spent 40 million in Yunhai to buy us a place. 40 million? Gui Yinshin gasped, is that true? Zhou Qingjian was already feeling quite proud inside, but his expression remained bitter as he said, why would I lie to you? He makes some money and spends it recklessly. This kid is driving me crazy. Gui Yinshin, around the same age as Zhou Qingjian, retorted, we took out loans to buy a house for our kids, and here, your son is spending money to buy you and your wife a house, and you're still angry. Old Zhou, what right do you have to be upset? Exactly. If I had a child like that, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Just bought you a large flat in Gueha, and now another one in Yunhai. How did you educate your son? I'm so envious. This is what they mean by people can make you feel inferior. Now I truly understand. Everyone chimed in, greatly satisfying Zhou Qingjian's vanity. Just then, Director Cui Yuan of the Education Department walked in and asked, what's so lively? What's going on? Zhou Qingjian stood up and said, sorry, Director Cui, it's just that I had a little family matter and received a call that everyone overheard, causing quite a stir. Cui Yuan chuckled. Now I'm even more interested to know. Gui Yinshin said, Director, it's old Zhou's son who spent 40 million in Yunhai to buy a large flat for his parents. We're all quite shocked. Cui Yuan exclaimed, a 40 million large flat? Old Zhou, your son is impressive. Zhou Qingjian replied, he's just lucky and made some money. Director Cui, I'd like to ask for leave. I need to go to Yunhai tomorrow to handle the transfer procedures. Cui Yuan said, no problem. But let's make it clear first. When you have time, you must invite us to see your spacious apartment in the Cloud Sea, so we can broaden our horizons. Zhou Qingjian smiled and promised, definitely. When he got home, Zhou Qingjian told Su Xiuan about it. Before Su Xiuan could say anything, Zhou Qing pouted and expressed strong dissatisfaction towards Zhou Yuchen. Later, upon learning that Zhou Yuchen intended to give her his apartment, Zhou Qing's expression immediately brightened, and she praised Zhou Yuchen enthusiastically, leaving Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiuan quite speechless. Meanwhile, Shen Jingyan took Zhou Yuchen and Xiao Yeye to the government staff compound. Given Zhou Qinggan's current rank, he could easily request a larger house. However, the elderly couple had become accustomed to their current home and did not plan to make any changes. Chapter 201. Sports car. As the family of three stepped out of the car, they were immediately captivated by a sleek red sports car parked downstairs. Zhou Yuchen said, "That's a Lamborghini Lightning model. It must have been bought by your brother." Shin Jingyun, not very familiar with cars, asked, "How much does such a car cost?" Zhou Yuchen thought for a moment and replied, "Once everything is settled, it's around 30 million. 30 million? Shin Jingyun exclaimed. "How much has he earned to dare buy a car that costs 30 million? Xiao Yeye chimed in. "Mom, I think this car is so beautiful. But it's a bit low." Zhou Yuchen laughed and said, "Sweetheart, if you like it, we can buy one for our family, okay?" Xiao Yeye shook her head and said, "I prefer a bigger car, one where I can sleep inside." Zhou Yuchen gently touched Xiao Yeye's cheek and said, "Little one, you are just too adorable." Just then, Shin Cheng had just returned from work. Upon seeing the flashy sports car, his brows immediately furrowed. Shin Jingyun asked, "Dad, who do you think would like such a fast car with almost zero safety?" Shin Cheng's eyes flickered. "Is it sure to?" Shin Jingyun nodded. "It's probably him." Shin Cheng scolded, "That brat. He earns a bit of money and forgets his last name." Zhou Yuchen said, "Uncle Shun, it's normal for young people to like sports cars." Shin Cheng raised an eyebrow. "You earn more money. Why don't you buy a sports car?" Zhou Yuchen shrugged. "Maybe I have an older mindset, so I prefer bigger and sturdier ones." Shin Jingyun gently poked him. "So you mean my mindset is just as old as yours?" Zhou Yuchen immediately replied, "Of course not. Honey, in my heart, you will always be the epitome of youth and beauty, comparable to a timeless beauty." Shin Jingyun laughed and playfully retorted, "You are the timeless beauty." Seeing the couple flirting in front of him, Shin Cheng's expression softened considerably. As a father, nothing made him happier than seeing his daughter live a happy life. A few years ago, although Shin Jingyun smiled brightly in front of her parents, Shin Cheng knew her smile carried a hint of bitterness. But ever since Zhou Yuchen appeared, Shin Jingyun had become noticeably more cheerful. Even her laughter had become brighter. This brought great comfort to Shin Cheng. "Grandpa, what is a timeless beauty?" Xiao Yeye asked with wide, curious eyes. Shin Cheng shot a stern look at the couple, picked up Xiao Yeye, and said, "That timeless beauty is not a good thing. You shouldn't listen to your parents' nonsense. Grandpa bought a few little goldfish. Shall we go see them?" Xiao Yeye happily replied, "Okay." Without further engaging Zhou Yuchen and Shin Jingyun, the grandfather and granddaughter headed upstairs. Zhou Yuchen and Shin Jingyun exchanged a glance and smiled. As soon as they entered the house, Shin Chenggang took Xiaoye to see the goldfish in the bathtub, completely ignoring Shin Shiyan, who came over to greet him. This left Shin Shiyan speechless, not understanding what he had done to provoke him. When he saw Zhou Yuchen and Shin Jingyun come in, Shin Shiyan quickly asked, "Sister, what's wrong with Dad?" Shin Jingyun smiled and said, "Is it true that there's a red sports car downstairs that you bought?" Shin Shiyan proudly replied, "That's right. I sold all my stocks this morning and went straight to the Lamborghini dealership this afternoon to pick up this car. What do you think? Cool, right? If you like it, I can buy one for you too." After saying that, he glanced at Zhou Yuchen. Zhou Yuchen realized that this kid was insinuating that he wasn't willing to spend money on a sports car for Shin Jingyun, thinking to himself, how childish. However, it was still commendable that he thought of buying a car for his sister after making money. Shin Jingyun said, "All right, when I want a sports car in the future, I'll come to you. Your brother-in-law told me that your sports car is called Lamborghini Lightning and is worth 30 million. Is that true?" Hearing his daughter's words while accompanying Xiaoye to watch the goldfish, Shin Qinggang immediately perked up his ears. Dai Wan, who had just come out of the kitchen, exclaimed, 30 million? Is that car really worth that much? Shin Shiyan became even prouder, stating, to be precise, it's 35 million. Fool. Zhou Yuchen could see that while Shin Shiyan was quite intelligent, his emotional intelligence was shockingly low. Not only did he fail to guess the reason for Shin Qinggang's displeasure, but he also boasted about his new sports car in front of everyone, which was truly baffling. Shin Qinggang said coldly, Shin Shiyan, return the car tomorrow. Shin Shiyan was taken aback and asked in confusion, why? Worried that the father and son would clash, Shin Jingyun slapped Shin Shiyan on the head and said, Dad is a senior official in the Yunhai city government, and you're flaunting a sports car worth over 30 million. If someone with bad intentions reports this, not only will Dad be sent to the disciplinary inspection department, but our whole family will become internet celebrities, facing countless mockeries and insults from netizens. Shin Shiyan shouted, why should I? I earned this money through my own efforts. What does it have to do with Dad? Shin Jingyun replied, the question is, can you explain it clearly? If something happens, how will you explain it? Who will listen? Shin Shiyan was instantly dumbfounded and said, what should I do? I've already bought the car. There's no way I can return it. Dai once said, sure too. This matter is very serious and relates to the future of the Shin family. No matter how much you lose or what methods you use, you must get rid of that car. Shin Shiyan looked at Shin Qinggang, who angrily retorted, what are you looking at me for? Couldn't you have thought this through before buying the car? Shin Shiyan felt somewhat dissatisfied and asked, then why can some government officials' children drive sports cars? Shin Qinggang snapped back, they got in trouble, Do you want to join them? This. Shin Shiyin was instantly left speechless. Shin Jingyan asked, sure to. If you return the car, will you lose a lot of money? Shin Shiyin wore a sorrowful expression and said, it has to be at least 5 to 6 million. Shin Jingyun slapped her forehead and said helplessly, I really don't know what to say to you. How about I go ask our director for help? Zhou Yuqin replied calmly, I think it's best not to let others know, to avoid causing a stir. He then added, how about this sports car? I think it's quite nice, so just sell it to me. Shin Jingyun was taken aback and asked, what do you need a sports car for? Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, once Zhou Qin gets her driver's license, I want to give her this car. Chapter 202. The proud Shin Shiyin asked, how much are you offering? Zhou Yuchan raised an eyebrow and replied, I'll give you 32 million. You transfer the car to me. How about that? Shin Shiyin exclaimed, but that means I'm losing over 3 million. Zhou Yuchan, you really know how to do business. Zhou Yuchan said, there's a line in a movie from a certain region that goes, when you mix in this world, you must admit your mistakes and stand tall when you take a hit. You studied finance, so you should understand this principle well. Don't talk about 3 million. Sometimes, a wrong judgment can lead to losses of 300 million. Shiyin, give me a clear answer. Will you sell or not? Shin Shiyin said indignantly, I'll sell. But you need to give me cash. Zhou Yuchan replied, that's not possible. If you can afford a 32 million car, it means you've made a lot of money in the stock market. I lent you 50 million before, and according to our agreement, you were supposed to pay me 65 million back. Now you only need to return 33 million. Shin Shiyin shook his head. I only have a few million on hand. I can't pay you. Zhou Yuchan asked, what happened to your money? Shin Shiyin explained, after cashing out from the stock market, I used 5 times leverage to buy gold futures, totaling 180 million. Zhou Yuchan said, 180 million should be all your money, right? Then how did you buy the sports car downstairs? Shin Shiyin replied confidently, commercial loans. Zhou Yuchan laughed directly. So you're saying you're confident that the profits from gold futures will definitely exceed the interest on the commercial loan. But why are you so eager to buy a car? Why not use that 32 million in commercial loans to buy gold futures instead? It wouldn't be too late to buy the car after selling the gold futures, would it? Shin Shiyin shrugged. What do you know? A car is a man's business card. In a few days, it's Yo-Yo's birthday, and the guests at her party are all wealthy and influential, driving top-notch luxury cars. If I don't want to embarrass myself, I must drive a luxury car there. Zhou Yuchan asked, what about my car? Shin Shiyin disdainfully said, a car worth just over 3 million is hardly a luxury car. Don't be ridiculous. Zhou Yuchan felt a bit speechless. Shin Qinggang, who had been holding back his anger, finally couldn't take it anymore and said, so what kind of car do you consider a luxury car? 100 million or a billion? Now I see, you're just being arrogant. You've made a little money and become this vain. Do you even remember your own surname? Shin Jingyan said, Dad, it's already impressive for Shiyin to earn so much money at his age. Shin Qinggang sneered. Without Xiao Zhou lending him 50 million, would he have been able to earn this much? Shin Shiyin was about to retort, but was stopped by Dai Wan's glance. Turning to Shin Qinggang, he said, Old Shun. No matter what, it's a fact that Shiyin has succeeded in his investment. He made the money we couldn't earn in our entire lives in just 2 weeks. And that is also a fact. Indeed, it was somewhat thoughtless for Shirtu to buy a car. But he has realized the problem and agreed to sell the car to Xiao Zhou. If this were in the past, do you think Shirtu would have easily agreed? Shin Jingyun echoed, Mom is right. Dad, Shirtu has changed quite a bit. Hearing the words of the mother and daughter, Shin Qinggang sighed and said, Pride comes before a fall. I'm worried that his arrogance might lead to a total loss. Shin Shiyin confidently replied, Dad, you can rest assured. I'm not a novice in the financial market. I know when to cut my losses. Zhou Yuqin coughed and said, Uncle Shun, today Mr. Zhao gave me a bottle of wine, saying it's a special supply. I've never seen anything like it. Could you take a look? Shin Qinggang's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, Where's the wine? Shin Jingyun pointed to the bottle she had casually placed on the shoe cabinet and said in surprise, Could it be this? Shin Qinggang hurriedly picked up the bottle, examined it, and said, Special supply wines have no labels, only the weight marked on the cap. Look, it says 1. 2 Jin. Shin Shiyin was also very curious about this special supply wine, leaned in to take a look, and asked, What level do you need to be to get such wine? Shin Qinggang replied, At least at the ministerial level. Haha, today we can consider ourselves lucky thanks to Xiao Zhou. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, Uncle Shun, you should keep it for yourself and enjoy it slowly. I have no idea about liquor. 100 yuan bottle and a 10 yuan bottle taste the same to me. If you give it to me, that would be pure waste. Shin Qinggang was not shy about it and said, All right, then I'll keep it. Dai Wan said teasingly, You really have some nerve. Shin Qinggang confidently replied, He already took my precious daughter away. Is it wrong for me to take a bottle of wine from him? Dai Wan said, all right, just put it away quickly. Half an hour later, the dishes prepared by a 5-star hotel chef were delivered. Everyone sat together to eat. Shin Qinggang took a few bites and shook his head, saying, It's not as good as what Xiaozhou makes. Shin Shiyan helplessly replied, Dad, can you not nitpick? Daiwan added, exactly. This meal is Shidu's heartfelt gesture, and you're still being picky. How annoying. Shin Qinggang laughed and said, all right, I admit I'm annoying. I'll stop talking, okay? Xiaozhou, please propose a toast. Sure. Zhou Yuqin raised his glass and said, I propose we all raise our glasses to congratulate Comrade Shin Shiyan for winning the first battle back to Yunhai so decisively and beautifully. I hope he builds on this foundation and continues to achieve even greater victories in the future. Daiwan happily said, Xiaozhou really knows how to speak. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and drank the wine in one go. Shin Shiyan was very excited and animatedly recounted his operations in the stock market over the past few days, regretfully saying, Zhou Yuqin, if you could have lent me all the money in the special currency back then, I could have made at least another couple of 100 million. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, actually, the 50 million you received was transferred from the game company's account, not from the cryptocurrency. Shin Shiyan slapped his thigh and said, you really took a big hit. The cryptocurrency plummeted by 15% yesterday and dropped another 7% today. You must have lost at least 50 to 60 million. Hearing this, Shin Chenggang, Daiwan, and Shin Jingyun all turned to Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin calmly replied, I will only buy and not sell until the price of the cryptocurrency reaches 50,000. Shin Shiyan exclaimed, 50,000? Are you joking? Chapter 203. You made over 5 billion? A spark of intelligence flashed in Zhou Yuqin's eyes as he asked, Shiyan, what do you think is the essence of Telcoin? Shin Shiyan thought for a moment and replied, a virtual currency that can replace the US dollar. Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said, it's probably not that simple. Telcoin is likely a financial tool that a certain country intends to utilize in the future with the ultimate goal of addressing the issue of the dollar's collapse. Shin Shiyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking? Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, this is just my speculation. To verify this guess, I want to take a gamble. Shin Shiyan asked, how do you plan to gamble? Zhou Yuqin explained, I will keep the amount of Telcoin I hold at around 1% of the total supply. This scale is neither too high nor too low and won't affect the future development of Telcoin. If my speculation is correct, then the price of Telcoin will surely soar, potentially exceeding $50,000, which would have a significant impact on the global financial landscape. At that point, I can sell my Telcoin and should be able to make over 100 billion. Of course, he continued, if my guess is wrong and Telcoin is banned, then I might only lose a few billion. Spending a few billion to bet on 100 billion seems like a worthwhile deal to me. Shin Shiyan looked at Zhou Yuqin, who appeared calm, with disbelief, and said, you are truly insane. Zhou Yuqin shrugged and replied, I might also be a genius. As financial investors, we must have enough confidence in our judgments, even if they turn out to be wrong. And I trust my judgment. Shin Shiyan then asked, then can you lend me some money? Zhou Yuqin was taken aback, finding Shin Shiyan's sudden request amusing and frustrating. The last time I lent you money, it was because I, like you, was optimistic about the stock market. But this time, I don't see any big trends in gold futures. So let's not talk about borrowing money. I won't lend you a single cent, Shin Shiyan scoffed. Since you are optimistic about the stock market, why don't you buy stocks? Zhou Yuqin was momentarily stunned and replied, I already bought some, and even earlier than you did. Uncle Shun, didn't you tell him? Shin Qinggang said, I'm not a gossip. So why would I mention that? Zhou Yuqin turned to Shin Jingyun and asked, did you know? Shin Jingyun shook her head. You and Dad didn't tell me. How would I know? Zhou Yuqin chuckled. I thought everyone knew. Shin Qinggang added, Shiyan, don't think that making $1 billion is impressive. This guy next to you is the master of financial investment. He provided us with 5 stocks from the police department, and most of the officers bought them, resulting in substantial profits. Do you know how much he bought? Shin Shiyan asked, how much? Shin Qinggang replied, 14 billion. 14 billion? Not only Shin Shiyan, but even Shin Jingyun showed a shocked expression. Unable to contain herself, Shin Jingyun asked, honey, have you already cashed out? Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, I withdrew yesterday afternoon. Shin Shiyan asked, so how much did you make? Zhou Yuqin took a sip of tea and replied, not less than 6 billion. Shin Shiyan nearly choked on those words. Are you kidding me? Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, just like you. I used 5 times leverage and bought in earlier than you. Making this amount shouldn't be too difficult. Shin Shiyan stared blankly at Zhou Yuqin's calm face and suddenly felt that he was a bit too low-key. The other person made nearly 6 billion and was so understated, while he was thrilled with just 1 billion. In comparison, he felt like a fool. He turned to Shin Jingyun and said, sister, your future husband is already a billionaire. Aren't you happy? Shin Jingyun smiled and replied, I'm very happy. Shin Shiyan said, but aren't you a bit too calm about it? Shin Jingyun looked deeply at Shin Shiyan and said, what should I do then? Cry tears of joy. Shiyan, we pursue wealth to live a better life. You mustn't stay in the financial market for too long and become a slave to money, losing sight of what's truly important. Daiwan clapped her hands and said, well said. Zhou Yuqin said, Wife, I love your carefree attitude the most. Hearing Zhou Yuqin refer to her as his wife in front of everyone, Shen Jingyun couldn't help but blush and playfully scolded, "Go away." Zhou Yuqin chuckled and said, "Uncle Shun, Aunt Dai, I want to discuss something with you." Shen Qinggang and Dai Wan exchanged glances and asked in unison, "What is it?" Zhou Yuqin said, "I want to change Xiaoyu's name to Zhou Xingyue." Shen Qinggang waved his hand and said, "You can discuss this among yourselves, no need to inform us." Dai Wan nodded and said, "No matter what Xiaoyu's surname is, she will always be my granddaughter." Zhou Yuqin raised his glass and happily said, "Thank you, Uncle Shun." "Thank you, Aunt Dai." Shen Qinggang and Dai Wan both raised their glasses and clinked with him. Dai Wan took a sip of juice and asked, "Xiao Zhou, have you and Jingyan discussed your matters?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "My plan is to get the marriage certificate and hold the wedding before the end of the year. Of course, it also depends on Jingyan's thoughts." Shen Jingyan said, "Mom, can you not be so anxious? As if I'm not going to get married." Dai Wan said, "I'm worried that Xiao Zhou will be snatched away. By then, you won't even have a place to cry." Zhou Yuqin quickly said, "That's impossible. Aunt Dai, I can swear to you that in this life, there will only be Jingyun as my wife, absolutely no other women." Dai Wan smiled and said, "I believe you." Zhou Yuqin continued, "Also, I need to make a trip to the island soon to find a reliable financial company to set up a trust fund for Xiaoyu. The initial plan was to have a funding limit of 100 million, but unexpectedly, due to changes in circumstances, I suddenly had over 6 billion in funds. Therefore, I plan to raise the limit to 1 billion, which can also provide some security for the future of Xiaoye." Shen Qinggang and Dai Wan have not yet expressed their views, and Shen Shiyan eagerly said, "There's no need to rush with the trust fund matters. Just lend me this 1 billion, and within a month, I guarantee I will return 12 billion to you." Zhou Yuqin shook his head and replied, "Both investment and entrepreneurship carry significant risks. No one can guarantee that they will only win and never lose. The main reason I want to set up a trust fund for Xiaoye is to prevent any potential impact on her life in case I fail in my investments or business ventures in the future. Shiyan, I admit you have the professional capabilities of a top investor, but you still lack the proper mindset of one. It is absolutely impossible for me to trust you with 1 billion to trade in gold futures." Shen Shiyan expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "You look down on me." Chapter 204 Parents arrive. Zhou Yuqin looked at him deeply and said, "If you want to earn respect, you need to achieve results in the financial market. Let me ask you, for this investment in gold futures, what do you think your return rate will be? Are you planning for the short term or the long term?" Shen Shiyan replied without hesitation, 30%, and it should be within 3 months. Zhou Yuqin frowned and said, "The market for gold futures is large enough. Even if a financial consortium from the West were to manage it, there wouldn't be too much fluctuation. On what basis do you believe you can achieve a 30% return in 3 months? As a master of financial investment, Zhou Yuqin is almost at the pinnacle of this industry. Even he can only predict the ultra-short-term trends of gold. Shen Shiyan is even less capable." Zhou Yuqin was puzzled about why he was so confident. Shen Shiyan's expression became serious as he said, "The financial company I previously worked for conducted a risk assessment and professional judgment on gold futures, and the results aligned with my own assessment." Zhou Yuqin was silent for a moment and said, "In 3 months, if you can achieve a 20% return, it means your ability is better than mine. I can invest 1 billion to help you build your own team." Shen Shiyan's eyes lit up. "Are you serious?" Zhou Yuqin nodded, "Of course. I have over 6 billion in funds. Giving 1 billion to Xiaoya and 1 billion to you is no problem at all. Shiyan, to be frank, I'm not optimistic about your project, but I hope you can prove me wrong with the final results." Shen Shiyan raised his glass confidently and said, "You can wait and see." Zhou Yuqin smiled and clinked glasses with him, downing the drink in one go. Shen Qinggang and Dai Wan exchanged glances, saying nothing, allowing the two to make their bet. After all, with Zhou Yuqin around, even if Shen Shiyan lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. Dai Wan subconsciously hoped to see Shen Shiyan lose because she noticed her son seemed to lack a serious respect for the market. If even Zhou Yuqin couldn't guarantee success and had already made arrangements for Xiaoya, why did Shen Shiyan have such great confidence? Dai Wan felt that only by allowing Shen Shiyan to hit a wall and experience a profound failure could he possibly change. After a satisfying meal, the Zhou family of 3 headed home. On the way, Shen Jingyun asked, "When are you going to the island?" "Within half a month. I need to settle this before the mobile phone battery development is successful." At this point, Zhou Yuqin suddenly had a thought and asked, "Honey, have you ever been to the island?" Shen Jingyun shook her head. "No." Zhou Yuqin said, "Could you take a leave? Let us take Xiaoya to the island for a few days of fun." Shen Jingyun seemed somewhat tempted and said, "Then you need to confirm a specific date first. And I'll ask my leader for leave. It should be no problem." Zhou Yuqin snapped his fingers. "Great." Xiaoya, who had been listening to their conversation, perked up and asked, "Daddy, what kind of place is the island? Is it fun?" Zhou Yuqin said, "Not only is it fun there, but there are also many delicious foods." Xiaoya happily replied, great. I want to go play on the island. Shen Jingyun, who was driving in front, glanced at the father and daughter in the rearview mirror, and a hint of a happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The next morning, Zhou Yuqin dropped Xiaoya off at school and hurried to the highway exit. Zhou Qing was focused on practicing driving and didn't come along today. In this era without navigation, Zhou Yuqin was worried that the elderly couple might have trouble finding the place, so he came over. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Zhou Qingjian's car slowly exited the highway and appeared in front of Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin waved at the car to confirm that his father saw him before getting into the car and taking them to Lijiang Garden. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuqin parked the car in front of Zhang Xia's real estate agency. Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiaowan got out of the car. Zhou Yuqin, fearing that Su Xiaowan might blame him, quickly said, it's about time. We need to hurry and handle the transfer procedures. You brought your documents, right? Su Xiaowan seemed to see through Zhou Yuqin's concerns, shot him a glance, and said, they're all in my bag. Zhou Yuqin chuckled, then let's go inside. Upon entering the office and seeing Zhang Xia, Zhou Yuqin introduced, Mom and Dad, this is my college classmate Zhang Xia. You will be following her instructions from now on. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Zhang Xia politely greeted Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiaowan. Su Xiaowan said, Zhang, we'll trouble you today. Zhang Xia smiled, not a problem. It will be done in 2 hours. Zhou Yuqin said, Zhang, I need to go to the bank for a bit. I'll leave my parents with you. After the transfer, take them to Longhu Hotel. I've reserved a table there for us to have a meal together. Zhang Xia asked, is it the hotel from the Wu family? Zhou Yuqin nodded and replied, yes. Zhang Xia said, no problem. Uncle and Aunt, let's head out. Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiaowan followed Zhang Xia to the housing authority, while Zhou Yuqin went to the commercial bank. This time, Chen Xingyang personally received Zhou Yuqin. Xiaozhou, you are really impressive. I'm regretting now. If I had known, I would have gone stock trading with Dahu. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, Uncle Chen, you flatter me. I'm just lucky. Seeing that Zhou Yuqin hadn't changed his attitude despite making over 5 billion and still maintained his humble and steady demeanor, Chen Xingyang valued him even more. Your biggest flaw is being too humble. Dahu really benefited from you this time and made a fortune. Chen Dao said, Old Zhou, I'm planning to buy a house next week. What do you think? Zhou Yuqin replied without hesitation, of course, that's great. If you have the money, you can buy a few more in good locations. I predict that the housing prices in Yunhai City will see a significant increase in the next few years. The better the location, the faster the growth. Chen Dahua raised an eyebrow and said, you mean I should just pay the down payment and buy as many as I can? When the housing prices skyrocket in 2 years, I can sell them. Zhou Yuqin nodded and replied, exactly. Chen Dahua asked, aren't you planning to buy? Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, that depends on luck. If there's a suitable community, I might just buy several buildings directly. Zhou Yuqin did not intend to deeply engage in the real estate industry, but that didn't stop him from accumulating a number of properties in luxury locations across major cities. At that time, he would only need to pay the down payment and repay the bank loans over a few years, easily making tens or even hundreds of billions. Chen Dahua gave a thumbs up and said, that's quite bold. Old Zhou, I'll follow your advice and buy a few more properties. Just to be clear, if I can't repay the loan in the middle, you have to help me out. Zhou Yuqin replied, no problem. Chapter 205 Repaying Money. Seeing the good relationship between his son and Zhou Yuqin, Chen Xingyang was quite pleased and said, Xiaozhou, how do you plan to handle this fund? Zhou Yuqin replied, I need to take 10 billion to the island soon to set up a trust fund for my precious daughter. The remaining money will be temporarily kept in the bank. And in a while, I will establish an investment company. Chen Xingyang pointed to Chen Dahua and said, how about letting this kid be your client manager? Without thinking, Chen Dahua said, I won't do it. Chen Xingyang frowned and asked, why not? Chen Dahua replied, if I become old Zhou's client manager, I'll feel inferior when I see him in the future. How can I go out and brag about eating skewers then? Chen Xingyang immediately understood Chen Dahua's intention, realizing he didn't want any business ties with Zhou Yuqin to avoid affecting their brotherly relationship. When did this kid become so astute? Chen Xingyang secretly praised him and said, then it's up to you. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, Uncle Chen, just help me find a client manager. I need to access this money at any time and won't be making any investments. Chen Xingyang nodded and said, all right. Soon, Zhou Yuqin met his client manager, Ling Yenner. Ling Yenner was a beautiful woman in her late 20s, tall and elegant. While her looks might not surpass Shen Jingyuan's, she was still above average. Mr. Zhou, hello. This is my business card. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. I will be at your service 24 hours a day. Clients like Zhou Yuqin, who were super VIPs worth billions, typically wouldn't be assigned to ordinary employees. If not for Ling Yenner being the niece of Chen Xingyang's current wife, he wouldn't have introduced Zhou Yuqin to her. Seeing that Ling Yenner seemed a bit nervous, Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, no need to be tense. Miss Ling, please help me repay the 10 billion loan I owe to the bank along with the interest and leave the remaining money untouched. I have other uses for it. Okay, I'll take care of that right away. After Ling Yin'er left, Chen Dahua reminded him, Old Zhou, Ling Yin'er is my cousin, so you must not have any bad thoughts about her. Zhou Yuqin rolled his eyes and said, in this world, besides my wife, no other woman catches my eye. Chen Dahua laughed and asked, so when can you bring her out for us to meet this leader of yours? Zhou Yuqin replied, you can meet her at noon today. Yesterday, I bought a house for my parents at Lijiang Garden, and Zhang Xia is currently helping them with the transfer procedures. I've asked Wu Liang to book a table at Longhu Hotel to treat Zhang Xia to a meal, and my wife will be there too. Do you have time to join us? Not a chance. Chen Dahua shrugged and said, I still have to work. Chen Xingyang said, Dahua, I've approved your leave. You don't need to come in this afternoon. Chen Dahua laughed and said, Dad, you're abusing your power. What do you mean by abusing power? Chen Xingyang said with annoyance. Mr. Zhou Yuqin is our bank's most important client. How can you say that accompanying a client to dinner isn't work? You've been in the banking system for 2 years. How can you still be so rigid? Chen Dahua replied helplessly, all right, I admit it. Compared to you all, I really am a bit foolish. Zhou Yuqin patted his shoulder and said, there are countless smart people in the banking system who know how to talk and handle situations. But what truly reassures clients are those who are honest and straightforward. I think the saying great wisdom appears foolish often applies to the banking world. Chen Dahua pondered for a while and asked, are you complimenting me or criticizing me? Zhou Yuqin chuckled, if you can't even understand my words. I really have to admire you. Ling Yin'er was very efficient. In just 10 minutes, she had resolved Zhou Yuqin's repayment issue. Zhou Yuqin thanked her, said goodbye to Chen Xingyang, and left with Chen Dahua. As soon as they left, Ling Yin'er asked, Uncle, who is Zhou Yuqin? Why is he so wealthy? While processing the repayment paperwork, Ling Yin'er was shocked to discover that Zhou Yuqin's account had over 6 billion, which was astonishing. Chen Xingyang replied, he is Dahua's classmate and has no background. Through his own efforts, he earned nearly 10 billion in less than 4 months. He is a true financial genius. The mobile games you young people enjoy, like Angry Birds, are from the game company he founded. Ling Yin'er covered her mouth in disbelief and said, he made nearly 10 billion in less than 4 months? That's incredible. Chen Xingyang continued, so you should take this opportunity to build a good relationship with him. Zhou Yuqin's future is limitless. Ling Yin'er asked, Uncle, I see that Mr. Zhou and Dahua have a good relationship. Why don't you let Dahua be his client manager? Chen Xingyang smiled and said, Dahua doesn't want his brotherly relationship with Zhou Yuqin to be mixed with other things. Haha. Having a friend like him makes me feel at ease. Dahua is really smart. Ling Yin'er nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of a different expression. After leaving the bank, Zhou Yuqin and Chen Dahua drove straight to Longhu Hotel. By the time they arrived at the hotel, it was already noon. As Zhou Yuqin got out of the car, Chen Dahua grabbed his arm and pointed to a woman ahead, saying, Old Zhou, look quickly, a super beauty. Zhou Yuqin glanced once and recognized that the super beauty Chen Dahua was talking about was his wife, Xin Jingyun. How did you tell she was a beauty? Just a fleeting glance allowed me to see her face. My goodness, I swear I have never seen such a beautiful woman. Is that for real? I need to see just how beautiful she is. After saying that, Zhou Yuqin directly chased after her. Chen Dahua, standing behind, was left in a daze, thinking to himself, has this guy become so arrogant after getting rich? Just then, something even more bewildering happened to Chen Dahua. After Zhou Yuqin caught up with the beautiful woman, he actually put his arm around her shoulder and leaned in to give her a kiss. What the heck? Old Zhou, what are you doing? Chen Dahua shouted and hurriedly ran forward. He was worried that the woman might call the police and have Zhou Yuqin arrested as a rogue. Although Zhou Yuqin did indeed act quite like one. Before he could reach them, Chen Dahua saw the woman linking her arm with Zhou Yuqin's, and they both turned around, smiling at him. Chen Dahua suddenly understood. It turned out the two knew each other. Chapter 206. Plagiarizing ideas. Old Zhou, are you kidding me? Zhou Yuqin chuckled and said, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Xin Jingyun. Honey, this is my dorm mate and best buddy, Chen Dahua. Chen Dahua quickly greeted, sister-in-law, hello. Xin Jingyun smiled slightly and replied, hello. I often hear my husband mention he has 2 brothers, one named Chen Dahua and the other named Wu Liang. It's nice to finally meet you. Chen Dahua scratched the back of his head and laughed. Am I particularly disappointing to you? Xin Jingyun shook her head and said, not at all. You're pretty much what I imagined. However, to be honest, I find you much more handsome than my husband. Zhou Yuqin said discontentedly, honey, what kind of eyes do you have? Chen Dahua chimed in, I think sister-in-law has good taste. She sees things accurately. Zhou Yuqin scoffed. You really have no self-awareness at all. The three chatted as they walked into the hotel lobby. Wu Liang had been waiting inside and immediately came up to them. Wow, old Chen, please don't tell me this stunning beauty is your girlfriend? Wu Liang said with an exaggerated expression. Actually, it wasn't surprising that Chen Dahua and Wu Liang were shocked. Xin Jingyun looked exceptionally beautiful today. She wore a purple fitted long dress that perfectly accentuated her curvy figure, as if the dress was tailor-made for her. Her long, Shiny black hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and her delicate features resembled a masterfully crafted piece of art, stunning to the extreme. What was most captivating was undoubtedly her soft yet cool eyes, which felt both friendly and carried a hint of aloofness and pride. Coupled with her noble and elegant demeanor, she could be described as breathtakingly beautiful. Zhou Yuchen chuckled, correct answer. This is my wife, Shen Jingyun. Shen Jingyun greeted, Wu Liang, hello. Wu Liang slapped his forehead and joked, I'm feeling very bad right now. What kind of eyes do you have to end up with him? Zhou Yuchen laughed. My wife has an eye for talent. Wu Liang, have my parents and Zhangxia arrived? Wu Liang replied, they've been here for half an hour. Come on, let me take you over. Soon, the four of them walked into the peony hall on the second floor. Zhou Qingjian, Su Xiuwan, and Zhang Xia immediately stood up. Uncle, Aunt, I'm very sorry we are late, Shen Jingyun said as she immediately took Su Xiuwan's hand. Su Xiuwan smiled and said, Jingyun, my husband and I will be in Yunhai for the next few days. We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet, so you don't need to come all this way. What if it affects your work? Shen Jingyun replied, our unit is extremely busy when busy and very relaxed when not. It won't affect my work. Zhou Yuchen added, honey, that beautiful girl is my classmate, Zhang Xia. She helped me with the housing issue today. Shen Jingyun looked at Zhang Xia and smiled. I've known Zhang Xia for a long time. The apartment in Mingda community was introduced by her. Zhou Yuchen said in surprise, this really is fate. Zhang Xia giggled and replied, it really is fate. A girl like Jingyun, regardless of gender, once you meet her, you'll definitely remember her. I remember the situation very clearly. The first time she came to my shop to look at a house, she was holding a child. At that moment, I was pondering who the lucky man was that could marry such a beautiful goddess and have a child with her. I never expected that this lucky man would turn out to be you. Zhou Yuchen laughed heartily. What can I say? I'm just too charming. Uffed. Both Wu Liang and Chen Dahua let out a scoff. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the private room. Soon, the food and drinks were served, and everyone started eating. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Wu Liang suddenly asked, Old Zhou, how's your casual elimination doing? Zhou Yuchen replied, not bad. The global downloads for casual elimination have reached 300 million, with about 300,000 people willing to spend money on in-game items, which is only 1,000th of the total, with more than half coming from the European and American regions. Even so, it still brings me around 10 million a day, which is definitely one of the best in the gaming industry here. He mentioned that several advertisers had already contacted the company, and after discussing with Zheng Tong and others, they decided to offer 3 slots for ads, with each slot lasting no more than 15 seconds to avoid player dissatisfaction. Wu Liang said, Old Chen, I heard something that I think is necessary to tell you. Zhou Yuchen asked, what is it? Wu Liang said, last night, a group from Hello Game Company came to the hotel to drink, and when I passed by their private room, I accidentally overheard them talking about casual elimination. It seems that Hello Game Company also has a similar game to be released on the platform, and they directly said it was designed referencing casual elimination. Hearing this news, Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but furrow his brows. There are 5 download platforms for games in this region, and Hello Communications platform is one of them. The other 4 platforms agreed to provide downloads for casual elimination, while the Hello platform almost immediately refused without hesitation. No matter how Zheng Tong and others persuaded them, they just wouldn't budge. Now Zhou Yuchen understood that Hello Communications was also planning to launch a similar game. The problem is that casual elimination had been online for less than 2 weeks. How could they possibly develop a match 3 games so quickly? There was probably only one explanation. During the development period at Yuechen Game Company, their ideas were leaked to Hello Communications. Shen Jingyun gently tapped his hand, bringing Zhou Yuchen back to his senses. He noticed everyone was looking at him and quickly said, sorry, I got a bit lost in thought. Chen Dahua said, Old Zhou, if Hello Game Company really releases a match 3 game, will it have a significant impact on you? Zhou Yuchen nodded and said, very significant. After the launch of casual elimination game, I anticipated that those gaming companies would definitely rush to copy it, but it would likely take them at least 2 to 3 months to release their versions. By that time, casual elimination game would already have countless loyal fans, making its position hard to shake. I never expected that in less than half a month, a game from a certain gaming company was already online. Shen Jingyun asked in confusion, is game development really that easy? They managed to succeed in just half a month? Zhou Yuchen replied, it's plagiarism. They must have copied my ideas in advance. Chen Dahua said indignantly, even the top domestic gaming company is resorting to plagiarism. That's just shameless. Chapter 207, Stock Market Crash. Zhou Yuchen said, there's no way around it. Games of this type are too easy to imitate. Even if they didn't know the substantial content before, as long as they hear a simple introduction from others and change the appearance, it's quite easy to develop it. Chen Dahua asked, what should we do then? Sue them in court? Zhou Yuchen smiled and replied, we have no evidence, so suing them wouldn't make any sense. However, Hello Game Company has miscalculated one thing. For this game to succeed, the core market isn't domestic, but overseas. Domestic players are willing to spend money on large-scale online games. But there aren't many who are willing to spend on casual games. Over 80% of the revenue from Casual Match 3 comes from overseas players. Shin Jingyan said. What if Hello Game Company takes the game overseas? Zhou Yuqin scoffed. Hello is quite famous domestically, but who knows them abroad? A game company that has been established for 7 years hasn't developed a single best-selling game internationally and only dares to play domestically. I feel embarrassed for them. The reason Casual Match 3 became a hit on foreign websites is that it rode the coattails of Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds. Hello Game Company doesn't have a single hit game abroad. And most players haven't even heard of its name. If they release a game similar to Casual Match 3, the result will definitely be a failure. Shin Jingyan rolled her eyes at him and said, if you want to praise yourself, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Zhou Yuqin laughed and said, I'm just speaking the truth. While they were eating, the stock market in a certain country took a complete turn. As if a waterfall plunged down from 5,800 points to 5,000 points, then rebounded to 5,100 points. Countless investors were left stunned. By the time Zhou Yuqin and his companions finished their meal, the market suffered a second crash, penetrating 5,000 points and dropping to 4,800 points. It opened at 5,414 points and closed at 4,803 points, a drop of 11.3. More than 3,000 companies fell by 20, hitting the limit down. And most companies saw declines of over 10. In the last 15 minutes, investors rushed to sell their stocks. Except for a few lucky ones who managed to escape. Over 95% of investors were left holding the bag. Zhou Yuqin's earlier speculation was correct. The stock price of Wuliangye plummeted on the same day as the market crash. However, this no longer concerned Zhou Yuqin. After finishing their meal at Longhu Hotel, Shin Jingyan went to work, while Zhou Yuqin drove Zhang Xia back to Lijiang Garden, with Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiaowan following behind. The elderly couple completed their formalities, but had yet to see what their new home looked like. On the way, Zhang Xia asked, are you still serious about what you said yesterday? Zhou Yuqin raised an eyebrow and replied, have you thought it through? Zhang Xia nodded and said, after working as a real estate agent for over 2 years, I'm a bit tired of it. Changing my work environment might be a good thing for me. Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, it will definitely be a good thing. The sales industry is the most challenging among all fields, and it's where many talented individuals are cultivated. You can check online. At least half of the top 100 wealthy individuals in this region have experience in sales. Zhang Xia chuckled. I can't compare myself to those wealthy individuals. Boss Zhou, when can I report to your company? Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and said, how about next Monday? In the meantime, you can sort out your affairs at home. Zhang Xia replied, no problem. Upon arriving at Lijiang Garden, Zhou Yuqin dropped Zhang Xia off and took his parents to their home. After touring the living room and various rooms, Su Xiaowan remarked, I feel that the decoration of this house is much better than our place in Zhenjiang. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, this was designed and decorated by Mr. Zhao himself, who pays great attention to detail. The only issue is that it feels a bit outdated. Zhou Qingjian said, I quite like it. Su Xiaowan rolled her eyes at him and said, who wouldn't like a house worth over 40 million? Zhou Yuqin said, Dad, Mom, take a look and see if anything is missing. Tomorrow is Saturday. I'll take you shopping to get everything settled. For the next couple of nights, you can temporarily stay at my place. Su Xiaowan nodded and said, sure. Speaking of which, we haven't seen your home yet. Zhou Yuqin replied, let's go now. Then pick up Xiaoya from kindergarten. Su Xiaowan's eyes lit up and said, have your dad prepare the food at home, and I'll go with you to the kindergarten. Zhou Qingjian complained, why do you get to go to the kindergarten? Su Xiaowan said, as long as you agree to be the chef at home, we can swap roles. Zhou Qingjian rolled his eyes in frustration and said, you've been using this to threaten me for a lifetime. Su Xiaowan proudly said, whoever does more work at home is the boss. Old Zhou, remember this. Zhou Qingjian was left speechless. Zhou Yuqin took his parents to his home. After they toured the place, the elderly couple praised it endlessly. Zhou Yuqin took out the ingredients for the dishes he planned to prepare that afternoon from the refrigerator and said, Dad, could you please tidy up a bit? Mom and I will go pick up the kids. Zhou Qingjian waved his hand helplessly and said, go ahead. Seeing his father's distressed expression, Zhou Yuqin smiled slightly, took a bottle of wine from the shelf, and said, Dad, I won't let you work for nothing. Do you know what kind of wine this is? Zhou Qingjian took the bottle, examined it closely, and said, why is there not even a label? Zhou Yuqin replied, the Mr. Zhao who sells houses is an old friend of mine. This is a special wine he gifted me, and there are only 2 bottles. I gave one to Jingyun's father, and this is the other one. Zhou Qingjian exclaimed, is this the kind of special wine that only officials at the ministerial level and above can drink? Zhou Yuqin nodded and said exactly. Zhou Qingjian asked, is this Zhao really impressive? Zhou Yuqin replied, he is a retired lieutenant general, with one son who is a major general and another who is a deputy consul. He just transferred to work in a certain capital city recently. Zhou Qingjian's eyes widened in surprise. How did you get to know such an extraordinary person? Zhou Yuqin shrugged and said, maybe it's just chemistry. Dad, do you really want this wine? Zhou Qingjian answered without hesitation, of course I do. I've never had special supply wine in my life. I must give it a try. Zhou Yuqin replied, I'm not interested in this stuff, so you might as well take it home and enjoy it slowly. Chapter 208. Zhou Qingjian's thoughts. Half an hour later. Zhou Yuqin brought Su Xiaowan to the kindergarten. When Xiaoyu was picked up by Zhou Yuqin and saw Su Xiaowan, she called out Grandma and rushed over. Su Xiaowan hugged Xiaoyu tightly and asked, Sweetheart, did you miss Grandma? Xiaoyu looked up and gave Su Xiaowan a kiss on the cheek, saying, I missed you super much. Grandma, can you buy me something to eat? Su Xiaowan was taken aback and asked, what do you want to eat? Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as she replied, ice cream. Without hesitation, Su Xiaowan said, no problem. Xiaoyu joyfully shouted, long live Grandma. Zhou Yuqin, somewhat annoyed, said, Xiaoyu, you just had ice cream yesterday, and now you want it again. Aren't you being a bit excessive? Xiaoyu retorted, Dad, you had a meal yesterday too. Why are you eating again today? Zhou Yuqin couldn't help but laugh, asking, where did you learn that? Xiaoyu replied, I won't tell you. Grandma, it seems Dad doesn't want to take me for ice cream. Before Su Xiaowan could speak, Zhou Yuqin immediately said, all right, stop playing the pity card. I'm taking you both there right now. Yay. Xiaoyu beamed with joy. Su Xiaowan gently tapped the little one's nose, saying, what a clever little girl. When the three returned home, Shen Jingyan had just gotten off work. Zhou Yuqin went into the kitchen and prepared 6 dishes and a soup. After dinner, Su Xiaowan and Shen Jingyun went to their new house to tidy up and see what was needed for tomorrow's shopping. Zhou Qingjian and Zhou Yuqin watched Xiaoyu play on the slide with other children in the community. Dad, next Monday, Jingyun and I will take Xiaoyu to the police department to change her name. Zhou Qingjian raised an eyebrow and asked, did Jingyun's parents agree? Zhou Yuqin nodded, saying, for such a big matter, I definitely need to get their consent. Zhou Qingjian happily replied, that's great. Zhou Yuqin continued, after changing Xiaoyu's name, I will take the mother and daughter to the island. 1. To have some fun for a few days and let the little one see the world. 2. To set up a trust fund for her. This way, even if my business fails, she won't lack money when she grows up. Zhou Qingjian waved his hand, saying, you can handle those matters yourself. Your mother and I don't understand them. At this point, Zhou Qingjian suddenly changed the subject, saying, Xiaochen, your grandfather turned 80 last week. Zhou Yuqin interrupted him directly, saying, Dad, the only person related to me in the Zhou family is my aunt. As for the others, I really don't want to have anything to do with them. Zhou Qingjian's expression dimmed slightly as he said, your grandfather regrets what happened back then. Zhou Yuqin replied indifferently, whether he regrets it or not, I never want to see him again in my life. People say that true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. At my most difficult moment, they not only didn't help, but also stabbed me in the back. Such relatives, I dare not keep. Dad, you should show filial piety to Mr. Zhou. I don't oppose it. After all, he has given you life. However, it's impossible for me to reconcile with him in this lifetime. Zhou Qingjian fell silent. He could hear the determination in Zhou Yuqin's tone. Deep down, he questioned himself. Anyone in this situation would probably struggle to forgive the Zhou family. Yet, there was always a glimmer of hope in Zhou Qingjian's heart, as that person was his father. He naturally wished for harmony between his father and son. It now seemed that hope was just hope and would never become reality. Zhou Yuqin glanced at Zhou Qingjian and asked, how are your aunt and uncle? My cousin should have graduated by now, right? Zhou Qingjian came back to his senses and replied, your uncle has started a renovation team, looking for work everywhere. Although it's a bit tough, he can earn 200,000 to 300,000 a year. Plus, with your aunt's shop, they're living better than your mom and me. As for your cousin, he has already started working at a foreign company in Pengcheng. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, that's good. I still remember when Grandma was sick. Your aunt was the only one who visited her almost every week, while others didn't even show their faces all year. Afraid that you would leave Grandma in their care. Dad, you don't owe the Zhou family anything, but you owe my mom. Not every daughter-in-law can care for the elderly so tirelessly for so many years like she did. Zhou Qingjian laughed and scolded, are you lecturing me? Zhou Yuqin looked at Zhou Qingjian with intense eyes, his expression very serious. On the issue of the Zhou family, I really want to give you a lesson. So you don't get carried away and create conflicts with my mom over these ungrateful people. If that day ever comes, my sister and I will definitely stand by my mom. As the saying goes, a father knows his son best. This can also be reversed. A child knows his father best. Zhou Qingjian was honest and sincere, possessing the demeanor of an ancient gentleman. However, he had one major flaw. He was strict with himself, but lenient with others. While this is usually a good trait, being too lenient can lead to problems. If Zhou Yuqin were in the same situation as his father, he would have severed ties with the Zhou family long ago. Yet, Zhou Qingjian still hoped for his son to reconcile with them, which was simply absurd. Based on Zhou Yuqin's understanding of his father, he knew these words must have been discussed at home with his mother, who probably didn't react positively. It's possible that the two had already argued several times at home. Zhou Yuqin mainly wanted to remind his dad not to let the Zhou family disrupt their own household. Zhou Qingjian couldn't stand Zhou Yuqin's piercing gaze and turned his head to the side, saying, "What are you trying to do, kid? You dare to warn me?" Zhou Yuqin withdrew his gaze and immediately gave his dad a way out, saying, "I wouldn't dare." Just then, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Zheng Tong. "Dad, keep an eye on Xiaoya. I'll take this call. Go ahead." Seeing Zhou Yuqin's departing figure, Zhou Qingjian let out a long sigh, thinking to himself that this little brat has grown up. "Old Zheng, what's up?" "Zhou, a game company has released a notice stating that their super match will go live tomorrow night at 8 on 3 major mobile gaming platforms. Through our investigation, we found that this game company started developing super match over a month ago, and they might have plagiarized our idea. Old Zheng, as long as their game is different from ours, we have no way to take action against them. By the way, you mentioned that super match will only be launched on 3 major mobile platforms. What about the PC version?" "I'm not sure." Chapter 2091 Million Cards. Zhou Yuqin smiled slightly and said, "I understand. The game company must have known about the game concept of leisure elimination in advance, but they were unaware that we would launch on both mobile and PC platforms simultaneously. They probably thought we would only release a mobile game like our previous 2 titles, which caught them off guard. To quickly seize the market, they had no choice but to launch the mobile version of Super Match first and then connect it to the PC version. It should be like this. Mr. Zhou, how should we respond? They have their strengths, but we have ours. Our advantages are quite clear, and the threat they pose to us won't be significant. Lao Zhang, have you noticed that there aren't many players in the country willing to spend money on in-game items? Most of them are international players. I've had someone compile the statistics, and since the launch, foreign players have contributed about 78% of our total revenue. Have you thought of a solution? Mr. Zhou, what can we do? Advertising. Didn't you say that many advertisers want to collaborate with us? So why don't we adopt the CPC, cost per click, advertising model? The CPC advertising model calculates costs based on the number of clicks. The more clicks, the higher the fees paid by the advertising companies. Technically, CPC advertising has been successfully implemented for a long time. There are no issues with it. Many games abroad use this model, but it seems that the domestic gaming industry has never adopted it. I think we can open a small window on the item page, allowing players to earn various items through watching ads. This way, advertisers achieve their promotional goals, players get items without spending money, and we, along with the operators, can earn revenue from ad clicks. It's a win-win-win situation. During lunch, Zhou Yuqin learned that the game company had launched a new elimination game, and he began considering solutions. If leisure elimination could indeed use the CPC advertising model, even if half of the players were taken by the competitor, it would likely not affect the revenue of Yueqing Game Company. Mr. Zhou, I will contact major game operators immediately. If all goes well, they should agree. If negotiations are tough, we can make some concessions. My bottom line is to share 8% of the advertising revenue with them. All right. At the RD department of the game company, over 300 programmers were busy debugging Super Match before its launch. He Changsheng sat at the front, his expression as dark as water. The information from Zheng Tong was accurate. He Changsheng had indeed sent someone to acquire the concept of leisure elimination over a month ago. Although it wasn't a complete planning document, they were already aware of the specific gameplay. After consulting with the company's core personnel, they decided to develop a new mobile game based on this unprecedented game model. With the company's strong RD capabilities, they managed to create Super Match in just 1 month. What caught He Changsheng off guard was Zhou Yuqin's decision to launch both the PC and mobile versions simultaneously, utilizing a free download with in-app purchases model. This move completely baffled He Changsheng. He quickly approached Fang Qingxian, the head of the development department, to inquire whether Super Match could be launched in both modes at the same time, like leisure elimination. Fang Qingxian confirmed it was possible, but it would take a significant amount of time. When they were developing Super Match, they hadn't considered making a PC version. To fully synchronize both versions would take at least 2 months. 2 months was too long for He Changsheng to wait. Reluctantly, he decided to launch the mobile version first to capture the gaming audience, leaving the PC version for later. Old Fang, how is it going? There are no issues with the game overall. It's just that due to the tight schedule, the details aren't as perfect as leisure elimination. It's unavoidable. Our mobile game has already failed 5 times. This is our last chance. If we don't achieve results by the beginning of next month, both of us, along with several other heads, will be dismissed. It's hard to compete with leisure elimination relying solely on Super Match. We could organize an event. The marketing department has already initiated this. Any player who downloads Super Match will receive a discount card for half off, applicable for any game developed by our company. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingxian fell silent. Domestic players who are willing to spend money on games don't care about such a small discount. Those who are reluctant to pay for games wouldn't buy them even at a 20 discount, let alone 50. This bundling strategy would be practically useless for them. The next morning, Shen Shiyan called Zhou Yuchen, asking him to bring the necessary documents to transfer the ownership of the sports car. Zhou Yuchen informed Shen Jingyun, who replied, "You go ahead. I'll drive uncle and auntie to Xingyuan Mall for shopping. We'll probably have lunch there." Zhou Yuchen nodded, pulled out a credit card from his pocket, and said, "The password is your birthday. Feel free to use it for anything under 10 million. Shen Jingyun took the credit card, glanced at it, and asked, "Is this for me?" Zhou Yuchen replied, "Yes." Shen Jingyun teased, "Aren't you afraid I'll spend it all and then break up with you?" Zhou Yuchen chuckled, "That would just mean you're foolish. Giving up hundreds of billions for a mere 10 million is not wise." Shen Jingyun said, "Honey, I thought you would be cautious with all women, including me, after being hurt by Su Xiaoya. But it seems like you're not learning from your mistakes." Zhou Yuchen held her slender waist and kissed her lips, saying, "After I got out of prison, I read quite a few psychology books. I could tell what kind of person you were the first time I met you. Darling, you'll never escape from my grasp in this lifetime." After acquiring the ability to assess loyalty, Zhou Yuchen had already seen the loyalty level of Shen Jingyun towards him. It was previously 92, but now it had risen to 95, a level where she would be willing to die for him. Zhou Yuchen was very aware that in this materialistic society, having a wife who would be unwaveringly loyal to him, especially one of such extraordinary beauty, was incredibly rare. In his past life, after achieving success in his career, Zhou Yuchen had spent several years living extravagantly, experiencing various beautiful women and enjoying all that life had to offer, which ultimately felt meaningless. In this life, Zhou Yuchen simply wanted to live a good life with Shen Jingyun and had no interest in engaging in chaotic affairs anymore. Chapter 210. Transfer Chaos. Shen Jingyun was very fond of being close to Zhou Yuchen. She took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck and smiled. "Do you think you're a Buddha? Let me tell you, if one day you change your mind and do something to hurt us mother and daughter, even if you offer me 100 billion or 1,000 billion, I will leave you without hesitation." Zhou Yuchen replied, "Trust me, that day will never come." The two looked at each other deeply and unknowingly kissed. Suddenly, Su Xiaowan, who had intended to make breakfast, saw the two in the kitchen being affectionate. Startled, she quickly turned to leave but accidentally knocked over a chair, hearing the sound of the chair falling. Shen Jingyun quickly pushed Zhou Yuchen away and walked into the living room. She saw Su Xiaowan propping up the chair, her face showing a hint of embarrassment. It was obvious that she had just witnessed an intimate moment between them, and her face instantly turned red. "Auntie, are you okay?" Su Xiaowan hurriedly waved her hand, saying, "I'm fine, you two continue." Zhou Yuchen, with his thick skin, not only felt no embarrassment, but also teased, "Mom, your timing couldn't be worse. Auntie, I'm going to check on Xiaoya." Hearing Zhou Yuchen's shameless remark, Shen Jingyun's face turned even redder as she hurried into Xiaoya's bedroom. As soon as Shen Jingyun left, Su Xiaowan pulled Zhou Yuchen into the kitchen and asked, "When are you planning to propose to Jingyun?" Zhou Yuchen smiled and replied, "Before the Spring Festival." Su Xiaowan said, "You said it, I'll remember it." Zhou Yuchen assured, "Don't worry, I will definitely make Jingyun your daughter-in-law soon." After breakfast, Zhou Yuchen drove straight to the Vehicle Administration Office. Upon arrival, he waited for a full 20 minutes before Shen Shiyan finally arrived, accompanied by a young man of similar age who was quite handsome with a good presence and a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. "Shiyan, is this your future brother-in-law?" The young man assessed Zhou Yuchen, smirking slightly, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. "He looks pretty average." Zhou Yuchen didn't even glance at him, focusing solely on Shen Shiyan and coldly asked, "Did you bring the agreement?" "Yes," Shen Shiyan replied, seemingly intimidated by Zhou Yuchen's aura. Shen Shiyan quickly took out 2 copies of the agreement from a file and handed them over. One was the sports car transfer agreement, and the other was a new investment agreement. Zhou Yuchen glanced over, confirmed there were no issues, and directly signed both agreements. He then took out the previous investment agreement of 50 million and handed it to Shen Shiyan, saying, "Once the sports car transfer is completed, we are even." Shen Shiyan replied, "Okay, let me introduce you. This is Wang Xiaolong, the eldest son of Wang Yin, the president of Dingxing Group." Wang Xiaolong revealed a proud expression at the right moment. He had reason to be proud, as Dingxing Group was the most renowned food and beverage company in the country. Although it was not a publicly listed company, its conservative valuation was around 150 billion. In last year's announced list of wealthy individuals, Wang Yin ranked in the top 10 with a personal asset of 120 billion. Zhou Yuchen said lightly, "Mr. Wang Yin founded the Dingxing Group at the age of 23. After more than 30 years of development, it has become the most famous company in the region, and he is also ranked among the top 10 wealthy individuals. Therefore, I have great admiration for Mr. Wang Yin. As for Mr. Wang Xiaolong, I'm sorry, but I have not heard of that name." Wang Xiaolong's expression changed, and he angrily retorted, What do you mean? Zhou Yuqin still did not look at him directly and replied, Shen Shiyan, I don't like to waste time on irrelevant people. You just made me wait for 20 minutes. And the cost of those 20 minutes is 200 million. The 10 billion investment I promised you has now turned into 8 billion. If there's another time, all your investment quota will be zeroed out. From the moment Wang Xiaolong spoke his first sentence, Zhou Yuqin knew that this guy was intentionally brought by Shen Shiyan to embarrass him, since they were foes rather than friends. Zhou Yuqin decided to act even more arrogantly than Wang Xiaolong. You're arrogant? I'll be even more arrogant. Let us see who can't take it first. Sure enough, Wang Xiaolong was furious, saying, ISNT at just 1 billion? Who are you trying to scare? Zhou Yuqin finally looked at him directly and said, Can you come up with 1 billion to help Shen Shiyan set up an investment company? If not, then please keep your mouth shut. Pretending without strength will only make people look down on you. Wang Xiaolong replied, My dad has over 100 billion. Zhou Yuqin shot back. How much of that 100 billion belongs to you? 1 billion? 10 billion? Or can you not even come up with 1 billion? Wang Xiaolong was instantly rendered speechless. Zhou Yuqin turned to Shen Shiyan and said, If you want to start a business, then go and connect with people in the market who can actually help you. Hanging out with a rich second generation who has no real power is pointless. Shen Shiyan could hardly bear Zhou Yuqin's arrogant attitude and said, Zhou Yuqin, I see it clearly now. You were just pretending at my house. This is your true face. Zhou Yuqin stood up and asked, Shen Shiyan, tell me, what is your purpose in bringing Wang Xiaolong here? Is he able to help you with the transfer, or is it just to give me a warning? Wang Xiaolong responded, The vehicle management office isn't yours. I can come whenever I want. It's none of your business. Zhou Yuqin ignored his words and coldly said to Shen Shiyan, Since he is someone who has nothing to do with me, then let us stop talking nonsense. Hurry up with the transfer. I have other matters to attend to. Shen Shiyan gritted his teeth and said, Just wait. I'll tell my parents about what you did today, so they know what kind of person their future son-in-law is. Zhou Yuqin replied, Suit yourself. Half an hour later, the red Lamborghini became Zhou Yuqin's ride. Shen Shiyan looked reluctant and wanted to say something. But when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. Zhou Yuqin initially wanted to lend the Lamborghini to him. But since this guy was pulling such stunts in front of him, that was out of the question. Taking the keys from Shen Shiyan's hand, Zhou Yuqin drove the sports car to a spot that was conveniently captured by the camera, then got into his own car without saying a word to Shen Shiyan and drove away. Shen Shiyan was so angry that his face turned red, feeling embarrassed in front of Wang Xiaolong. Similarly, Wang Xiaolong felt humiliated, especially by Zhou Yuqin's mocking remarks, which pierced his heart like a sharp pin, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 211, Super Match Online Stone. Is this your brother-in-law? He's simply uncouth. In Yanhai, there are at least 10 kilometers of people pursuing your sister. How could she choose such a person? Shen Shiyan said indignantly, This guy is such a good actor. He appears gentle and polite in front of my family, but in real life, he's so arrogant. My sister must not know his true nature, which is why she likes him. Wang Xiaolong asked, So what are you planning to do? Shen Shiyan replied, I'm going to report him. Tonight, I'm going to talk to my parents and expose his false facade. Wang Xiaolong snapped his fingers and said, That's the way to do it. As long as your parents disagree, he can't be your brother-in-law. Exactly. Shen Shiyan turned to Wang Xiaolong and asked, By the way, how's the investment in gold futures going on your end? Wang Xiaolong's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly said, My dad has been stricter with me lately. He even suspended my credit card. Shen Shiyan felt something was off and straightforwardly asked, Just tell me how much you can come up with. Wang Xiaolong held up 3 fingers and said, This is the most I can manage. Shen Shiyan asked, 3 million? Wang Xiaolong replied, 300,000. Shen Shiyan rolled his eyes in frustration and said, 300,000 isn't even enough to cover the gaps. Looking at Wang Xiaolong's apologetic expression, Shen Shiyan suddenly recalled Zhou Yuqin's words. If you want to start a business, then go make connections with people who can truly help you in the market. Hanging out with a rich second generation who is all talk and no action is useless. It seems that these rich kids are indeed somewhat unreliable. They can boast when it comes to bragging, but when it comes to doing serious business, they all fall short. If he wants to raise money for something big, relying on them probably won't work. What Shen Shiyan didn't know was that Wang Xiaolong wasn't out of money. He simply didn't want to give it to him. Although this guy lacked knowledge, he understood that futures and stocks are highly risky. Given that Shen Shiyan was still inexperienced, Wang Xiaolong wouldn't foolishly hand over a large sum of money for him to manage. If it were to go wrong, Wang Xiaolong wouldn't even know where to cry. Zhou Yuqin drove to Xingyuan Mall and called Shen Jingyun. He quickly found her and her mother on the 3rd floor. Where are my dad and Xiaoya? Su Xiaowan, sitting on a maroon sofa, replied. They're on the 2nd floor riding the little train. He has poor judgment and talks too much. You can't rely on him for shopping. Zhou Yuqin rubbed his nose and said, I seem to have inherited that from my dad. Su Xiaowan said, You should go find those two. Your dad is always a bit dazed. I'm worried he won't take good care of Xiaoya. Zhou Yuqin said, I need to talk to Jingyun about something. Then I'll go down. Shin Jingyan asked, what is it? Zhou Yuqin briefly described the conflict he had with Shen Shiyin during the car transfer, saying, I expect he will say bad things about me in front of your parents. Shin Jingyan smiled and said, Wang Xiaolong is my brother's classmate and close friend. When they were in school, neither of them studied well, but they were quite good at causing trouble. However, their personalities are completely different. Shirtu seems smart, but in reality, he's quite stubborn. On the other hand, Wang Xiaolong appears carefree, but he's extremely shrewd. Shirtu hanging out with him will only lead to losses. He won't gain any advantage at all. Zhou Yuqin said, I suspect he wants to get money from Wang Xiaolong for investment. Shin Jingyan replied, His schemes won't fool Wang Xiaolong. In the end, Wang Xiaolong will probably just give Shirtu a bit of money, like he's giving alms, to maintain their relationship. Zhou Yuqin gave Shin Jingyan a thumbs up and exclaimed, Wifey, you are simply brilliant. I have to see you in a new light. Su Xiaowan also looked at her with admiration. From her words, it was clear that this future daughter-in-law was a wise and astute woman. After lunch, Zhou Yuqin didn't stay at the mall any longer, but took Xiao Yeye to the amusement park for the afternoon. It wasn't until 7 in the evening that the father and daughter returned to gather for dinner. By the time they got home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. After coaxing Xiao Yeye to sleep, Shen Jingyun carried a glass of water into Zhou Yuqin's study. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Zhou Yuqin turned in his chair and opened his arms. Shen Jingyun placed the cup on the table and naturally sat on his lap. This had become their usual affectionate posture, almost a habit. What about your sports car? I didn't see it, she asked. It's still at the vehicle management office. I originally intended to let Shiyan drive it, but this kid caused a ruckus, so that's off the table, he replied. You guessed it right. This little rascal went to complain to my parents this afternoon. What did your parents say? My dad is not someone who would be fooled by Shirtu. He just asked, why did you bring Wang Xiaolong over? Shirtu said they happened to run into each other on the road. As soon as my dad heard that, he knew it was a lie, so he gave Shirtu a good scolding. In the end, Shirtu didn't even eat dinner and left with his tail between his legs. As long as they don't come to me with complaints, it's fine. My parents aren't that foolish, she assured him. Honey, tonight the game Super Match from Hello Games went live. What's the feedback like? Zhou Yuqin was taken aback and chuckled. Even you know about Super Match. It seems Hello Games marketing is quite effective. Shin Jingyan replied, not really. I only paid attention after hearing Wu Liang mention it yesterday. Thanks for your concern, my dear wife. Zhou Yuqin kissed her on the cheek and pointed to the computer, saying, I checked 3 gaming forums. Half the posts are positive and half are negative. Shin Jingyun furrowed her brows and asked, so, does that mean their game is doing pretty well? Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said, the positive posts are probably from Hello's marketing team. I intentionally posted a few negative reviews, but they got deleted. Shin Jingyun said, they are too shameless. Zhou Yuqin replied, that can't be said. We are in an era where even good products fear being overlooked. Without strong promotional efforts, it's difficult for a new product to stand out among many similar ones. However, this is a double-edged sword. If the product is not good, no amount of advertising will help. The issue with Super Match is that its quality is far inferior to Casual Match, yet the two games are quite similar. If you are a player, you would naturally be very dissatisfied. Shin Jingyan said, so, Super Match does not pose a significant threat to you. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, the heads of various departments at Yuechen Game Company have been staying at the office to monitor the situation after Super Match launched. Just now, Zheng Tong sent me a message, stating simply, Super Match is not to be feared. Chapter 212. Cornering Shin Jingyun curiously asked, what did you reply? Zhou Yuqin replied. I responded with 3 words. Got it. Shin Jingyun laughed. Honey, you're making this president role too easy for yourself. Zhou Yuqin raised an eyebrow and said, I'm training them to handle situations independently. When the new game launches next year, I'll distribute 20% of the shares to all employees of the game company, allowing them to manage it themselves. Once they achieve results, I'll increase their shares by another 10%. Shin Jingyun pressed down on his wandering hand inside her clothes and said, you're so generous? Zhou Yuqin laughed. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the cub. It's said that employees share the same fate as the company. How do they do that? The best way is to link the company's performance to each individual. If the company does well, everyone does well. If the company fails, everyone is in trouble. Only then can they turn passivity into proactivity and work hard. Shin Jingyun gave him a thumbs up and said, impressive. The two were affectionate for a while until Shin Jingyun felt that if they continued, something might happen. So she blushed and ran out of Zhou Yuqin's study. The next day, all the beds, furniture, kitchen supplies, and other items that Su Xiaowan and Shin Jingyun bought from the mall were delivered, and they spent the whole morning setting everything up. Zhou Yuqin didn't interfere. Instead, he took a taxi to the vehicle management office to bring back his sports car. After lunch, Zhou Qingjian took Su Xiaowan back to Zhenjiang. At the headquarters of Hello Game Company, He Changxing looked at the 24-hour data report for Super Match, his expression darkening. With 13 million downloads, it was indeed one of the best figures in the domestic gaming industry. However, the problem was the conversion rate was abysmal. Out of 13 million downloads, only a little over 2,000 purchased game items, with a net profit of 14,000 yuan, which was barely enough to cover their operational costs. The most alarming issue was the players' ratings, which were extremely low, accusing them of plagiarizing the concept of leisure elimination, and failing in every aspect, citing rough graphics, unreasonable item settings, and low playability. Essentially, anything negative was said. He Changsheng furiously tore the data report into pieces and tossed it into the trash can. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Ma Xinqing, the president of Hello Group. He Changsheng's face changed drastically, and he quickly answered the call. Is the data out? It is out. What is the situation? He Changsheng stammered for a long time, and Ma Xinqing grew impatient, saying, He Changsheng, I've given you many chances. If you can't achieve results in mobile gaming, then step aside and let someone else take over. After saying that, Ma Xinqing hung up the phone directly. He Changsheng slumped in his chair, his face ashen. It's over. In a CAF in Yunhai, Zheng Tong and Fang Qingxian sat across from each other. They were old friends who had previously worked at the same game company and had a very good relationship. Old Fang, to be honest, did your team's development of that super match plagiarize our relaxing elimination? Fang Qingxian stirred his coffee slightly with a spoon and said, I don't know. Zheng Tong laughed. What? Afraid I'll record you? Fang Qingxian helplessly replied. What is there to be afraid of when we've already lost so badly? I received the concept for super match over a month ago and thought it had great potential. But when your relaxing elimination came out, I realized something was off. I suspect He Changsheng bribed someone from your company's development team to learn about the key selling point of relaxing elimination, which led to the creation of this game. Zheng Tong nodded. I guess that's the case. Old Fang, you guys were too hasty. If Supermatch is done well, it could capture a share in the elimination game market. A hint of bitterness appeared on Fang Qingxian's face. It's not that I'm hasty. It's He Changsheng who is too eager. I'm just a nominal head of the development department now. All the work related to Supermatch is handled by He Changsheng. Zheng Tong suddenly understood and said, I thought so. With your meticulous work ethic, how could you produce a subpar game like Supermatch? Fang Qingxian raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Did you bring me here just to criticize me and flaunt your success? Zheng Tong chuckled. First of all, the successful one is President Zhou, not me. Secondly, I don't have the leisure to criticize you. Old Fang, I know your capabilities. Have you considered changing your work environment? Fang Qingxian immediately grasped Zheng Tong's intention. You want to poach me to your Yuechen gaming company? Zheng Tong shook his head. Not just you, but also your team. I've looked into it. The average monthly salary of your development team is only 12,000, and even the group leaders only make 15,000, which is less than the salary of the most ordinary programmer in our company. I really don't understand how Hello Gaming Company can make tens of billions from online games every year and still be so stingy. Fang Qingxian asked. What is your current annual salary as CEO? Zheng Tong shrugged. I don't know. Fang Qingxian replied unhappily. If you want to say, then forget it. Zheng Tong explained. I genuinely don't know. According to the HR department's pay scale, my monthly salary is 50,000. But at Yuechen Gaming Company, bonuses are much higher than salaries. For example, relaxing elimination generates around 200 million in revenue a month, so my monthly bonus should be over 200,000. If you want the horse to run fast, the first thing is to make sure the horse is well fed. Zhou Yuqin fully understood the meaning of this phrase. Therefore, he made a decision to allocate 10% of the monthly profits as bonuses for all employees based on their levels. Zheng Tong, having the highest rank, could receive about 1%. The lowest ranked employees could only get 0.05, but even so, they could still earn over 10,000. Fang Qingxian was so shocked that his eyes nearly bulged out. He said, Isn't your boss being a bit too generous? Zheng was pleased and replied, What is this? The boss has already held a meeting with me and the HR department. Once the company is on the right track, he plans to distribute 20 to 30 of the shares to all employees. As long as you stay with the company, you'll receive a share of the profits for each day you work here. Although Hello Game Company is a predecessor of our Yuechen Game Company, our potential is far greater. After you and your team join, I believe we can create an even greater success than before. Chapter 213 Perfect Assist. Fang Qingxian picked up his coffee, took a sip, and glanced through the window at the night outside. The weather tonight was not good, dark clouds loomed, and it seemed a storm was about to hit. Does Mr. Zhou know you're trying to recruit me? I've already mentioned it to him. What kind of position and treatment will he offer us? Mr. Zhou means to give you a level 14 salary, the same as the heads of various departments. The treatment for others will be the same as that of the RD team. Additionally, he will write a large-scale online game proposal, which you and your team will be responsible for developing and operating. The RD team at Yuechen Game Company is composed of a bunch of inexperienced newcomers who have no experience in developing large-scale online games. They urgently need experienced veterans like you to guide them. I will think it over carefully after I return and get back to you in a few days. Before he could finish, Fang Qingxian's phone rang. Checking it, he saw it was a call from He Changsheng. Fang Qingxian made a shushing gesture to Zheng Tong and then answered the call. Old Fang, where are you? I'm out having coffee with friends. Mr. Ma just called me. He wants me to handle my resignation procedures tomorrow. Fang Qingxian's expression changed. Is there anyone else? The HR department sent over the layoff list. Besides me, there are 4 others, and you're being demoted. Demoted? Haha, I've developed 2 hugely successful online games for the company, generating 3 to 4 billion in annual revenue. Just because I didn't succeed in mobile gaming, I'm being demoted? That is so unfair. Fang Qingxian knew very well that if it weren't for his reputation within the RD team, the higher-ups would be worried that his departure would upset everyone. And he might have been directly dismissed like He Changsheng. Mr. Ma needed to report to the board, and we were the most suitable scapegoats. Besides Yuechen Game Company, few could develop popular mobile games. Others in different companies were unaffected, yet we had to leave. How is that fair? We decided to go to the headquarters of Hello Communications Group tomorrow to find Mr. Ma. Are you coming? Fang Qingxian raised an eyebrow, finally understanding He Changsheng's intention in making this call. He just wanted to use him as a pawn. Even at this point, this old guy was still trying to play tricks. He really couldn't change his nature. Fang Qingxian sighed and said, I want to be going. Mr. He, I've outgrown my impetuous years. If it's a demotion, then so be it. The salary the company gives me is at least enough to support my family. Old Fang, you can't be serious? Mr. He, I have friends to attend to. If there is nothing else, let us leave it at that. After saying this, Fang Qingxian hung up the phone and sent a text to his apprentice in the RD department, asking if he was also being demoted. Soon, his apprentice replied, informing him that Fang Qingxian's level had been dropped from 16 to 13 by the headquarters. Good heavens, a 3-level drop. And my annual salary is reduced by over 100,000. They're clearly forcing me to resign. This is truly a stroke of luck for me. Zheng Tong didn't expect that Hailu Communications Group would provide him with such perfect support. He said, Lao Fang, don't hesitate. Come with me to the Yuechen Game Company. Fang Qingxian asked, how many people do you need? Zheng Tong replied, as long as it doesn't exceed 200, it's fine. Fang Qingxian nodded and said, got it. I'll contact you after I sort out my resignation. Zheng Tong lifted his coffee cup and said, welcome aboard. Fang Qingxian also raised his coffee cup and replied, thank you. The two exchanged smiles. After receiving Zheng Tong's call, Zhou Yuchen's face broke into a radiant smile. The arrival of Fang Qingxian and his team was undoubtedly a fantastic opportunity for Yuechen Game Company. What Zhou Yuchen needed most now was not money, but professional talent in gaming. With Fang Qingxian on board, he could bring the wildly popular game War Elite from his previous life to this world, making the slogan of Big Winner, Chicken Dinner resonate here. With both Honor of Kings and War Elite, 2 of the most popular games from his past life, Yuechen Game Company could thrive for a decade. Thunder roared, lightning split the night sky, and torrential rain poured down. Little Yaya seemed to be frightened by the thunder and began to cry. Zhou Yuchen swiftly rushed from his study into the little girl's bedroom like a gust of wind. By the time Shen Jingyun entered, Zhou Yuchen had already picked up little Yaya. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Daddy is here, he said. With tear-filled eyes, little Yaya replied, Daddy, I'm scared. Zhou Yuchen kissed her forehead and said, Daddy won't go anywhere. I'll stay right here to protect you, okay? Little Yaya nodded and said, okay. Daddy, can you hold me like this forever? Zhou Yuchen laughed and said, of course. Now sleep, it will stop thundering soon. Little Yaya tucked her head into Zhou Yuchen's embrace and closed her eyes. Zhou Yuchen gently patted her back while pacing the room. Shen Jingyun extended her arms and softly said, let me take her. Zhou Yuchen shook his head and replied, no need. You go do your thing. I'll take care of her. Shen Jingyun said, once she falls asleep, just put her in bed. Zhou Yuchen responded, let's wait until the thunder passes first. Summer thunderstorms come quickly and leave just as fast. Just half an hour later, the heavy rain outside turned into a light drizzle, the thunder faded, and lightning only occasionally flashed in the distant sky. Zhou Yuchen gently placed the little girl on the bed. She turned over, smacked her lips, and fell asleep. Zhou Yuchen didn't leave. He quietly lay next to her. It was only when Shen Jingyun finished her tasks and returned to the bedroom that Zhou Yuchen got up. Honey, you worked hard, she said. Now that you know I've worked hard, don't you think I deserve a reward? Shen Jingyun shot him a glance, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed Zhou Yuchen. Not enough. Zhou Yuchen gently picked up Shen Jingyun and placed her softly on the bed. The two shared a tender moment for a while before Zhou Yuchen finally let her go. Shen Jingyun's face was flushed as she tidied up her pajamas and playfully complained. You hurt me. Zhou Yuchen softly replied, let me massage it for you. Shen Jingyun gave him a teasing glare and said, as if. Zhou Yuchen chuckled and kissed her forehead, saying, good night. Shen Jingyun replied, good night. Chapter 214 Preparation. Back in his study, Zhou Yuchen searched online for family fund trust groups in the region. He He had already discussed with Shun Jingyun about changing Xiaoya's name tomorrow, flying to the region at 5 p.m. the day after, visiting the trust group on Wednesday to handle the trust fund, and then enjoying a few days there before returning home on Sunday night. Regarding the travel permits for the three of them, Shun Jingyun had already talked to Shen Qinggang, and there would be someone to assist them, so it would be sorted out quickly. Therefore, Zhou Yuqin needed to find a suitable trust group to avoid any confusion after arriving, whether in his past life or this world. The region had always been one of Asia's financial centers, with over a dozen super-rich individuals globally and hundreds of billionaires. Thus, many banks had established family fund trust groups. For Zhou Yuqin, the most important aspect of a trust fund was the safety of the capital rather than high returns. So he aimed to choose a more conservative trust group. After about half an hour of searching, Zhou Yuqin found a good option, Yoxin Group. Yoxin Group was the largest fund trust company in the region, established for 10 years, backed by three major shareholders, Yoxin Bank, a commercial bank from another country, and a bank from a certain region. Most of the top 10 billionaires in the region had engaged in fund trust business with Yoxin Group. Its biggest advantage was the guarantee from three major banks, ensuring absolute safety of the funds. However, its disadvantage was that its return rate ranked among the bottom three of major trust companies, while its management fees were among the top three. Over the past 3 years, the average return rate of Yoxin Group was less than 1% higher than its management fees, far below the average level of other trust groups. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuqin appreciated this approach. After all, he prioritized safety over high returns. Once he confirmed Yoxin Group, Zhou Yuqin checked the information of several local high-end travel companies and chose one that offered customized travel services, directly calling them. Hello, I'm Xiang Zhuiyue from Huagang Travel Company. How may I assist you? The voice was sweet, with a high level of charm, but unfortunately, Zhou Yuqin only understood about 60% of it. Frowning, Zhou Yuqin said, I'm not very familiar with Cantonese. Do you speak Mandarin or English? Upon hearing this, the other party immediately responded in standard Mandarin. Hello, sir, I'm Xiang Zhuiyue from Huagang Travel Group. If you plan to travel to the region, my team and I can provide you with 24-hour service. Zhou Yuqin replied, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Yuqin, and I live in Yunhai. In a few days, I need to visit the region. I saw the introduction of your Huagang Travel Group, and it mentioned that you offer customized services. Is that correct? Xiang Zhuiyue responded, yes, Mr. Zhou, we provide top-notch services that can be fully tailored to your requirements. Zhou Yuqin continued, if everything goes as planned, my family and I will depart from Yunhai at 5 p.m. on Tuesday and arrive at the international airport in the region at 8 p.m. We will return to Yunhai on Sunday afternoon. I need you to arrange a driver for the pickup and drop-off during this period, as well as a tour guide and an assistant to provide good service. Xiang Zhuiyue said without hesitation, no problem at all. Mr. Zhou, do you have any special requirements for accommodation? Zhou Yuqin replied, it would be best to have a top hotel suite with a private swimming pool and good food. My daughter is under 4 this year, so please recommend a few places suitable for children. Money is not an issue, but the taste of the food is key. Don't try to fool me with expensive but tasteless dishes. Xiang Zhuiyue immediately realized she was dealing with a major client and said, there are many large hotels near the seaside on the island, among which the most famous is the Limei Hotel, which overlooks the entire Victoria Harbor. Each room from the 57th to the 62nd floor is over 150 square meters. And there is a private swimming pool on the balcony, but the price is very high, at least 60,000 HKD per night. Zhou Yuqin said lightly, I already mentioned that money is not an issue. I'll give you an email address. Please prepare a detailed travel plan and quotation for me to review. Xiang Zhuiyue replied, okay, I've noted that down. Sir, one last question. What is the maximum price you can accept? Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and said, about 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Xiang Zhuiyue's breathing noticeably quickened as she said, Mr. Zhou is truly financially strong. I will send the plan and quotation to your email as quickly as possible. Zhou Yuqin acknowledged and said, thank you for your trouble. Xiang Zhuiyue's work efficiency was very high. Just 2 hours after the call ended, Zhou Yuqin received her travel plan and quotation in his email. The total cost was around 1.6 million, with accommodation on the 60th floor of the Limei Hotel, and all activities were high-end, importantly, without waiting in line. The food included not only a lavish seafood feast, but also some street snacks from the island, which were quite good. Zhou Yuqin was quite satisfied with Xiang Zhuiyue's plan and made some minor adjustments before confirming it. Both parties signed an electronic agreement. As long as Zhou Yuqin deposited a 500,000 HKD advance into the account of the travel group the next day, they could proceed with the arrangements. The next morning, Zhou Yuqin erased the total expenditure figure and printed the plan to show Shen Jingyun. After reading it, Shen Jingyun said, honey, this is going to cost quite a bit, right? Zhou Yuqin took a sip of milk and replied, not much. Shen Jingyun knew Zhou Yuqin wasn't being truthful, but didn't press further, saying, it doesn't matter. After all, you're the wealthy one paying. Zhou Yuchen chuckled. Don't worry, my dear. Being with this wealthy man guarantees that you and our daughter will live well in the future. Xiaoya looked up and said seriously, Daddy, Xiaoya likes delicious food. But doesn't he like spicy food? Uffed. As soon as she said that, Shen Jingyun almost sprayed her milk out. She quickly covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Zhou Yuchen was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry, saying, Daddy understands. From now on, we'll have delicious and sweet food. Xiaoya nodded heavily. Shen Jingyun had already asked for leave from her supervisor and was accompanying Zhou Yuchen to take Xiaoya to school. Xiaoya was very happy, sitting in Shen Jingyun's arms with a big smile all the way. After dropping the little one off at school, Zhou Yuchen briefly explained the situation to her homeroom teacher, Miao Yulan. There were many parents taking their children on trips in the kindergarten, and after listening, Miao Yulan agreed without hesitation. After leaving the school, Zhou Yuchen and Shen Jingyun went directly to the local police station's household registration office, where they changed Xiaoya's name from Shun Xinyue to Zhou Xinyue and also issued her an ID card. Chapter 215. Pretending to be drunk after resolving the name issue. Shen Jingyun made a phone call, and soon a middle-aged man came down from the second floor. Miss Shun, I am Li Dakong. When did you arrive? Why didn't you notify me? Hearing this nearly household name from a past life, Zhou Yuchen felt a jolt in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that this Li Dakong looked nothing like the one on television, Zhou Yuchen would have thought he had crossed into that TV drama. Shen Jingyun handed her Zhou Yuchen's and Ziyu's ID cards to Li Dakong and smiled. Director Li, hello. There aren't many people today, so I processed the children's IDs myself. Could you please help us with the Hong Kong travel permits? Li Dakong took the ID cards, glanced at them, then turned to Zhou Yuchen and said, You must be Consultant Zhou, right? Your name is well known in our Yunhai police system. Zhou Yuchen was taken aback and asked, What name do I have? Li Dakong chuckled. You have a nickname, called Zhou the Stock God. Thanks to you, I made over 50,000 last time, which made my superior very happy for several days. Zhou Yuchen smiled and replied, Just luck. Director Li, I appreciate your help this time. Li Dakong said, It's a small matter. You two follow me to the second floor. It should be done in half an hour. Okay. Zhou Yuchen and Shen Jingyun went to the second floor. Li Dakong personally poured them a cup of tea and then got busy. Half an hour later, the three of them had their Hong Kong travel permits ready. Li Dakong personally escorted them out of the household registration office. Director, who are these two? A young staff member asked curiously. Li Dakong shot him a glance and replied, Don't ask what you shouldn't. The young staff member said, That woman is really beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. I feel like even those stars can't compare. Li Dakong raised an eyebrow and said, You better not tell me you have any improper thoughts about her. Her surname is Shun. Think carefully, which big leader above us has the surname Shun? With that, Li Dakong left. The young staff member pondered for a long time, suddenly widening his eyes and murmuring, No way? Could it be the highest one? On the way home, Zhou Yuchen received a call from Zheng Tong, who said he had spoken with the game operator and over 20 advertising marketers. All three parties felt that using advertising click-through rates to obtain game items was a great idea, and they would come to sign the contract that afternoon. Zhou Yuchen was very pleased and praised Zheng Tong heavily over the phone for his work efficiency. After Zhou Yuchen hung up, Shen Jingyun said, If your company has matters to attend to, I can take a taxi back. Zhou Yuchen smiled and replied, There's nothing happening right now. In the afternoon, I need to sign contracts with the operator and advertisers. As the CEO of a game company, it wouldn't be appropriate if I didn't show up at all. Honey, you might need to pick up Ziyu after school. Shen Jingyun said, No problem. But I don't understand. With advertisements in your game, aren't you worried about players' opinions? Zhou Yuchen briefly explained his advertising model, saying that most domestic players are willing to spend money on large online games, while very few play casual online games. He believed that exchanging game items for clicking on ads would be quite appealing to them. Shen Jingyun thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure about the psychology of male players, but I have a good understanding of female players. If it were me, I would definitely click on those ads to redeem a game item just by watching a 1 or 2 minute ad without spending any money. Honey, I didn't realize you had such potential for being a shrewd businessman. Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, Domestic players are not very supportive, so I have to find ways from other aspects. I hope this little idea can bring me a big surprise. That afternoon, Zhou Yuchen signed contracts with 6 representatives from mobile and PC game marketers and 22 advertisers. As the host, all the leadership of Yuechen Game Company attended and treated them to dinner that evening. To express his sincerity, Zhou Yuchen toasted with each person, drinking a total of 3 gin of liquor, showing them ample respect and creating a lively atmosphere. By the later part of the evening, Zhou Yuchen had to be sent home by the company's driver due to his intoxication. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Jingyun had just put the little girl to sleep when she heard a knock at the door. She walked to the door and asked, Who is it? I'm the driver from Yuechen Game Company. Mr. Zhou drank too much, so I brought him back. Please wait a moment. Shen Jingyun quickly returned to the bedroom. changed her clothes, and then opened the door. The driver helped Shen Jingyun get Zhou Yuqin onto the sofa before leaving. Honey, how much did you drink? Shen Jingyun complained as she turned to go to the kitchen to make Zhou Yuqin a bowl of hangover soup. To her surprise, Zhou Yuqin suddenly opened his eyes, stood up from the sofa, and laughed. Just 3 Jin, it's nothing. Shen Jingyun exclaimed. So you were pretending to be drunk? Zhou Yuqin shrugged and said, the occasion was too big. I had to play along. It was my first time drinking with clients. So I had to set a standard to let them know that 3 Jin of liquor is my limit. From now on, as long as I reach 3 Jin, I'll pretend to be asleep and go home. Shen Jingyun smiled and said, you're quite cunning. But I like it. At least I won't have to take care of a drunk man in the future. Zhou Yuqin patted his stomach and said, I want to chat with you for now. I need to throw up the alcohol in my stomach and take a shower to avoid bothering you. Just then, the voice of their daughter Xiaya came from the other room. Daddy, I want to hear a story. Zhou Yuqin quickly replied, wait 10 minutes for Daddy, and I'll be right there. Seeing Xiaya calling out, Zhou Yuqin hurriedly dashed into the bathroom, making Shen Jingyun laugh with joy, feeling completely happy. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Yuqin finished his shower and brushing his teeth. He walked into the bedroom, lay down next to Xiaya, and gently asked, sweetheart, what story do you want to hear? Xiaya snuggled into his arms and said, Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Zhou Yuqin said, all right. Once upon a time, there was a... Before the story could be finished, Xiaya fell asleep. Shen Jingyun called Zhou Yuqin outside and said, honey, I want to organize the stories you've been telling these days into a fairy tale book. What do you think? Zhou Yuqin's eyes lit up and he replied, of course. That's no problem. As usual, I'll write out the outlines of the various stories in my head, and you can take care of the organization. Chapter 216 Internal Changes at Hello Game Company. In his previous life, Zhou Yuqin had read quite a few fairy tales as a child, such as 1001 Nights, Andersen's Fairy Tales, Grimm's Fairy Tales, and classical fairy tales of Xia. Although he had forgotten many of the stories, he believed he could still piece together a book. Wife, have you found a teacher to translate Harry Potter for you? Shen Jingyun replied. My mom helped me invite a senior translator from Xiahua Publishing House. After reading Harry Potter, he thought it was excellent and agreed to help me translate it into English at a price of 4,000 yuan per 1,000 words. Zhou Yuqin chuckled. That's not cheap. The first book, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, has a word count of 220,000, which means he's asking for 880,000 yuan. That's quite a burden for the author. It's worth noting that Shen Jingyun's first fantasy novel, Magical Girl, only sold 200,000 copies. And the copyright fee might not even reach 880,000 yuan. Shen Jingyun explained, the translator my mom invited is named Chen Chu, one of the top figures in the translation field. This price is quite reasonable. Most importantly, I have confidence in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. I believe this book will definitely succeed. Zhou Yuqin gently stroked Shen Jingyun's long black hair and said, you believe in the book, while I believe in the person. Wife, I believe you will become the most outstanding novelist in the world. Shen Jingyun felt a warmth in her heart, wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuqing's waist, and said, husband, thank you. The next day, Zhou Yuqing arrived at Yuechen Game Company and met Zheng Tong. He smiled and asked, how was last night? Didn't drink too much, did you? Zheng Tong smiled wryly. I threw up at the hotel. My head is still a bit foggy. Mr. Zhou, your drinking capacity is impressive. You downed 3 Jin before collapsing. Zhou Yuqing replied, I'm a martial artist, so my physical condition is a bit better than average. What about those clients? How are they doing? Zheng Tong proudly said, without exception. All of them were knocked out. Zhou Yuqing laughed. That's good. When can we insert the advertisements? Zheng Tong replied, 3 days from now. The relevant software has been used abroad for over 10 years, so there are no difficulties. Zhou Yuqing nodded. That's good. Old Zheng, how much revenue do you think this model can bring us? Zheng Tong thought for a moment and said, I predict it won't be less than the revenue from abroad. This kind of advertisement click model depends on the conversion rate. If it performs well, everything is fine. If not, it could be troublesome. That's why I selected over 20 products that are the easiest to yield results. Zhou Yuqing smiled. Well done. What about Fang Qingxian's side? Zheng Tong said, yesterday, He Changxing took a group to Hello Communications to cause a scene. Hello Communications was very aggressive and, after an unproductive discussion, directly ordered security to expel them. Interestingly, Hello Communications' old rival, IQ Communication Group, has extended an olive branch to He Changxing and his team, including Lao Fang. Just yesterday afternoon, the newly appointed head of Hello Game Company convened all mid to senior level staff for a meeting where he reprimanded various departments and announced salary cuts and fines, with the RD department facing the largest reductions, causing considerable dissatisfaction among employees. This morning, I spoke with Lao Fang, who has already contacted dozens of highly skilled core members from the RD department, and they all agreed to collectively switch to our company. However, this means we might offend Hello Communication and potentially lose access to their game download platform in the future. Zhou Yuchen chuckled. So what? There are plenty of PC gaming platforms out there. If they don't provide us with services, that's their loss. I've played the large-scale online game developed by Fang Qingxian, and it's of quite good quality. I have full confidence in his work on War Elite. Lao Zheng. I hope that by the time I return from the island, everything will be settled. Zheng Tongdao replied, rest assured, I will do my utmost. Zhou Yuchen patted his shoulder, left Yueqing Game Company, and headed straight to Kunpeng Mobile Battery Manufacturing Factory. Upon entering the lab and checking on the R&D progress, he confirmed everything was fine and felt relieved. He then took a tour of the production line. At that moment, the HR department had already recruited 1,000 workers who were undergoing training, and everyone was very focused. After having lunch at the factory, Zhou Yuchen left. At 5 in the afternoon, the family of 3 boarded a flight to the island. Mom, Dad, look. It's so beautiful. Little Yaya was thrilled to be on a plane for the first time, pointing at the clouds illuminated by the sunset with a face full of surprise. Zhou Yuchen stuffed a strawberry into her mouth and smiled. The sun is about to set, which is why everything appears so red. As she ate the strawberry, little Yaya exclaimed, it's just so beautiful. Zhou Yuchen smiled slightly and noticed a young man in his 20s across from him, wearing glasses and with a face full of acne. Their family boarded the plane rather late, almost being the last to board. The moment they entered first class, most passengers turned to look at the 3 of them. Zhou Yuchen certainly wasn't vain enough to think they were looking at him. He knew they were admiring the stunning Shen Jingyun, with some passengers even showing a silly grin that earned them a reprimand from their female companions. There was nothing to be done. His wife was just too beautiful. It wasn't just the men. Even women couldn't help but steal a glance. However, the young man remained focused, his eyes glued to a book about chips. Zhou Yuchen happened to sit directly across from him and noticed he was reading The Universal Chip by Professor Dales from a certain country. After the plane took off, Zhou Yuchen kept observing him. For a full 20 minutes, this guy was indeed engrossed in his reading, seemingly filtering out all external distractions. He kept frowning, occasionally jotting down notes with the pen in his hand, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. Zhou Yuchen was very familiar with the book The Universal Chip and smiled, saying, my friend, are you studying chip technology? The young man finally looked up, glanced at Zhou Yuchen, then at Shen Jingyun across from him, his eyes revealing a hint of amazement. I studied radio technology. The reason I'm looking at books on chips is to develop drones. Zhou Yuchen was taken aback and asked, you are developing drones? The young man nodded and replied, yes. After graduating from university, I have been researching drones for 7 years now. Zhou Yuchen inquired, are you doing this as a startup or out of interest? The young man said, I established a drone company in a city. I came out this time to seek investment, but unfortunately, no one here seems interested in drones. Chapter 217, Collaborative Research and Development in Zhou Yuchen's mind. The name of the Tianzhong drone from his previous life immediately surfaced, piquing his interest. He asked, what achievements have you made in these 7 years? A hint of surprise appeared on the young man's face as he replied, you have studied drones as well? Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, I have a little knowledge. He then added, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Yuchen, and I am the owner of a certain investment company. The young man responded, I'm Wei Nanbei, the owner of Longhun Drone Company. I've looked for over 10 investment firms in Yunhai, but I haven't heard of your company. Zhou Yuchen candidly stated, it's no surprise you haven't heard of it. I haven't established it yet. Shen Jingyun, who was accompanying Xiaoya to enjoy the view outside, nearly burst out laughing. This guy is really something. Wei Nanbei showed a hint of disappointment, letting out a soft "oh" before continuing to read his book. Zhou Yuchen chuckled. I have some research experience in chip development and manufacturing. There are more than 10 errors in this book titled Universal Chip. You'd better be cautious. Wei Nanbei lifted his head again, handing the book to Zhou Yuchen and asking, could you explain this issue to me? I don't quite understand it. Zhou Yuchen glanced at it and returned the book to Wei Nanbei, saying, it's incorrect. Wei Nanbei inquired, where is it wrong? Zhou Yuchen explained the content on that page in a clear and straightforward manner, causing Wei Nanbei to nod frequently, even pulling out a notebook to jot down notes. Did you understand? Zhou Yuchen asked. I did. Mr. Zhou, your understanding of chips is far superior to many professors. It's truly impressive. I have studied chips for about 4 to 5 years, so I know a bit more. Zhou Yuchen continued. Drones require various chips, including main control chips, vision chips, gyroscope microelectronic chips, global navigation system modules, power management chips, wireless communication chips, and storage chips. I'd like to know how many types of chips you've managed to develop? Upon hearing Zhou Yuchen's words, Wei Nanbei immediately realized that this person, who seemed to be around his age, was a remarkable figure. It's rare for someone to have such a deep understanding of drones. We are independently developing the main control chip, which is the rotor support chip for flight control. As for other auxiliary chips, we plan to outsource their production. In his previous life, the globally best-selling Tianzhong drone had only developed the main control chip, while relying on outsourcing for other chips. The reason the dominant country couldn't do anything about it was that Tianjiang Group possessed its core technology and could easily find substitutes for other auxiliary equipment, including chips, even if the dominant country lacked the ability to disrupt the supply chain of Tianjiang drones. Zhou Yuqin pressed on. I have always believed that there are 5 core technologies for drones: flight control technology, gimbal camera technology, image transmission technology, intelligent technology, and material technology. How many patented technologies have you completed over the years? What standards can you reach internationally? A look of astonishment appeared on Wei Nanbei's face as he said, You've researched drones? Zhou Yuqin frowned and said, You still haven't answered my question. Wei Nanbei proudly replied, Apart from the flight control technology, we have completed the other 4 core technologies, each of which is world-class, and we hold a total of 3,630 technology patents. Once we develop the flight control chip, we can produce drones. Zhou Yuqin originally planned to bring the Tianjiang drones into this world, but unexpectedly encountered Wei Nanbei, who bore a striking resemblance to the founder of the Tianjiang Group in his past life. He was further taken aback by the rapid progress in Wei's drone development, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Mr. Wei, you mentioned before that you were going to the island to seek investment. Do you really need money that badly? Wei Nanbei sighed and said, We have persisted for 7 years without achieving mass production. All those investors who once supported us have left one by one. Everyone knows that chip development is a cash-burning field, and we have exhausted our resources and can no longer sustain ourselves. Zhou Yuqin's eyes flickered as he asked, How much company equity do you still hold? At what price are you planning to sell? A glimmer of expectation suddenly appeared in Wei Nanbei's heart as he replied, I still hold 62% of the shares and plan to sell 32% for 1 billion. I will keep 30% for myself, but I must retain a veto right. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, No wonder no one is investing in you. You valued the Longhun Group at 3.3 billion. Don't you think that is too high? Wei Nanbei replied, I don't think that price is high at all. Just give me another year, and my Longhun drones will definitely shock the world. It's not impossible for the valuation to increase tenfold. Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said, Mr. Wei, to be honest, I have also been developing drones and have theoretically researched the world's first flight control chip. I was just about to establish a drone company. What a coincidence to run into you, the president of Longhun Drones. If it were anyone else saying this, Wei Nanbei wouldn't believe it at all. However, coming from Zhou Yuqin, he did believe it, as Zhou had just proven that he indeed had considerable knowledge about drones, and his research on chips far exceeded his own. Wei Nanbei's expression grew serious as he said, Mr. Zhou, it seems we are very likely to be competitors in the future. Zhou Yuqin replied, Or we could also be partners. I have the flight control chip and billions in funds, and if paired with your other technologies, we could develop the world's top drones in the shortest time possible. Wei Nanbei slapped his thigh and said, Exactly. Mr. Zhou, how about we collaborate? After pondering for a moment, Zhou extended 3 fingers and said, 3 conditions. First, I want to personally see the level of your various technology patents. Second, I will invest 1 billion in exchange for a stake in the flight control chip technology, and I must obtain at least 49% of the shares. Third, I don't like the name Longhun and would prefer to change it to Tianjiang, which means boundless under heaven. Wei Nanbei frowned and said, The first and third conditions are no problem, but the key is the second condition. I cannot agree to that. I must ensure a 30% stake, said Wei Nanbei. Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, Can't you find a way to buy back 17% from other investors? Wei Nanbei pondered for a long time and said, I want to see your flight control chip technology. Zhou Yuqin pointed to his head and said, It's all here. As long as we reach an agreement, I guarantee that I can finalize the flight control chip within 3 months. If I can't, I'll compensate you 500 million. Wei Nanbei extended his hand and said, Deal. Zhou Yuqin shook his hand and said, Deal? Chapter 218. Being a teacher for Wei Nanbei asked, When will you come to our Longhun company? Zhou Yuqin replied, Next week. I will give you an email address. You can send me the parameters of the drone-related equipment. Once confirmed, we will deal with the shares of the other stakeholders. The principle is that whatever they sell, I will buy. Ideally, in the future, the Tianjiang Group should have only the 2 of us as shareholders. Wei Nanbei said, Mr. Zhou, the drone group I envision will not go public, and I must have control. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, Of course. I want to compete with you for management rights, except in one case. Wei Nanbei asked, What case? Zhou Yuqin did not answer, but instead asked, What do you think about the future of drones? Wei Nanbei replied, Aerial photography, disaster relief, agricultural protection, environmental monitoring, and so on. Zhou Yuqin added, Also military applications, including bombing and reconnaissance. As soon as he said this, Wei Nanbei's expression turned grim. Who exactly are you? What do you want to do? Shen Jingyun couldn't help but turned to look at Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin waved his hand and said, Don't be nervous. Let me ask you one more question. What weapons do you think could change the rules of warfare in the next decade? Wei Nanbei frowned. Are you referring to drones? Zhou Yuchan nodded, extending 3 fingers. I believe there are 3 types of weapons that could change modern warfare in the next decade. First is hypersonic missiles. Once developed, no missile defense system can stop them. Aircraft carrier battle groups will become sitting ducks in their presence. Second is electromagnetic pulse weapons, which can incapacitate all electrical equipment within several kilometers. What aircraft carriers, what supercruisers, once hit by an electromagnetic pulse weapon, they will instantly turn into scrap metal. The third is drone swarms. Can you imagine tens of thousands of drones equipped with various bombs appearing on the battlefield, controlled by just a few soldiers? As long as they have strong anti-jamming capabilities, they could easily eliminate an aircraft carrier battle group. You are an expert in developing and manufacturing drones, so you should be well aware that drone swarms are likely to happen in the near future. Wei Nanbei's face had turned so dark it seemed as if it could drip water. I admit you are right. Given some time, I could even achieve this. Mr. Zhou, what exactly do you want to say? Zhou Yuchan said, once we develop the drones, I can almost guarantee that the military will send people to purchase related technology. What choice will you make then? Wei Nanbei opened his mouth and said, I don't know. Zhou Yuchan said seriously, you must know. The reason I want to establish a drone company, aside from making money, is to help our military develop the most powerful military drones in the world, breaking the decades-long military blockade imposed on us. General Wei, we are all from this country. Don't you want to do something for this troubled nation and its people? Wei Nanbei replied without hesitation, of course I do. Zhou Yuchan said, that's great. You asked me before under what circumstances I would compete with you for control of the company, right? I can answer that now. When you bow down to foreign forces for the sake of the company's development, when you sell drones to hostile entities without regard for national interests, when you act against the greater good of our people, when you... Wei Nanbei suddenly stood up and said sharply, don't say anymore. I, Wei Nanbei, am absolutely not that kind of person, nor would I do such things. All the passengers in the cabin turned to look at him. A female flight attendant approached and asked, Sir, is there something wrong? Wei Nanbei realized he had lost his composure and immediately sat down, fastening his seatbelt. I'm sorry. I was a bit too emotional just now. It's all right. The flight attendant smiled slightly and turned to leave. Zhou Yuchan said, President Wei, I'm very glad to see your reaction. If you don't mind, I hope to include this in our agreement when we cooperate. Wei Nanbei took a deep breath and replied, that's fine. Mr. Zhou, I have many technical questions about chip technology that I'd like to ask you. Zhou Yuchan smiled and said, go ahead and ask. Wei Nanbei took out his notebook and began to list the difficulties and problems he encountered in chip research and development. Zhou Yuchan was more than willing to share, providing him with the best solutions and expanding on several topics. As one of the world's leading experts in chip development, Zhou Yuchan found it easy to teach Wei Nanbei, indulging in the role of a teacher. However, Zhou Yuchan soon regretted it. Wei Nanbei had too many questions and a relentless spirit of inquiry, which made Zhou Yuchan feel somewhat overwhelmed. Shun Jingyun, who was very perceptive, noticed Zhou Yuchan's situation and chuckled to herself, saying, honey, your precious daughter is upset. Zhou Yuchan turned to Xiaoyu and asked, sweetheart, what's wrong? Xiaoyu pouted and said, Daddy, you only talk to uncle and haven't paid attention to me for a long time. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Zhou Yuchan felt relieved and quickly said, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Daddy was discussing some very profound issues with uncle and lost track of time. Wei Nanbei's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he said, I'm sorry. It seems I've interrupted your family time. Zhou Yuchan chuckled, it's nothing. When I return from my trip, we can discuss chip development again. Okay. Wei Nanbei put away his notebook and took out a toy airplane from his bag on the shelf, saying, little friend, this is a drone I made for you. Xiaoyu was very interested in the toy airplane and looked at Shun Jingyun expectantly. Shun Jingyun smiled and said, take it, and quickly thank uncle. Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy as she accepted the drone, saying, thank you, uncle. Wei Nanbei was charmed by the little girl's smile and said, you're welcome. Zhou Yuchan glanced at Xiaoyu's toy drone and asked, did you make this with new materials? Wei Nanbei nodded and said, that's right. Zhou Yuchan borrowed a toy drone from Xiaoya, observed it carefully, and said, this is not just a toy, but a miniature drone made from a combination of carbon fiber, aluminum alloy, and engineering plastics. It achieves lightweight, high strength, and high stability while ensuring performance. If replicated for medium to large drones, it should also work well. Nanbei, you're really impressive. Wei Nanbei gave a thumbs up and marveled, Brother Chun, you just took a glance and could tell the difference in my drone. I truly admire you now. Chapter 219 High Standard Reception. After more than an hour of conversation, the way they addressed each other changed. Zhou Yuchan was 3 years younger than Wei Nanbei, but his knowledge far surpassed Wei Nanbei's. Believing that merit should come first, Wei Nanbei began to call Zhou Yuchan brother. What Wei Nanbei had just said wasn't mere politeness. It was completely heartfelt. Zhou Yuchan's erudition and foresight had completely impressed Wei Nanbei. In all his years, Zhou Yuchan was undoubtedly the most remarkable person he had ever met, without exception. In fact, Shin Jingyun was also quite astonished by Zhou Yuchen's displayed talents. Previously, Zhou Yuchen had been immersed in his studies with hardly any opportunity to showcase his abilities, but upon encountering true professionals today, he immediately shone brilliantly. Shin Jingyun could tell that Wei Nanbei had a low emotional intelligence, but a very high IQ and a strong ability to learn, coupled with an inherently proud genius nature. The fact that even someone like him could be impressed shows just how extraordinary Zhou Yuchen truly was. At 9:10, the plane slowly landed on the runway of the international airport. As Zhou Yuchen stepped out of the cool cabin, he was immediately hit by a wave of slightly humid heat, which was somewhat uncomfortable. However, compared to Yunhai, it was much better. Inside the terminal, Zhou Yuchen asked, "Nanbei, are you really not going to stay in Hong Kong for a few days?" Wei Nanbei shook his head and replied, "I came to Hong Kong to seek investment, and now that I've found it, my task here is complete." Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, "Are you so sure that I will invest in your company?" Wei Nanbei confidently responded, "Of course. You are the most talented and perceptive person I have ever met. The more such a person there is, the more they can recognize the development potential of our drone company. Brother Chun, I sincerely hope we can collaborate." Zhou Yuchen extended his hand and said, "All right. Then we'll meet in Sioux City next week." Wei Nanbei shook Zhou Yuchen's hand and replied, "See you in Sioux City." After bidding farewell to Shin Jingyun and Xiaoya, Wei Nanbei quickly left with his backpack. With only an hour left until his flight back to Yunhai, he needed to hurry to buy his ticket. Watching his departing figure, Zhou Yuchen remarked, "I stayed in Sioux City for 4 years, and didn't he even know there was a Longhun drone group? What a failure." Shin Jingyun said, "It's not too late to find out now. Honey, do you really have such faith in the drone market?" Zhou Yuchen nodded and replied, "Of course. As long as we do the drones well, earning tens of billions in profit a year is no problem at all. The most crucial aspect isn't how much money this can make, but its extreme importance to the technological and military levels of our nation. Do you believe that when the Tianjiang drones become popular worldwide, it will be the moment when certain countries can no longer suppress them?" Shin Jingyun was surprised and asked, "Since they will be suppressed, why would you still want to invest?" Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, "Being suppressed indicates that we've stepped on their critical point. So it's even more reason to invest. Moreover, as long as we master the core technology of drones, external pressures will not be effective." Shin Jingyun suddenly realized and said, "No wonder you were asking about core technology on the plane. You were planning for potential challenges in the future." Zhou Yuchen replied, "Without long-term considerations, there will surely be immediate worries. It's much better to look further ahead than to think of solutions only when problems arise." Xiaoyu said, "Daddy, Mommy, I'm hungry. When can we go eat?" Zhou Yuchen laughed. "The world is vast, but our little girl's tummy is the biggest. Let us hurry to the hotel." Xiaoyu asked, "What are we eating?" Zhou Yuchen replied, "A seafood feast." Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Great. We are going to have a seafood feast." Shin Jingyun gently pinched her little nose and said, "What a little foodie you are." Upon exiting the airport, Zhou Yuchen immediately spotted a lighted sign not far away, which stood out among the many welcome signs with the 3 characters Zhou Yuchen on it. "Are you from the travel agency?" Zhou Yuchen approached the young woman holding the sign and asked. The young woman replied, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am Xiang Zhuiwei, the one who contacted you." Zhou Yuchen responded, "Oh, so you are Miss Xiang. Are you in charge of our itinerary?" Xiang Zhuiwei nodded and said, "That's right." A middle-aged man in his 40s next to her said, "Mr. Zhou, I am your driver during your stay, Lu Yuenda. You can call me Old Lu. Let me help you with your luggage." "Thank you very much." Zhou Yuchen politely handed his 2 suitcases to Lu Yuenda. Xiang Zhuiwei looked at Shin Jingyun and Xiaoyu, her eyes revealing a look of admiration, and said, "Mr. Zhou, are these 2 your wife and daughter?" Shin Jingyun smiled and extended her hand. "Miss Xiang, I will trouble you from here on." Xiang Zhuiwei quickly shook her hand and said, "It's our duty." "Mrs. Shun, the photo on your ID is really not flattering. It doesn't capture even 1% of your real beauty. I'm not just flattering you. You are truly the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, no exceptions." Shin Jingyun was already immune to such compliments, but she felt happy and replied, "You are also very beautiful." Zhou Yuchen said, "Miss Xiang, my daughter is a bit hungry. Let us head to the hotel quickly." Xiang Zhuiwei replied, "Sure." Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the parking lot. Lu Yuenda quickened his pace, walked to a black extended Rolls-Royce, placed the luggage in the trunk, then immediately got in and drove up to Zhou Yuchen. At the same time, 2 black SUVs appeared behind the Rolls-Royce. The doors opened, and 4 strong men wearing sunglasses stepped out. The leading man slightly bowed to Zhou Yuchen and said, "Mr. Zhou, I am Qin Fong from the security company, and I am responsible for the safety of you and your family." Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, "Thank you very much." As they climbed into the luxurious car, Xiaoya couldn't help but exclaim, "Dad, Mom, this car is so big and beautiful." This vehicle was 8 meters long, featuring 4 rows of airline seats, offering ample space for 11 people. and it even had a refrigerator and wine cabinet in the back. Although Shin Jingyun had seen Xiang Zhiyue's proposal, she didn't expect it to be this extravagant. She picked up Xiaoya and said, "Quick, sit tight, we're heading to the hotel." Chapter 220. Luxury Hotel. After Zhou Yuqin and Xiang Zhiyu got in the car, Lu Yuanda slowly started the vehicle. An SUV drove ahead to lead the way, while another SUV followed closely behind, protecting the vehicle in the middle. Xiang Zhiyu said, "Mr. Zhou, Miss Shun, there are red wine, drinks, ice cream, and snacks in the fridge. If the child is hungry, she can have some snacks to fill her stomach." As soon as Xiao Ye heard this, she immediately shouted, "I want snacks and ice cream." Shin Jingyan replied, "Snacks are fine, but no ice cream." Xiao Ye pouted her lips and looked at Zhou Yuqin with a pitiful expression. Zhou Yuqin shrugged and said, "Baby, you see, I'm not much help here. In our family, your mom is the boss." Seeing the wealthy Zhou Yuqin treating his wife and child so well, Xiang Zhiyu couldn't help but show a look of envy. Shin Jingyun opened the fridge, took a look, and pulled out a bun, asking, "Is this the pineapple bun from the island?" Xiang Zhiyu nodded and replied, "Yes. There are 3 types of snacks in the fridge, all from the most famous bakery on the island, Su's Bakery. I bought them this afternoon, so you can eat them without worry." Shin Jingyan said, "You really worked hard." Xiang Zhiyu smiled and said, "Miss Shun, you don't need to be so polite. This is what we should do." Shin Jingyan wiped Xiao Ye's hands and handed her the pineapple bun. Xiao Ye took a bite, and her little eyes instantly squinted with delight. Clearly, the pineapple bun was to her liking. It was already 9 in the evening, and the streets of the island were still bustling with people, full of life and vibrancy. Zhou Yuqin looked out of the car window at the towering skyscrapers and fell into deep thought. Compared to his previous life, this world's island had never experienced financial turmoil and had no disturbances from organized crime. The financial and commercial sectors were extremely developed, ranking among the top 3 in Asia. However, through some online research, Zhou Yuqin discovered that the development of the island seemed to have reached a limit, with its technological research and development capabilities lagging significantly behind those of the mainland. Aside from real estate, the major financial groups on the island had almost entirely invested their projects elsewhere, resulting in a significant decrease in GDP growth and reduced attractiveness for talent. While property prices continued to soar. "Honey, what are you thinking about?" Shin Jingyun handed Zhou Yuqin a bottle of watermelon juice and asked. Zhou Yuqin took the watermelon juice, took a sip, and felt incredibly refreshed. "I was thinking about whether to buy a house on the island." "Why buy a house? For vacation? We probably can't come here even once a year." Shin Jingyun clearly showed no interest in the properties on the island. Xiang Zhiyu smiled and said, "The property prices on the island almost increase every year. Mr. Zhou could buy several to invest in." Zhou Yuqin waved his hand and said, "If it's for investment, it should be on the mainland, not on the island. The housing prices on the island are extremely high, with limited growth, while the real estate market inland is just emerging, offering much lower prices compared to the island. It is expected to experience geometric growth in the next decade. Miss Xiang, if you're interested, you might consider buying a few properties in first-tier cities like Yunhai or Yindu. Within 3 years, a doubling in value shouldn't be a problem." Xiang Zhiyu quietly noted Zhou Yuqin's words and said, "Thank you for your advice. I will consider it carefully." "Mom, I want to eat ice cream." After finishing her pineapple bun, Xiaoya's eyes had been glued to the fridge. Shin Jingyan replied, "You can have ice cream, but you must wait until after dinner." Xiaoya eagerly nodded, saying, "Okay." An hour later, the car arrived at Li Mei Hotel. Xiang Zhiyu had already completed the check-in process and took her family directly to the elevator, heading straight to the 60th floor. Opening room 6010. Even Shin Jingyun was taken aback by the luxurious decor. The living room was about 60 to 70 square meters, adorned with a crystal chandelier and a precious wool carpet. A 50-inch LCD TV hung on the wall, and the bed, sofa, chairs, and stools were all from top global brands, clearly worth a fortune. What Shin Jingyun liked most was the enormous floor-to-ceiling window opposite, perfectly showcasing the night view, which was simply breathtaking. Xiaoya ran to the window, her eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, come look. It's so beautiful outside." Zhou Yuqin picked Xiaoya up and smiled. "Sweetheart, do you like it here?" Xiaoya nodded vigorously, saying, "I super like it." Shin Jingyun asked, "Honey, how much is this room for one night?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "Money is not an issue. What matters is that you both like it. Come on. Let's go eat first, then buy swimsuits. There's a private pool outside where we can relax." 5 minutes later, the family of 3, guided by Xiang Zhiyu, arrived at a private dining room in the restaurant on the 6th floor. After a while, various seafood dishes like king crab, Australian lobster, and sea cucumber were served. Dedicated staff handled peeling shrimp and preparing crab shells for the 3 of them. Shin Jingyun had never been treated this way before, making her feel a bit shy. Zhou Yuqin said, "Miss Xiang, why don't you invite old Lu and the others to join us?" Xiang Zhiyu was taken aback and replied, "Mr. Zhou, According to company policy, we cannot dine with you. Zhou Yuqin raised an eyebrow and said, which is more important, your company's policy or the client's request? Xiang Zhuwei answered, of course. The client's request is the most important. Shen Jingyan smiled and said, then that's settled. Let's invite everyone to eat together. We can't finish all this anyway. Xiang Zhuwei looked troubled and said, Mr. Zhou, Ms. Shun, thank you very much for your kindness. However, we have already had dinner and really can't eat anymore. Zhou Yuqin replied, all right, I won't make it difficult for you then. Miss Yang, let's wrap it up for tonight. You and everyone else can head back. Come over again tomorrow morning at 7. Xiang Zhuwei stood up and said, okay. Mr. Zhou, Ms. Shun, if you have any issues, feel free to call me anytime. I'm available 24/7. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, all right. After Xiang Zhuwei left, Shen Jingyan looked at Zhou Yuqin and asked, isn't this a bit exaggerated? Zhou Yuqin shrugged and replied, if I told you I didn't expect it to be like this either, would you believe me? Shen Jingyan said, then tell me, how much have you spent these past few days? Zhou Yuqin replied, about 1.6 million. Shen Jingyan exclaimed, are you crazy? In this region, 1.6 million is enough to buy a 50 square meter apartment in the third ring. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, honey, I think you should start learning about the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy wife in advance. Shen Jingyan said irritably, you're just burning money. Zhou Yuqin stated, regardless, we have to keep it up. We can't let the locals see us as a joke. Shen Jingyan said, I really admire you. Chapter 221. The couple's ideal after finishing the seafood feast. The family of 3 went downstairs for a walk and stopped by a nearby clothing store to buy a few swimsuits and gear. Once back in their room, the 3 changed into their swimwear and headed to the outdoor pool. Shen Jingyan had chosen the most conservative swimsuit, yet it still couldn't conceal her impressive figure and long, beautiful legs. Noticing Zhou Yuqin's intense gaze on her, Shen Jingyan's face turned red with embarrassment, and she playfully scolded, have you seen enough? Zhou Yuqin swam beside her and chuckled, I could never get enough. Shen Jingyan shot him a glance and replied, go away. Despite her words, she felt quite pleased inside. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves, especially when that person is the man she adores. The happiest of all was little Yaya, who was playing in the pool for the first time. She wore a waterproof cap and a swim ring, splashing water everywhere with her little legs kicking excitedly, her laughter never ceasing. Shen Jingyan leaned her head on Zhou Yuqin's shoulder, watching the thrilled little girl with eyes full of happiness. After playing in the water for over half an hour, Shen Jingyan thought it was getting late, so she lifted Yaya out and rinsed her off. The room had 2 bedrooms, and Yaya chose the master bedroom with a private bathroom. Perhaps she was truly tired, as the little one lay on the bed for just 10 minutes before drifting into a deep sleep. Shen Jingyan quietly left the bedroom, planning to do a face mask. She noticed Zhou Yuqin standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with a cup of coffee, seemingly admiring the night view, so she walked over. The light sparkled. It was a breathtaking sight. The night view of Victoria Harbor was truly dazzling. Although Yunqing was a first-tier city with more modern skyscrapers than the island, its night scenery couldn't compare to this. After standing for a while, Shen Jingyan turned to Zhou Yuqin and asked, honey, what are you thinking about? Zhou Yuqin returned to his senses and said, I was just contemplating the meaning of starting my own business. With my wealth, even spending $1 million a day, I wouldn't run out in my lifetime. Why do I still need to keep busy? Shen Jingyan smiled and replied, those among the top 10,000 wealth rankings in the world have the same question. They've earned enough to last several lifetimes. But how many of them have truly retired to a life of leisure? Zhou Yuqin asked, then what are they doing it for? Shen Jingyan explained, I think some of them are blinded by money, endlessly pursuing wealth to satisfy their sense of achievement. Some treat work as a joy, feeling uneasy if they don't work for a day, and others aim to realize their grand ideals. Honey, you mentioned before that you have 2 goals, to become the richest person in the world and to leave a few lines in future history textbooks of Huaxia. With your abilities, you should be able to achieve the first goal in your lifetime, but the second goal may take your entire life's effort and still not be realized. My suggestion is for you to treat the second goal as your ideal and strive to pursue it. Even if you don't succeed, it won't be a wasted life. Zhou Yuqin felt a great shock in his heart, looking intently at Shen Jingyan, and said, wife, you are absolutely right. Since heaven has allowed me to come to this world, I must achieve something great to live up to this life. At this point, Zhou Yuqin paused and suddenly laughed, saying, am I being a bit too sentimental? Shen Jingyan nodded and replied, a little. Zhou Yuqin continued, then let us be a bit more sentimental. What is your ideal? Shen Jingyan said, when I was young, I wanted to become a well-known singer. But as I grew up, I realized that the entertainment industry is not very clean. And with my parents' opposition, I gave up that dream. After having Xiaoya, I haven't thought about ideals. I just want to raise her well. Now that you ask me what my ideal is, to be honest, I'm really not sure. Zhou Yuqin said seriously, no rush. Take your time to think about it. Just like you said earlier, once you determine your ideal, go Go after it with all your heart. Shen Jingyan said. I've heard that many wealthy people hope their wives can stay at home and be the lady of the house. You are now worth nearly 100 billion and can already be considered a top wealthy person, yet you still allow me to go out and make an appearance? Zhou Yuchen shook his head and replied, I've always felt that the title of lady of the house carries a negative connotation. My dear, let me make it clear. No matter how much wealth I may have in the future, you will always be free. If you want to stay at home, stay. If you want to go out to work, go out. You don't need to consider my opinion. Life is short, just live it to the fullest. Don't wait until you're old and suddenly realize that your life experiences are so shallow, with nothing to reminisce about. I hope that in the future, others will call you Ms. Shun, not Mrs. Zhou. Hearing Zhou Yuchen's words, Shen Jingyan felt deeply moved and said, Husband, thank you. After saying this, she tightly wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuchen's neck and gave him a passionate kiss. The next morning, Zhou Yuchen woke up from his dream. Since he began practicing Tai Chi visualization, he had only experienced a few instances of restlessness, unable to concentrate, and had to sleep. But he had never dreamed until last night. It was the first time he dreamed about his past life experiences, leaving Zhou Yuchen unsure of which world he belonged to. Checking the time, it was 5:30 in the morning. Zhou Yuchen quickly washed up, dressed in sportswear, and went to the gym on the 19th floor. At that moment, there were already quite a few residents working out in the gym, mostly middle-aged and older individuals over 40. Only one woman, who had an excellent figure and was about Zhou Yuchen's age, was exercising on a treadmill. Zhou Yuchen scanned around and noticed that all the treadmills were occupied except for the one at the far corner next to that woman, so he walked straight over. As a master of martial arts, Zhou Yuchen's physical fitness has reached the pinnacle of human capability. For him, jogging is merely a way to loosen his muscles and invigorate his blood circulation. It does not provide any real exercise benefits. Even after running for 4 to 5 hours, Zhou Yuchen would not feel fatigued at all. Therefore, he set the incline to 15% and the speed to 4 minutes per kilometer, and then he began to run. The woman nearby seemed to sense someone running next to her. She turned to look at Zhou Yuchen and was surprised to find that he was running at a 15% incline and at a significantly faster speed than herself. Chapter 222 Conflict with the Rich Second Generation. Zhou Yuchen felt the woman's gaze and glanced at her, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. She had a beautiful oval face, and even with sweat all over, it couldn't hide her fair skin. Her eyebrows were elegantly arched, and her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars in the sky, though her expression was somewhat sharp and her demeanor a bit aloof. If Shen Jingyan's looks were a perfect score of 100, this woman could at least score around 94 or 95. Zhou Yuchen nodded at her as a greeting. But to his surprise, he received a cold laugh in return. Confused, he chose to ignore her. Noticing that the treadmill had a screen and headphones, he found a few songs, put on the headphones, and started listening. After running for less than 10 minutes, a burly young man with a muscular build and sharp eyes patted Zhou Yuchen on the shoulder. Zhou Yuchen took off his headphones, stopped the treadmill, and asked, Is there something you need? The young man raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Are you from the mainland? Although Zhou Yuchen didn't understand the local dialect, he could grasp simple phrases and replied, Who are you? The young man pointed at the beautiful woman beside him and asked, Do you know her? Zhou Yuchen shook his head, saying, I don't know her. The young man's attitude softened considerably. Sorry, brother, I misunderstood. I thought you were here to pursue Xiaomei. The sentence was too long for Zhou Yuchen to comprehend. So he asked in English, What exactly do you want? The young man switched to English as well. This beautiful lady here is my target of pursuit. Could you please let me have this treadmill? Zhou Yuchen glanced at the woman who was listening to music, then looked around, but didn't see any available treadmills. He replied, Talk to me after you find another treadmill. I can pay you, the young man said, pulling out a stack of local currency. 3,000. What do you think? Since we're both staying at the same hotel, do you think I'm short on cash? Zhou Yuchen shot back a response and ignored him, adjusting the treadmill to continue running. The young man, feeling irritated, walked directly to the treadmill and turned it off. The beautiful woman, noticing this, took off her headphones and said, Huang Yang, what are you doing? The young man, named Huang Yang, replied lightly, I was politely talking to this mainland guy, but he wouldn't listen, so I have to be more forceful. Zhou Yuchen might not have understood everything else, but he was very sensitive to the derogatory term mainland guy. He stepped off the treadmill, stood in front of Huang Yang, his sharp gaze piercing into the young man's eyes, exuding a powerful aura. A formidable pressure surged from him like a raging tide. What kind of strength did a master of martial arts possess? Although Zhou Yuchen said nothing, Huang Yang still felt the immense pressure, akin to a mountain, and involuntarily took 2 steps back. This person was definitely not ordinary. His aura was surprisingly stronger than that of his father. Huang Yang felt that he had kicked a steel plate this time. The beautiful woman's expression also changed, and she quickly stepped off the treadmill, speaking in somewhat non-standard Mandarin. Sir, my friend's temper isn't very good. I apologize on his behalf. Zhou Yuchen coldly replied. He just referred to me with a derogatory term, and I think it's necessary to teach him some respect. The beautiful woman said, Sir, my name is Gao Xiaomei, and I am the owner of the Li Mei Hotel. My friend Huang Yang did not mean to offend you, so please don't take it to heart. Upon hearing Gao Xiaomei's introduction, Zhou Yuchen felt somewhat surprised. The Li Mei Hotel is the most prestigious super 5-star hotel on the island. Built 10 years ago at a cost of $2 billion. He never expected that such an impressive hotel would have a super stunning beauty as its owner, who was under 30. However, thinking about her surname Gao, Zhou Yuchen felt it was not surprising anymore, as the Li Mei Hotel is a property under the Jiao Luan Real Estate Company, whose president Gao Luan is worth hundreds of billions and is one of the 6 wealthiest individuals on the island. Zhou Yuchen guessed that this Gao Xiaomei must be Gao Luan's granddaughter. Is he also one of your hotel staff? Does your hotel enjoy insulting guests from the mainland? As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the attention of several mainland guests who were exercising. They all turned to look. Gao Xiaomei quickly explained, Sir, you misunderstand. He is not one of our hotel staff. Huang Yang seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He had just been intimidated by Zhou Yuchen's presence and took 2 steps back, feeling embarrassed, so he directly interrupted Gao Xiaomei, saying, No need to explain to this mainlander. I need to teach him a lesson. Gao Xiaomei said sternly, Shut up. But once the words were out, it was too late. Zhou Yuchen didn't quite understand Huang Yang's intentions, but he knew it wasn't good. However, some mainland guests could understand. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a gloomy face said, What era is this? We can still hear terms like mainland guy. This is simply outrageous. It's disrespectful to us mainlanders. The Li Mei Hotel must apologize, or I will expose it. Everyone chimed in agreement. Gao Xiaomei felt a headache coming on. She knew that guests who could stay at her hotel were either rich or powerful, and if she mishandled this situation today, it could lead to a boycott of the Li Mei Hotel by wealthy mainlanders. If that happened, it would be a big trouble for the hotel, and it might even affect Jiao Luan Real Estate's investments in the mainland. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaomei took a deep breath and said loudly, Dear guests, I want to clarify that our Li Mei Hotel absolutely does not look down on mainland guests. My grandfather is from southern Henan, and our Gao family is from the mainland. To look down on mainlanders is to look down on ourselves. There was a misunderstanding between this guest and my friend just now. I kindly ask everyone to give me a little time. I will handle it properly. A hint of appreciation flashed in Zhou Yuchen's eyes, but his tone remained assertive as he said, Mr. Gao, since this person is not associated with your hotel, please have him leave immediately. I did not check into your hotel to be insulted by someone unrelated. Your security work is truly a mess. Huang Yang angrily retorted, Hey, this is between me and you. Why bring Xiaomei into this? Are you still a man? Gao Xiaomei said, Huang Yang, I'm begging you. Please leave now, alright? Huang Yang replied, No. Mei, I want to let you down. This matter needs to be clarified. Zhou Yuchen frowned and asked, Could someone please help me translate? I really can't understand what he is saying. Chapter 223. Lesson for the rich second generation. The middle-aged man relayed Huang Yang's earlier words to Zhou Yuchen, who sneered. What's unclear about this? You want to pursue this Ms. Gao, so you try to take my treadmill to run alongside her. I won't let you have it. And you come looking for trouble with me. Mr. Huang, am I right? The middle-aged man seemed very enthusiastic and translated Zhou Yuchen's words to Huang Yang. After listening, Huang Yang's expression turned sour. I already said I would buy your treadmill position for 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. Zhou Yuchen scoffed. I spend nearly 100,000 for one night's stay here. Who would care about your 3,000 Hong Kong dollars? Gao Xiaomei interjected. Sir, please calm down. I will take him out right away. This incident is my fault, and I sincerely apologize to you. As she spoke, Gao Xiaomei was about to bow. Zhou Yuchen stepped aside, saying, This isn't your fault. This guy insulted me, and I can't let anyone from my region be humiliated. Here's the deal. I can see he has some muscle, so let us settle this with a one-on-one match. If he wins, I want to ask for an apology, and we'll drop this matter. If he loses, he must sincerely bow and admit his mistake, and swear never to refer to anyone from my region in that derogatory way again. Everyone around cheered at this proposal. Huang Yang had wanted to teach Zhou Yuchen a lesson for a long time and immediately agreed. The two moved to the boxing practice area and faced each other. Gao Xiaomei handed them gloves and protective gear, but Zhou Yuchen refused outright. Huang Yang took off his t-shirt, revealing a strong physique, then raised a thumb with his finger pointing to the ground, wearing a provocative expression. Zhou Yuchen stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless, exuding the demeanor of a martial arts master. The middle-aged man from the region, eager to join in, explained the rules and shouted, Action! Huang Yang was the first to attack, using the characteristic quick steps of karate to close the distance to Zhou Yuchen, launching a side kick aimed at his abdomen. Looking for trouble, Zhou Yuchen sidestepped, swiftly grabbing his ankle and giving it a slight shake. A sharp crack sounded as Huang Yang's ankle was dislocated. Ouch! Huang Yang cried out, stumbling back 3 steps, his right leg hanging limply, clearly unable to continue fighting. Zhou Yuqing calmly remarked, "You don't have any skills and dare to provoke others. Luckily, you didn't run into someone with a bad temper. Otherwise, you'd be in a grave by now." Huang Yang shouted angrily, "I'll fight you." Dragging his injured leg, he swung a punch at Zhou Yuqing. Then came another scream as Huang Yang's elbow joint was dislocated. Wow! The onlookers gasped. This rich second generation had met a master. The young man was impressive, effortlessly dislocating joints and limbs. I bet this person must be an extraordinary martial arts expert. Everyone was immensely shocked when they saw Zhou Yuqing defeat Huang Yang in less than 10 seconds. Zhou Yuqing remained expressionless and said, "You lost, apologize." Huang Yang, covering his arm, gritted his teeth and said, "I will never admit defeat." Zhou Yuqing replied, "It's fine if you don't admit defeat. However, your behavior is truly unmanly and doesn't match your strong appearance. Engaging with you is the greatest insult to me." Others looked at Huang Yang with mockery and disdain. Huang Yang had never been so humiliated in public, and he turned red with embarrassment, unsure of what to do. Gao Xiaomei sighed and said, "Huang Yang, it's okay to lose a match, but you can't lose your dignity." Huang Yang bit his lip, bowed to Zhou Yuqing, and said, "I'm sorry. I swear I will never refer to any inland person as that again." Zhou Yuqing nodded and said, "I accept your apology." Huang Yang resentfully asked, "Can I leave now?" "Wait a moment." Zhou Yuqing walked up to Huang Yang, grabbed his arm, shook it a few times, and with a series of sharp sounds, reset his elbow joint. Huang Yang showed no gratitude and said, "I don't need you to play the good guy." Zhou Yuqing gave him a stern look and said, "I used a unique technique to dislocate your joint. Even if a master from a certain traditional practice came, they wouldn't be able to fix it. If they dared to forcibly reset it, you would just end up limping. Are you sure you don't need me to reset it for you?" Huang Yang hesitated and stubbornly said, "Who are you trying to scare?" "Huang Yang, stop pretending to be tough. Can't you see this gentleman is an exceptional martial arts expert?" Gao Xiaomei scolded Huang Yang and turned to Zhou Yuqing, saying, "Sir, I hope you can overlook past grievances and help fix his leg." Zhou Yuqing hooked Huang Yang's right leg with his foot, grabbed his ankle, shook it a few times. And again there were several sharp sounds as he restored Huang Yang's ankle joint. "When you get back, apply a medicated plaster for 3 days on your elbow and ankle. And you'll be fine," he said. Gao Xiaomei quickly replied, "Thank you." Zhou Yuqing looked at Gao Xiaomei and said, "No wonder you look down on him. His emotional and intellectual quotient is at this level. I am also impressed." Ha ha. No one expected Zhou Yuqing to suddenly say this, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. Huang Yang, furious, turned red in the face and pointed at Zhou Yuqing, saying, "We'll see about that." With that, he stormed off. Just then, Zhou Yuqing's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Shun Jingyan. Zhou Yuqing quickly answered. "Dad, where are you?" A clear voice reached Zhou Yuqing's ears. His originally cold expression changed instantly to a bright smile as he softly said, "Sweetheart, why are you up so early? Did you sleep poorly last night?" "I slept well. I want to wake up early for breakfast and then go out to have some fun." "All right, Dad will be back soon." Seeing Zhou Yuqing transform from a cold and domineering man into a gentle and soft father after receiving his daughter's call surprised Gao Xiaomei. Zhou Yuqing put away his phone and was about to return to his room. Gao Xiaomei quickly asked, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask your surname?" Zhou Yuqing replied, "Zhou Yuqing, staying in room 6010. Gao Xiaomei sincerely said, "Mr. Zhou, I truly apologize for what happened this morning. As a gesture of goodwill, our hotel is willing to waive all expenses for you and your family during your stay. We hope you can give us this opportunity to make amends." Zhou Yuqing glanced deeply at Gao Xiaomei and praised, "I have never met Mr. Gao, but it seems I can see a glimpse of his charm through you, Ms. Gao. It's not without reason that the Gao family has come this far. Ms. Gao, I accept your sincerity." A radiant smile finally appeared on Gao Xiaomei's face as she said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." Chapter 224. Handling the trust fund. Zhou Yuqing smiled at her and thanked everyone with a fist salute before leaving the gym. Gao Xiaomei let out a slight breath. For some reason, there seemed to be an invisible pressure from Zhou Yuqing that made her feel very uncomfortable. It was only after he left that she relaxed. In fact, the reason Gao Xiaomei felt this way was that Zhou Yuqing had completely unleashed the aura of a martial arts master. It was akin to an ordinary person encountering a highly esteemed national leader, feeling intimidated by the presence they carried. Zhou Yuqing's physical fitness and mental state had far surpassed that of ordinary people, equivalent to a second evolution. Once he let go of his restraint, ordinary individuals simply couldn't bear his pressure. Back in the room, Shun Jingyan happened to be helping the little girl get up. Zhou Yuqing recounted what had happened at the gym. After listening, Shun Jingyan asked, "Is that Gao really beautiful?" Zhou Yuqing was taken aback, seemingly not expecting her to ask that question. He replied, "If you are 100, she might be around 95 or 96. Shun Jingyan chuckled. "Your answer shows your high emotional intelligence." Zhou Yuqing shrugged. "I'm not trying to flatter you. I'm just speaking the truth." Shun Jingyan continued, So who is Huang Yang? Will he retaliate and cause us trouble afterward? I'm not very sure. However, this guy dares to pursue a daughter from one of the 6 major families. So his background must be impressive. Then you offended him? He has already bullied me. If I don't show any response, what kind of man would I be? What a misfortune. Isn't that the truth? Never mind him. We should enjoy ourselves. Today I'm going to handle the trust fund. And you take Xiao Yeye to the Green Apple Amusement Park. After I'm done, I'll come find you. In the previous life, the most famous amusement park globally was Disneyland. While in this world, the most renowned was Green Apple Amusement Park. The similarity between the two is that both are companies from a certain country. The entire summer country has only one Green Apple Amusement Park, located on the island port. Xiang Zhuiyue was very smart. She understood that when a family of 3 goes out to play, the most important one is definitely the child. To ensure parents have a good time, the prerequisite is to make the child happy. Therefore, Xiang Zhuiyue set the Green Apple Amusement Park as the first stop and planned to stay for 2 days. After the family of 3 finished breakfast, Xiang Zhuiyue arrived on time to pick them up. On the way, Shen Jingyun asked Miss Xiang, "Will there be a lot of people at the Green Apple Amusement Park today?" Xiang Zhuiyue smiled. It's currently summer vacation, and the visitor flow is extremely high, with daily attendance between 40,000 to 60,000. However, you don't need to worry. We purchased super VIP tickets, and there will be a dedicated staff to guide us. So we won't need to queue for any attractions. Shen Jingyun knew that there must be some special privileges involved and nodded. That's good. Xiang Zhuiyue took out a small booklet from her bag and handed it to Shen Jingyun, saying, "Miss Shen, this is an introduction to the various attractions at the Green Apple Amusement Park. You can familiarize yourself with them in advance with your child." Shen Jingyun received the booklet and started looking through it with Ziyu. Since the little one was still under 4 years old, she could only enjoy half of the attractions. However, even with just this half, experiencing everything would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Compared to the Disney parks from the past, the Green Apple Amusement Park was much larger and had many more attractions. The car first arrived at the headquarters of a certain group, dropping off Zhou Yuchen, and then headed straight to the Green Apple Amusement Park. It was still not yet 8 in the morning, and there was still more than half an hour before the group started work. Zhou Yuchen took out his phone and dialed the number of a manager he had contacted earlier. Just 5 minutes later, a man in his 30s, robust and dressed in a professional white shirt and black pants, hurried over to Zhou Yuchen, panting as he asked, "I am Yuan Chun, the deputy manager of the trust department. Are you Mr. Zhou Yuchen, who just called?" Zhou Yuchen extended his hand and said, "Manager Yuan, hello, I am Zhou Yuchen." Yuan Chen quickly shook hands with Zhou Yuchen and said, "Mr. Zhou, I apologize for the delay." Zhou Yuchen smiled and replied, "It's not a delay, but rather a good reflection of your company's attitude towards clients. Just a joke, but you really should exercise when you have the time." Yuan Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and chuckled, "You are right. Mr. Zhou, please follow me." Soon, the two entered through a side door, took the elevator, and arrived at the 16th floor of the trust department. Zhou Yuchen handed all the documents and materials to Yuan Chen, who checked them thoroughly and said, "Mr. Zhou, are you sure you want to choose the most conservative trust method? You know that money will definitely depreciate in the future, and the interest you receive will be too low, even insufficient to cover the annual management fee. Personally, I think it would be better if you could allocate part of the funds for higher return investments." Zhou Yuchen had already considered this issue and was confident, saying, "You mentioned this on the phone before. I thought about it and found that this trust method is indeed too extreme, so I decided to reallocate." Yuan Chen asked, "Then what method do you choose?" Zhou Yuchen replied, "The safest currency in the world has always been gold, at least for the next few decades. The properties of gold will not change. My plan is to use 80% of the funds, which is 800 million, to purchase gold, while the remaining 200 million will still be invested in that most conservative trust method." Yuan Chen frowned and said, "Gold has risen quite a bit in the past few days." Zhou Yuchen smiled and replied, "I am looking at the next 20 years, not this short period." Yuan Chen asked, "Is this your final decision?" Zhou Yuchen nodded and said yes. Yuan Chen responded, "All right, I will handle the relevant procedures for you. If you want to change your investment method in the future, for example, if you want to sell gold at a high point, you can contact us directly." Okay. Just as Zhou Yuchen was setting up a trust fund for the little girl, Huang Yang, who had just received a lesson, was applying a plaster at a martial arts school specializing in Hongquan for injuries to muscles, joints, and bones. Some reliable martial arts schools are often much better than external traditional medicine clinics. An energetic elderly man in his 60s, with a bald head, applied the plaster to Huang Yang's ankle and said grumpily, "Where have you gotten into trouble this time?" Huang Yang helplessly replied, "Grandpa, can you not look at me the same way my mom does? I've changed. I won't go around fighting like I used to." A sturdy middle-aged man nearby, around 38 or 39, laughed and said, "Dad, I can attest to this. Yang has indeed changed a lot." Chapter 225. The little one went wild. It turns out that the bald old man is Huang Yang's grandfather, Li Zhendong. the top martial artist from the island 30 years ago, who once defeated over 20 martial arts schoolmasters with Hong Quan. The middle-aged man is Li Jindong's eldest son, Li Hongran, who is also Huang Yang's uncle. He has inherited Li Jindong's teachings and has mastered Hong Quan to an extraordinary level, having defeated a foreign boxing champion in the ring. The globally renowned action star, Miao Jie, is his disciple. Li Jindong asked, "Since you've changed, why are you still getting hurt?" Huang Yang replied, "Recently, I've been going to the gym at the Li Mei Hotel every morning to find Xiao Mei. Today, I had a conflict over a treadmill with someone from the mainland. Uncle, I think his skills are even better than yours." Li Hongran chuckled, "Not bad. You've learned to provoke people." Huang Yang said, "I'm serious." Li Hongran asked, "Then how strong is he?" Huang Yang recounted his duel with Zhou Yuchen. Li Jindong and Li Hongran exchanged serious glances. Li Hongran said, "Are you sure he just shook your arm and ankle to restore your joints?" Huang Yang replied, "Uncle, many people saw it. I'm really not lying to you." Li Jindong was silent for a moment and said, "Ayang, if that's the case, you should thank him for being merciful." Huang Yang asked why. Li Jindong explained, "It's easy to dislocate someone's joints. Any person who has practiced joint techniques for a while can do that. But restoring someone's joints in the way you just described is not easy. It requires an in-depth understanding of human skeletal joints and also tests the person's control over their own strength." Huang Yang asked, "Grandfather, can't you do it?" Li Jindong shook his head and said, "I couldn't do it at my peak, let alone now." Li Hongran said, "I can manage it with difficulty. But the success rate isn't high, and I can't do it as effortlessly as that person. Hee, finding a worthy opponent is rare, I want to meet him." Huang Yang was thrilled and said, "Zhou Yuchen should be here on vacation. I'll have someone keep an eye on the Li Mei Hotel. As soon as he returns, I'll let you know." Li Hongran warned, "Just to be clear, I'm meeting him to make friends through martial arts, not to seek revenge for you. The conflict between you two is your fault." Huang Yang pressed his lips together and said, "I understand." After Zhou Yuchen sorted out the little girl's trust fund, he went to the Green Apple amusement park. He played with the little girl until 9 in the evening when the amusement park was about to close. The family finally came out. In the car, Xiaoya was still overly excited and said, "Daddy, Mommy, the Green Apple amusement park is so much fun. I want to play more." Zhou Yuchen wiped the sweat off her forehead and smiled. "We'll come back tomorrow." Xiaoya's eyes squinted with joy as she exclaimed, "That's great." Shen Jingyun asked, "Are you hungry?" Xiaoya touched her belly, nodded, and said, "I'm hungry. Mom, what good food are we going to eat?" Shen Jingyun smiled and replied, "Today we are going to have Cantonese cuisine." Xiaoya asked, "What is Cantonese cuisine?" Shen Jingyun, not knowing much about it, immediately cast a pleading look at Zhou Yuchen. Zhou Yuchen explained, "Cantonese cuisine is one of the 8 major culinary traditions in our country, including Chaos Han cuisine, Guangzhou cuisine, and Dongjiang cuisine." Along the way, Zhou Yuchen elaborated on the origins, development, and related historical anecdotes of Cantonese cuisine, captivating not only Xiaoya, but also Shen Jingyun and Xiang Zhuiwe. Xiang Zhuiwe exclaimed, "Mr. Zhou, you are amazing. I eat Chaos Han cuisine every day, but I never knew there was so much history and storytelling behind it." Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, "When I was learning to cook, I often looked at introductions to various cuisines, so I remembered some of it." Xiang Zhuiwe asked in surprise, "You were a chef?" Xiaoya proudly said, "My dad makes the best food. No one can compare." Zhou Yuchen gently pinched her little nose and said, "No need for you to brag about your dad, little one." Soon, the car stopped at a restaurant with the words Classic Chaos Han Cuisine prominently displayed. It was nearly 10 o'clock, but the place was still bustling. Xiang Zhuiwe led the 3 of them into a private room that had been reserved in advance. In just 15 minutes, the waiter brought out 8 dishes and a soup. Zhou Yuchen asked, "How are the guys outside doing?" Xiang Zhuiwe replied, "They're in the adjacent room." Zhou Yuchen nodded and said, "Order 2 more dishes for them, and put all the expenses on my tab. I don't want those who hang out with me to pay for their meals." Xiang Zhuiwe was quite touched and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. You are the best guest I've ever met. I'll go get them 2 more dishes right away." After a day of fun, the little girl was indeed very hungry. As soon as the dishes arrived, she began eating heartily, praising the flavors and clearly very satisfied with the food. This made Xiang Zhuiwe breathe a sigh of relief. After observing throughout the day, she was completely sure that this family of 3 was centered around the child. Only when the child was happy would Zhou Yuchen and Shen Jingyun be satisfied. After a satisfying meal, the 3 of them returned to the hotel. As soon as Xiaoya entered, she shouted that she wanted to go swimming in the pool. The 3 of them changed into swimwear and entered the pool. Xiaoya splashed around in the water. Shen Jingyun sat next to Zhou Yuchen, resting her head on his shoulder, watching the little one having a blast, and said, "Honey, thank you." Zhou Yuchen wrapped his arm around Shen Jingyun and replied, "Wife, can we skip the thank yous? For me, doing anything for you and our daughter is just what I should do." Shen Jingyun kissed his cheek and said, "That's your reward." Zhou Yuchen chuckled and said, "I think your actions make me happier than words ever could." Shin Jingyun couldn't help but smile. The next morning, Zhou Yuqin went to the gym again. Seeing that there were no empty treadmills available, Zhou Yuqin had no choice but to walk to a corner and start practicing the three-body posture. Gao Xiaomei, who was sweating profusely on the treadmill, inadvertently caught sight of Zhou Yuqin's movements, and a hint of astonishment flashed in her beautiful eyes. She turned off the treadmill and walked over to Zhou Yuqin, observing him closely. She found that although his movements were simple, they conveyed a sense of grandeur, elegance, and steadiness. Zhou Yuqin could certainly feel Gao Xiaomei's gaze, but since she did not show any malice, he paid no mind and remained focused on his standing practice. After finishing the three-body posture, he transitioned into practicing another stance of Tai Chi. This posture was somewhat different from the three-body posture, embodying a sense of naturalness, tranquility, and inclusiveness. Chapter 226. Masters in Combat. Gao Xiaomei was an athletic beauty who had seen many martial arts masters practicing standing meditation, but none had ever made her feel such profound and lasting artistic conception. At that moment, Huang Yang walked in with a middle-aged man. Gao Xiaomei's expression changed, and she hurried to greet him. "Uncle Li, long time no see." "Hee, Xiaomei, you are becoming more beautiful by the day." The middle-aged man was Li Angran, Huang Yang's uncle. Gao Xiaomei had witnessed Li Angran's prowess in the ring, where he had defeated a formidable boxer in just 3 moves. He was a master of Hung Gar. Huang Yang calling Li Angran over was clearly to regain the face lost the previous morning. His arrival also drew the attention of several guests, some of whom were well aware of the conflict between Huang Yang and Zhou Yuqin. Soon, everyone was in the know about their situation. All activities paused as they watched with interest. "Uncle Li, is there something you need this early?" Li Angran looked at Zhou Yuqin, who was practicing standing meditation, and said, "It's about making friends through martial arts." Unlike Gao Xiaomei, Zhou Yuqin immediately felt a strong stimulus as soon as Li Angran's gaze fell on him, raising goosebumps across his skin. Pressing down with both palms, Zhou Yuqin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, turned to face Li Angran with a cold gaze, and asked, "Are you here to seek revenge for Mr. Huang?" Li Angran shook his head, saying, "Not for revenge, but to apologize. My name is Li Angran, and I am my Yang's uncle. This kid always gets into trouble. What happened yesterday morning was his fault. I apologize on his behalf, and thank you for your mercy." Zhou Yuqin raised an eyebrow and asked, "And then?" Li Angran replied, "I've heard Yang describe your actions, and know you are a true martial arts master. So I came to learn a few moves." Zhou Yuqin replied indifferently, "I practice martial arts for health, not to show off or fight." "You've got the wrong person." Li Angran cupped his fists and said, "I have practiced Hung Gar for over 30 years, entering the realm of Ming Jin at 18 and mastering in Jin at 28. I have never met a worthy opponent until today. I hope Mr. Zhou can oblige." Zhou Yuqin frowned and said, "Mr. Li, what era is this? Does it even make sense for you to compare martial arts with me?" Li Angran replied, "Martial arts have declined, and worthy opponents are hard to find." Huang Yang shouted, "Zhou Yuqin, do you have the guts to fight my uncle or not? If you don't, just say so." Without hesitation, Zhou Yuqin replied, "I don't have the guts. Is that all right?" "You." Huang Yang was momentarily speechless, then shouted, "Are you even a man?" Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "Whether I'm a man or not is for my wife to know. What others think doesn't matter." Ha ha. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, and Gao Xiaomei couldn't help but join in. Huang Yang, in frustration, said, "As long as you admit that the martial arts on the mainland are inferior to ours, you can leave." Zhou Yuqin had yet to speak when Li Angran sternly rebuked, "Aing, be quiet. Your grandfather came from the mainland." Huang Yang retorted angrily, "I'm just upset because of him. Mr. Huang, whether from the mainland or the island, we are all of the same lineage and blood. Why do you insist on splitting us apart? I really don't know what your intentions are." Zhou Yuqin shot back at Huang Yang and turned to Li Angran, saying, "Mr. Li, come on, let me see what level your Honchuan has reached." Li Angran's eyes lit up, and he cupped his fists, saying, "Thank you for your support. I apologize for any offense." With a stomp of his right foot, Li Angran stepped forward 3 times, closing in on Zhou Yuqin and throwing a punch at his chest. The punch whistled through the air, powerful and fierce, creating a crackling sound. "Wow, impressive. Is this a movie? The air could even be shattered. It's truly remarkable." The onlookers in the gym couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Huang Yang crossed his arms, proudly saying, "Xiaomei, did you see that? My uncle can definitely defeat this show guy." Gao Xiaomei glanced at him, feeling somewhat disdainful. "Only kids fight and call their parents? We're all in our 20s. And still pulling this kind of stunt. How childish." Facing Li Angran's powerful punch, Zhou Yuqin applied the principle of yielding to overcome strength from Tai Chi, swiftly grabbing his wrist, shaking it left and right a couple of times, and neutralizing his punch. So fast, Li Angran was taken aback by Zhou Yuqin's speed. Unable to believe he could grab his wrist, and immediately changed tactics, lifting his leg for a sweeping kick. Zhou Yuqin stepped back, extending his arm to execute the single whip from Tai Chi, striking towards Liang Ran. With immense force channeled into his arm, it felt like a heavy iron whip, striking fiercely, and the sound of sharp whistling filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. Liang Ran gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to withstand 3 strikes. By the 4th strike, he was already at his limit, his face pale, drenched in sweat, and heat radiating from his head, an external manifestation of his blood and energy reaching their peak. Zhou Yuchen did not deliver the 4th strike. He retracted his hand, placing it behind his back, and praised, "Few in the martial arts community can withstand 3 of my single whips. Mr. Li, your skills are commendable." This was not Zhou Yuchen boasting. His strength and speed had surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Even those with similar skill levels would find it impossible to match him. For Liang Ran, with his hidden strength, to withstand 60% of Zhou Yuchen's force in 3 strikes was already quite impressive. With a thud, Liang Ran's legs gave way, and he sat down on the ground. Smiling wryly, "I've practiced boxing my whole life, and today I realized just how far I am from a true master." Zhou Yuchen said, "You forced me to take 3 strikes, and my internal organs have been shaken. After returning, just find a traditional medicine practitioner to adjust for a few days. Mr. Li, I wish you a swift entry into the realm of transformation." After saying this, Zhou Yuchen cupped his fists in salute and left gracefully. Such a master. Today has truly opened my eyes. The Tai Chi single whip was surprisingly powerful. Am I dreaming? From now on, if anyone says that Tai Chi is just for show and not effective, I will definitely argue with them, the crowd murmured. Huang Yang and Gao Xiaomei helped Liang Ran to a nearby chair, only to find that his legs were like noodles, unable to stand steadily. "Uncle, what happened to you? How come you can't even walk?" Huang Yang showed a look of panic for the first time. Liang Ran waved his hand and said, "I was struck by Mr. Zhou's force, causing muscular shock and making my bones feel weak. Just a few minutes of rest, and I will recover." Chapter 227. Shen Jingyun gets jealous. Gao Xiaomei asked in surprise, "Uncle Li, you guys barely fought for half a minute. How could this happen?" Liang Ran smiled bitterly. "The gap between us is too big. The first strike from him shattered all my strength, and I only endured the next 2 strikes out of stubbornness. I never dreamed this person would be so young, yet possess such astonishing skills. He is truly a prodigy. Yang, you must not provoke Mr. Chen again. If he wants to kill you, he only needs to inject a hidden force into your organs, and within a month, you'll die from internal bleeding. By then, no one would suspect him." Huang Yang turned pale with fear, his face filled with despair. "How can there be such a powerful person in the world?" Liang Ran replied, "Your grandfather was right. The martial arts world is full of hidden talents, and I underestimated the heroes of the world." Hearing the conversation between the uncle and nephew, Gao Xiaomei's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest in the mysterious Zhou Yuchen. However, the thought that he had a wife and children left her with a sense of loss. It was the first time in her life she felt this way. In the following days, Huang Yang no longer sought trouble with Zhou Yuchen. Instead, Gao Xiaomei would chat with Zhou Yuchen every morning after her run. Gao Xiaomei, both in appearance and demeanor, was a standout beauty, and Zhou Yuchen could sense that she seemed to have a bit of affection for him, which gave a slight boost to his vanity. Xiao Yiya had a great time. After spending 2 days at the Green Apple amusement park, they went to the ocean park, where the little one was immediately captivated by the various bizarre marine creatures. Other places like Lantau Island, Victoria Peak, and Chengqiao were also uniquely charming. Whenever they had free time, the family of 3 would go shopping, entering a buying frenzy. By the time they left, they had added 4 or 5 more suitcases. "Mr. Zhou, Ms. Shun, we look forward to your next visit to our hotel," the staff said. Upon learning that Zhou Yuchen was leaving, Gao Xiaomei personally came to see them off. It was her first time meeting Shen Jingyun, and she was instantly taken aback by her beauty. Gao Xiaomei, who was very confident in her own looks, felt a sense of inferiority in front of Shen Jingyun. Zhou Yuchen said, "Miss Gao, thank you for treating us. When you go to Yanhai, be sure to call me so I can return the favor." Gao Xiaomei nodded, "Okay." At the airport, after bidding farewell to Xiang Zhuyue, Zhou Yuchen and his family boarded the plane. "Honey, I feel like that Gao Xiaomei seems to have a bit of interest in you." Shen Jingyun suddenly spoke up in the first-class cabin. Zhou Yuchen smiled and replied, "Did you notice that?" Shen Jingyun was slightly taken aback. "You knew?" Zhou Yuchen nodded, "Of course. I'm not a fool. Haha, see? Your husband is quite charming." Shen Jingyun showed a strange expression and said, "I just wanted you to explain, but you ended up bragging." Zhou Yuchen replied, "What is there to explain? There are at least a few thousand men who like you. Are you going to ask me to explain each one? Don't joke around." "Hey, honey, you're not getting jealous, are you?" Shen Jingyun straightforwardly said, "I admit, I am jealous." Zhou Yuchen was surprised and said, "You seem a bit unsure about your own charm." Shen Jingyun replied, "Miss Gao is beautiful, has a good temperament, and is worth billions. She can help you in your career. I can't help but feel anxious." Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, "Firstly, she is indeed beautiful, but compared to you, she falls a bit short. Secondly, I don't need anyone's support to start my business. I can't live off others. So, you can rest assured. I will only marry you in this lifetime. Shen Jingyan laughed. You know how to talk. Zhou Yuqing said, honestly, I'm quite happy that you can feel jealous for me. Shen Jingyun rolled her eyes at him and said, you're annoying. By the time they exited Yunhai Airport, it was already 6 in the evening. Due to having too much luggage, Shen Jingyun called Shen Shiyan before boarding at the airport to have him come pick them up. Are you guys moving? Seeing Zhou Yuqing pulling 4 large suitcases and Shen Jingyun pulling 2, Shen Shiyan hurried over to take Shen Jingyun's 2 suitcases. Zhou Yuqing knew this guy was getting back at him for not helping him carry luggage back then, and he smiled slightly. This guy really holds a grudge. Shen Jingyun took 1 suitcase from Zhou Yuqing with her left hand while holding little Yeye's hand with her right, saying, everything was bought from the island. Shen Shiyan asked, is there anything for me? Shen Jingyun replied, what do you think? Shen Shiyan grinned and said, of course there is. The 4 of them arrived at the underground parking lot, where Shen Shiyan placed 3 suitcases in the trunk of his newly purchased S-Class Mercedes-Benz, saying, sister, little Ye, you two can ride in my car. Shen Jingyun looked at Zhou Yuqing, who smiled and said, go ahead. Experience how this car differs from my Maybach. Okay. Shen Jingyun nodded, holding little Yeye as she got into Shen Shiyan's car. Shen Shiyan raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhou Yuqing with pride. Zhou Yuqing felt a bit speechless. Is it really that exciting just because they got into your car? After getting in, Shen Shiyan didn't even wait for Zhou Yuqing and drove straight out of the airport parking lot. Sis, what was that about just now? What's wrong? Shen Jingyun was a bit confused. I asked you and little Yeye to get in the car. Did you really need to seek Zhou Yuqing's opinion? Where did your carefree spirit go? Shen Shiyan said dissatisfied. Shen Jingyun smiled and replied, whether it's a boyfriend or a husband, the basic thing is mutual respect. When you find someone you truly like, you'll understand what I mean. By the way, do you still have contact with Qin Yuyu? Shen Shiyan said, of course. During this time, we often go to the dance hall together. Shen Jingyun asked, just the 2 of you? There are more than 10 of us. All wealthy young men from the local area. At this point, Shen Shiyan showed an envious expression and said, these guys are so rich. I need to find a way to borrow some money from them. Shen Jingyun's expression changed, and she quickly asked, what do you need to borrow so much money for? Shen Shiyan replied proudly, to buy gold futures. Sis, so far, I've made 96 million. Shen Jingyun frowned slightly and asked, how much leverage are you using? Although she wasn't very knowledgeable about futures, she understood that gold futures don't fluctuate much. With only 180 million in capital, it was clear that the leverage must be alarmingly high to make 96 million. Chapter 228. Conflict with Hello Game Company. Shen Shiyan raised 2 fingers and said, I'm using 20 times leverage. Shen Jingyun exclaimed, are you crazy? Shen Shiyan smiled and replied, fortune favors the bold. Don't worry, I won't get liquidated. Sister, why don't you persuade Zhou Yuqing to invest 2 or 300 million for me? He has plenty of money anyway. Shen Jingyun remained silent for a long time before saying, I won't agree to your brother-in-law investing money in you, because you're taking too big of a risk. Sure to you. Shen Shiyan quickly interrupted, stop right there. Sister, I know what you're going to say. I have a handle on the situation regarding investing in gold futures. So please don't try to persuade me. Also, I've only told you about this, so please don't mention it to mom and dad. Shen Jingyun replied, as long as you lower the leverage, I won't tell mom and dad. Shen Shiyan chuckled, I lowered it to 5 times leverage at dawn yesterday. Sister, I'm not a fool. I wouldn't recklessly keep using 20 times leverage. Shen Jingyun looked skeptical, really? Shen Shiyan affirmed, really? Shen Jingyun said, then show me your positions. Shen Shiyan decisively replied, not a chance. That's my biggest personal privacy. Shen Jingyun remarked, you're just trying to fool me. Shen Shiyan laughed and fell silent. On the way, Shen Jingyun realized they were on the wrong route and asked, where are we going? Shen Shiyan replied, to the government family compound. Mom and dad are waiting for you at home. Shen Jingyun hurriedly asked, did you tell your brother-in-law? Shen Shiyan raised an eyebrow and said, I forgot. Shen Shiyan, you're really something. Shen Jingyun scolded him, quickly calling Zhou Yuqing, only to find his line busy. With no other choice, she sent him a text message. At that moment, Zhou Yuqing was on the phone with the newly appointed manager of Hello Game Company, Wang Yaoding. During this time in the region, Hello Communications Group had made extensive adjustments within the game company. He Changsheng brought several core members to headquarters and caused a scene, but as a result, Ma Xinqing simply presented documents of their embezzlement during work, easily sending them on their way. Fang Qingxian had already anticipated this outcome. As soon as Wang Yaoding took office, he submitted his resignation letter. After pretending to praise Fang Qingxian, Wang Yaoding accepted his resignation. What surprised and angered Wang Yaoding was that afternoon, more than 10 core technical staff and dozens of programmers submitted their resignation letters. With their departure, the entire Hello Game Company would undoubtedly collapse. Wang Yaoding immediately reported this to Ma Xinqing, who allowed him to raise salaries for all employees by 10%. Unfortunately, this 10% increase was not appealing to the programmers. They declared that regardless of whether Hello Game Company accepted their resignations, they would leave the company in a month to join another gaming company. Only then did Wang Yaoding realize that Fang Qingxian had long found a new opportunity. Mr. Zhou, don't you think this is very unprincipled? Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, I admit that I have contacted Mr. Fang Qingxian privately. He is an experienced research and development talent, and since we are a game company established for less than half a year, we really need someone like him. So it was a perfect match. You dismissed him, and we took him in. How is that unprincipled? Mr. Zhou, you're pretending to be confused. I'm not talking about Fang Qingxian, but about the 72 game development programmers. Oh, I heard from Zheng that your company hasn't approved the resignation of those 72 programmers, so we haven't signed any contracts with them. Actually, it's simple to handle this. While the HR process is not yet complete, you can find a way to dissuade them from resigning. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang. As long as you don't let them go, we won't take them in. Wang Yaoding could easily tell that Zhou Yuqing was just joking with him and said, Mr. Zhou, are you mocking our Hello Game Company? Zhou Yuqing smiled and replied, Hello Game Company ranks in the top 3 in the industry, and we can only rank in the top 30. We don't have the qualifications to mock you. Mr. Zhang, I'll say it again. As long as they are willing to return, I won't stop them. We'll see. Wang Yaoding sneered and hung up the phone. What a joke. A hint of disdain appeared on Zhou Yuqing's face. Employees leaving without reflecting on themselves and trying to pressure other companies is truly laughable. Oh, a message from my wife. Zhou Yuqing glanced at the message from Shun Jingyun and immediately replied with a simple okay. He didn't pay much attention to the petty tricks pulled by Shen Shiyan. When he arrived at Shen Qinggong's home, Xiaoyu was in the living room telling her grandparents about her experiences on the island. Although her speech wasn't very clear, her gestures were large and her expressions were exaggerated, making her grandparents, Shun Chenggang and Dai Wan, laugh heartily. Seeing Zhou Yuqing come in, Shen Jingyun smiled and said, Baby, Daddy is home. Let us wash our hands and eat. Xiaoyu obediently replied, Okay. During dinner, Shun Chenggang asked, Xiao Zhou, is everything going smoothly? Zhou Yuqing nodded and said, Xiaoyu's trust fund was completed in just one morning. I divided it into 2 parts. Most of it was used to buy gold for preservation and appreciation, while a small part was invested in safer financial products. By the time Xiaoyu turns 18, she'll be able to receive about 20 to 30 million each year. Shen Qinggang was very pleased and said, It seems this little girl will never lack money in her life. Daiwan also smiled brightly. Shun Shiyan pouted and said, If you give me that billion to manage, I could turn it into 10 billion in 15 years. Shen Qinggang's expression darkened and said, It could also become 0. Shen Shiyan replied, I'm not that incompetent. Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, Shiyan, when you have children in the future, you'll understand that even the slightest risk is something parents won't let their children bear. Daiwan nodded and replied, Parents who love their children plan for their future. Shen Shiyan felt that his parents were starting to educate him, so he quickly closed his mouth and said nothing more. After finishing their meal, Shen Jingyun opened the 2 suitcases she had brought and took out the things she had bought for her parents and younger brother. Daiwan complained, Since you're out, you should enjoy a few days of fun. Why buy so many things? Zhou Yuqing chuckled. The island is known as a shopping paradise. If you don't buy something, it just feels like a loss. Daiwan asked, Did you buy anything for your parents? Zhou Yuqing replied, Of course, I wouldn't forget. But just to clarify, everything was chosen by Ms. Shin Jingyun. If they don't like it, please talk to her, not me. Shin Jingyun gently hit him and said playfully, You're so annoying. Chapter 229 Gratitude towards Zhou Yuqing. After distributing the items, Shen Shiyan carried a large bag and said, There's only 1 suitcase left in my car's trunk. Your vehicle should have enough space, right? Zhou Yuqing nodded and replied, It can fit. Daiwan asked, Sure to. Where are you going? Shen Shiyan said, I'm just hanging out with some friends to discuss business matters. A mother knows her child best. Daiwan could tell that he was definitely lying. However, the child was grown and had his own social circle, so Daiwan didn't say much, hoping he wouldn't get into trouble. Once they reached downstairs, Shen Shiyan took the suitcase out of the car and placed it on the ground before driving away. Shen Qinggang was very displeased with his attitude, stating, This kid is really becoming more and more irresponsible. Zhou Yuqing placed the suitcase in his own car and chuckled. He's just mad that I didn't give him and his friends any face earlier. Shen Qinggang snorted and said, Face is earned. If you want to be respected, you need to work hard to achieve something. Otherwise, you'll just be a laughingstock. Zhou Yuqing replied, Uncle Shun, Shiyan is quite capable, but he lacks a bit of maturity in his character. I believe he will improve as he gains more experience. Shen Qinggang sighed and said, Let us hope so. Shen Jingyun said, Dad, Mom, we're heading back. Daiwan replied, Drive slowly on the way. Watching the car slowly leave, Shen Qinggang remarked, That kid is really not bad. Daiwan shot him a glance and said, better than you. He managed to set up a trust fund worth billions for his daughter through his own efforts, while you can't even afford a flat and have to let Jingyun take out a loan herself. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Shun Qingang's face as he said, that's just because our paths are different. If I had started a business when I was young, Daiwan interjected, then our family would have gone bankrupt ages ago. Shin Qingang chuckled, that is certainly a possibility. Daiwan said, old Shun, have you noticed the changes in Jingyun recently? Shin Qingang nodded and replied, I have. She used to be someone who only shared good news and hid her worries, even though she always came back smiling. Her expression and eyes betrayed her, and sometimes I felt really sorry for her. But since being with Xiao Zhou, her demeanor has completely changed. It's like a 180-degree turn. She smiles, but her expression and eyes radiate a sunny vibe, which is clearly genuine. Daiwan nodded and said, this is all thanks to Xiao Zhou. We really should thank him. Shin Qingang widened his eyes and said, what is there to thank? That's what a father should do. Daiwan replied, what about you as a father? Shouldn't you also address Shirtu's issues? He is the one I'm most worried about right now. Shin Qingang sighed, helplessly saying, I have no idea how to handle that kid. Daiwan adjusted her glasses and said, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling lately. Shin Qingang said, you're worried because you care. Daiwan nodded and replied, I hope I'm just overthinking. Back home, Zhou Yuqin opened the window and started mopping the floor. Shin Jingyun tidied up the things she had bought. Seeing that it was nearly 10 o'clock, she quickly took the little girl to the bathroom for a shower. After washing up, the little girl fell asleep in less than 5 minutes once she lay on the bed. Honey, what are you busy with? Shin Jingyun walked into Zhou Yuqin's study and saw him typing away on the computer. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, I'm preparing to visit a drone company in a few days, thinking of getting the flight control chip development materials sorted out in advance. Although Shin Jingyun was completely inexperienced in the chip field, she knew that chip development could not be done in isolation. What experiments have you done to determine that the flight control chip will be successful? She inquired. Zhou Yuqin confidently replied, the flight control chip isn't anything particularly advanced. The design concept is already clear in my mind. They will handle the relevant experiments, and I will only provide technical support. During his time on the island, Zhou Yuqin used the hard-earned 4.5 million popularity points to purchase materials related to drone flight control chip technology from the system. Compared to high-end smartphone chips, developing and manufacturing drone flight control chips was much easier, and thus the system's prices were significantly lower. Even so, Zhou Yuqin's popularity points were running low, with less than 100,000 remaining, which meant he couldn't buy anything else. Therefore, he planned to take a break from his busy schedule soon and continue recording songs to earn more popularity points. Shin Jingyun said, all right, you're impressive. Honey, I'm quite tired today. I'm going to sleep now. Zhou Yuqin opened his arms and said, give me a hug. Shin Jingyun smiled and sat on his lap, giving him a long French kiss lasting 2 minutes before getting up to leave. Zhou Yuqin glanced at his pants with a wry smile. Bro, don't rush. That day is coming soon. After working all night, Zhou Yuqin finally finished the relevant materials for the drone flight control chip around 4 in the morning. After meditating for over 2 hours, he opened his eyes to find it was already 6:40 a.m. Without time to practice his punches, he washed up and quickly dove into the kitchen. As usual, the three of them finished breakfast. Shun Jingyun went to work, and Zhou Yuqin took the little girl to school. After dropping Xiaoya at kindergarten, Zhou Yuqin arrived at the headquarters of the gaming company. He tidied up his office a bit when he heard a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and Zheng Tong walked in with a middle-aged man. Mr. Zhou, you finally returned. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, Old Zheng, are you complaining that I'm not working properly? Zheng Tong quickly waved his hands, saying, I didn't mean that at all. Zhou Yuqin replied, you'd better not have that in mind. You are the future leader of the Moonlight Game Company. If everything has to be done by me, then you might as well find a cool place to relax. Zheng Tong shrugged and said, all right, you are right. Mr. Zhou, let me introduce you to my old friend, Fong Qingxian. Zhou Yuchan extended his hand and smiled, saying, Teacher Fong, welcome to our Moonlight Game Company. Fong Qingxian quickly stepped forward to shake Zhou Yuchan's hand and said, You flatter me, Mr. Zhou. It is my honor to join the Moonlight Game Company. He had just heard the conversation between Zhou Yuchan and Zheng Tong, and noticed that there was no strict hierarchy like in Hailu Game Company. It felt more like a friendly chat, which made Fong Qingxian feel he had come to the right place. Chapter 230 First meeting with Fong Qingxian. Pouring a cup of tea for Zheng Tong and Fong Qingxian, Zhou Yuchan said, Yesterday, the supervisor of a certain game company, Wang Yaoting, called me. He is quite dissatisfied with you and dozens of highly skilled programmers collectively resigning to join another game company. Fong Qingxian smiled wryly and replied, It's not just dissatisfaction. Last night, more than 10 of my colleagues and I were already placed on the blacklist of that game company, accused of being unfaithful and calling for all game companies in the region to boycott us. Seeing Zhou Yuchen's surprised expression, Zheng Tong explained. They announced this matter on their website at 10 o'clock last night. Zhou Yuchen asked in confusion. That game company seems a bit crazy? Teacher Fong, did your departure have a significant impact on them? Fong Qingxian nodded, saying, the colleagues who came with us are the core strength of their R&D department. To put it this way, with our departure, almost all their projects will have to pause for a while. Zhou Yuchen suddenly understood, saying, no wonder. Lao Zheng, have the brothers' onboarding processes been settled? Zheng Tong replied. That game company only approved Lao Fong's resignation. None of the others were approved. According to labor laws in the region, if employees voluntarily resign and the company does not respond, they must wait for 30 days before leaving. If they leave directly, it will have a very negative impact on their careers. Zhou Yuchen asked, is there any way to handle this? Zheng Tong said, if that game company doesn't budge, we can only wait a month. There's no other way. Fong Qingxian remarked, actually, what that game company is doing is also very detrimental to themselves. The statement released last night is essentially a slap in their own face. People in the industry know very well that the company has reached its current state thanks to us. If anyone is to be mocked, it will be them. Now that they refuse to approve our resignations, we will do nothing, just show up for work on time. After a month, that game company will also suffer significant losses. Zhou Yuchen's heart stirred. He asked, do you usually work overtime? Do they pay for overtime? Fong Qingxian replied, overtime is a common occurrence, and there is no overtime pay. At most, they provide a meal box. Perfect. Zhou Yuchen said, gather the evidence of your usual overtime and then go to see Wang Yaoding. Tell him that if he doesn't approve your resignations, after a month, when you receive your salaries, you will sue that game company for violating labor laws. Zheng Tong's eyes brightened. This is a good idea. Since our legal department was established, we haven't had a chance to litigate. This will be a good opportunity for them to try. Zhou Yuchen rolled his eyes. Our goal is to get the brothers into the company quickly, not to actually sue that game company. Zheng Tong chuckled. I was just joking. Fong Qingxian asked, Zhou, what if that game company insists on not agreeing? Zhou Yuchen coldly said, then let's have some fun with them. In this month, aside from the salaries they would receive from the gaming company, we will also provide them with an additional 20,000 as a relocation allowance. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tong and Fong Qingxian were both impressed by Zhou Yuchen's strategy. Everyone works to support their families. Getting 2 salaries in a month while slacking off at the gaming company is like a windfall. Previously, Fong Qingxian was worried that during this month, some might be persuaded by Wang Yaoding and refuse to resign. Now, with the promise of 20,000 upon joining our company, only a fool would choose the other company. After leaving the president's office, Fong Qingxian immediately informed the brothers slacking off at the gaming company about Zhou Yuchen's decision. Upon receiving the news, everyone was excited and began to gather evidence of their overtime work at the company. Zheng Tong smiled and asked Lao Fong, how was your meeting with President Zhou? Fong Qingxian gave a thumbs up and said, he is a person who gets big things done. Having worked at the new company for 3 days, Fong Qingxian was extremely satisfied with the treatment and environment here. The company not only had a free cafeteria but also set up a gym, encouraging everyone to work out. After many years in the gaming industry, this was the first time Fong Qingxian had heard of such benefits. Most importantly, the salary was high, with even the most ordinary employees earning 20,000 a month. Adding in overtime pay, it could reach 30,000, making it the highest in the industry. Zheng Tong remarked, President Zhou is a results-oriented person. Even if you don't come to work every day, as long as you complete the assigned tasks within the stipulated time, he considers you an excellent employee. So, you see, everyone is doing different things in the company, yet the work efficiency is the highest I've ever seen. Fong Qingxian nodded, saying, I've read the company's employee handbook. The requirements for discipline are minimal. There are no strict rules against being late or leaving early, but the expectations for work performance are very high. Zheng Tong said, to be honest, the pressure on me is immense. President Zhou turned this company into the most famous mobile game company in the world in just a few months. If I, as the CEO, can't maintain this achievement, I wouldn't need President Zhou to say anything. I'd resign out of shame myself. Resign out of shame? Zhou Yu came around the corner of the hallway, smiling. Zheng Tong, are you planning to give up the CEO position? Zheng Tong rolled his eyes and replied, what? Are you still ambitious about the CEO position? Zhou Yu confidently said, an employee who doesn't want to be CEO isn't a good employee. Zheng Tong laughed and said, you better get your own project, Plants vs. Zombies, sorted out first. I'm telling you, President Zhou places a lot of importance on this game. If you mess it up, don't even think about being CEO. You might not even keep your supervisor position. Zhou Yu confidently said, the game development is already on track. In at most 4 months. We will definitely complete it with quality and quantity ensured. Zheng Tongdao replied, then why aren't you working hard? What are you doing out here? Zhou Yu explained, it's not easy for General Zhou to come here. So I represent the 3 development teams to ask him to take a look at the game's effects and seek his advice on some issues. Fang Qingxian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Can I join you to take a look?" Zhou Yu pointed to Zheng Tongdao and said, "Teacher Fang, you need to ask him about this." Chapter 231. Successful Battery Research and Development. Fang Qingxian is a well-known veteran in the industry, and his arrival brought great joy to Zhou Yu and others. A few days ago, they even had a big celebration together. Zheng Tong smiled and said, "Of course. No problem. You will be responsible for the development of elite warfare from now on, and you can attend all the meetings." Fang Qingxian happily replied, "That's great." 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuqing seriously reviewed the status of Plants vs. Zombies, Temple Run, and Honor of Kings, giving strong praise for the development progress, but he also provided many suggestions regarding game effects. Fang Qingxian realized that Zhou Yuqing was an exceptional game development expert. His suggestions were spot on. The most impressive part was that he could offer one or several perfect solutions for these issues, which was truly remarkable. After reviewing the development status of the 3 games, Zhou Yuqing gathered several key personnel for a meeting. Each responsible person presented the problems they encountered, and everyone brainstormed and discussed, resulting in most issues being effectively resolved. To showcase his expertise, Fang Qingxian also contributed several good ideas, which received recognition from everyone. As for the few unresolved issues, they were all handed over to Zhou Yuqing, who could easily handle them without much thought. Fang Qingxian really liked this way of working and also realized that although Zhou Yuqing didn't come to the company often, he was indeed the core presence of the company. After the meeting, Zhou Yuqing said, "I have something to announce. Teacher Fang is now part of our company, and soon there will be more than 70 colleagues joining us. Due to the reluctance of a certain game company to release them, we haven't set a specific arrival date yet. However, it will definitely be within a month at the latest. Once they arrive, they will be responsible for developing our 7th game, Elite Warfare. You are all veteran employees, and I hope you can provide them with care and assistance in both work and life, helping them to quickly adapt." Zhou Yu raised his hand and said, "Zhou, I have a suggestion." Zhou Yuqing replied, "Go ahead." Zhou Yu smiled and said, "I think we can hold a grand welcome banquet for the more than 100 colleagues who joined last time and the more than 70 coming from the other game company. After a meal together, I believe everyone will become familiar and work will naturally be more efficient." Zhou Yuqing nodded and said, "I will discuss this with Lao Zhang, and he will take care of it. From now on, we can gather together every quarter." "Sounds good." Applause erupted from the crowd. Once the applause faded, Zhou Yuqing added, "The expenses will be deducted from your salaries." Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Ha ha ha." Zhou Yuqing laughed heartily and turned to leave the meeting room. Zhou Yu scratched the back of his head and said, "Do you think Qinggu will really deduct our money?" Hua Haiyang replied irritably, "Can't you tell that he is joking?" Zhou Yu chuckled, "I think so too." After leaving the Munshin Game Company, Zhou Yuqing headed straight to the Kunpeng mobile phone battery manufacturing plant. As he arrived at the laboratory entrance, he heard a loud cheer from inside. "Great! WeVE succeeded. The experimental results completely meet the standards." Hearing the excitement, Zhou Yuqing felt a surge of joy and walked in. Zhao Ku, with a beaming face, said, "Mr. Zhou, WeVE developed a battery with a capacity of 4,000 mAh. After testing, both its performance and safety are flawless." Zhou Yuqing happily replied, "Show me the experimental data." Zhao Ku immediately handed the data over to Zhou Yuqing. After carefully reviewing it, Zhou Yuqing broke into a brilliant smile. He set the data down and gave a thumbs up with both hands, saying, "You guys are amazing. Yay." The crowd cheered again. Zhou Yuqing's abilities had long been recognized by all the researchers, and everyone was thrilled to receive his praise. Zhou Yuqing said, "Professor Zhao, the 66W high-power charger has already been developed. Now that we have the battery, let us start the experiments as soon as possible." Zhao Ke nodded, saying, "We'll start the experiments this afternoon." "Mr. Zhou, everyone has been quite tired lately. Is there any reward from the company?" As soon as this was said, all the researchers looked at Zhou Yuqing with eager anticipation. Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, "I believe I promised something before. As long as we develop the high-capacity battery, I would double the bonuses for everyone. Now, that promise is void. I'll triple the bonuses." "Great. Mr. Zhou is generous. Long live Mr. Zhou." The cheers in the lab grew even louder upon hearing that bonuses would be distributed for 3 months. At noon, Zhou Yuqing had lunch in the company cafeteria with Wang Guangzhong and Zhao Ku. "Old Wang, our battery development has succeeded. The next step is to upgrade the production line. Is everything okay on your end?" Wang Guangzhong replied, "I've already made arrangements. The publicity and marketing departments are also prepared. Once you give the word, I guarantee the whole region will know that WeVE produced the world's largest capacity battery and the fastest charging charger." Zhou Yuqing nodded, "Very good." Zhao Ke asked, "Mr. Zhou, what will our R&D department do next?" Zhou Yuqing replied without hesitation, "Keep it up and develop a 6,000 mAh battery and a 120W high-power charger." Zhao Ke asked, "Is that possible?" Zhou Yuqing smiled, "I have an idea. If it succeeds, it's very likely we can develop it." Zhao Ke quickly inquired, "What idea?" Zhou Yuqin waved his hand. Don't rush. Let us discuss it after everyone has had some time to rest. Zhao Ke replied, okay. At that moment, Zhou Yuqin spotted his old classmate Zhang Xia. She walked into the cafeteria, chatting and laughing with a few colleagues. Zhang Xia started her job last Monday, and Zhou Yuqin only mentioned it to Wang Guangzhong, so everyone is still unaware of their relationship. Zhang Xia also noticed Zhou Yuqin and smiled at him, but did not greet him. After lunch, Zhou Yuqin went to the laboratory and conducted charging experiments on batteries with research personnel using a 66W high-power charger. It only took a little over 20 minutes to fully charge the 4,000 mAh battery. The researchers then performed a safety test and confirmed it was 100 safe. Zhou Yuqin was not surprised by this result at all. It's a joke. These are technologies that have been used for countless years in a previous life. How could they possibly fail? Seeing that it was almost time, Zhou Yuqin left the company to pick up his child from school and happened to run into Zhang Min downstairs. Chapter 232 Inspection of Longhun Drone Company. Zhang Min. Are you adapting well to work? Yes, everyone is very nice to me, but I feel a bit bored. Zhou Yuqin chuckled. The large-capacity battery has been successfully developed, and your leisurely days are about to end. Really? Zhang Min's eyes lit up, and she happily said, that's great. Congratulations, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yuqin replied. Hearing that title from you feels a bit awkward. Anyway, I can't chat with you anymore. I need to hurry and pick up my child. Zhang Min smiled. You really are a good dad. Zhou Yuqin said. I'll take that as a compliment. After leaving the battery manufacturing plant, Zhou Yuqin rushed to the school to pick up Xiao Yeye. Sweetheart, what's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy. Once in the car, Zhou Yuqin turned to the silent Xiao Yeye and asked. Xiao Yeye pouted and said angrily, that Zhang Hua is so annoying. What happened? The snacks I brought this morning were supposed to be 1 pack each. But Zhang Hua took Xiaomei's snacks and made her cry. This kid is really too naughty. How about this? We have plenty of snacks at home. You can take another pack for Xiaomei tomorrow. Xiao Yeye pressed her lips together and said shyly, Daddy, we don't have many snacks left either. Zhou Yuqin couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you say Xiaomei is your best friend? You don't want to share even 1 pack? Xiao Yeye thought for a moment and said, okay, I'll take another pack for Xiaomei tomorrow. Zhou Yuqin said, that's what a good friend should do. Let's go home. Daddy. Yes? Do you like me? Of course. Then can you buy me an ice cream? On the way home, the father and daughter stopped by an ice cream shop. At 8 in the evening, Zhou Yuqin and Shun Jingyun were taking a stroll with the little girl in the community. Dear, do you have time to pick up Xiao Yeye tomorrow afternoon? I can leave once I tell my boss. Is there something going on? I need to go to Sioux City. I probably won't be back until evening. To the Longhun Drone Company? Yes. In the afternoon while cooking, Wei Nanbei called Zhou Yuqin, asking when he could come over. Zhou Yuqin had originally planned to go on Wednesday, but he couldn't resist Wei Nanbei's enthusiastic invitation, so he changed it to tomorrow. Are you really planning to invest? That depends on Wei Nanbei's capabilities. I have high standards for drones. If what he produces doesn't meet my expectations, I definitely won't invest. On the contrary, if it meets my expectations, I will do everything I can to help Wei Nanbei sell the drones globally. Honey, do you really think there's a huge market for drones? Much bigger than you can imagine. Okay, I hope you're right. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, don't worry, I never take risks without confidence. Before the major fire at the drone company, it was difficult for the average person to imagine the market scale of drones. It wasn't until later that the company achieved annual revenues exceeding hundreds of billions, becoming a global leader in the drone industry, that people realized the market was actually vast. Compared to the past, the development of drones in this world is much slower. As long as Wei Nanbei produces outstanding products, it will be hard for the company not to succeed. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Zhou Yuqin arrived alone at the headquarters of Longhun Drone Company. Like the game company, Longhun Drone Company also rented an entire floor in an office building. Zhou Yuqin recalled that the original company was established in a small basement of about 20 square meters. In comparison, the conditions at Longhun Drone Company were quite good. Upon getting out of the car, Zhou Yuqin immediately spotted Wei Nanbei, standing at the entrance of the office building. 3 young men, about the same age as Wei Nanbei, were standing beside him. They all had rather ordinary looks, and the most handsome among them was still not as attractive as Zhou Yuqin. Brother Chun, welcome to our Longhun Drone Company. Wei Nanbei greeted him with a smile and extended his hand. Zhou Yuqin shook his hand and said, I'm mainly here to observe and learn today. I hope Longhun Drone can give me a big surprise. Wei Nanbei confidently replied, I believe you will be satisfied. Zhou Yuqin glanced at the 3 young men behind Wei Nanbei, who promptly introduced them. They were core members of Wei Nanbei's startup team, named Yu Bo, Zhang Jiani, and Geng Yinyang. The 4 of them were university classmates who started their venture together in Suzhou after graduation, and after 6 or 7 years of hard work, they finally began to see some progress. Yu Bo and the others had often heard Wei Nanbei praise Zhou Yuqin in recent days, describing him as an extraordinary person, skilled in chip development, and possessing deep knowledge in drones. Initially, they thought Zhou Yuqin was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, but upon meeting him, they found he was younger than they were, which left them somewhat disappointed, though they did not show it on their faces. Taking the elevator to the 16th floor of the office building, Wei Nanbei guided Zhou Yuqin on a tour of the Longhun Drone Company, inside and out. Longhun had a total of 63 employees, all young men, with the oldest not exceeding 35 years of age, perhaps due to the presence of this major investor. Everyone had tidied up the area, though not thoroughly. Zhou Yuqin could still tell that their documents and items were likely in disarray most of the time. However, for Zhou Yuqin, the environment of Longhun was not important. What mattered were their patented technologies. Wei Nanbei asked Yu Bo and the others, along with 2 other technical leaders, to introduce themselves to Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin listened attentively and asked many questions. Each question was pointed and focused on the key issues. The 5 technical leaders initially thought that Zhou Yuqin would be easy to deal with, like the previous investors, but after seeing his extensive knowledge about various aspects of drones, they all felt a sense of impending doom, their faces visibly tense. An hour later, their backs were drenched in sweat. Zhou Yuqin's questions were too probing. There were some inquiries they couldn't even answer, which was quite embarrassing. Wei Nanbei coughed and said, "Brother Chun, it's noon. Let's go have lunch." Zhou Yuqin glanced at the time, nodded, and replied, "All right. Nanbei, talking without practice is just empty talk. In the afternoon, I want to see the prototypes you've made." Wei Nanbei responded, "No problem." According to the original reception plan, the 5 of them were supposed to join for lunch. However, after Zhou Yuqin's intense questioning, they lost all desire to accompany him and hurried to their own labs to prepare for the afternoon inspection. Chapter 233. Conquering everyone. Wei Nanbei brought Zhou Yuqin to a nearby hotel and awkwardly said, "Brother Chen, I'm sorry. They were a bit nervous meeting someone as impressive as you and were worried about being stumped by your questions this afternoon, so they went back to prepare." Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, "Were you guys often misleading investors before?" Wei Nanbei sighed, "There's no choice. They don't understand the technology and are the type who won't believe it until they see results. Since we are a research and development company and can't present immediate results, we can only find ways to paint a bright picture for them." Zhou Yuqin nodded. "Many high-tech companies have gone through this." Wei Nanbei asked, "Brother Chun, what do you think of our company?" Zhou Yuqin smiled slightly. "I'll give you an evaluation after seeing everything this afternoon." Wei Nanbei suddenly felt a bit nervous. All right. After lunch, the 2 returned to the Longhun Drone Company. Zhou Yuqin spent the entire afternoon asking questions and conducting experiments, thoroughly understanding their capabilities. Once the assessment was complete, everyone sat in the conference room. Yu Bo and the others no longer looked down on Zhou Yuqin. Their gazes were filled with admiration and respect. Zhou Yuqin straightforwardly said, 60 points. I give you 60 points. Wei Nanbei frowned and asked, "Brother Chun, where do you think we haven't done well?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "I can only say that your technical foundation is quite solid. The drones you've developed can lead the world, but they are still quite far from the top-tier drones I envision." Wei Nanbei asked, "What does your ideal top-tier drone look like?" Zhou Yuqin directly shared the data of the most advanced model from a well-known drone company in his previous life. After hearing this, Wei Nanbei smiled wryly. "That's simply impossible." Zhou Yuqin's eyes were filled with confidence and determination as he said, "Nanbei, we are in the 3G era now, but in a few years, the 4G era will arrive, and many seemingly impossible things will become possible." Wei Nanbei replied, "Maybe. Brother Chen, will you collaborate with us?" Everyone, including Yu Bo, was taken aback and looked at Zhou Yuqin in unison. Zhou Yuqin scanned the room, and a smile finally appeared on his serious face. "I initially planned to do it myself, but since you've come this far, let us collaborate." "That's great." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and cheered. Wei Nanbei was overjoyed and asked, "Brother Chen, how much will you invest?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "How much equity can you offer me?" Wei Nanbei, clearly having discussed this with others, said, "The valuation is 2.5 billion. That's our bottom line. We can offer you up to 32 equity, provided you have the core technology for the flight control chip. With 800 million plus the core technology of the flight control chip in exchange for 32 equity in the Longhun Drone Company." Zhou Yuqin pondered for a moment and felt that this price was quite reasonable. If the Dragon Soul drone can be as popular as the Tianjiang drone from the previous era, the mere 800 million could be earned back in just 2 months. Zhou Yuqin took out a USB drive and said, "The technical data for the drone flight control chip is on this. I can hand it over to you for verification now." "Nanbei, when I was on the plane, I mentioned that I would finalize the chip within 3 months. But recently I have a lot on my plate, so the related RD work will have to be temporarily handed over to you. Once I finish my current tasks, I can come by." Wei Nanbei looked at the USB drive and said, "As long as we can confirm that your flight control chip technical data is theoretically feasible, there should be no problem." Zhou Yuqin nodded and handed the USB drive to Wei Nanbei. Wei Nanbei immediately plugged the USB drive into a laptop opened the flight control chip technology, and projected it onto the big screen. Zhou Yuchen asked in surprise, "Do you all understand chip RD?" Everyone only had a basic understanding. The true experts were Cheng Zhong and Yuan Taiching. While speaking, Wei Nanbei took out his phone and dialed a number. After a while, two men in their 30s walked in. One was bald, and the other had long hair, completely contrasting each other. Wei Nanbei said, "Old Cheng, old Yuan. This is the relevant information on the drone flight control chip. Let's study it together." The bald Cheng Zhong sat down in a chair, looked at the big screen, and said, "Can you all understand this?" His words offended everyone in the room. Zhou Yuchen nearly burst out laughing, mentally labeling Cheng Zhong as low IQ. Wei Nanbei and the others were already used to his way of speaking and ignored him. Yuan Taiching played with his hair and said, "Mr. Zhou, this data should be what you brought, right?" Zhou Yuchen nodded and replied, "Yes." Yuan Taiching then asked, "Could you explain it to us?" Zhou Yuchen said, "Of course." Wei Nanbei immediately stood up and handed over a laser pointer. Zhou Yuchen took the laser pointer and began to explain the data projected on the big screen. Speaking for over an hour, Wei Nanbei and the others only understood a small part, while Cheng Zhong and Yuan Taiching grasped the majority of it. They took turns asking Zhou Yuchen questions for 2 hours. Zhou Yuchen patiently answered their queries, occasionally delving into more profound areas, effectively giving everyone a comprehensive lesson on chips. Cheng Zhong and Yuan Taiching, both proud individuals, were completely won over by Zhou Yuchen's knowledge, unable to maintain their arrogance any longer. By 8 in the evening, Zhou Yuchen, feeling extremely hungry, said, "Teacher Cheng, Teacher Yuan, you should understand by now, right?" After this period of communication, Zhou Yuchen had assessed their levels. According to the all-encompassing development system standards, they should be above 90% at the entry level, but had not yet reached the proficient level. Cheng Zhong quickly replied, "Brother Chen, just call me by my name. I wouldn't dare to call myself a teacher in front of you." Yuan Taiching echoed, "Yes? You are indeed a teacher in the chip field." Wei Nanbei chuckled, "Are you convinced now?" Yuan Taiching replied, "Absolutely. I am convinced both in heart and mind." Wei Nanbei then asked, "Do you think, based on the above theory, we can develop a flight control chip for drones?" Cheng Zhong and Yuan Taiching replied in unison, "Yes. We can." Wei Nanbei said happily, "That's great. I will leave this information to you, and aim to get it done within 3 months." The two agreed without hesitation. Zhou Yuching stood up and said, "Can we go eat now?" Wei Nanbei responded, "Oh, sorry, Brother Chen. We are heading to the hotel now." On the way, Zhou Yuching called Xin Jingyun to let her know he wouldn't be back until tomorrow. Arriving at a 5-star hotel in Sioux City, Zhou Yuching enjoyed a drink with everyone. Chapter 234. Purchasing shares. During the meeting, Zhou Yuchen inquired about the other shareholders. Wei Nanbei, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Brother Chen, to be honest, 3 shareholders have already expressed their desire to exit, but they haven't found a buyer. If you want to buy, it's definitely not a problem. It's extremely difficult to secure funding for projects like drones that seem to lack prospects. Especially since we have been working for 6 or 7 years without producing a decent product, and there has been no market impact. Any investor would likely reconsider." Zhou Yuchen said seriously, "Nanbei, in the drone sector, I believe Longhun has already gained a first-mover advantage. Once the product is out, we must allocate more than half of the profits for research and development. Only by continuously releasing new products can we keep pushing Longhun forward and maintain our leading position. The reason I want to reclaim the shares from the other shareholders is that I am optimistic about this industry and want to earn more in the future. Secondly, I don't want too many outsiders within Longhun Drone Company to avoid messy internal conflicts as the company grows. You also don't need to worry about me competing for control of Longhun. Tomorrow we will sign an agreement. And regardless of how many shares I hold in the future, you will have 100 management rights of the company. I will support all your decisions." Hearing Zhou Yuchen's words, Wei Nanbei was deeply moved and said, "Brother Chen, thank you for your trust. You can rest assured that I will work hard to make Tianjiang Drone Company the best in the global drone industry." Zhou Yuchen was taken aback and asked, "Tianjiang Drone Company?" Wei Nanbei nodded and replied, "Yes. You mentioned on the plane that if you were to invest, the name must be changed from Longhun to Tianjiang. After returning, I discussed it with everyone, and we felt that Tianjiang sounds much more impressive than Longhun. Once we sign the agreement tomorrow, I will immediately go to the business administration to change the name." Zhou Yuchen raised his glass and chuckled, "Come on, let's toast to the future of Tianjiang Drone. Cheers." With Zhou Yuchen's investment of 800 million and the resolution of the drone's flight control chip issue, Wei Nanbei and the others were thrilled and toasted Zhou Yuchen. Zhou Yuchen welcomed all the drinks, and single-handedly he got Wei Nanbei and the others thoroughly intoxicated. Thankfully, Cheng Zhong didn't tea-drink and called the company's driver to come over. Otherwise, Zhou Yuchen wouldn't have known how to handle them. Although Cheng Zhong's emotional intelligence wasn't high, he wasn't tea-foolish. He checked Zhou Yuchen into the hotel and left after ensuring he was settled in. "Dad, where have you been?" As soon as Cheng Zhong left, A call came in from Shin Jingyun, and it was Xiaoyu speaking. Zhou Yuqin glanced at the time and said, "Sweetheart, it's almost 11 o'clock. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Xiaoyu replied, "I can't sleep. Daddy, I miss you. Can you tell me a story?" Zhou Yuqin felt his heart melting and said, "No problem. You asked your mom to put the phone on speaker so I could tell you a story. Okay." After a while, Xiaoya said, "It's time to tell the story." Zhou Yuqin told a fairy tale by Andersen called The Little Mermaid. After just 5 minutes, Shin Jingyan picked up the phone. "This little girl really can't be away from you for even a moment. What's wrong? Are you feeling jealous? I've taken care of her for more than 3 years, and it seems like your 4 months have made more of an impact. How can I not feel jealous? Haha. Then I'll make you some sweet and sour fish tomorrow afternoon so you can get your fill of vinegar at once. Thank you for that. How was today?" "It was smooth sailing, but that's why I can't go back. I've already arranged for the legal team from Yuechen Gaming Company to come over tomorrow to sign a contract with Wei Nanbei. 8 billion, with a 32% share. If there's a chance, I might also buy shares from the other shareholders. Your business is really growing bigger and bigger. I'm just an investor. Wei Nanbei is the core of the future Tianjiang Drone Company. When will you be back?" "I'll pick up the little girl tomorrow afternoon." "Okay." The two of them chatted like a couple for half an hour until Zhou Yuqin's phone was about to run out of battery, and then they finally stopped. The next morning, 2 legal representatives from Yuechen Gaming Company arrived. Zhou Yuqin signed the share transfer agreement for the Longhun Drone Company with Wei Nanbei. "Brother Chun, I've contacted the other shareholders. They all agreed to sell their shares to you at a valuation of 2.5 billion. Hearing Wei Nanbei's words, Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "It seems they really see your drone company as a burden." Wei Nanbei smiled wryly. "It's normal for them to feel that way after not making any profit for 7 years. Zhou Yuqin asked, "Those investors hold 38% of the shares. I can buy all of them. Have them come to Yuechen Gaming Company at 10 o'clock on Friday morning, and I'll sign the contract with them." Wei Nanbei nodded and said, "Okay." After having lunch with the Longhun Drone Company team, Zhou Yuqin went to the Longwei Fitness Center to chat with Zhang Jie for a while. From Zhang Jie, he learned that due to a drug trafficking incident, Wu Xiongfei had to disband the transportation company and switch to a renovation business. After less than a week, Wu Xiongfei's subordinates found the renovation work too exhausting and the pay too low, so they all left, leaving only 6 or 7 crew members. Although Wu Xiongfei was very angry, he was also relieved from the underworld. Zhou Yuqin thought this was a good thing for Wu Xiongfei. In reality, Wu Xiongfei's transportation company could be salvaged. Once Zhou Yuqin's phone battery enters mass production, a large number of transport vehicles will definitely be needed. However, Wu Xiongfei's subordinates had some underworld habits, and Zhou Yuqin didn't dare to use them. If something went wrong, it would be a big trouble. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jie, Zhou Yuqin drove back to Yanhai and picked up Xiaoya from the classroom on time. "Dad, can you let me know before you go on a business trip? I miss you when I can't see you." Xiaoya was carrying a small backpack and holding Zhou Yuqin's hand as they walked through the campus, expressing her dissatisfaction. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, "Dad promises you. From now on when I go on business trips, I will definitely report to our little Xiaoya." Xiaoya replied, "Then shouldn't you express some apology for what happened yesterday?" Zhou Yuqin chuckled and said, "Ice cream?" Xiaoya's eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. Zhou Yuqin said, "All right, today we'll go have ice cream." "Yay!" Xiaoya jumped with joy. Her eyes filled with laughter. Chapter 235 Threat to Hello Game Company. Wang Yaoding looked at Qinji, the deputy head of the RD department sitting in front of him, and said, "Qinji, I can understand if others leave, but I really don't understand why you want to go." Qinji replied calmly, "I've been with the company for 6 years, and my vacation each year doesn't exceed half a month. Working overtime has become the norm. I can't take this kind of work environment anymore." Wang Yaoding said, "Do you know that I've already applied to headquarters to promote you to head of the department, succeeding Fang Qingxian in managing the RD department?" Qinji smiled slightly and replied, "President Wang, don't joke around. I do have connections in the HR department of Hello Group." Wang Yaoding was taken aback that Qinji had backing at headquarters, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. He said, "Qinji, I can assure you that as long as you are willing to stay, I will definitely promote you to a supervisor within 2 years. Conversely, if you insist on going to Yuechen Game Company, your resignation might not be handled well. As the saying goes, the truth comes out in the end." Qinji no longer held back. He took out a stack of documents from his bag and placed them on Wang Yaoding's desk, saying, "These are the relevant evidence of our overtime work over the years. President Wang, I am now officially notifying you on behalf of all the brothers who want to leave Hello Game Company that you must process our related procedures within 48 hours. Otherwise, we will take Hello Game Company to court for violating labor laws and demand compensation for each of us ranging from 300,000 to 1 million in overtime pay." Wang Yaoding was shocked and furious upon hearing this. He picked up the documents, glanced through a few, slammed them down on the table, and shouted, "Qinji, do you know what you are doing?" Qinji sneered, "Of course I do. President Wang, I believe it is in our best interest to part ways amicably. If it comes to a legal battle, I guarantee that Hello Game Company will become a laughingstock in the entire gaming industry. Wang Yaoting's face turned red with anger as he said, the legal department of Hello Communications is not to be trifled with. Then let's see you in court. Chen Ji said as he picked up his briefcase and turned to leave. At the door, he suddenly stopped, turned back to Wang Yaoting, and said loudly, President Wang, the last thing I want to say is that Hello Game Company owes us, not the other way around. After speaking, Chen Ji opened the door and strode out. Damn it! Wang Yaoting smashed his beloved cup into pieces. Half an hour later, he appeared in the office of Ma Xinxing, the CEO of Hello Communications. With the overtime documents from Chen Ji and others, Ma Xinxing, who was 42 years old, had a tall figure and an elegant demeanor, making him a well-known heartthrob in the business world, having charmed countless women. Wang Yaoting handed the documents to Ma Xinxing and stood there without moving. Before taking over Hello Game Company, he had assured Ma Xinxing that he would achieve results in the mobile game sector within a year. Little did he expect that shortly after taking office, a core RD personnel exodus would occur, providing him with an excellent excuse to shift the blame. After reading the documents, Ma Xinxing frowned and asked, Have you contacted Zhou Yuqing? Wang Yaoting said, I have contacted him. He didn't budge at all and had a very bad attitude. Ma Xinxing pointed to the overtime materials and said, This should be his work. Wang Yaoting replied, Mr. Ma, I have already consulted with the legal department. If we go to court, our chances of winning are less than 10%. Ma Xinxing said calmly, This is not just about winning or losing in court, but about reputation and influence. Our company cannot afford to lose this person. Taking legal action against a group of employees who have contributed significantly, regardless of the outcome, will ultimately be embarrassing for us. If things go poorly, our company could become a laughingstock in the entire industry, which is something Ma Xinxing absolutely cannot allow. Wang Yaoting sighed and said, Mr. Ma, this is my fault. I shouldn't have let Fang Qingxian go. Ma Xinxing waved his hand and said, Some things are beyond our control. Yaoting, process their resignations. And don't make any small moves. Let us part ways amicably. I will have the HR department quickly send you new personnel. Wang Yaoting nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Ma, the company Yueqing Games is being too much. Should we give them a taste of their own medicine? Ma Xinxing glanced at him and said, Competing in the business world relies on fair and legitimate strength. Underhanded tactics can never last long. Just do your job well. You don't need to worry about Yueqing Games. Yes, Mr. Ma. Wang Yaoting responded and left Ma Xinxing's office. Ma Xinxing took out his phone, dialed a number, and simply said to check on Zhou Yuqing, the president of Yueqing Games, before hanging up. Just half an hour later, all the information about Zhou Yuqing appeared in Ma Xinxing's inbox. The future son-in-law of Shen Qinggang? Ma Xinxing couldn't help but furrow his brows. After receiving Ma Xinxing's instructions, Wang Yaoting immediately informed the HR department to process the resignations of over 70 programmers the next morning. For Wang Yaoting, he hoped these guys would leave, as the new hires would be easier to manage than these seasoned veterans. Zheng Tong quickly received the news and immediately called Zhou Yuqing. Brother Chun, the company is letting people go tomorrow morning. Zhou Yuqing, who was having lunch, was very pleased to hear this and said, It seems that the company is taking its influence very seriously. Zheng Tong chuckled, Your methods are great. Suing employees who want to resign, no matter the outcome, will always make the company lose. Zhou Yuqing replied, However, this also means we have completely offended the giant in the communications field, Haluo Communications. Zheng Tong said, Brother Chun, our industry is different from others. The popularity of games is the only measure for all game companies. Haluo Communications is indeed powerful, but it doesn't pose a significant threat to us. Zhou Yuqing smiled. I understand. Old Zheng, notify the HR department to process their onboarding applications tomorrow afternoon. Let us have a dinner gathering at Longhu Grand Hotel on Saturday night. Zheng Tong said, Okay, Brother Chen. At 10 a.m. the next day, a number of programmers led by Chen Ji left Hello Game Company with their resignation letters and went directly to Yueqing Game Company. Zheng Tong personally accompanied them for a meal at the restaurant and handled their onboarding procedures. They were all experienced game developers, and the HR department waived the probation period, making them official employees of Yueqing Game Company. At 3 p.m., Zhou Yuchan arrived at the company and asked Zheng Tong to bring Fang Qingxian, Chen Ji, and 4 other core members into the conference room. After using a loyalty detection skill to scan the room, Zhou Yuchan felt quite satisfied. Chapter 236, A bright future. Fang Qingxian's loyalty exceeded 70%, while others were around 60%. This meant that these individuals were not infiltrators sent by the gaming company. Zhou Yuchan smiled and said, Everyone, welcome to our Yueqing Gaming Company. Applause erupted from the crowd. Zhou Yuchan pressed down with both hands and said, No need to be so polite. Our Yueqing Gaming Company is a small company that has been operating for over 3 months, with only 3 small games under its name. While we have achieved good results, the sustainability is low. Without casual elimination, I fear everyone would be facing tough times next month. Fang Qingxian smiled and said, President Zhou, your casual elimination is worth more than 3 or 4 large online games out there. Others nodded in agreement, feeling the same way. In the past week, casual elimination had a daily net profit ranging from 12 to 15 million, amounting to around 400 million per month. Such high profits surpassing 99% of gaming companies. Zhou Yuqin said, although old Fang's comment might seem a bit flattering, I still find it very pleasant to hear. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhou Yuqin continued, to address the issue of poor game sustainability, we are currently developing 3 games, Honor of Kings, Plants vs. Zombies, and Temple Escape. Among them, Temple Escape is purely a mobile game, while Plants vs. Zombies will be launched on both mobile and PC platforms simultaneously, just like casual elimination. Honor of Kings is a large online game, currently only available on PC. Once 4G networks become popular, we will release the mobile version. The reason I mention this is to let everyone know that Yuechen Gaming Company is not a company that lacks ambition. As long as you give me 3 years, achieving a net profit that matches or even exceeds that of the gaming company is not a big problem. The difference is that I, as the president, am not stingy. If the games succeed, your bonuses will increase exponentially. Once the company is on the right track, I may even allocate some equity as rewards for everyone. Therefore, your choice to come to Yuechen Gaming Company is absolutely correct. Great. The applause and cheers from the crowd erupted again. Zhou Yuqin took out the completed planning document for War Elite and handed out a copy to each of them, saying, this is the 7th game our company will develop. Named War Elite. Like Honor of Kings, it will first launch on PC, and once the timing is right, we will release the mobile version. I have high hopes for both Honor of Kings and War Elite. If they become hits, in the next 10 years, the company can rely solely on these 2 games. Old Fang, you will be in charge of War Elite. Fang Qingxian replied solemnly, no problem. Zhou Yuqin said, take it home and study it well. We will have a discussion on Monday afternoon. By the way, this plan is extremely important. You must keep it safe and absolutely cannot share it with anyone. Everyone responded in unison, understood. At 10 a.m. on Friday, Wei Nanbei brought 6 shareholder representatives from the Longhun Drone Company to the Yuechen Game Company. Zhou Yuqin signed a share transfer agreement with them, purchasing 38 of the shares for 950 million. As a result, Zhou Yuqin now holds 70 of the shares in Longhun Drone Company, becoming the true major shareholder. After signing the contract, the comprehensive development system immediately issued him a mission. System mission: players are to develop various models of Longhun, Tianjiang, drones to help Longhun, Tianjiang Drone Company become the leader in the drone industry in the region, rewarding players with 100 attribute points and 1 lottery chance. System mission: players are to develop various models of Longhun, Tianjiang, drones to help Longhun, Tianjiang Drone Company become the global leader in the drone industry, rewarding players with 500 attribute points and 3 lottery chances. Zhou Yuqin noticed that this mission was identical to the one for the Kunping smartphone battery, with the rewards unchanged. Brother Chun, Cheng Zhong, and the others have already started developing the chips based on your proposed ideas. As long as the simulation is successful, we will look for suitable foundries, Wei Nanbei said during lunch. Zhou Yuqin asked, are there any chip companies in the region that can meet our requirements? Wei Nanbei was taken aback and replied, do you mean to find domestic chip companies for foundry work? Zhou Yuqin nodded, saying, it's best for the flight control chips to be made domestically. Other chips can be sourced elsewhere. Wei Nanbei sighed, Brother Chun. Domestic chip companies can only produce chips up to 90 nanometers with a low yield rate. Zhou Yuqin frowned. If foreign companies can handle 24 nanometers chips, how come we can't even manage 48 nanometers chips? The gap is just too significant. Wei Nanbei replied, the future gap will be even larger. I heard that the 3rd generation Orange smartphone will use 24 nanometers chips, which means they can already be mass-produced. Also, there are reports from the Lock Communication Group that they've made breakthrough progress in developing 14 nanometers chips. Within 2 years, 14 nanometers chips are likely to be mass-produced. Zhou Yuqin said helplessly, the development and manufacturing of domestic chips is indeed a long way to go. In his previous life, the region suffered greatly in the chip sector, and he didn't expect the gap to still be this large in this world. Suddenly, Zhou Yuqin felt a sense of urgency. Previously, he had seen a book titled Development of Photolithography Machines in the System Marketplace, which introduced photolithography machines for 14 nanometers and 28 nanometers processes, but the price was quite high, 8,000 attribute points, equivalent to 80,000 popularity points. Zhou Yuqin would need to perform at least 80 songs to possibly exchange for this book. Given the current situation, even if he could redeem the book, it was another matter entirely whether he could successfully manufacture it in reality. However, Zhou Yuqin thought that once he had the funds, he could give it a try. Wei Nanbei asked, Chen Ge, when can you visit the Chip Research and Development Lab? Cheng Zhong and the others really need your guidance. Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and replied, how about 2 days a week? They can determine the schedule based on their research progress. Wei Nanbei nodded and said, all right. That evening, all employees of the gaming company gathered at a hotel. Everyone raised their glasses, and the atmosphere reached an exhilarating peak. As the head of the company, Zhou Yuqin once again became the focus of toasts. He did not refuse anyone, and after drinking for Jean, he showcased his master-level acting skills, getting tipsy and being sent home by the driver. Chapter 237 Provocation from the Music Diva. Honey, you're not really drunk, are you? Shen Jingyun brought over a glass of honey water and asked. Zhou Yuqin opened his eyes and chuckled. How could that be? Shen Jingyun handed him the honey water and said, your acting skills are getting better and better. Zhou Yuqin drank the honey water, stood up, and said, there's no way around it. In this world, one is often not in control of their own life. Shen Jingyun said, I have a class reunion tomorrow night. Do you have time to accompany me? Zhou Yuqin replied without hesitation. Even if I don't have time, I must make time to go. Shen Jingyun asked in confusion, why? Zhou Yuqin explained, as the saying goes, when classmates gather, several couples may break apart. What if someone tries to take you away? What will I do? Shen Jingyun couldn't help but laugh and said, I'm not that easy to take away. Zhou Yuqin wrapped his arms around her slim waist and said, it's mainly because you're too beautiful. I can't help but worry. Shen Jingyun pinched her nose and said, can you go take a shower first? You're starting to smell. Zhou Yuqin made an okay gesture and said, on it. After taking a shower and brushing his teeth, Zhou Yuqin came out of the bathroom. He wanted to get close to Shen Jingyun, but found that she was already asleep with the child in her arms, and a hint of disappointment crossed his face. He went to his study, opened his computer, and entered one of the 3 major music websites, T-Online Music. With the explosive success of The Mouse Loves the Rice, 3 Butterflies, and Lilac, Zhou Yuqin had become one of the most famous online singers, amassing countless fans and causing quite a stir in the music scene. He glanced at the comment section and found it very lively, mostly fans defending him. It turned out that just yesterday, music diva Wen Shulan publicly criticized Zhou Yuqin's 3 online songs during an interview, claiming their melodies were simplistic, lyrics were cliché, and lacked artistic merit, which was extremely detrimental to the development of music. Zhou Yuqin's fans were very unhappy and flocked to Wen Shulan's social media, demanding an apology for her inappropriate remarks. Naturally, Wen Shulan's fans refused to comply, leading to a fierce online battle. Zhou Yuqin had been extremely busy these past few days and had no idea about this incident. If it weren't for his plan to record a song tomorrow, he might still be oblivious. Surprised by Wen Shulan's provocation, Zhou Yuqin reflected on the saying that rivals are often from the same industry. Although he and Wen Shulan could be considered half-rivals, he only released free songs that posed no threat to other singers and did not create any competitive relationship. He simply couldn't understand why she was targeting him. It wasn't until he saw that his song Lilac was ranked first in the free music download section, with a song from Wen Shulan's album in second place, that he realized the reason behind her actions. Feeling the need to respond for the sake of his popularity, Zhou Yuqin decided to pin a post in his comment section. My songs are about to enter a paid download mode, with a fee of 0.1 yuan per song, and all proceeds will go to the local Red Cross account. The next song will be a local-style piece titled Unrelated Wind and Moon, so please stay tuned. Unrelated Wind and Moon is a representative work of my favorite artist from a previous life, known for beautiful lyrics and graceful melodies, considered a classic in the local style. However, this genre does not exist in the current world, and I aim to create a new musical style to expand my influence and gain more popularity. The decision to donate all song proceeds to the Red Cross was made after careful consideration, as I want to see if charity can enhance my popularity. The comments section quickly became lively. Wow, the master has finally appeared. All the hard work goes to charity. That's amazing. I bet the master is definitely a wealthy person. Whether or not he is rich, his willingness to donate sets him apart from over 99 of other artists, including a well-known singer. Someone asked, what is a local style song? I've never heard of this term before. Is it a new genre created by the master? It seems the master is about to make a big move. Clearly, this is a counterattack against those professional singers. Strong support for the master. After deciding to charge for music, I immediately applied on 3 major platforms. I used the name Master and randomly generated an ID number, while the bank account was the local Red Cross account. I believe that as long as the platforms are sensible, they will approve my application. Sure enough, upon seeing that the account was for the local Red Cross, all 3 platforms approved it and published the news online. Fans praised their idol's decision and rushed to the comments section of another singer's profile, urging her to donate all her earnings to the Red Cross. However, she declined and backed down, and her fans also ceased their attacks on the master. There was no way to argue when someone is already putting money into charity. It would only lead to embarrassment. The instruments needed for local-style music are numerous, and the arrangement is quite complicated. I spent an entire night working on the arrangement for Unrelated Wind and Moon. Are you feeling unwell? My partner asked as she entered the kitchen and noticed my pale complexion. I placed a burger on a plate and casually replied, I forgot to sleep last night. She paused for a moment before laughing, forgetting to sleep? That's impressive. Once our child wakes up and has breakfast, I'll take her to my parents' place. And you can rest at home. We'll go to the banquet together in the afternoon. I waved my hand and said, don't worry about me. Ever since practicing my meditation, I've had an abundance of energy. Even if I don't sleep for 2 or 3 days, it won't have much effect on me. However, I do have something to attend to today and need to go out. Shin Jingyun said, then you go ahead and get busy. After breakfast, Zhou Yuqin took his arrangement and headed straight to the recording studio. After spending an hour recording Unrelated Romance, Zhou Yuqin uploaded it to 3 major music websites. After listening to Unrelated Romance, the editors of the 3 major music websites were amazed and immediately approved it. Among them, the T-Online music website reacted the fastest, placing Unrelated Romance in the most prominent position, with a recommendation note stating that Master Wuji's brand new genre, Summer National Style Unrelated Romance, has made a stunning debut. The other 2 music websites followed suit, also giving Unrelated Romance the best recommendation spot. Chapter 238. The new song goes viral. The only measure of a singer's song popularity is the number of downloads. An account can listen to a song once, and if they like it, fans will spend money to download it. Generally, a song's listen-to-download ratio reaching 10:1 is considered excellent. However, after the release of Unrelated Affairs, within just 3 hours, the listen count exceeded 1 million, and downloads directly surpassed 500,000, achieving a staggering 2:1 ratio. The comments section was flooded with praise. For the work of Master Wuji, Unrelated Affairs, I can only say 3 words. It's incredible. With Unrelated Affairs, there's no other song that can compare. Master Wuji is paying homage to the renowned calligraphy piece Lanting Su. Are the lyrics of Unrelated Affairs really lyrics? No, they are simply a form of ancient poetry. Each line is filled with poetic charm, and every melody resonates with ancient elegance. This is truly the essence of the Summer Nation style. In terms of artistic achievement, no song can rival Unrelated Affairs. Master Wuji is truly remarkable. He has created a new genre. In just 3 hours, over 500,000 downloads is an astonishing feat. I strongly recommend Master Wuji's Unrelated Affairs. Countless fans spread the word online, pushing the popularity of Unrelated Affairs to the headlines of major media outlets. Some musicians couldn't sit still and began analyzing the melody and lyrics of Unrelated Affairs, ultimately giving it high praise, which only made it more popular. After releasing the song, Zhou Yuqin went to the Kunpeng battery manufacturing factory. The factory was undergoing a production line renovation, with renovation costs alone amounting to 5 million, which was quite expensive. However, compared to over 100 million in research and development costs, this amount was relatively insignificant. At the Yunhai branch of the Nanming Group, Zheng Xuei stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the pedestrians and vehicles below, which looked like tiny ants. A surge of ambition welled up in his heart. At only 25 years old, sitting in the position of general manager at the Yunhai branch of the Nanming Group, Zheng Xuei could be considered a young talent, absolutely at the pinnacle among his peers. Although he achieved his current position by serving Chu Xian, a hero does not question origins. Past humiliations before success mean nothing, and future achievements are what truly matter. Just like Han Xian, who endured humiliation before becoming a great general. People only praise him for his perseverance and will not belittle him. Suddenly, the figure of Shin Jingyun appeared before Zheng Xuei. As the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, Zheng Xuei harbored a crazy obsession for Shin Jingyun. However, back then, for the sake of his future, he had to painfully let go and became Chu Xian's consort. Now that his relationship with Chu Xian had completely ended, Zheng Xuei had been contemplating how to win Shin Jingyun back. To achieve this, Zhou Yuqin was his greatest obstacle. This afternoon, during a class reunion, Zheng Xuei already knew that Shin Jingyun and Zhou Yuqin would attend, so he came up with a brilliant idea to embarrass Zhou Yuqin in front of everyone. Perhaps it could even make Shin Jingyun completely leave Zhou Yuqin. Hey, Boss Su, are you ready over there? Don't worry, everything is ready. We just need to discuss the price a bit more. Zheng Xuei frowned and asked, what do you mean? Zheng, we are looking for a stunningly attractive model with a great figure. Her appearance fee is a bit higher than we expected. Of course, we can find someone less impressive at the original price. That's not acceptable. The woman must be beautiful enough. Otherwise, it won't convince everyone. How much do you need? Just name a price. 500,000. As long as the goal is achieved, I can give you 600,000. Zheng, you are generous. Just wait and see. After hanging up the phone, a bright smile appeared on Zheng Xuei's face. At 5 o'clock, Zhou Yuqin arrived at the government housing complex to pick up Shin Jingyun for the reunion. When Shin Jingyun came out of the building, Zhou Yuqin was stunned. Today, Shin Jingyun was breathtakingly beautiful. She wore a fitted red dress that reached her calves, definitely on the conservative side. The problem was that Shin Jingyun's figure was too perfect, presenting a flawless S-shape from top to bottom. Her long black hair cascaded casually over her fair shoulders, and under her long eyebrows were eyes resembling autumn lotus, seemingly filled with endless charm. Around her neck was a sapphire necklace purchased from an island, and the diamonds sparkled in the sunlight, showcasing a classic elegance. On her feet were crystal sandals, and with every step, she exuded grace. Noble and elegant, sexy and alluring, the two contrasting qualities blended perfectly in Shin Jingyun, completely enchanting Zhou Yuchen. It wasn't until Shin Jingyun got into the car that Zhou Yuchen regained his senses and seriously said, "Wife, you should change your clothes." Shin Jingyun was taken aback, looked down at her dress, and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yuchen replied, "This outfit is too beautiful. Not to mention your male classmates, even I, who see you every day, find it a bit overwhelming." Shin Jingyun smiled and said, "Are you flattering me?" Zhou Yuchen shook his head and said, "I'm just speaking the truth." Shin Jingyun laughed and said, "All right, stop joking. The reunion is set for 6:30, we need to hurry." Zhou Yuchen made an okay gesture, started the car, and headed straight for the Shangri-La Hotel. At the Shangri-La Hotel, a young man in his 20s, with a strong build and handsome appearance, stood at the entrance chatting and laughing with Zheng Shuai. This man was Fan Sheng, Shin Jingyun's class monitor from university, and he organized this reunion. Zheng Shuai also studied finance, but was a level above Fan Sheng and Shin Jingyun. At a gathering, Zheng Shuai met Fan Sheng, and they established a connection. The reason Zheng Shuai knew that Shin Jingyun would bring Zhou Yuchen to the party was because of Fan Sheng. "Fan Sheng, do you remember Shin Jingyun? The school belle from our university, how could I forget? Almost all the boys in our class, including me, wanted to pursue her, but none succeeded. Instead, she ended up with you." Zheng Shuai continued, "Do you know that at that time, you were the public enemy of our class? Have you not seen her in the past few years?" Fan Sheng asked. "No, she hasn't attended any class reunions. It's quite surprising that she would bring her boyfriend this time." As he said this, Fan Sheng glanced at Zheng Shuai and added, "Zheng Shuai, you must be attending our gathering for Shin Jingyun, right?" Zheng Shuai was very straightforward and admitted, "That's right. I have always loved her." Chapter 239. Confronting Zheng Shuai. Fan Sheng was about to say something when two elegantly dressed women walked over, holding hands. "Class monitor, it's been a year since we last met, but why do I feel like you've gained some weight?" One of the women smiled and said. Fan Sheng helplessly replied, "Zhao Yaqing, why do you have to bring that up?" The two girls were Zhao Yaqing and Chu Linger, both beauties from the finance program at Qingjiang University. Unfortunately, aside from the troublemaker Shin Jingyun, the two had become quite ordinary. Chu Linger asked, "Class monitor, why isn't your girlfriend here?" Fan Sheng said, "She's inside. 12 or 13 classmates have already arrived. You two are among the later ones." Chu Linger inquired, "How many people are coming this afternoon?" Fan Sheng replied, 22 classmates. Along with their families, makes 34. Chu Linger, didn't you say you were bringing your boyfriend? Chu Linger shrugged and said, "My husband is the vice president of a trading company. He's in a meeting at the moment and might be a bit late." The trading company is the largest import-export firm in Yunhai, specializing in cross-border trade and retail wholesale, covering regions in the Americas, Europe, Australia, and Southeast Asia, with annual sales exceeding 4 billion. Chu Linger's boyfriend holding such a prestigious position indicates a significant background. Fan Sheng asked, "Zhao Yaqing, what about you? Still no boyfriend?" Zhao Yaqing gently brushed her hair back and said proudly, "I prefer quality over quantity." Fan Sheng chuckled, "At least half of our female classmates have boyfriends. You're the only one left out." Zhao Yaqing retorted, "Being single isn't so bad. I want to rush into things like Jingyun did." Fan Sheng was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong with Shin Jingyun?" Zhao Yaqing replied, "I heard her daughter is already over 3 years old. Is that true?" Fan Sheng exclaimed, turning to Zheng Shuai. Zheng Shuai nodded and said, "She indeed has a daughter." Only then did Zhao Yaqing and Chu Linger direct their attention to Zheng Shuai. Chu Linger found Zheng Shuai somewhat familiar, but couldn't place him right away. Zhao Yaqing, however, recognized him immediately but pretended not to. It was Zhao Yaqing who had informed Shin Jingyun about Zheng Shuai's affair with another woman back then. Fan Sheng remarked, "I didn't expect Shin Jingyun to be so eager." "Hey, is that Jingyun?" Zhao Yaqing suddenly pointed ahead. Fan Sheng, Zheng Shuai, and Chu Linger immediately looked over and saw an extraordinarily beautiful woman in a red long dress, laughing and chatting with a man as she approached them. "That's her for sure," Chu Linger confirmed. Fan Sheng marveled, no wonder she was the school beauty. Even after having a daughter over 3 years old, she still looked stunning. Zheng Shuai stared at Shin Jingyun, his eyes filled with infatuation, completely ignoring Zhou Yuchen beside him. "Jingyun, I've missed you so much." Zhao Yaqing took a few quick steps and opened her arms to welcome Shin Jingyun. "Yaqing, long time no see," Shin Jingyun said with a big smile as they embraced. "Let me have a good look at you." Zhao Yaqing released her arms and looked Shin Jingyun up and down, exclaiming, "My goodness, dear. How come I feel you look even more beautiful than before?" Shen Jingyun smiled and replied, "I'm a mom now. How can I still be beautiful?" Zhao Yaqing turned to Zhou Yuqin and asked, "Is this your boyfriend?" Shen Jingyun nodded and said, "Yes, this is my husband, Zhou Yuqin. Honey, this is Zhao Yaqing, my classmate and best friend." Zhou Yuqin smiled and greeted, "Hello." "Hello." Zhao Yaqing smiled back and then whispered to Shen Jingyun, "Does he mind that you have a daughter?" Shen Jingyun laughed. "He is my daughter's biological father. What is there to mind?" Zhao Yaqing opened her mouth in surprise. "If that's the case, then why haven't you two gotten married yet?" Shen Jingyun replied, "No rush." "Yaqing, have you finished chatting? There are still several people here." Chu Linger interjected as she approached. Zhao Yaqing pointed at Chu Linger and said, "Jingyun, do you remember her?" Shen Jingyun immediately responded, "Linger." Chu Linger happily said, "I knew you'd remember me. After all, I'm the only one in Qingjiang University who dares to compete with you in beauty." Zhao Yaqing retorted, "Linger, how can you say that?" Chu Linger rolled her eyes and replied, "I just can." The three women chatted for a while before Fan Sheng and Zheng Xuei walked over. Shen Jingyun greeted Fan Sheng, but didn't even glance at Zheng Xuei. If she had known Zheng Xuei would have the audacity to attend their reunion, she probably wouldn't have come. Zheng Xuei felt embarrassed and a bit irritated, saying, "Mr. Zhou, you mentioned before that you would develop a high-capacity smartphone battery and the fastest charging technology in the world within 3 months. I wonder how that is going now?" Hearing Zheng Xuei's words, Fan Sheng, Zhao Yaqing, and Chu Linger all looked at Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin replied calmly, "We're about to mass produce." Zheng Xuei laughed and teased, "Are you dreaming?" Zhou Yuqin had no good feelings towards Zheng Xuei and bluntly stated, "Zheng Xuei, you are just a lapdog raised by Ms. Chu Xin of Nanming Group. You better recognize your identity and not pry into things that don't concern you." Zheng Xuei felt as if Zhou Yuqin had stepped on his tail and angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense." Zhou Yuqin disdainfully replied, "In the smartphone communications industry, who doesn't know that you became the general manager of the Yunhai branch of Nanming Group because you served Ms. Chu well? Zheng Xuei, remember this. No matter how high you climb in the future, it won't change the fact that you've been a kept man for Ms. Chu for years. You've embarrassed all of us men, and yet you shamelessly attend my wife's class reunion. Your audacity is truly astonishing." It seemed like a fight was about to break out. Fan Qingda felt something was off and quickly acted as a mediator. "Mr. Zhou, is there some misunderstanding between you and Senior Zheng?" Zhou Yuqing replied, "There is no misunderstanding. What I said may not sound pleasant, but it is the truth." Zheng Xuei was furious, gritting his teeth and saying, "Zhou Yuqing, what about you? If Jingyun's father weren't a high-ranking official, would you be where you are today?" Zhou Yuqing responded, "First of all, my wife's name is not something a person like you should be calling. Second, my wife doesn't need to rely on her family background to deserve anyone. And third, in the business world, I have never sought help from my future father-in-law. The reason is simple, our professions don't align. Not everyone's success depends on the same means as yours." Chapter 240, The Commotion at the Gathering. Zhao Yaqing and Chu Linger couldn't hold back their laughter and burst out laughing. This Zhou Yuqing was really something. However, from what the two said, he seemed to be a successful person. And then there was Shen Jingyun. Her family background also seemed quite impressive. Zhao Yaqing softly asked, "Jingyun, what does your boyfriend do?" Shen Jingyun replied, "He is an entrepreneur. He started a gaming company and a mobile battery manufacturing plant." Chu Linger then asked, "What about your dad? Is he really a high-ranking official?" Over the years of being classmates, Shen Jingyun had never mentioned her family. Shen Jingyun answered, "My dad works in a government department. Just like me." This answer felt more like a dodge, which piqued Chu Linger's curiosity even more. The verbal sparring between Zhou Yuqing and Zheng Xuei was interrupted by other classmates who came over. Fan Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling regret for inviting Zheng Xuei to the reunion for the first time. However, thinking about Zheng's high position in a major corporation, Fan Sheng felt he hadn't made a wrong decision after all. Both male and female classmates were very pleased to see Shen Jingyun. There were no embarrassing or pretentious moments like in those online novels. Once they entered the private room, everyone exchanged pleasantries again. Zhou Yuqing was at a loss, not recognizing anyone, so he simply sat aside and started eating sunflower seeds. Zheng Xuei, however, was quite adept at socializing and quickly integrated into the group. Especially after everyone learned about his identity, they regarded him with newfound respect. "Brother Chen, what brings you here?" A familiar voice reached Zhou Yuqing's ears. He turned to see Zhou Yu, who was holding a young woman's hand. It was clear that this woman was Zhou Yu's girlfriend. "I came with my girlfriend to attend her class reunion. You're not here for the same reason, are you?" Zhou Yu nodded and said, "Yes. This is my fiancée, Yi Xiaorou. Honey, this is my boss, Zhou Yuqing." Xiaorou had an average appearance but was quite gracious, saying, "Mr. Zhou, thank you very much for your generosity." Zhou Yuqing looked puzzled and replied, "I don't quite understand what you mean." Xiaorou explained, "If it weren't for the reward you gave Zhou Yu, we probably would have needed another 3 or 4 years to buy a house. Zhou Yuqing suddenly understood and said, that's what he deserves. Xiao Rou then asked, Mr. Zhou, who is your girlfriend? Zhou Yuqing replied, she asked the most beautiful one. Xiao Rou glanced over and immediately locked onto Shun Jingyun, saying, our campus beauty, Shin? Zhou Yuqing nodded, yes. Xiao Rou smiled and said, Mr. Zhou is really lucky. Compared to the lively Zhou Yu, Xiao Rou was clearly more composed and spoke with a sense of structure. After a while, Shun Jingyun came over. Upon learning that Zhou Yu was from the Yueqin Gaming Company, Shun Jingyun smiled and said, what a coincidence. Honey, Xiao Rou is also my roommate. Zhou Yuqing replied, is that so? That really is quite a coincidence. Xiao Rou said, Jingyun, you have to help me persuade your husband to give our Zhu Yu more bonuses. We are currently carrying over 2 million in loans. Don't talk nonsense. Shin Jingyun lightly patted her hand and replied, I might not even marry him. Xiao Rou laughed. With a catch like Zhu, if you give him up, countless young girls will rush to him. By then, you won't have time to regret it. Shin Jingyun replied, at that time, who knows who will regret? Xiao Rou gave her a thumbs up, so confident. Zhou Yuqing could see that Shun Jingyun had a very good relationship with her classmates. Even though they had graduated for over 4 years, once they met, it felt like they were back in their university days, chatting enthusiastically. There were 2 large tables in the private room, each able to seat 20 people. Shin Jingyun pulled Zhou Yuqing to sit at the right table, avoiding Zheng Xuei. During the meal, Zhao Yaqing couldn't help but ask, Jingyun, does your man know Zheng Xuei? Why do they act like enemies when they meet? Should I explain your past to him, so he doesn't hold a grudge? Shin Jingyun shook her head. I've made it clear to my husband. The reason we don't like Zheng Xuei is that he has character issues. Zhao Yaqing was taken aback. What happened? Shin Jingyun explained how Zheng Xuei had tried to damage her relationship with Zhou Yuqing by manipulating photos. Zhao Yaqing's eyebrows furrowed in anger. This person is really shameless. Shin Jingyun smiled. You know his nature. Zhao Yaqing nodded. Your husband is right. Zheng Xuei has sacrificed his dignity for money, willingly becoming someone else's gigolo. He's really brought shame to men. Just then, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open. 7 or 8 muscular men surrounded a beautiful woman with long legs as they entered. A smirk appeared on Zheng Xuei's face. Fan Sheng, the organizer, stood up and asked, what do you need? Did you come to the wrong place? The leading man, about 35 or 36 years old, wore a white tank top with a dragon tattoo on each muscular arm, looking quite imposing. We're here to find someone. Who is Zhou Yuqing? Zhou Yuqing was taken aback and stood up. I am. The man scrutinized him and pointed to the long-legged beauty beside him. This is my sister, Xin Wanru. You should be quite familiar with her, right? Zhou Yuqing glanced at the woman and said flatly, I don't know her. You're lying. Xin Wanru's eyes filled with tears as she exclaimed, I've been good with you for 2 years, and I'm pregnant with your child, yet you say you don't know me. Zhou Yuqing, you are such a scumbag. As soon as this was said, the private room was in an uproar. What the heck? Is this for real? So explosive? While eating, everyone was shocked. Indeed, men were not to be trusted. Having a goddess like Jingyun as a girlfriend and still cheating outside, what a scoundrel. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhou Yuqing. Zhou Yuqing remained calm, picked up his phone, pressed the recording button, and said, your name is Xin Wanru, right? Xin Wanru, with tears streaming down her face, replied, honey, you usually call me Wanru. Zhou Yuqing said, Ms. Xin, before you slander me, I need to make 2 statements. First, I am recording this conversation in its entirety, and everything we say will serve as evidence in the future court proceedings regarding this defamation case. According to the law, fabricating facts to defame others can result in a prison sentence of up to 3 years if the circumstances are severe. Second, I don't care who sent you. But if you leave now, I can pretend this incident never happened. If you continue to slander me in front of everyone, I will call the police immediately. I can accompany you to the police station tonight. Ms. Xin, choose one, leave or go to the police station. Chapter 241 Flaws Everywhere. Wow. Zhou Yuqing's counterattack and calm demeanor made everyone secretly give him a thumbs up. Those who initially believed Zhou Yuqing was a bad man began to change their attitudes. Come on, if one is not confident, who would dare to make a scene at the police station and court? Xin Wanru became a bit flustered and quickly glanced at the tattooed strong man. The tattooed strong man said sternly, Zhou Yuqing, how dare you act tough without the guts? What kind of man are you? Zhou Yuqing completely ignored the tattooed strong man. He had already noticed that Xin Wanru was scared, so he picked up his phone, shook it a couple of times, and said, Ms. Xin, you don't need to look at others. If the defamation charge holds, they could easily say they were deceived by you into coming to trouble me, and the one going to jail would only be you. You're very beautiful, and there should be many suitors after you. I don't think it's worth it to risk your freedom for a bit of money. Seeing the situation turning against them, the tattooed strong man quickly said to Xin Wanru, Sister, don't be afraid. Just tell everyone about your relationship with him and let them judge. I still don't believe this scoundrel would dare to confront us at the police station. Xian Wanru noticed the threat in the tattooed strong man's eyes and immediately put on a pitiful expression, saying, I met Shin-gu 2 years ago in Sioux City. He treated me very well, buying me luxury cars and jewelry, and was very willing to spend money on me, so we got together. Later, when he went to Yanhai, he fell for a beautiful woman with the surname Shun and ruthlessly abandoned me. When I told Shin-gu I was pregnant with his child, he actually wanted me to abort the baby. Boo. After saying this, Xian Wanru covered her face and cried loudly. The tattooed strong man took out a document from the hospital and said, Everyone, take a look. This is my sister's examination report from last Wednesday. Zhou Yuqin went with her. After learning she was pregnant, he actually pressured her to abort the child. My sister refused, and he angrily left. The performance by the Xian siblings left everyone confused again, not knowing whom to believe. Finally, Shun Jingyun, who had been silent, said, Can I see the examination report? The tattooed strong man replied, Of course. Shun Jingyun took the report, glanced at the date, and said, This is from the First People's Hospital of Yanhai. Ms. Xian, you just said my husband went with you for the examination and pressured you to abort the child that same day, right? While wiping her tears, Xian Wanru replied, Yes. Shin Jingyun put away the report, took out her phone, and dialed the police. Hello, my name is Shin Jingyun, and I'm at the Shangri-La Hotel. A lady named Xian Wanru is publicly slandering my boyfriend, Mr. Zhou Yuqin, with several strong men, seriously infringing on his reputation. I'm worried they might harm my boyfriend. Please come quickly. A female officer's voice came through the line. Ms. Shun, if the other party intends to harm you, please be sure to protect yourselves. We are on our way. Okay, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Shin Jingyun said coldly, Ms. Xian, my husband has given you 2 choices, which is already very generous. Since you insist on making the wrong choice, then be prepared to pay for your mistake. The tattooed man extended his hand and said, Give me the inspection list back. Shun Jingyun replied, The inspection list is evidence. When the police arrive, I will hand it over to them. Xian Wanru asked in confusion. What do you mean? Last week we took the child to the island for a trip and didn't return until Sunday afternoon. How could he accompany you for the inspection? How could he force you to have an abortion? Shun Jingyun initially didn't want to explain, but since her classmates were present, she pointed out this major flaw to avoid any misunderstandings about Zhou Yuqin. Oh, I see. This is public defamation. The evidence is solid. Xian Wanru is in big trouble now. With the evidence in hand, someone might end up in jail. The crowd began to murmur. Xian Wanru said, I might have remembered the time wrong. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, Your flaws are not just one. You said I bought you luxury cars and jewelry in Sioux City. Let me ask you, what brand was the luxury car? What brand was the jewelry? How much did it all cost? Xian Wanru replied, A Mercedes and a necklace and bracelet from Fia, totaling nearly 3 million. Zhou Yuqin sneered, All your sources of information are wrong. Just because I have money now doesn't mean I have always had it. When I was in Sioux City, I worked as a gym instructor, with a monthly salary of 12,000. Before coming to Yanhai, I had just over 1 million, which I earned from gambling on stones. My income can be verified, and even if I were sold, I couldn't come up with 3 million to buy you any Mercedes or jewelry. Xian Wanru was instantly left speechless. Zheng Shui, who had been waiting to watch the show, felt greatly annoyed. These people were really terrible. Their story had so many flaws. Now, if the police came and took them away, he might end up getting implicated, and that would be a huge problem. With this thought, Zheng Shui felt a wave of panic. The tattooed man, angry and embarrassed, pointed at Shin Jingyun and said, Give me the list. Zhou Yuqin stepped in front of Shin Jingyun and said calmly, This is a society governed by law. If you dare to act, it won't just be a matter of defamation. Zhou Yu picked up a beer bottle and shouted, What do you want? Do you want to fight? Fan Xing shouted, Brothers, someone is trying to bully us. What should we do? Fight back. The others also picked up beer bottles, standing up and glaring at the tattooed man. Gulp. The tattooed man took 2 steps back, unable to suppress the saliva in his throat. Zhou Yuqin turned off the recording and walked directly in front of the tattooed man, coldly saying, Have you heard the saying? When gods fight, mortals suffer. If you want to be a weapon in someone else's hand, then be prepared for the consequences. I will beat you to death. The tattooed strong man raised his muscular arm and struck at Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin did not dodge, allowing the man's fist to hit his chest. Bang! The tattooed strong man felt as if his fist had struck a solid block of marble, and his fingers throbbed with pain. Honey! Shin Jingyun exclaimed in surprise. I'm fine. Zhou Yuqin replied with a slight smile. Everyone saw it. He struck first. I was just defending myself. Damn your self-defense. The tattooed strong man swung his fist again, aiming for Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin let out a cold laugh, moving not backward but forward, delivering a powerful punch that struck the tattooed strong man. Chapter 242. Zhou Yuqin's power. The tattooed strong man was thrown back like a broken sack. crashing into the wall 5 meters away and sticking to it like a painting before sliding down to the ground, hitting someone like a work of art. This was truly the ability of a master in traditional martial arts. Everyone in the private room stared in disbelief. The tattooed man was tall and burly, with bulging muscles, weighing at least 200 pounds. Zhou Yuqin had actually sent him flying with a single punch. The strength was simply terrifying. Zhao Yaqing nudged Shin Jingyun and asked, Jingyun, does your husband practice martial arts? Shin Jingyun nodded and replied, he is proficient in Tai Chi and Xingyi. Zhao Yaqing said enviously, you are really fortunate. Shin Jingyun looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she meant. Zhao Yaqing whispered in her ear, good martial arts skills mean a strong body, and his abilities in that regard must be impressive. Upon hearing such bold words, Shin Jingyun's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Seeing their big brother defeated, the group of younger men did not scatter but instead charged at Zhou Yuqin, shouting, looking for death. Zhou Yuqin's aura surged suddenly, his figure resembling a high-speed train as he charged forward. Fan Sheng, Zhou Yu, and others quickly followed, wanting to help. However, just after taking 2 steps, they stopped, staring in shock. Zhou Yuqin used both hands and feet, like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, taking down all 7 of the tattooed man's younger brothers, who lay on the ground wailing in pain. Zhou Yu walked over to Zhou Yuqin, his face full of disbelief. To defeat 7 strong men in less than a minute was beyond what Zhou Yu and the others could have imagined. Zhou Yuqin looked at Xian Wanru and said, Ms. Xian, let me reintroduce myself. I am a technical consultant for the Yunhai Police Department. In a moment, my colleagues will come to take you and these 8 guys away. If you want to avoid jail time, it's best to tell the truth and reveal who is behind this. Otherwise, I can't save you. Thud. Xian Wanru collapsed to her knees,